Chapter 19. 714 FNM, 24 BBY. M0NTH9. Gargan, Nomad's Forest Hideout. Fen Ra. I need to rough it out more, I thought as I pulled myself out of the sleeping bag I've been resting in. Shaking myself awake, I got up and stretched out all of the kinks and knots I got from sleeping on the floor. Once I took a sip of water I stepped out of my tent, catching a breath of fresh air and enjoying the midday sun. Last night I was involved in a raid on a train line that ran from the city to a local spice mine, and got back to camp by sunrise. I'm not exactly a fan of getting drugs into the streets, but denying resources to an enemy was a legitimate and time-honored strategy. What my allies do with that spice, I did not care. All that mattered was one of the few natural resources that kept the city of Gargan running was being denied, which would raise discontent among the populace, and hopefully, that discontent would get directed at the person who was antagonizing the nomads instead of the nomads themselves. It was 50-50 in my mind on who they would put the blame on, but denying the resources running into the city had a good chance of at the bare minimum preventing Brezig from prospering. For the past couple weeks all I've been doing was organizing efforts to starve the city of resources, striking places of weakness in order to gain resources for ourselves and occasionally transferring resources to parties within the city that supported our cause. This was, so far, the recipe for success. Though things had taken an odd turn as one of the clans we've been working with, Clan Morrison, had broken contact with us. There are roughly 12 major nomadic clans of Gagon, all of which are against Brezig's vision of the sector. Clan Myra and Erlin are mercenary clans that didn't sign up with Gare due to the fact that their main patrons are other nomadic clans, and they were paid to join in by the other clans. Clan Scale, Senlu, and Ilvan are merchant clans, and as clans aren't willing to get involved in an actual war, while they could defend themselves and a few of their number volunteered to join, they prefer to supply the other clans with whatever they need rather than fighting themselves. Clan Grom, Azul, Byron, and Coal are mining clans that specialize in a certain resource, Beskar, iron, gold, and coal respectively, and are not in favor of the place coming under the control of a corporation, and so they volunteered their wealth and skills to the fight. Last but not least are Clan Glint, Colt, and Morrison, herdsman clans that watch over great herds of cattle and had all been in favor of the fighting, up until recently with Clan Morrison. Before Clan Morrison left, they got word that the chieftain's daughter was captured when Black Iron mercenaries managed to track down her cell of Morrison warriors after they had successfully raided a hypernautic warehouse. The Black Irons left a COMM unit for us. Their terms were that they would release the Morrison heir and all of the other clan members that they captured for a signed agreement that Clan Morrison would stay out of the conflict. Having no other choice, the chief brought the rest of Clan Morrison with him to Gargan City. It is likely that supply trains are now being tagged with trackers, and since the nomads don't have a means to find and detect these trackers without the right frequency, they have to manually search every looted item for the physical tracker itself. And when you have a train full of resources, it is like finding a KAL in several haystacks. Thankfully, Clan Erlin proposed a solution. Through the use of an ion pulse blaster they can fry any tracker or electronic that Black Iron would put on the cargo. Of course it is only available in very limited numbers due to the amount of effort needed to make one by hand, so only half a dozen of these ion pulse blasters were distributed to all of the cells, with more being made. While this helps prevent what happened to Clan Morrison from happening again, it only highlights a major issue that the nomads are currently facing, in that we are bleeding manpower. With each battle, more and more fighters are injured and need time to recover. While this is mitigated somewhat thanks to Beskar armor, it does not make them invincible. Blaster bolts still felt like getting hit with a fist when in Beskar armor, and multiple hits at the same area will bruise or crack bones. One notable example was that a nomad got hit in the liver and was down for a week. Another got cracked ribs after getting hit in the chest from a dozen blaster bolts during an ambush. I was going to need to get in contact with Bo-Katan soon. She was still operating in the city, working with gangsters who were unsatisfied with the current affairs to attempt to unseat Brezig. Their information network proved invaluable in giving us the time and place of various assets for us to raid and take as well as avoid patrols. However, Brezig's mercenaries and militia outnumber our fighters 5 to 1, with that gap growing larger each day as more of our fighters are injured and more mercenaries join Brezig's silver banner. Bleeding Gargan City of resources isn't going to be enough. We need to deal a crippling blow soon before the nomads are ground down by attrition. Looking across the camp I saw men in various types of armor and shades of color working on various tasks. Some are cleaning plates in the nearby stream, others are fixing their speeders, and a few are cleaning their guns, standard things you'd see of men on campaign. Even though they probably didn't get to fight and they seem to have thrown themselves wholly into this one. Guess it was just one of those remnants of the ancient ways that wasn't as prevalent with the new Mandalorians or even with the traditionalists at this point. The willingness to drop everything and get involved in a fight when it was presented. All I did was invite them to go join the fight, and they started talking about the ancient gods and their ancestors. From what I knew about Gargan's history, they didn't actually get involved in the clan wars or the Mandalorian civil war. Too busy with their own affairs, so they hadn't gone through the near collective trauma of those conflicts. Not only that, they've also been separated from most of the fighting for the last 500 years. In a way I was looking at a window into the past, not as bad as say the people of Shogun reportedly were, but perhaps these people had more in common to pre-Mandalorian excision Mandalorians, than any of the Mandalorians who ran around the sector nowadays, which was an interesting thought when you picked at it. I recognize some of the nomads that joined me on last night's raid are reheating the leftovers in the mess area. A few plates of grilled meats, poultry stew, and roasted vegetables seem to be the order for today. I have to admit, the nomads knew how to cook with only salt, pepper, and a few herbs they found in the surrounding forest. I was skeptical when they used an actual shovel to grill their meat. Clan Glint's chieftain has assured me that they always wash it with soap and then put it over an open flame to kill any germs, so it is probably cleaner than the plates we were using to eat it. After I was proven wrong when I tried it for the first time, the chef had been pretty smug that his dishes could compete with those high-class food in Mandalore, using only a shovel, herbs and mushrooms he foraged from the forest, and sea salt. Now I'm feeling hungry. My thoughts were interrupted when a Mandalorian in brownish armor ran up to me and gave one of the more ancient salutes. "Boss, Wrath's squad is back from scouting Garvel. They brought along a few people who say they're here to join up with us. Couple more hands wouldn't hurt," I said matter-of-factly as I cracked my neck looking for Wrath and the new arrivals. "The issue is that there's a Jedi with them." "A Jedi?" I said, turning to look at him. I knew there was a chance that the defenders of the Republic might show up. I just didn't expect one would show up so quickly. "Take me to this Jedi," I said, grabbing my helmet from my tent before putting it on. The younger Mandalorian led the way to Wrath near the edge of the camp where he and several other Mandalorians were guarding two Mandalorians in silver and white armor and a Jedi in their all too recognizable robes. Looking over the pair, one was a man in rather standard silver and white armor, thick plate for the chest plate, and was carrying a blaster rifle by the looks of it. The other silver-armored man had a very similar set of armor, though he was bigger and taller than the first and had a larger pauldron on one shoulder, most likely the one that would be facing the enemy while firing. They were wearing modern standard-designed armor. In fact, a lot of their armor looked very standard, as if they had been created at the same time. The Jedi on the other hand was an older man with green hair and a chin beard. Looking the three over, I said, "I am Fen Ra, coordinator of the nomadic clans against Mondal Hypernautics Corporation. Who are you and why are you here?" The bigger guy with the heavy shoulder pad nodded his helmet and said, "I'm Zero and this is Strike. We're here to stop Brezigare at the behest of our leader." The bigger man said with a strange tone to his voice, almost like the helmet was altering it a bit. Then he pointed to the Jedi. "That's Jedi Master Ram Koda, he invited himself along." I nodded and said, "Wearing the colors of the enemy yet claiming to fight the enemy is an interesting way of introducing yourselves." The other Mandalorian spoke up, "Our leader is the real white silver and is simply here to remove the fabrication of the false white silver, as they would put it." Under my helmet, my eyebrow raised. I found the idea that the real white silver had stepped up rather amusing but very unlikely. However, I wasn't going to dismiss two Mandus in modern Beskar armor and a Jedi if I could help it. So I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt depending on what the Jedi said. Turning to the Jedi, I said, "Are they telling the truth? There's no way the Jedi Order is in favor of Brezigare's little coup here, so unless you've been conned into letting these people into finding our camp, I'm going to have to assume you're the most likely to know if they're telling the truth or not." The Jedi, Koda, nodded his head. "They're telling the truth as far as they're concerned. I can confirm they are interested in unseating this Brezigare, and I have met their leader myself, who claims to be the real white silver." "Are they telling the truth past that point?" "Hard to say, though I will say that their leader does have a philosophical mind, so it's not impossible that the leader is the real deal from what I understand about the original Silver Codex." I thought about for a moment, then finally shrugged. "Fine, I'm assuming you're here to help as well," I said, looking at the Jedi, who nodded. "Great then, a couple pairs of hands and a Jedi could help in this operation. Anything else I should know before I go get a bite to eat?" "We have agents inside the city who have been gathering in town," the larger Mandalorian, Zero, said. "Some of the information you might be interested in." Folding my arms across my chest, I said, "I'm listening." The other, more nondescript Mandalorian spoke up, his helmet, definitely altering his voice, though something about the cadence was familiar. "We have a slicer inside their system and they've reported that Brezigare has outside help who are bringing in droids to support his operations. We've confirmed this with another agent, who is gathering intel as well, that Clan Morrison is being set for execution tomorrow." "They what?" someone yelled. Turning to look over my shoulder, I saw several other clan leaders had been coming up to meet the group, and they overheard the last bit of the story. Stepping quickly, they joined us and demanded to know more. "What do you mean they're setting Clan Morrison to be executed tomorrow? I thought that they already agreed to surrender and stop fighting. Why are they going to be executed?" "We're just reporting what we've heard. Clan Morrison is scheduled to be executed tomorrow at the Hutt Coliseum. We think that they have no interest in negotiating with nomads that didn't side with them early on. They're breaking ancient codes of hospitality and negotiation at this point. Frack this Osuk, we're burning that city to the ground," one of the other clan leaders said, marching off in the direction of his men. The rest started mumbling their agreements before breaking off heading in their own direction, and I was left there to sigh annoyance, as this was obviously a tactic to draw us into a protracted fight at the edges of the city. A tactic that by all accounts appears to have worked. I'd have to move up trying to get in contact with Bo to see if we could at least get some cooperation between the clans and gangs in this coming fight. Might be the difference between a lot of dead nomads or a dead CEO. Turning to the people who just stirred up the hornet's nest, I said, "Well, I hope you're ready for a fight. You've just incidentally caused a massive one." "Works for them," Ramkota said. "The whole idea is to get their leader to Brezigare and put an end to this whole situation, so the sooner the fight happens the better, I believe." Turning to the Jedi, I asked, "Did the Order send you here just to cause mayhem or what?" The Jedi smiled. "The Order didn't send me, I just thought I could do the most good here." I shook my head. "Let's hope your forces are strong enough that we can avoid mass casualties. It would probably take 12 to 14 hours for everything to put in position, so the fighting won't happen till tomorrow. I'll have someone around here to show you to a tent for you guys can get a break. I don't know how long you've been about, but I figure the walk up the mountain was probably not the greatest journey, so get rested. Tomorrow is going to be the fight of our lives." Saying that, I turned and walked back towards the command tent, grabbing a Mandalorian aide and telling him to try and get the chieftains to meet me at the tent. I'll see if I could get them organized better than throwing themselves at the defense perimeter of Gargan City. For now I have leftovers with my name on it. Gargan City, Central District Hotel Suite. Ursa Ren. This whole place really needed to be burned to the ground. That's a thought I kept having as my clan members brought the intel they gathered to me. We had arrived on the planet 3 days ago with a simple mission and a small detachment of 15 of my clan. We were to gather as much intel we could, steal blueprints or weapons, and push things along to ensure the fall of this fake Mandalore. The Mandalorian sector already had 2 running around with that Duchess of Kalevala. We didn't need this silver one trying to break in as well. And that is why, as members of the House Vizsla, Clan Ren had answered the call to bring down this pretender. Wasn't even a very good pretender at that. At least the new Mandalorian fake was trying to unify people. And the secret Mandalore of Pre-Vizsla understood the importance of not pissing off everyone. This Brezigare pretender had apparently learned his statesmanship from the traditionalists like Governor Vrox. Everyone's a Mandalorian unless you have a goal, then only the people you care about are the Mandalorians. This whole operation and plan felt more and more haphazard the longer we explored it, and most likely it would have fallen apart on its own without the pushes we were going to give it. But, this presented an opportunity that doesn't come along very often. Support weapons and gear of various types could fall into our hands if we played our cards right. Which would increase the chances of the eventual anti-New Mandalorian movement. Over the last few days we had felt out every possible faction on Gargan, from the clans of the nomads to the clans of the gangsters and mafia that ran the city. We knew what factions were displeased and what factions were willing to deal with Brezig as long as he looked strong. And we were finding plenty of opportunities to push things along. We'd already stolen quite a bit of gear under the appearance of rebel gangs or nomadic raiders. If we don't leave witnesses, well, anyone would come up with a story that makes the most sense. At the moment we had several caches of gear waiting for the right opportunity to be used. And tomorrow was proving to present the biggest opportunity of them all. Apparently Brezigare sent Clan Morrison an ultimatum to come to Gargan City with his clan to negotiate his daughter's release or they would execute her. Seeing no other choice, the chieftain complied and the clan was promptly captured to be publicly executed tomorrow. How the chieftain's daughter got captured, I don't know the exact details, but according to my men, the Black Iron mercenaries have a few competent members under their employ, as they were able to track them down after they raided a warehouse of speeders and defeated them, resulting in their capture. Other than the fact, he broke ancient clan tradition as well as using a family member to force their compliance. This act would definitely set the rest of the nomads against him, and if my clan were to swoop in at that time to save the nomads, well, then the nomads would owe a favor to Clan Ren, and since Clan Ren is a member of House Vizsla, they may answer the call for a war with the new Mandalorians. I had learned enough of the plan over the years to know that Vizsla didn't want to start a massive war but create enough discontent that the people would remove the new Mandalorians themselves. But I thought he was a bit on the hopeful side. War is the way of Mandalore. One does not earn the title of Mandalore through peace. It is fought for, and he would have to fight for it too. Of course, my husband mentioned that Vizsla likely doesn't want to go through the trouble of repairing the damage a second clan war would have caused on Mandalore, but I still think a hostile takeover wouldn't break anything important. Other than the royal guards, there aren't any Mandus that are still combat capable among the pacifist Hutyun. They'd just roll over and wait for death when we take over. Anyway, I looked at the clan suite hypernautic provided for us as some of my agents in their yellow and grey armor prepped their equipment. Tomorrow will be a good day. No doubt the fighting would be fierce, but the Black Iron Mercs and their few Mandalorian leaders would not do much against real Mandalorians. As for the foolish Silver Militia, while they may be made up of Mandalorians, from what I had seen they were foolish youngsters. People who hadn't matured to the point they understood what they were signing up for and hadn't completed their training as real Mandalorians should. I suspected they would be cannon fodder when the fighting started. And it would not just be my Mandalorians in the fight, we are preparing weapons to be dropped off with the nomads as we freed them. The more guns in the field the better chances of survival, and from what I understood about the local plans, it would be at least 50 Mandalorian nomads, tough Mandus who'd spend all their lives on the frontier. Perhaps not the greatest of warriors but better than the Silver Militia and some of the Black Iron mercenaries that gave their allegiance to Brezig. I didn't know if tomorrow would bring a complete victory, but I am fairly sure. Bringing the whole city down would be a great thing to sing about, but punching the fake Mandalore in the nose and stealing something from him in his own house would do wonders to break his hold on people's minds. It would be a massive embarrassment to his honor, if he had any, but it would do more harm than just that. As long as someone's winning, the people will believe anything you tell them. But the moment you start losing, well, that's when people start asking questions. And having something stolen from you in such a public way will have people asking questions, perhaps even choosing sides. No doubt the gangsters who were allowing him to use the city would formally sign up against him if he appeared weak and unable to defend himself. After all, what use is a leader if they can't even guarantee the safety of their home city? Not much use really, and that's why the gangsters and mafia types would make their own moves once it became apparent that he couldn't protect the city. Yes, tomorrow would be a good day to start the fall of Brezig. And it must be a good day to steal as much equipment as we could get our hands on. As much as his soldiers were absolutely terrible, I would give Gare one thing: he didn't skimp on the funding of their equipment. We stole a few of Hypernautics' excess silver armor and confirmed that they were high quality, not Beskar, but they have many modern systems integrated into the armor. The guns were also Concordian made. How he'd gotten those we weren't sure. As far as we knew, Concordia Crescent was only sold on Concordia, which would mean that he had to have agents on Concordia to purchase the equipment. If that was true, you'd have to hunt them down to make sure they didn't continue selling gear that we planned to use when the new Mandalorians were pushed out. But that was for the future. For tonight I needed to get the men back to the suite we were in so that everyone can have a good night's rest and be ready for the fight tomorrow. Gargan, Downtown Motel. Kuthmok. Uncomfortably, I moved my left shoulder a bit, feeling the heavy weight of my prosthetic arm hanging there. A constant reminder of the event that changed my life, when rival clans worked together to attack Mandalore to deny it to the new Mandalorians, and many lives, including my parents, were killed in the attack. Once the civil war ended, I dedicated my life to preserving the peace so that no child has to lose their loved ones. I joined the Journeyman Protectors as their slicer and helped catch criminals with them. Before I heard that the Royal Guard were searching for skilled slicers for their electronic security, I volunteered and the rest is history. We are currently gathered in a cheap motel we rented for our stay. It is about what you expect from a cheap motel: 2 double beds, a bathroom, and a closet. We are each sitting on the double beds, boys on one bed and the girls are on the other. After a day of gathering intel, we have just debriefed each other on what the other team did. I sent a summary of what we have found to X4 so he could send it to Strook. That Hypernautic hired pirates to loot ancient Mandalorian Wars era battle for their Beskar. Half of the Beskar they looted is stored off-world. Mandal has a foreign supporter that is supplying them with new battle droids as well as supervisor droids to oversee and defend their factories, and that Clan Morrison is about to be executed in the Colosseum tomorrow at noon. X4 sent back a message that Strook's team are on their way to meet with the nomads and X4 would let them know once they make contact. Buses in and out of the city were heavily monitored, and as far as we could tell, leaving the city was not going to do us any good. We may not be able to get back in for 1, for 2 the chances of being picked up by the Silver Militia, who were a cult from what we could understand, were going to grow, and they were most likely already monitoring the ways in and out of the city, though moving about inside the city was a bit easier since people apparently and less directly connected to the cult just assumed you were already in it. With nothing else to do, we decided to go out and buy some lunch. We found a local diner near the motel and enjoyed the deli meat that is served there. It was really good. I wouldn't mind eating that every so often. When we got back to the motel, it was well into the afternoon. Sitting around the room, we were basically stumped, unsure how to proceed with the operation. That was until Tanya tilted her head, obviously getting a message from X4. Leaning forward and turning her helmet comms to internal, she said, "The nomads are pissed about the whole execution thing. They're going to strike the city tomorrow. Probably for the best if our intel's right." I said, "If they're bringing in droids next week, the defenses will just grow to the point where the nomads will be ineffective in hitting the city. Their window of opportunity to strike is closing, not to mention that also means that execution is going to draw them into a prolonged fight. The casualties will be horrendous." "No doubt," Tanya said, her left hand cradling the chin of her helmet as she thought, "but that does mean that the defenses inside the city will all be pointed outwards to meet this attack. Assuming that this is their plan to draw the nomads out into a single fight and destroy them as best they can, they'll have everything they have along the edges of the city and internal defenses will be minimal." I lean forward at that. "Yeah, they might be minimal, but that doesn't mean they're non-existent. There's not much we can do with only the 4 of us, and if we start causing trouble, we're likely to get shot dead before we can do anything permanent. 4 people in the right location can do a lot," Ordo said, matter-of-factly. "It's how to use them in those locations that matters." Tanya tilted her head in his direction in a nod before continuing, what do we know about the Colosseum? I shrugged before saying, old hut style, lots of cameras for filming the proceedings and projecting them on large screens so everyone can see them. Usually used for fights to the death between people and other creatures, though that varied. It looked like it could hold a couple thousand people. Tanya nodded, they'll probably want an audience for this, people to spread the message even if they miss the cameras showing, so they'll let a population into the stadium. Click, you're a skilled slicer, yes? If you are inside the stadium, what do you think you could do to make this execution go off with many hitches? That's right, then said, it's old hut, they weren't exactly great with their security systems on civilian infrastructure, and a coliseum like that is civilian infrastructure. I could turn off the lights or drop the floor out into the under area that all stadiums usually have. Even put on a personal message on the big screen TVs if you wanted to. Tanya immediately leaned forward with interest. What you're saying is if we can get you inside that stadium, you can feed so much chaos that the people marked for execution would have a chance of escaping into the streets if we gave him a little help. Which, considering they were about to be murdered, would most likely help us in taking down false silver once we equip them with weapons and armor. The chaos would draw troops from the edges of the city, allowing the nomads a much easier time to break inside. I don't like where this is going, but yes, that is an opportunity that could be available if we were inside the Colosseum. Creating chaos like that doesn't mean we're going to win, just means. It means, more opportunities might present themselves. Perhaps we will simply get out of the city with the escaping nomads. Perhaps we'll find an opportunity to make allies within the city and strike at Brezigger in his own tower, everything will be upheaved. I sigh as she was speaking the truth, chaos that would churn through the streets would present many opportunities for many people. Whatever peace Brezigger had created would be made unstable, and the chances of striking Brezigger in his home would never be better. Letting out a breath of annoyance, I said, all right, but how are we going to get in the Colosseum? Tanya nodded before saying, as I said, they want a captive audience in the stadium and would likely just let us in themselves. If we play our cards right, they might even think we're part of their little silver militia and let us get into places we're not supposed to be. That was an intriguing thought. Leaning forward, I had to think about that, as Tanya continued. False Silver has seemed to have created this whole plan on the idea that the real Silver would never come forward, or that they would never attempt to infiltrate his base. They believe that using the color will simply allow him to mark his easily persuaded people and those who are the most loyal. But that gives us an opportunity. We can get into this little execution and move around without much notice because we're members of the Silver Militia. Of course we're loyal to White Silver and Mondel Hypernautics. I nodded my helmet, then said, one problem, by that same logic we are now wearing the colors of the enemy. If we make any moves and run into anyone who's against the enemy, we have a good chance of getting ourselves shot, don't we? If we allow him to keep the colors. Tanya said, still rubbing the front of her helmet as if it was her chin. You said you could put anything up on the screen? If we were to pre-record a video, could you put it up on the screen for the whole stadium to watch? Exhaling deeply, I thought for a moment and said, theoretically yes, if the stadium's security systems have not been upgraded from hut standard too much, I could put anything you want on their cameras. So if we were to create a video pointing out a few inconsistencies between the Silver Codex and his statements, as well as claim that the real Silver was in the stadium here to take back their name, that would cause a bit of confusion. Sure, there'd be some diehards, but there'd be others who'd take a step back at the very minimum and wait to see who wins. If the video is done right, we might be able to just wait for a few of the people to come to our side. Ordo said matter-of-factly. And how exactly is the video going to be done right? I asked, looking at the kid. There are some definite breakaway points between his speech on the matter and the first codex. Tanya said. Trying to strike those issues from anonymity across the galaxy would not be effective, but if the person is in the building, there's a promise of coming violence that can add to the argument. It doesn't matter who's under the mask. If a person's telling you that you are a liar, these are the reasons why, and I'm going to personally prove you're a liar. Just wait a few moments till I'm upstairs. All that matters is that that person is there and coming. Sighing, I shook my head and said, fine, I understand your point. We'll create a video for tomorrow and then we will infiltrate the Colosseum to free the clan. Hopefully your plan works out, and from there we'll see what happens. Gargan City, Colosseum. Tanya cries. It would appear my assumptions on the state of security are correct and wrong at the same time. As I suspected, all the black-clad mercenaries were not present near the Colosseum. Most likely been sent to the edges of the city in preparation of whatever assault was to come. It would seem that whoever was in command of this execution was smart enough to keep some sort of security around the Colosseum. Though considering who they were, it was possibly a plus to me if everything worked out. All the silver-wearing soldiers around here who had fallen for the false Silver's words would either be my enemy or my ally. It all depends on how things went. In order to try and mitigate any suspicion, we'd split back up into groups of two. 2 couples could get in a lot easier than 4. Plus, if something went wrong, one group would be free to rescue the other with any luck. With nothing to do whilst we are waiting in line, I look around. The crowds being funneled into the stadium/Colosseum were quite large. Most appear to be silver-wearing loyalist fools. There were a few corporate men by the look of their suits and their less than notable bits of armor. The city itself is very utilitarian, similar in feel to what New York City was like when I entered the United States for the first time after the war. Large concrete skyscrapers all around, advertisements everywhere, and scores of sentients crowd the streets. I also saw a few other Mandalorians entering the Colosseum. What their plans were, I don't know. Were they loyal to the false silver? Were they there because they hated the nomads? Did they just want to see if things would go to hell? Anything could be possible, so where they would fall on the line in the chaos we were about to unleash, I didn't know. What I did know was that we were almost at the ticket booth. Once we are inside, we'd make our way to the technical box where we would meet up with Mock and Skada to see what we could do to get ourselves in control of the stadium. All we needed was for everything to go perfectly. Which was why I was incredibly worried. Because, well, I remembered my last life and I know the old adage that no plan survives contact with the enemy, though I would admit most of the times I had been the enemy that threw the situation into chaos. Didn't mean that it wouldn't be true here also. It would be quite easy for the situation to flip around on me and for something to go absolutely wrong. And of course, just as I was thinking about that, I felt a hand grab my shoulder, as we were almost at the front of the queue. Turning my head, I saw a man in silver armor looking at us, his face hidden by the helmet, but it was tilted in a way of showing that he was curious and meant no harm. He had one hand on my shoulder and another one on Ordo as he said, "Hey, you two any good with a blaster?" If my face was revealed, the look of incredulousness said that question would have probably caused a fight. Thankfully Mandalorian helmets cut down on such situations when you thought about it. "We're excellent shots, why do you ask?" I asked, thankful that my voice was being changed to something a little bit deeper. "Great, a few conscripts pissed off the Ingra by refusing to take part in the execution. He has stripped them of their armor and lined them up next to the nomads, so we need a few more hands." I don't know about Ordo started, but I stopped him by putting a hand on his shoulder. "Very unfortunate that they would betray their oath to the Silver Codex like that. We will gladly join the execution squad to put down these disobedient dogs." "A bit harsh, but Ingra loves being dramatic, so more power to ye," the Mandalorian said before pulling us out of the line. Over the internal comms of my helmet I heard Njai's ask, "What's the plan?" This wasn't in the initial draft. "I'm altering the plan, this is an opportunity that can be used for our benefits." I responded back before touching my vambrace to change the signal strength in hopes of reaching the others. "Proceed on mission, we've been sidetracked but will be in place to cause as much chaos as possible when the party starts." Luckily we got a response from Click, "Fine, wander off and have your own adventure. I'll just handle the tech stuff, just don't get killed." "Pretty sure if you do, we're all going to get prices on our head set there by the Duchess." I chuckled at that, not believing she would go that far. Although I do admit she seemed to have a fonder view of our relationship than most bosses would, so maybe I was selling short how far she would go. We were quickly pulled through several hallways until we were filed out into a waiting room with a bunch of other Mandalorians in silver. Most of them had other colors mixed in with their silver and white markings, a few green, few red, a couple blue, and one potential person over there had pink. In total there are about 30 people. But otherwise nothing too interesting about the group. Before we even had a chance to get settled in, 2 Mandalorians in black armor came in and started passing out blaster rifles. Gala R-15s are basically oversized Wester 35, but otherwise a good blaster. I actually already had one on my back hidden by the extension of my shoulder cape in better condition than the one that had been handed to me. This one looks like it had seen a few years of service in some war somewhere based on its damage marks. A quick check of my ammunition count also found that there was only about enough gas in it for 2 or 3 rounds. Smart move when you think about it. If something goes wrong, you don't want the people you're giving guns to have the best things. You want them to have the worst with the least amount of ammunition possible. The competence ended there though, since no one was asking me for my pistols or checking me for my rifle, and many of the other Mandalorians had their own weapons. Not as good as a Gala R-15 I've noted, but still, a sign that they weren't thinking through this plan thoroughly. Granted, unless everyone wrote their name on their blasters, it is very easy for someone to claim that someone else's blaster is their own. So to make sure this doesn't happen and prevent the hassle, they don't bother to confiscate personal weapons. If I was an assassin, I'd get pretty damn close to their leader with a full stack of ammunition with the rate this is going. This man was really needlessly self-destructive and was basically a prime example of why Mandalorians need to move past the ideology of conquest. Before I could really give much thought on the subject, a man in silver with black striped armor stepped into the room, started looking us over, and then nodded his helmet with approval. He had markings on his helmet, indicating he was familiar with combat, especially aerial combat, and was wearing a jetpack painted black and white striped. "Yes, you'll do. Congratulations, children of the Silver Codex. Today we prove that we are the loyal members of the new order that is going to be created on this planet and in time throughout the sector. Today we show what happens to those who try and play games with their loyalty. In a few minutes we will march out there and listen to a speech from our leader who could not be here today due to extenuating circumstances. After the speech is given we will take aim and execute the traitors and show that they were never real Mandalorians but just wasteland refuse. Well shit, the man was such a coward he wasn't even going to be here to see them die with his own eyes, but that was probably for the best. Oh, it would be nice to end this today, have the fight right there in the arena and get this situation handled, but that probably would have meant more guards here. The less guards I had to fight in the arena the better. The figure looking over us once again said, "It is an honor to have such loyal members of the Silver Militia with me today. I know, like most of you, the first codex probably intrigued you. I've had your doubts about the viability of the work. But the second codex has shown that he is willing to improve his methods, and revealing his identity has shown that he is putting his money where his mouth is. With his financial backing we will have the ability to finally unseat the new Mandalorians and put the sector back on course to a prosperous future. Pledge now your allegiance to the White Silver and the future Mandalore of the Mandalorian sector," he said, putting his fist across his chest in some sign of salute. Oh come on, the Codex supported the new Mandalorians and advocated their viability for a prosperous future. The fact people would fall for this either shows their gullibility to side with anyone who says something against someone they dislike, or they're just lying about supporting the Codex and simply were looking for opportunities to screw over the new Mandalorians. Frankly, I didn't care to find out the real answer. Maybe having that real answer would be helpful, but at this point it was pretty much certain what I needed to do, and I didn't need the real answer of why so many had sided with this fanatical moron. I just knew that I needed to make an example of him and those who would follow him, starting with this genocidal maniac who was going to attempt to kill an entire clan of Mandalorians just because they didn't decide to immediately side with this dictator. At this rate I really was going to have to come up with a second volume of the Codex to release secretly, just to make it clear to not follow dictators into genocidal wars or stupid civil wars. Oh, and this corporate stooge was definitely a dictator at this point. I hadn't heard anyone say anything about any of the clans declaring him a Mandalore, or that he just declared himself that and let people believe he was the original White Silver while also forcing people to side with him through military might. That's a dictator, not an elected leader as I proposed in my codex. But those were arguments to be made another time. For now I kept my mouth shut as I didn't want to make any moves until we were in position. Not to mention the fact that we were about to be sent out there to execute not only a clan but members of the Silver Militia who apparently started asking questions, theoretically the people I've been reaching out towards. It said a lot about the man in front of me that making too much noise would result in front row tickets to a firing line. So I would wait for my opening carefully. I put my hand across my chest and mentally pledge allegiance to myself, because I'm going to make sure they know who the real White Silver is by the end of this. Nodding in approval he said, "All right then, let's get out there and kill some traitors." With that, what were probably his sergeants started ordering us through a set of double doors into a ramp that led up into the main area of the Colosseum. Quickly these sergeants forced us into a line facing a line of people with their hands tied behind their backs and blindfolds on them. Thankfully though, their helmets have apparently been removed and thrown in front of them into the sand on the ground of the arena. Once the line was settled, the leader of the militia took a step in front of us and yelled to the crowd. "These traitors have been found disloyal to our leader, and though White Silver is not here to pass judgment in person, we shall do it in his name. He is however able to speak to us for a moment to give us a message on the merits of loyalty to our leaders." He pointed off to a screen as two things happened. There was a series of booms from the distance sounding like a firefight of some kind. No doubt the false Silver would be preoccupied for a moment as he dealt with that, so the execution would be postponed a few seconds. It gave me time to deal with the second thing that happened. The second was click coming over my communications saying, "We're in, when do you want the video?" Wait until White Silver's broadcasted himself, give him about a moment to get a few words out, then interrupt him. Got it. He responded, and I stood in the line waiting. I wasn't one for theatrics most times, but I understood enough about Mandalorian culture to understand the merits of theatrics in a few cases. False Silver had come onto the scene with a propaganda video, in order to appear as in control and legitimate as possible. In order to shake that perception of control, what was needed is to be just as theatrical. Gargan City outskirts. Ram Kota. Well, this brought up old memories. All around me were men charging, screaming and shooting blasters, thankfully not at me. In front of me were up a bunch of semi-entrenched troops who apparently had not been taught that a trench needs to actually be used for cover. Either that, or they've been told the armor they were wearing were Beskar, since a lot of them had been standing in line waiting to shoot at us as we drove into range of their blasters on speeder bikes and speeder cars. They've learned very quickly that their armor was not Beskar, and to not do that by now, as quite a few of them had died to the initial volley of speeder-mounted cannons and dismounted Mandalorians moving from cover to cover. Zero and Strike are somewhere around here. We have been riding in the same speeder. But well, the black mercenaries have a blaster cannon of some kind, and it shoots our speeder out from underneath us, sending us flying in several directions. Where they'd ended up, I don't know. All I do know is that my Jedi robes were covered in mud. I had a blaster pistol in one hand, and a deactivated lightsaber in the other. Though I was thinking about turning it on with every moment a shot near missed me. I was hunkering down behind a concrete slab that used to be a building, one that appeared to have been blown up in preparations to remove all cover from the killing field. They apparently did not know that when you remove all cover from the killing field you are supposed to remove the debris left behind by the demolition that several Mandalorians and myself could still use to hide behind. Considering my situation, from where I stood I could see several Mandalorians pushing up slowly using their armor to absorb some of their blaster fire from a distance away. Unfortunately though some of them got hits and didn't get back up while others were able to hold their position even under constant stream of fire. There was a particular chance that this little advance into the city could fail if that fire rate kept up. I wasn't exactly about to let that happen. We had come this far and what had White Silver called me? Alright, a good force multiplier. Well, time to do my part. I muttered, and with my lightsaber activated, I stepped into the field. Focusing on defense I deflected a few bolts back at them which caused more bolts to come my way as they saw my glowing lightsaber. But the important thing is that they took their eyes off the Mandalorians around me who saw the opening. They popped out of their hidey holes and started firing into the enemy line, catching those who were trying to shoot me by surprise. After a few moments I started to advance, reflecting bolts back at the line as Mandalorians covered me. In fact 3 or 4 of them fell in behind me shooting past my shoulder. It was rather comical in a way, but how it may look didn't matter. What mattered was that this was effective as we quickly crossed the distance between the impromptu line we had been forced into and the enemy's terribly entranced position. Jumping down into the trench I pointed my lightsaber at the closest black-clad soldier and said, "Yield now or face the consequences of your actions." The soldier in particular looked at the Mandalorians piling into the trench behind me, adding their guns to the line, and simply dropped his weapon and himself on the ground. The one behind him though put up more of a fight, immediately attempting to shoot me. I deflected it back at him and he fell back to the ground. The third one came around a corner and then said something in Mandu that I didn't catch before running the other direction. Turning to look over my shoulder I saw that the Mandalorians nomads were cleaning up the trench in the other direction too, though the ones that were behind me were ready to advance the direction I was facing. I smiled and said, "Gentlemen, have a few men capture any prisoners that surrendered, they may have useful information we could use later. Everyone else, we have a clan to save and a company to overthrow." Turning toward the direction of the trench, lightsaber close at my side, feeling a bit of nostalgia from my youth. I basically grew up in trenches like these, though it was in much better condition than this one is. My planet of birth had been stuck in a trench war for generations and I'd come accustomed to fighting since I was a kid. So clearing out a trench? That has become second-hand nature to me. Though I hadn't done it in a good 30 years, it does come back to me like riding a speeder bike. Pushing on into the trenches, I tried to force surrenders whenever I could. A few took me up on my offer, those that didn't either ended up getting themselves killed or shot by the Mandalorians with me. In one of the more improved sections of the trenches though, I found the first person to make it past the Mandalorian shooting over my shoulders. As we passed by a section of the trench that seemed to go into a bunker, someone sprung free of their hiding place. I heard the loud and reverberant gong and one of the nomads went down, followed by a sound of a weapon being slammed to the ground from an impact, followed by another bong. Quickly, I turned and had my lightsaber up just in time to meet the attacker's weapon. A shovel smashed into my lightsaber and cut itself in half, causing the Mandalorian who sprung that trap to jump back, looking at their weapon in confusion before looking at me again. Quickly noted that she is not one of the black-clad mercs, she was wearing blue and red armor, with yellow accents around the face of the helmet. Taking a step back, the Mandalorian gave it a couple of practice swings before promptly dropping it. Looking at me she said, "Well, I feel outmatched." The Mandalorian said, revealing a female voice, something that became more apparent as I took a closer look at her armor. "Tell you what? How about we call this a draw and you just let me run into the city?" I raised an eyebrow and said, "I see no problem with that. I doubt one extra blaster inside the city would be much more help than you were here." "Yeah, I know. I'm done with this," she said matter-of-factly, waving her hand at your lightsaber. "I signed up to fight other Mandalorians. I did not sign up to die by laser sword. I'm going to go back into that city, find a ship leaving this god-forsaken mud hole, and get off of it." "Aren't you breaking your code or allegiance you made by betraying your leader in such a way?" I asked. The Mandalorian shrugged and shook her head, "Nope, I just need the money. Now that I got it and everything's going to shit, I have no interest in dying for an idiot." Reasonable response, I thought before lowering my lightsaber and nodding my head. "Well then you're free to go, don't cause any trouble, stay out of our way, and hope we never see each other again today." "Same," the woman said with a nod of her head before vaulting up the sides of the trench before running off into the city. I took a breath of air, lightly winded, before checking on the two Mandalorian she'd knocked unconscious with that shovel. From a quick check of their pulse and sense of the force I figured they were merely unconscious and would survive, but I stood up and tried to look around for other Mandalorian nomads. Thankfully, I didn't have to look long as Mandalorian nomads jumped into the trench around me. Some jumped over to the other side to charge into the city, others taking note of their fallen comrades and seeing to them. The big silver Mandalorian, Zero, has stepped down into the trench next to me. "Damn good work, probably just saved a whole bunch of lives with that little light show you pulled back there." I smiled and nodded, that is the way of the Jedi. How's the situation looking? Zero shrugged. Not sure, he said while looking everywhere. From what I've seen, this attack has basically broken the defensive line and black mercs are either retreating or dead. So we've crossed the first hurdle. Now the question is how well are they going to do in urban warfare and if they have any other tricks up their sleeve. I nodded. There was always the possibility that they could drain the attack dry as we pushed into the city. Hopefully we would be able to avoid too many casualties. I was curious, so I asked, what kind of tricks could they have? The big man shrugged before saying, it's Mondale Hypernautics. They were involved with everything from shipbuilding to armored personnel carriers. I wouldn't put anything past them, and just because we're attacking before they receive their next shipment of droids doesn't mean they don't have any droids at all. I nodded my head in understanding before saying, we don't know what's ahead of us, but we know we have to go into the city, otherwise your leader might be in trouble and we will be nowhere near to help them. Zero nodded his helmet before saying, hope they don't do anything too stupid. He pulled himself out of the trench on the other side but offered a hand to help me up as well. I brushed some mud off my robes and then looked into the city. This was not going to be an easy fight, and clearing buildings is always a messy fight, especially when we are the attackers. I had to guess these buildings were constructed with a general idea that assaults could happen and needed to be defended by ancient Mandalorians who expected such conflicts. Shaking my head I said, let's go. Before turning my lightsaber back on and walking towards the city. Gargan City, Mondale Hypernautics HQ. Fall Silver. Sir, the nomads have broken through the outer defense perimeter. Came the panic yell from one of my newer hires. A supposed strategist from the planet Alzar, who was given to me to support this little uprising. He claimed he was a somewhat seasoned veteran, though with how panicky he sounded, I highly doubt that. I knew I should have gone for someone a little bit more experienced, but he was a cheap employee and the position he occupied was easily replaceable in the future if need be. Shaking my head I said, do not worry, Ors, things are unfolding as I expected. A lie, but I had built plenty of redundancies into this defensive operation, so the possibility that the nomads would break through the first line was well within expectations. I would have preferred to have blocked them at the first line, but I would destroy the nomads today and that was all that mattered. Stepping back from the holographic display of the city, where the enemy had been marked as breaking through the first line, I moved across my office to the front of my favorite fireplace next to the camera crews who had been setting up for my next speech, the one I was to deliver at the execution of the so-called Mandalorians of Clan Morrison. Just tell the commanders in the field to follow their operational tactical manuals that I purchased from your home world and everything will go fine. They are some of the best fighters in the galaxy under my employ here. Losing the front line happens, but as long as we win in the long run no one will care. I commented over my shoulder to Ors before I took a seat in my favorite chair, enjoying the soft fabric of the seat. Looking at my propaganda minister, Sinoching, I said, how are things at the stadium? Are they waiting in anticipation for my arrival? He looked up from the cameras and nodded with a general thumbs up. They're on the edge of their seats. They can hear the fighting, so they must be wondering what's going on. Perfect, then all I need to do is appear to be in complete control and submit my legend in their minds. Let's get this show on the road, Ching. Ching nodded before shouting orders to the camera crew, focusing it in, getting everything just right. One of them ran past me and quickly lit the fire of the fireplace, to give the appearance of being warmed by it and make me appear completely at ease and in control. Taking a breath I put my silver helmet on the left armrest of my chair. I hated the color silver, it looked gaudy and ugly, but I had to work with what I had. As soon as I had governorship of the Mandalorian sector in my hands, I'd probably go back to black and do my best to vaporize the idea that I'd been white silver for most people's minds. They would know me by my name and not some strange title thought up by a fool of a person who created a great tool in my rise. If I ever found out who they were, I'd probably thank them before having them executed to make sure the secret died with them. Ching nodded his head to my direction and started counting down with his hand, indicating that we were about to start. So I put on my best smile and waited for the red light to turn on, signaling I was live. Immediately when the red light turned on, the screen over the Ching shed, which gave me a look of the Colosseum, and there was quite a lot of silver in that audience, though there were other colors as well. I saw that go-getter fool of a cult leader, Ingra, managed to get everything set up. At least there was a solid line of silver armored soldiers waiting to execute the nomads, all in line with my plan for the eventual removal of white silver from my identity. What better way to excuse my stopping the use of the color than to blame honorable fools like them by tarnishing it with their blood? The fool gave one of his salutes, which was fine by me. Keeping a smile I said, "Good morning my people, for today is a sad day. As you may have heard, the nomads have chosen to attack Gargan City with the goal of plundering and pillaging what is rightfully ours, and so they must be destroyed. A fitting end to those who would rebel against their leader. As easily as we shall remove those so-called Mandalorians from the city, we shall remove these Mandalorians with a firing line of blaster fire. But before that I would like to speak to you about the importance of following your leader. For without a leader, the Mandalorian people are nothing. We must always have a strong leader in command, someone who can guide our people to greatness." Before I could continue, there was an interruption in the transmission from the stadium as the Colosseum's cameras shifted from where it had been showing me to the audience below to the large screen of the Colosseum itself. What had been a stable connection was no longer stable, as there was a general interruption before another figure, slightly hidden by shadow, appeared on the screen. Signaling the crew with my hand to cut the sound transmission by running my hand across my neck, I asked, "What's going on?" "I don't know, sir," Ching said in confusion as he looked over the shoulder of one of the technicians in charge of keeping the connection going. "Someone's hacked into the system and is transmitting their own video." "Oh perfect, who the hell would do that?" "It's one of those gangsters, isn't it? They must have hired a slicer to screw with me, more people I'm going to have to hunt down and deal with," I muttered looking back up at the screen to see what was going on. "Turn on the audio. I want to know what's going on. The Mandalore must show no favor to any particular clan. The Mandalore must heed the will of the Mandalorians. The Mandalore must act for the good of all Mandalorians. The Mandalore must allow the Mandalorians a common representative body. The Mandalore must be above the petty politics of the day. Only the Mandalore may call the Mandalorian people to war." You know, this was a rather reasonable statement when I wrote it. I thought it would be quite clear that I was not in favor of a return to the God King complex of the Crusaders, but apparently all it took for people to believe otherwise was a second codex written by someone else who couldn't even project an idea without sounding like a corporate stooge. "What?" I muttered sitting forward in my chair. Someone was actually trying to claim they were the real White Silver now of all times. I would have figured no one would have been that stupid. You needed an army to hold such a title without worry of being assassinated by a dozen other factions wanting to pull their own little crusade against the new Mandalorians. I mean, I guess there was the possibility of the real White Silver coming to Gargan, but that was unlikely. No coward who would write their thesis as an anonymous codex would have the balls to come attack me in my castle. The shadow figure continued with their own speech, and to think people would so easily turn on their fellow Mandalorians by the words of another. "Why are we here? Because someone decided that executing an entire Mandalorian clan is a bright idea. Oh, I can predict the general outcome of the idea of execution. They're not true Mandalorians, just nomadic steppe herders or some other culturally superior Osik, but I made it quite clear in my codex what a Mandalorian is. They teach their kids to be Mandalorian, they wear the armor, they learn self-defense, they have an understanding of our language, and they are trying to improve the lives of other Mandalorians, not bring them down." The Risalnair was quite clear in pointing out what makes a Mandalorian a Mandalorian. You have to muddy the waters by adding more definers, making more people less Mandalorian with each iteration of definer until you only have a certain group in command. And what are the rest of the people who aren't in command? Serfs and slaves. We've seen that before, and we've seen how that ends. This path this false silver is setting Gargan on will bring nothing but destruction, not only of this planet and its people, but its culture and history. You'd actively harm Mandalore, and most of all it offends me. Because I thought I made it quite clear that the Silver Codex did not need a leader. It is a philosophy, not a movement. Why else would I have let it propagate without one, and strictly implied that the true leader of Mandalore was Duchess Satin? And from where I had been sitting for the last few years with my silence away from the realm of politics, things have been going well. The Duchess has in her own way acknowledged that the Codex has done wonders in improving the economy along the ways I had suggested. From my perspective things are good, and they're only going to get better as time goes on, as we build up a strong Mandalorian economy. And then this silver has set that back, so I leave you with a choice, dear watchers and readers of the Codex. Either let this fool take you and Gargan to hell, for that is where you are going if you stay with him, or stand by me as we do the job of sending those who would follow this false silver's madness there." The screen cut out as the stadium erupted into confused chatter, people unsure of what's going on and probably questioning my authority. Grabbing my helmet, I tapped the communications on it and put it on, quickly contacting Ingra. "Get a handle on that situation now. I will find out who this fake silver is and deal with them in a moment," I said before muting whatever command he was about to say and looking at Ching. "Where did that transmission come from? If you don't know where it is, figure it out and send someone there to kill them before this turns into a chaotic shit show." Out of the corner of my eye I watched as the cameras turned back to look at the stadium. I could see Ingra getting out of position as he yelled at the line of silver militia to open fire. They apparently weren't obeying. "Sir, the video wasn't sent from anywhere outside the stadium, someone in the stadium put that on." "What? Who the heron is bold enough to try putting that up in a coliseum full of people who support me?" I asked, watching out of the corner of my eye as Ingra walked forward and grabbed a blaster from a militia before aiming it at the nomads. A bit brutal, but it would get the job done in reasserting control, I assumed. Then a blaster shot sounded a bit elongated, like he may have fired 2 shots in short concession, and then the noise went quiet. Looking at the screen I expected to see one of the nomads dead. Instead I saw a female Mandalorian in silver armor standing in front of the nomads, a black scorch mark on the front of her armor where she had apparently taken the hit. In her hand was a smoking blaster pistol. Across from her was Ingra with the blaster he'd been holding had been turned to slag by a direct shot from her pistol, and he was looking at it confused. That's when the chaos really began, as the cameras then panned up as more than a dozen Mandalorians with jetpacks in silver and yellow began to open fire into the chaos from above. The cameras quickly went out as their crews either fled or were shot. Gargan Coliseum. Tanya cries. What the hell did I just do? I have been listening to myself give a speech on why the false silver is a fool and wrong. When I noticed the silver militia's leader, I remembered his name was Ingra, was getting very annoyed and moving to try and get control of the situation. I've seen him grab a blaster off a militia who looked to be having some sort of midlife crisis by the way he had lost grip of the weapon, and start to aim it at the nomads. And well, I snapped into action. I knew I could disable that blaster if I was able to get a shot off at him, and I knew that I could prevent the death of a nomad if I got in front of him because my armor is made out of pure Beskar. I simply knew that I could survive a hit, and so I let myself take the hit whilst blasting the blaster out of his hands at the same time. What had been presented to me was a classical hero situation. Something that got your name spoken of in legend. It was a golden opportunity to continue the chaos already starting to grow as arguments in the stands broke out into fist fights. And logically the risk to my life had been minimal. The weapon was old, most likely its ammunition was barely functional, and considering they'd stripped the nomads of their armor to murder them, I knew that the Beskar can handle it. Sure, it had hurt, like I had been punched by Visha without any strength enhancement magic, but I was alive, his gun had been slagged, and I was holding him at gunpoint. The situation was firmly in my hands. Although a part of me was feeling an old familiar smile on my lips. The rush of blood running through my veins, the sensation of adrenaline pumping my heart. And I was forced to wonder if I've let my old habits pick themselves back up. Did I just risk my life because I knew I had control of the situation thanks to my Mandalorian training, or did I risk it because of an old familiar high creeping up on my skin wanting to go all out? Well, if it was the second, then I was not going to let it take control of me. Not this life. My thumb slipped to the switch next to the trigger, flipping it into stun mode. I would try not to kill them, simply to prove myself better than what I was in my last life. Before I could make any demands, things went sideways. A dozen or more Mandalorians on jetpacks landed in the arena, unloading their guns into silver militia, who didn't immediately start dropping their weapons and fell to the ground. Ordo, as well as a dozen other Mandalorians who were wearing silver, rushed by my side, some going past me to free the nomads. While I kept my gun on the silver leader in case he tried anything. Let me guess, you're the one claiming to be the real white silver. He called as the battle devolved around us. Some silver-wearing folks ran, others stood and fought, most fell to the ground trying to not get shot, though there was a good mix of hypernautic employees standing up and pulling out guns to take part in the festivities. What tipped you off? The fact that I'm competent. I goaded while keeping my focus on the man. Wonderful, it means I don't have to track you down. With that, he activated a pair of jets on his boots, hurtling himself towards me. I dodged out of the way while firing to stun bolt at him, though the speed was enough that I missed. The man was able to stop himself directly behind me before trying to grab me, which I was able to jump out of the way of. It would appear he had decided the best course of action, now that he no longer had a gun, was to close distance and engage me in melee combat. A very poor tactic, as I had a pistol in my hand and was able to fire a stun bolt into his fist as he tried to hit me in the helmet, when he took a swing. Stepping back, I drew my second pistol, which was not on stun. He attempted to dodge out of the way, but Ordo came up behind him and smashed the Gala R-15 rifle over his head. Moments later, my blaster bolt hit his knee, a well-known weak spot in armor, which caused his leg to give out. Ingra went down to his knees, and looked up at me. I took the opportunity that he is a sitting duck and fired my pistol set on stun at point-blank range. Even if there is Beskar in that armor, if there was any, he was going down. With a gasp, he tumbled forward as I stepped out of the way of his body before shaking my head and getting a hold of the situation. The 16 yellow and grey Mandalorians had gotten most of the Colosseum pacified. The silver militia that had stood with there had been wiped out. Those that hadn't were either hiding or running away. Besides, the group that had been part of the attempted execution had changed their minds, either because I'd gone through their thick skulls with the speech or for not wanting to be seen as the bad guys. I'll take either one. They quickly untied the nomads, and a few others I assumed had also pissed off the local government. One of the yellow and grey Mandalorians holstered their pistol before walking towards me. So we were going to free those people? She said, looking past me. I was under the impression that everyone in silver would be the bad guys today. The situation is a lot more confusing than that, I said with a shrug. I thought I was going to have to fight his entire Colosseum with whatever people managed to rebel. Looks like we both pulled an idiot's array today. The Mandalorian chuckled at that before nodding. Yeah, luck is on our side. Now, quick question, was that you on the screen claiming to be the real white silver? The way she tilted her helmet seemed to imply a bit of a threat, so I tilted mine in a similar way. Perhaps I'm just an agent. Either way, numbers are about even, so fighting amongst each other over whatever displeasure you have with the Silver Codex seems foolish when we could simply ally and deal with the false silver, and then I would go back into hiding as I've been before. As I said, I'm not interested in leading movements, just creating a different way of looking at things. The Mandalorian nodded before extending her hand, Ursula Wren. I nodded and took the hand for a shake. Silver will do. Alright Silver, what are you going to do about your men over there? Situation in the streets is going to be very confusing because everyone's wearing silver armor and fighting each other. Wren said matter-of-factly. I nodded before looking at the motley crew of Mandalorians wearing silver who decided to join me. Looking around, I saw a Mandalorian with a white cape and immediately got an idea. Ripping off a strip of the fabric, I tied it around my arm before tossing the cape to the next Mandalorian. Tie that strip around your arm, this fabric will determine who's with me or staying out of this fight versus who sided with the false Silver. The Mandalorian nodded before ripping some fabric and tossing it to the next. While they did that, I tapped the comms and said to Team 2. Situation in the arena is secure, come on down. We need to figure out what our next move is. Turning to Wren again I asked, so do you have a plan for taking Brezig out or shall we wing it? Wren shrugged as several of her Mandalorians brought over several crates, opening them revealed stockpiles of weapons. The plan was to cause mayhem and arm the nomads. Looks like the mayhem is already well underway, so arming the nomads and seeing what comes from that seems reasonable enough. Do you have a plan? The outline of one. I said. Well then White Silver, why don't you show me how good of a knot leader you are? Wren said in a jesting tone. Chapter 20. 714 FNM, 24 BBY. Month 9. Gargan City, Central District. Tanya cries. Well, things turned out alright so far. After the situation at the stadium had been de-escalated and handled, I was able to negotiate a working agreement with the Wrens, the recently freed nomads, and the Silver Militia members who decided I was a better Silver than Brezig. There were not that many Silver Militia left, there were probably around 200 or 300 around the stadium. 100 of them stayed to join me, the other 100 seemed to have vanished into the night hopefully to stay out of trouble, and the last 100 or so had to be subdued through combat. There were some deaths, it has to be expected in battle. To think that there would not be any deaths would be foolhardy, but so far my hands are still clean. The stun setting is a wonderful, wonderful thing, and the fact it could theoretically bypass Beskar, actually made it more effective than a regular blaster bolt. That being said, it wasn't like I didn't severely wound a few people during the battle. Thankfully, part2 does a tremendous job of putting a person back on their feet, especially since I had avoided aiming for their vitals, so they probably might make a full recovery. If they didn't, well that's what they get for signing up with a warmongering fascist. Anyways, after we'd managed to get the whole stadium under control, I introduced myself to the clan leader of Clan Morrison, Mlyr Morrison, who was very grateful for the timely save. We didn't have much time for anything more than general introductions before we pushed onwards from the stadium towards Mandal Hypernautics Tower. With Wren's forces providing overhead intel, we started making our way towards the center of the city where Mandal Hypernautics had their main headquarters. But not before taking the idiotic Ingra's jetpack for my own use, it's not like he'll be using it anytime soon. I had hoped that the journey would be quick and we'd be able to smash our way in and get this over within half an hour. But of course I was mistaken in thinking that he wouldn't have any security in the city. We rounded a corner and came face to face with a group of black armored mercenaries attempting to use speeders as an impromptu barricade to prevent us from reaching their employer's headquarters. As soon as a couple of Silver Militia turned the corner, 3 heavy blasters on tripods opened fire, killing one of the militia while the other was able to jump back into cover, but not without taking enough fire that left his armor scorched. Peeking around the corner, I take a swift scan of the choke point. If I had complete control over the force behind me, I would probably pull back and try to find another way around. There was no way that every position was well and truly guarded like this one. Now, in any other circumstances we could simply overwhelm their position, as I counted only 20 mercenaries and we had at least 6 to 7 times that, but there's one rule in all universes that's true of every battlefield. Heavy blasters can even the odds on all defensive operations. However, looking over my shoulder at the nomads and Silver Militia, I could see they were itching for a fight. Thus it was up to me to figure out how to take that position with minimal casualties. Thankfully that was an easy thing to do. Signaling Wren to land, I waited for the female Mandalorian warrior to descend next to me and said, "The heavy blasters don't appear to be on mounts that allow them to aim up. If your warriors attack from the rooftops, I can clear a path for us to take the barricade from this position." The woman peeked out around the corner to see for herself before pulling back and nodding her head in agreement. "I think we can hit them pretty hard as long as you don't mind losing the honor of being the first across the barricade." I laughed at that before saying, "Honor is something the living get to brag about, better to make sure as many of us live to do so than to have a few of us toasting the dead who gained on you." Wren nodded her helmeted head, before jetpacking her way up with her other 15 compatriots following her. Checking my Gala R blaster, I waited for a sign that the attack had begun. Until then I checked up on the situation amongst my retinue, I guess. Ordo was talking with many of the Silver Militia, assuring them I was the real deal and generally keeping them on my side. Which was an important task considering we were about to charge over a no man's land of death and despair, but that's future Tanya's problem. Skida had gathered everyone with medical or first aid training to form a medic squad, to pull down fighters to safety and administer aid. Mok on the other hand, elected to stay close to me so he could be my bodyguard as well as prevent me from charging headfirst into danger situations, like putting myself in front of a blaster in the Colosseum. As for the nomads we picked up from the Colosseum, they were generally led by the Morsan chieftain, a Mandalorian who wore fairly old armor by the looks of it in bronze and orange. It was times like this I was glad I had memorized color theorem. Bronze meant nobility, which could be a way to distinguish those from the main family from branch members. Orange stood for I long for freedom in life. Considering nomadic peoples tended to be a traveling lot, I would assume that's where the orange came in. Looking at the nomads, I noticed there are a lot of orange-colored armors. In fact, based on their coloration, perhaps that color had been adopted as a clan color? I wouldn't know until I asked Chief Morsan about it after we're victorious. One of the female Mandalorians with brown armor noticed me looking over her and decided to approach me. She came to a stop leaning against the wall I was laying against, though in a much more relaxed posture. Howdy there, White Silver, I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for saving me. The girl said with a rather musical tone to her voice. No problem, though I wouldn't be thanking me just yet. We still haven't gotten out of the city and we still haven't removed the pretender. So we still have a long ways to go before I've made good on saving you. Glancing at her through the edge of my visor, I saw the older helmet of the Mandalorian girl shake side to side. No, I don't mean in a general you're saving me and my people. Back at the stadium, the one that Psycho was going to shoot was me, till you took the it for me. Really? I asked, a bit surprised. I didn't notice who exactly I was saving at the time, which was understandable I think since I hadn't studied the identities of every member of Clan Morsan, so they all very much just blended into each other at the moment. Well, I'd better say something. I thought, it's an honor to have saved a princess, don't get to do that very often. The girl giggled, no, I don't think most people do. So why don't we make this one a bit special? Before I could register what was happening, the princess's hands were on the sides of my helmet and she was laying her head against mine. Well, 2 Keldabi kisses in 2 days, that was unexpected, and in both cases my cheeks were absolutely burning. It only lasted a moment, but she quickly broke it, adding, for luck. Before skipping away to her fellow nomads. Today was a day that I was glad that Mandalorians wore full helmets, because I wasn't sure I would be able to keep up my air of authority without the blank gaze of the T-visor. Looking over towards Ordo, wondering what he thought of the situation, I saw that he was still busy speaking with several of the Silver Militia members and so was not looking my way at the time, which is good as I didn't want to have to explain more than I had to. Though by the amount of silver visors looking my way as well as Mok's poorly disguised coughing, there were definitely those who'd seen what had just happened. With no good options, I just decided to ignore it and look back around the corner, wondering what was taking Ren so long. As is hearing my thoughts, I see several grenades fall from the rooftops above the blockade, exploding amongst the heavy blaster crews. Already the jet-packed Mandalorians were descending with dual pistols, shooting at anything that moved. There were a few people attempting to shoot back at them, so it wasn't like we could sit back here and wait for everything to be settled. Come on, boys and girls, we've got a barricade to break. I barked, activating my newly acquired jetpack and launching myself at the now distracted barricade, a few Mandus with jetpacks of their own following suit while the others quickly ran to cover the distance. They had to cover 25 yards to get to the barricade, and the entire time there was always the chance one of the defenders would get back on the heavy blasters and lay into us. Thankfully they were too preoccupied with the airborne warriors as we made the first 15 yards without even noticing us. At the last 10 yards, one of them did notice and tried to grab the heavy blaster, but Ordo and I, stopping at the same time, raised our rifles and unloaded several bolts into him. Unfortunately we were out of stun range, so that man, as he toppled over the heavy blaster, was undoubtedly dead. Just because I had some qualms about outright murdering people, now that I wasn't being paid to do so, and because I'm sure Saturn isn't a big fan of such, didn't mean I was going to risk my life unnecessarily, especially for the enemy. With the heavy blasters cleared, we quickly flew over the barricade and joined the fight, although with the numbers on our side, it wasn't much of one and more of a clean-up. We quickly subdued the mercenaries as several of them surrendered once they saw their barricade was overrun, and we took a moment to get ourselves collected. I saw several of the nomads ransacking the bodies of the dead and wounded for equipment and supplies. I was not going to say no, since we needed everything we could get. Instead I moved to the edge of the barricade and looked out towards our destination, Mandalore Hypernautics Tower. We were still a good 6-7 blocks away, and it looked like there were a couple more barricades between here and there. We were going to need to come up with a few new tricks if we wanted to pull this attack off. Gargan City, downtown. Stroke or deck. How many defensive lines do they have? I muttered as another round of heavy blaster fire came over a barricade at the formation of nomads. The plan to breach the city had been successful. After our speeder got hit with a blaster cannon and multiple heavy blasters sprayed our position, forcing us to scatter and seek whatever cover we could. I eventually managed to gather a squad of nomads, crawled into a trench, and systematically cleared it and the trench's command bunker. I ordered everyone to rest and regroup here to give time for our logistics train to catch up and resupply us before we continued our push into the city. Once everyone was rested, resupplied and regrouped, we advanced into the city. As far as I could tell, there were 3 units of nomads fighting towards the central area and Mandalore Hypernautics headquarters. 2 of which were slightly behind my particular unit, led by the other clan leaders. Our group pushed a little bit harder since I planned to link up with Tanya at the Colosseum before pushing for the headquarters. Tanya on the other hand had other ideas, since she decided to just push on ahead without us. I was going to have a long talk with her about this, when this is over. The Royal Guard were meant to defend her from enemy action, not chase after her as she charges after them. Oh, who was I kidding? This was standard behavior for a teenage Mandalorian. They're all far too hot-blooded, ready to commit war crimes if you looked away for 5 seconds. The fact that she wasn't committing any so far was a blessing, and probably due to her being raised as a new Mandalorian. Anyways, as it was, we were probably 1 or 2 blockades from Tanya's position. Assuming she hadn't pushed even further into the city from the Colosseum, and equally assuming that the enemy were not reoccupying any blockades after her forces pushed on. I had to hope that the enemy was at least being pushed, because otherwise her forces would probably be surrounded and destroyed. I'd probably need to either go into hiding to avoid the Duchess's anger or hope I didn't make it back alive. When this was over, I didn't care that she was the Duchess's niece. I was going to put her through as much training as a royal guard could get away with, to drill some sense into the girl's head, but those are thoughts for the future. Right now I need to figure out how to get past this blockade. This one had 4 heavy blasters and it was keeping the main thoroughway covered. Anybody that exposed themselves for more than a second, gets cooked immediately. So for now, several nomads are keeping the gunners busy by blind firing shots around corners. I thought about sending the Jedi, Coda, forward, but the amount of fire coming down the street was likely a little bit too much for even a Jedi to handle. In my opinion, I doubt he'd be able to keep up with his lightsaber. So we needed some sort of strategy to keep the enemy suppressed. Well, there was one thing, though it wasn't exactly the Royal Guard's way of doing things. It was more of a bounty hunter way. Better to use your skills than lose them, I finally decided before turning back to the majority of the party. 0, you're with me and I'll need 6 volunteers. We're going to try and flank the position through the buildings. One of the nomads looked at the building before saying. Not sure about that, sir. That building is under the protection of the Krogus and they'll be a bit unhappy if a nomad even steps into the place. Trying to walk through there during the shootout is probably going to piss them off. I looked at the building, letting out a deep sigh, knowing I would have to negotiate before saying, all right, I'll talk to them before going through. I walked up to one of the entrances and knocked loudly. After a few minutes someone came to the door. The armor, a general brown in color, they didn't have their helmet on, were tan-skinned, bald and looked rather displeased. What do you want? Silver cultist. Oh, a great way to start off, I thought before saying. Access to the building to flank Mandalore Hypernautics goons that are blocking the street. The man leaned out and looked at the side of the building that faced the road that was currently pinned down in blaster fire. Looks like most of the blasts are not penetrating the wall armor, he said before turning back to me. So this is not a concern of the family. If you wish to flank them, might as well go down the street to the other side of our complex, though there's a blockade there too. Thanks for that information, I said before continuing. Listen, I understand a bit about how things work when it comes to profit margins in the underworld and all that. Tell your boss that we are trying to unseat the CEO of Mandalore Hypernautics before he causes a major shitstorm centered on this planet, which would be very unhelpful for your criminal network. The balding man nodded and closed the door in my face. I waited, hoping that he wasn't going to just leave and pretend I never appeared at his door. But after a bit the door opened again and he returned, now with a heavy-set man sporting a slick-looking haircut and a handlebar mustache. So you guys are creating all this chaos in the streets to unseat the Silver Shebs? Interesting. He said, looking at the mix of nomads and myself. He shook his head before saying, absolute madness, although I'm not a big fan of MH, why should I risk my legitimate casino in your squabble? If I let you through, there's now a target on my casino's front door. I'm sorry, but the scanner has the ships that can destroy my entire casino with a push of a button. Well, this was interesting. I don't usually meet with the leader of an organization, but when I do they'd usually give a yes or no answer, especially when the meeting would be between people who are armed or, well, just 2 people. I narrowed my eyes before I looked past him to see the cameras inside the main lobby. Smiling, I realized what he's doing. He's asking for an excuse. Quick drawing my pistol, I fired a stun bolt directly into the balding guard's chest, causing him to topple over. The overweight boss feigned surprise rather confidently before saying, oh no, I knew I should have brought more guards to prevent me from being taken prisoner. Yes, you should have. I said jokingly, while aiming my pistol slightly off the side of his head but making it appear like I was threatening him. Lead us to the other side of the building so we can give the MH's goons a surprise. Well, you're the man with the gun. What could a legitimate businessman, like me, could do? The mob boss said, leading the way through the facility. Nodding in assurance to the others, I led the way after him. Quickly, we made our way through rows of slot machines and sabak tables. The mob boss led us through the facility, several guards looking at us with anger as they had their hands on their own guns. I doubt they actually knew what the mob boss was doing right now, so it is very likely real anger. Finally the mob boss unlocked the door to the back of his casino and opened it before saying, "Well, have fun out there and don't come back." Lowering my pistol, I nodded and stepped through the exit, quickly surveying the situation, finding that we had indeed come out on the other side of the building in an alleyway. And since the blockade was placed on the main roads, it was not visible from where you are. I looked around the lip of the alley to see the rear of the barricade. "Zero, have any explosives?" I asked the big man as he was already walking past me while reaching into his bag of tricks. Stepping up to the corner, he pulled out what looks like a thermal detonator, pressing a few buttons on the sides to arm it before throwing it around. Now thermal detonators are a terrifying thing to be using. In fact, I believe they are currently illegal in a few sectors because they tend to blow up a lot more than you would expect. The moment I saw that thing appear, I backed away and wondered if it would be possible to retreat into the casino. Zero increased my level of fear by saying, "No worries, off-brand and expired. It's just a cheap grenade." As he finished, the streets behind him exploded into a firestorm, the fire rushing out in plumes of heat, carbonizing the street and walls quite thoroughly. Looking over his shoulder he said, "Maybe not as expired, you can never tell with those things." "Yeah," I said, looking at his bag of tricks wondering just how many he had in there. "Just be careful with those things, don't want to turn ourselves into ashes." Zero responded with a chuckle and with a humorous tone said, "No worries, Strike, I have everything under control." As he said that, the building across from us opened up and a group of Mandalorians in green armor came charging out, their weapons raised pointing towards the alleyway that had just exploded. They looked generally confused at the fire and burnt streets until another man, his armor looking a bit too small on him, stepped out of the building. Looking at the scorched street, he shook his head before walking over to us. "Are you part of the nomads we've been working with to take down MH?" I nodded my head as that was basically the truth. He nodded his head in return before saying, "Good, these men are under your command. I have more troops throughout the city causing mayhem. They should keep the road to Mandal Hypernautics open long enough for you to make it there and kill the Shavir and get rid of him before we end up bombarded by Republic judicials for non-compliance or whatever OSIC they'll come up with. Got it?" I nodded my head and said, "Got it." The man nodded back, starting to turn before he turned back and said, "Oh, and tell your White Silver that she's made a good speech. Half my clan weren't in on the whole bringing down Mandal Hypernautics thing till they saw her little performance today. I bet a few other clans will also side with dethroning the Scanna now, never going to have a better opportunity than now." "Speech?" I asked, confused. I don't remember anything about a speech, or X4 didn't mention that the plan had a speech. I'm going to have to ask her about that. "Yeah, give a speech at the Colosseum, damn good one. Unbrainwashed a good portion of the Silver Shebersian," he said before turning aside. "Anyways, have fun murdering the Dar Manda. Walking around in Mandalorian armor acting like this planet is his, makes me sick." The mob boss continued his rant as he left, leaving me with confusion as to what the Haran Tanya have been up to during the time we've been out of contact with her. Gargan City, Industrial District. Bo-Katan cries. Well, today had taken a rather violent turn from my expectations. I've been running with the Tut clan, the clan I had a few contacts with thanks to Lyris Tut. And we've been causing quite a bit of mayhem inside the industrial districts of the city. The best I could do under the situation, since my ship had been impounded not too long after I got a message out about what was going on to Tanya and Saturn. If I could have, I would have fled. Getting involved in this whole crazed plot to take over the Mandalorian sector was not exactly on my agenda. I mean, I am part of Death Watch, sure, but that was at least a reasonable plot to take over the sector based around putting the new Mandalorians out of power. Because they were, well, they had been screwing with a lot of Mandalorians who wanted no part of their pacifism. This guy though was Vrock's levels of stupid, the kind of Mandalorian that had seen the fall of the sector into its current state. I suspected the whole reason he was letting everything go crazy was the old adage of letting all the little factions fight each other so your faction got stronger. Vrock's methods worked for a good long time until the Republic smashed him and the Traditionalist up. Gare's current attempt though will not work out as well, considering he is working out of just one planet and it's not even the most important planet of the sector. But that wasn't really my concern was my current situation. I had planned to take today off. I heard about the executions, but most of the Mandalorians I was with had decided that trying to attack the Colosseum full of the silver wackos was crazy. We could do it, but the result would just be Gare redoubling his efforts to find our hold-up spots and attempt to murder us. I've been trying to get in contact with the nomads, but our main contact points are pretty spotty right now. One of our agents had been grabbed up in one of the Black Iron Mercs raids, so we were still in the process of figuring out if they had sliced our communication networks and had our drop-off points exposed. That plan had been thrown out the window when the explosions started on the edge of the city. Which pretty much told us the nomads were on the attack, and to top it all off, the broadcast from the Colosseum showed a crazy turn of events. Out of all the possible scenarios to happen at that execution, the White Silver, or at least someone claiming to be, the real White Silver popping out of nowhere and starting a riot was not one of them. Whatever happened after that? I don't know, as the feed has been cut. But by the explosions that started up across the city, in time to the ones that have been going on at the edges, I'd say people were pissed mad and willing to tear down the imposed system by Gare. Which presented plenty of opportunity. Gathering up the mafia clans I've been working with, we'd set out and started causing some more trouble ourselves. We attacked several barricades before they were completed, killing the MH troops and any mercenaries that had still maintained their loyalty to Gare. We are also pushing our way towards MHHQ ourselves. I don't know if we'd actually make it, but with the amount of chaos going on, there wasn't going to be a better shot than today. Things have been going good until we hit the latest barricade. We were just outside the industrial park area around the MH tower, which meant they had access to all the resources they could bring to bear. Including a starfighter that was hovering over the streets firing its blaster cannons at anyone who tried to approach. I would try to take a shot at it with my backpack missile, but the pilot knew their stuff and was turning most of the street to slag if anyone even tried to step out to get a shot at it. And because the industrial park area was built in such a way that there was a large street between it and the main area of the city, I couldn't simply get to the top of a building and attempt to shoot it from up there. There would be no cover and he'd probably see me the first chance I got. Currently we were waiting for more forces to try and meet up with us, hoping that some of the other Mandalorian crime families would take the moment to open up their stores and find any missile launchers or other weapons that could be used. In this situation we needed to overwhelm the fighter with as much fire from as many positions as possible. And currently one backpack-mounted missile was not going to do it. As I hunkered down behind the remnants of a speeder car to get a look over at the industrial park, I heard the sound of jetpacks landing to my rights. Turning, I saw something I did not expect to see, a group of Mandalorians in grey and yellow armor in an armor set I recognized. Slipping back out behind the barricade, to put a building between me and the starfighter, I stood up and said, "Ursa Wren, you're not who I expected to see." The female Mandalorian turns her head when her name is called. She had been in the process of intimidating one of the mafia lieutenants who was helping me organize the Mandalorians on my side of this conflict. "Bo-Katan, last thing I heard about you, you've been brought back into the fold of the false Mandalore. Would have thought you'd gone full pacifist by now. What are you doing here?" "Oh, a little this and a little that, trying to unseat the false silver, you know how it is." "So am I to take this as a Wren clan operation or Vizsla house operation?" I was careful not to say Death Watch. Too many unknown ears around, but I wouldn't be surprised if many of these Mandalorians would side with Death Watch if given the opportunity. "House Vizsla operation, of course," Wren said with a nod. "Can't let rogue regions like this interfere with our own operations after all. Not to mention there's a lot of resources to take by bringing him down and a lot of allies to be made, even strange ones." "Strange ones?" I asked seriously. Well, the forces that rounded the corner behind her answered my question that rather quickly. 100 silver Mandalorians and several dozen nomads came into view, led by a female Mandalorian in white and silver armor wearing a shoulder cape holding a Gala-R blaster rifle. There was a blaster scorch mark on the armor and a small set of wings engraved on one plate. Only evidence I needed to recognize her as the one who took the shot from Gare's agent in the Colosseum. Before I could ask any questions to Wren, the white-armored Mandalorian woman came up to us and said, "What's the situation here, Ursa?" "Trying to find that out now," Ursa said, sounding a bit smug. "We got a starfighter around the corner," I said. "We can easily take it out with our jetpack missiles, but we'll need at least 3 or 4 people to do it." The female Mandalorian nodded before turning the Ursa. "Think you can take it out? Please, remember who you are talking to. We got more than enough missiles to pull that off." The silver and white Mandalorian nodded before saying, "We're in sight of our goal, let's keep pushing and put an end to this madness." With that, the silver Mandalorian moved past me to take up a position with the other Mandalorians waiting for an opportunity to move in the industrial district. The rest of her forces follow in line behind her. Shaking my head, I used my jetpack to get up to the roof with Ursa joining me as well as the other 15 warriors she brought along. "So strange allies," I said. "Last thing I heard, Pre wanted White Silver gone, since she had created a bit of disquiet amongst the clans. What's the deal? Why are you working with her?" Ursa shrugged as she started walking towards the side of the building that would give us the ability to shoot at the starfighter. "My orders were to see if I could bring down Gare. He never said anything about dealing with the real White Silver. And as to why I'm not making any moves against her, it's quite simple. Little bit of chaos in Mandalore always ensures that we have the strongest leaders. That girl showed herself to be quite capable in not only being a leader but providing the chaos. If Pre wants to destroy the real White Silver, then he can do it himself. She'll be a good challenge compared to the false Mandalore currently sitting on the throne. And if Pre loses, well, if the other clans pledge loyalty to her, then I guess she's now the inheritor and leader of Death Watch." As I followed after her, we got lower to the ground to stay under what cover there was on the top of the building while also being close enough to give fire support. Looking over to Wren, I asked, "Sure that's the right move?" White Silver seems anti-death watch in her writings. Ren nodded her head, yes, I've read her work. She took quite a few shots at Tor Visla's old Bajuran Ky Artsad Manduad, but the fact of the matter is, she's not new Mandu levels of pacifism. I've seen her fight for the last hour and a half. Besides a preference for using stun modes, she has no problem harming people to get what she wants. At the bare minimum, even if she doesn't become the Death Watch Mandalore, it'll give Death Watch a purpose the new Mandalorians have robbed from us. An enemy we can actually fight to show our superiority over their ways. I shook my head at that, always surprised by how traditionalist some of the traditionalists were, but I said, well, guess that depends if this White Silver is actually the real one or just another fake using the name for a power grab. Yeah, I guess it does. But we'll know soon enough how she handles false silver, which will determine her philosophy. Ren commented. Nodding my agreement, we came to a stop next to the wall and prepared for all the other Mandalorians to signal they were in position. As soon as they did, we all stood up at once and fired a barrage of missiles at the starfighter. The pilot apparently had not been watching the roofs too. Good, and it received about a dozen of the 16 missiles fired its way. Engines flared and it began to spin, crashing into the streets, and taking out a portion of the industrial district's front wall. The mercs on the ground were apparently stunned by this and were not paying attention to the situation around them. As White Silver leads her forces in a charge right onto them. Looking down, I got a good view of the fights. I was able to watch the White Silver easily take out their fair share of Mandalorians and mercenaries. Something about the fighting style was actually kind of familiar. I couldn't place it off the top of my head, quick and sudden strikes, always having a gun in the offhand to fire off a few shots before getting into melee. Feels like I should know that fighting style from somewhere. Shaking my head, I jumped over the side of the building and used my jetpack to cushion my fall. The fighting was still going on and it's time to push into the industrial area and take out MH's CEO. Gargan City, Central District. Zoom Miduk. Tank. A nomad screamed as the massive squarish steel beast hovered down the street. Mondal hypernautics symbols all over the damn thing as its turret turned to fire off a cannon blast from one of its twin guns into a building that several gangsters had taken cover in. The side of the building collapsed downwards, causing the structure to tilt fairly noticeably towards the tank. Said tank started to drive away from the damage it had caused towards the formation of nomads and gangsters that made up our assault force. We've been making good progress, blasting through barricades. And I believe we were just behind Tanya's group, as noted by a destroyed starfighter by the entrance of the industrial park. However, before we could get into the industrial park, this beast had rolled out down the street, laying into us with missiles and mass driver fire. Damn thing was easily gliding across the ground, having no issue as it slaughtered nomads and gangsters alike. Thankfully, I have come prepared. I tossed a few of the old expired thermal designators in its direction as it came around the corner with it set to proximity mode. After which I simply grabbed the two closest people, the Jedi and the Royal Guard, and pulled them down behind some cover just as the street was engulfed in a fireball as the tank drove over it. Hopefully that would kill it, I thought as I peeked over to see what had happened. Unfortunately that did not happen as the tank kept moving towards our lines, the crew firing off shots at anyone they could see. Although, as it moved I noticed that it seemed to have terrible situational awareness, as it didn't even see us right next to it. Either the crew was untrained in how to avoid soldiers flanking it, or we're just too focused on fighting what was in front of them. With a look at the Jedi I said, "Hey, can you do one of those force hold things to keep that thing steady for a moment?" The Jedi looked over at the tank and shrugged. I could give it a shot. If it was on treads I'd probably not have much luck, but since it's floating it's possible, but it'll only be able to hold it for like 15 seconds. I nodded my head and said, "All right, probably enough time." Before climbing over the debris and running towards the tank. The armored tank was about to drive onward towards the running nomads when it suddenly stopped, held there as if some unknown force was compelling it to not move. Quickly, I got up onto the back of the thing looking for any hatches or vision slits, something I could use to stop this thing. Today was my lucky day, as apparently the turret was meant to hold a missile firing section. I could tell this because there was a large section of the roof not finished, the armor obviously being bolted on at the last moment in a rush to get this tank out onto the field. As I found that out, the tank started moving again while shooting its guns, making my job a bit harder but not impossible. Pulling out my plasma cutter, I get to work cutting a fist-sized hole through the paneling of the roof, exposing a missile tube that looked like it went all the way down into the main turret head. Reaching in my backpack I pulled out 3 of the off-brand thermal detonators and tossed them down the hole after setting them to go off by remote detonation. With that accomplished, I jumped off the back of the tank and ran behind some debris left over from the downed starfighter. Not bothering to look, I pulled out my detonator and pressed the trigger. There was a loud bang followed by a roaring sound of a large fire followed by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Getting up to look, I saw the tank was no longer moving, its repulsors had died in the explosion. It's currently broken down, with its turret having popped off with fire pouring out from every possible hole that it could find as its ammo burned. A hatch sprang open and someone attempted to pull themselves out of the hull of the tank, but he was already on fire and his attempt was aborted when a nomad put him out of his misery with a shot to his head. General celebration broke out at the defeat of the tank as the nomads and mafia types looked over the exploded vehicle while I admired my handiwork. Now I kind of wish there had been a way to capture it, it would have made a good sale on the open markets. If there were any more of those tanks around here, I'd have to see about getting control of them. Getting up from behind the starfighter, I saw the other two members of my group, the Jedi and the Royal Guard, as well as the Royal Guard leading the nomads walking over towards me. Good work there, the Jedi said, nodding his head at the burning wreck. Thanks, it's always fun to blow stuff up, I said looking at the burning debris. Strike nodded his head. Now nothing stands in the way of us catching up with White Silver. And nothing stands in the way between us and Brezig Gare. The Royal Guard responded matter-of-factly. I hope your White Silver doesn't get herself killed storming the place. But considering the destroying starfighter, I'm wondering just how skilled of a fighter she is. Where is she from anyways? I chuckled at that obvious phishing statement, so I decided to give them a wrong answer. They're from Concordia. Concordia? That's the last place I would expect this person to be from. The Royal Guard said it's a bit suspicious. Exactly why no one's looking there. Last place you look is always where you'll find it. The Royal Guard made a noise that said he didn't believe me, but that didn't matter. I'd throw it up a little bit of flack for Tanya distracted investigations on where she had come from in this guise of the White Silver. That was the best I could do, and hopefully it would be enough. Shaking my head I said, well, we better get in there, find out just how much of this place has been burned down or going to be burned down for the day is over. I started to walk into the facility, noticing quite a lot of bodies and wounded of MH mercs. Little Tanya and her allies had cleaned the road pretty good, I thought as I walked along, hearing the others following. Of course that didn't mean that the road was clear. As we made our way forward, I saw several groups of Black Iron troops come out into the devastated pathway between the front entrance and the building Mandalore Hypernautics operate out of. They took one look at the disaster around them and either lowered their weapons and started to try to check people who were wounded, or they fled. One guy did turn his gun on us, but the amount of guns that turned on him in return did get him to just drop the gun and run, so I think we'd broken the spirit of MH's soldiers, or Tanya had. Either way, as I came to a stop, I could see that the front doors of MH's main facility had been blasted open with bodies lining the hallway past that. The Royal Guard came up to stand by us and shook his head. This White Silver of yours really goes hard for the enemy leadership, doesn't she? I think all three of us members of Group 2 shook our heads in agreement by saying, she sure does. Gargan City, Mandalore Hypernautics Tower. Brezig Gare. Madness, absolute insanity. The city was practically burning, with ravaging nomads and gangsters rising up against my forces in every corner. All because some damn Jedi pawn had decided to pretend to be a Mandalorian. Well, I was making it as clear as possible exactly what she was. We're sending out footage of the Jedi amongst the nomadic Mandalorians currently besieging the city, as well as a short message explaining how this is obviously a method to divide the followers of the Silver Codex, that this was a fake White Silver. Was it having an effect? I didn't know. I was hoping it was, though, and I doubted that all Mandalorians would sign up with a Jedi operation. The Jedi were using their pawns and the new Mandalorians to control us in the sector, and now they were using pawns and the White Silver to try and unseat real Mandalorians like myself, preventing us from bringing the sector back under our control. The Republic's crimes knew no end. First they destroyed our sector, and now they come for our very culture. And I made those comments very clear in the recording. However, that is a non-issue. The major issue was that White Silver was at the head of a column of troops making their way through my headquarters, destroying anyone who tried to block their way, and overrunning positions that I thought were rather defensible when I designed this building. I've been through the siege of Mandalore. I knew how soldiers conduct room clearing, so I designed this building with a few tricks to make it harder for attackers to clear it. Apparently I did not plan for Mandalorians attacking my headquarters, as they were just mulching through the mercenaries I hired and the defenses I designed. No matter, I've sent out a recall order so that all of my forces currently outside should now converge here to help maintain control of my office and then retake control of the entire facility. I've worked 16 years to build up this corporation from the disaster I've been left in at the end of the siege of Mandalore. There was no way I was going to let some white armored Dala take it from me. Not without a fight, and not without making sure that she'd be seen as the villain. In fact, that was a good line of thought. Standing up, I said, prepare the communication satellite. We will send out one last message calling out the Jedi and the new Mandalorians for supporting this attack against us. That'll make sure that no Mandalorian will ever believe they are the real White Silver. Ching, my propaganda minister, nodded in agreement and started yelling at the men to get the cameras rolling. Calmly I walked over to the fireplace and took my seat, putting the helmet down at my feet. Before putting on my best smile, waiting for the lights to turn red. As the light turned red, the doors to my office exploded into wooden shrapnel, hitting the back of the chair I was sitting in. Probably saving my life from a nasty wood splinter lodging itself in the back of my neck, the one place where Mandalorian armor was a bit lacking sometimes. Quickly, I stood up and grabbed the sword from my above fireplace. I left my pistol across the room so I couldn't exactly shoot whoever was about to come through, but I would meet them with blades if that's all I had. And walked a female Mandalorian with a cape over one shoulder and a blaster rifle in her hands. She looked about the room and said with a rather calm voice, "Everyone drop your weapons and no one needs to be harmed." I glanced to my side and saw that my propaganda staff and regular staff were all in the midst of either drawing for weapons or going for cover, but I noticed with some concern that most were going for cover. I'll have to purge those who did that. Before I could make any moves though, I noted that the red light was on the camera. This was still being broadcasted. Well, I'd make this a spectacular broadcast. Turning my eyes back to the girl, I said, "That's not happening, fake Silver. The true Mandalorians of this planet will not concede to your new Mandalorian puppets or your Jedi overlords. I will show the galaxy that the Republic is not against using terrorists to accomplish their goals." The silver and white helmet slowly turned to look at me, tilting to the side before shaking itself. "Terrorists, that's a interesting term to be throwing around, false Silver. Earlier today you were going to execute nomadic Mandalorians. Why would you do that when you are supposedly trying to unify the Mandalorians? That's a rather terrorist-icy act." "They were not real Mandalorians, they were," the Dala cut me off. "Not real Mandalorians? Well, that's strange. According to the codex I created, they're following all the rules Mandalorians should follow to be considered a Mandalorian. Which means you're saying rules that were not in the codex. These rules happen to be the old traditionalist rules. That no Mandalorian is a true Mandalorian unless they're born in Mandalore. Well, of course, real Mandalorians are made strong by the planet of Mandalore," I said, still pointing my sword at her, waiting for her to make a move. The smoke was still billowing into the room from the explosion of the doorway, so I had no idea what was behind her. I had a feeling there had to be more troops ready to spring out. Funny, that last time I checked, your super traditionalist ways were defeated by the new Mandalorians, who besides deciding to give up weapons after the fighting were more than willing to fight you then. They were Hutyun and Kalevalians. They wouldn't have managed that without the Republic's aid or the Jedi's interference, just like how you would not have managed to make it all the way here without the Jedi. Jedi? What Jedi? In case you missed it, I came from the Colosseum and fought my way here. There was no one else with me but other Mandalorians. Mandalorians you don't deem Mandalorian, but still I beat the ones that you were arming in Mandalorian armor. How many of your black armored goons actually have Mandalorian clan status, or are they just mercenaries you hired from throughout the galaxy and told to wear the armor to make you look official? I would do no such thing. They are true and proper Mandalorians. They have no sense of tactics, no sense of how their armor can take a hit, and for the most part ran when the situation got too hard. They're not Mandalorians, they're goons hired from throughout the galaxy. Just like you're a goon who's gotten too big for his britches. What did you think after the siege of Mandalore? When the planet finally fell and you fled? What? Did you think that it was now your turn to take the reins as Mandalore? Of course that's what you thought. You thought the moment you got away with all the crimes you committed to maintain the support structure of the traditionalist in the Mandalore system, it would all be washed away and no one was ever going to come looking for you. What do you mean, Silver Faker? I said, disliking the tone of contempt she seemed to have about her and in her voice. She acted like I was below her in some way. I mean what I said. I'm putting you under arrest for crimes committed during the siege of Mandalore, which do not have any end date according to current law. And you're under arrest for attempted rebellion against the Mandalorian state. Any attempt to resist arrest will be met with hostility until attempted resistance ends. Anyone who attempts to stop the arrest will meet the same fate. Are you trying to scare my men? Who do you think I am? These are my trusted associates that would never betray me for some crazed lunatic pretending to be me. Really? Same. Out of the smoke came out a range of shots going past our little stare-off I was having with the fake Silver and into my staff. Some fell over dead, others fell over unconscious, all of them were disabled in one way or another as weapons were targeted in the attack. The side of the room that once contained 20 Mandalorians, 5 are still standing but they were nursing hand wounds. Out of the smoke came several more silver Mandalorians wearing their helmets on. It wasn't hard to figure out what just happened. The girl had used her helmet to mark down the location of every member of my staff and then transmitted the data to their helmets, allowing for a perfectly executed alpha strike. I hate to admit it, but I knew I had lost. There will not be any victories today. The results are either simply dying, going to jail. And I did not want to go to jail. With my course of action decided, I charged and attempted to slice the girl's head off with a swipe from my sword while saying, "You little Meersheb." As I did. Once she was in range of my biscuit, I unleashed a flurry of slashes at her. I noticed that she rotated her blaster by the trigger guard so that her blaster is upside down. I ignored that and focused on removing her head from her body. She evaded a majority of my attacks, and those she can't dodge she parried with her blaster like an improvised shield. After a horizontal slash was ducked under, she immediately closed in and held my elbow in place with her right hand, before punching me in the face with her blaster's butt. The blow crunched my nose before I felt a pair of legs lock on my neck and pulled me forwards to the ground. After my back slammed into the floor, I was turned on my belly before she put me in an elbow lock. I tried to get up but she just stomped on my head and kept applying more pressure on my sword arm until I was forced to let the sword go. Once I let go of the sword she released me, allowing me to roll away from her. I can only watch and nurse my aching arm as she picks up the sword to inspect it. Excellently balanced, I think I'll keep this until I find the original owners. Care to tell me where you plundered such a weapon? I doubt you got this through legitimate means, considering who you are. Shut up, fake silver. Mandalore knows who its true heroes are, not the ones placed there by the Jedi. As I was in the process of standing up, I was not expecting the kick to the face I got, but there it was. The blow landed on my chin and I ended up spitting out blood and maybe a tooth as the girl drew a pistol and aimed it at my head. Taking my seat, she arranged it so she could sit in it and look down on me before saying, as I was saying, you are going away for crimes against Mandalore. You are not a hero, you never were a hero, and you were never white silver. You misquoted every aspect of the Codex in order to get what you wanted out of it. This was a traditionalist plot, the last gasp of a dead ideology that would see our sector brought to war for no other reason other than the fact that conflict is cool. The Silver Codex is not about conflict being cool, it's about preserving our warrior ways while looking towards the future, not falling back into our warrior ways and killing each other until we wipe ourselves out completely like what you are doing. Why are you so confident in trying to keep this disgusting lie up? What point is there in lying to a room full of people who are going to make sure you go to jail? I spit on her boot, because it is not a lie, it's the truth. I'm the White Silver and we will not be put down by new Mandalorian dogs anymore. She looked down at me, her helmet radiating disgust before looking up around the room. Her visor looked at the camera before she said, "You're broadcasting this entire thing to the public? Well, that's the first smart thing I've seen you do since I arrived on this planet. I'll let them make up their own minds. Of course it would be smarter if you actually were making any reasonable points and weren't giving me a perfectly good place to make the stance that I'm the real White Silver." "Oh yeah? And how are you going to do that?" I said smugly, knowing there was no way to do that. The public would make up their own minds and most likely the public would follow my narrative, not hers. "Quite simple, by breaking your belief with the hammer of logic and a stun bowl to shut you up." She raised her gun and everything went black. Footage. The silver-armored woman sighed, her voice sounding slightly distorted as if being changed by a voice alternator. Before she looked up at the camera. "Let's begin a lesson, shall we? Lesson 1, I am the White Silver. This," she smashed her heel into the sternum of the armored CEO, "is false silver, a man who thought he could take control of my codex through sheer wealth and zealotry while assuming that I would stay out of it, because I decided to stay out of all the debates that raged for the last few years. Which I've greatly enjoyed perusing through, by the way. You see, that was the goal of my codex. I have no interest in leading a movement. I have an interest in creating a debate. One to see if we can make a stable middle ground between the old and the new, and as far as I could tell we're well on our way to meeting that middle ground as people are finding things about the codex that they like and implementing them. And that is perfectly fine with me. What I am not fine with is pointless war. Let me be clear, my friends, those who have seen my conduct here will know that I am no novice to war. To conflict and strife. Indeed, this is to be expected of any respected Mandalorian. Mastery of battle is in our blood and I do take pride in the ability I have cultivated, as should every respectable Mandalorian. But I know my heart thunders in sympathy for every scattered child of Mandalore, a burning hate that consumes every fiber of my being. I hate war. There was a pause, a stunned silence. I hate the battlecry of men and women too young to know life before they fall nameless and alone. I hate the cold calculus of orbital bombardment. I hate the savage desperation of a charge and the bloody duty of a defensive line. I hate homes blasted to ruin. I hate industry turned to nothing but bombs and blasters. I hate the brilliance of programming twisted to produce insidious droids that do nothing but snuff out life. I hate battles across fields of grain and I hate forests turned to ash. I hate cities turned to rubble and the abundant beauty of nature turned to mud and craters. I hate wars that rage across worlds, across systems, across the galaxy. Pointless war takes everything good and turns it into a wasteland, it fills our graves and deprives our children. It steals from us. Robs us of our best and brightest and leaves us friendless and alone. Isolated from the galaxy and residing on a desert world of our own making. The new Mandalorians turn away from all conflict, turn away from strength and our ancient customs in the hope of never seeing a war again. I understand them, truly I do. But I do not agree with them. No, I do not. I do not fear strength, the blaster, our armor, our heritage. I do not fear our ability to fight for what is right. No Mandalorian should. The right to unify Mandalore shall fall to the men and women who shall carry swords but know when to keep them sheathed. We are not animals. Rabid and wild and less than sapient. We are Mandalorian. Each and every one of us. We can reason and debate and turn away from battle until we have no other choice. It is only then, when we have demonstrated our patience and rationality, that we shall draw the sword and strike down our enemy with a ferocity that will shock and awe the galaxy. That is the way. White Silver seemed to take a moment to compose herself before she spoke again. Duchess Satin has shown herself to be adaptable and has allowed the Silver Codex and its followers to implement some of the ideas into the new Mandalorian culture. She is a true leader amongst our people, a duly elected leader, and more on our side than animals like this. She kicked Brezigare away from the chair. Who would use Mandalorian lives for his own gains and then declare anyone who speaks out against him to not be a true Mandalorian and deserving of death? She held her thoughts on that for a moment before continuing. Now that I've made that clear, let me make a few other things clear. Out of respect for my leader, I have arrested the false Silver and will deliver him to her agents. If you dislike the fact that I'm handing him over to Duchess Satin, then you should really be wondering why you even care. Do you care because you believe he's the real deal? The real Silver, or because he made a second codex that corrupts the first? Then I guess you weren't really a follower of the first codex, were you? You are likely just some Death Watch reject looking for someone to tell you what to do, which is to rise up and rebel against your rightful leader as proclaimed by the majority of clans within the sector. Make it clear that's who you are in the future, because here's what's going to happen from this day onwards. If anyone attempts to claim the title of White Silver, if anyone tries to use it for rebellion like this fool tried to do, one of two things will happen. You will raise my ire and I will hunt you down personally, before turning you over to the royal guard like what I will do with him. Or, this is the more likely scenario, if you don't have the immense wealth this fool did, you will be hunted down by whatever factions already exist waiting for their own opportunity to shut you up. And let me tell you, you better hope I find you first, because I will merely send you to jail. Any faction that truly wants to take over this sector and has had their plans in the works for who knows how long, won't let you live to see another day. Standing up from the chair, she said, now I'm going to go deal with getting this man sent to the royal guard. After that I'm going to disappear, maybe go on vacation. I think I deserve it after toppling this warmongering idiot's tyrannical regime. I'll let the people debate and discuss the Silver Codex while I work on a more updated version of the Silver Codex with new lessons learned over the years, as well as feedback from various constructive criticisms I gathered from various discussion boards and forums. However, don't even think about making your own second edition like what this fool tried to do, because not even an army would save you from me. She nodded to someone off screen and the feed cut off. And TV, the GE Tal now Urdroden. General Secretary Lilia Vihikano Shepest. Well, that was unexpected, but not unwelcome. I said as the footage ended and the projector was deactivated. Turning away from the screen, I looked at the 6 other members of the Workers' Council. Men and women of high regard and leaders who had helped me overthrow the government of clan heads 10 years ago, when I was just a teenager. They were my closest allies, though I always kept an eye on them just in case. I knew every single one of their deepest, darkest secrets, and if they ever tried to betray me, well, those secrets coming out would be the least of their problems. The gathered assembly looked rather concerned, as they sat around the redwood table in the finely decorated room, set aside for such private meetings. They're worried, which was to be expected. We had decided to meet today at the GE Tal now Urdroden to talk about the support I had given to White Silver in recent months. An overarching strategy to hopefully destabilize the sector and allow true workers to take control of it. Though to tell the truth, I had hoped they would be more successful than this. My overarching plan had been quite simple and would have spelled the downfall of the monarchists and the corporatists. Finally, Konk Kova, head of the National Police Force, spoke up. Ma'am, the whole plan just went up in smoke as far as I can see. Could you explain how this is not unwelcome news? I gave her an amused look before saying. While yes, the plan was to have White Silver stir the nest and show that the original so-called ideology was bunk and trash, as well as show that the new Mandalorians are weak and unable to defend the people or the people's right to work. Unfortunately, it would seem the White Silver we supported was a fake, which is a lot more interesting when you think about it. Because now, a movement that didn't have a leader does. In a way, it is proclaimed that it is in favor of new Mandalorians, or at least align themselves with them in such a way that they seem indivisible. Sure, our plans to destabilize the sector have failed, but now we know that there is a capitalist watchdog there, and we would not have known that without this experiment. A brute reactionary who will fight when the new Mandalorians won't. Of course, now we can plan around her. The leader of the National Police said, smacking her fist into her palm. Exactly, imagine what would have happened when the eventual separatist war started up and we didn't know about her before going into it. I imagine many of our droids would have been destroyed in the fighting, as she would have rallied her silver minions to her cause the moment we attempted to liberate the sector. Nodding, the officer in charge of diplomacy with the separatists spoke up. This was a terrible gamble though. If Dooku found out we were involved in it, we could face reprisals for jumping a scheme ahead of time. Dooku may be annoyed, yes, but he's a man in a bad position. He needs all the allies he can get to pull off this separatist plot, so he will most likely just shrug it off. Besides that, it's not like we've wasted any resources on this operation. If anything, we've only gained. The Legionnaire droids we constructed are still in our hands to do with as we please. We've gained a steady supply of Beskar, which will increase the number of our Beskar-clad soldiers, and have made inroads with local pirates to mine the rest of those old forgotten wrecks for as much Beskar as we can get. Overall, a very worthwhile gamble. The only thing we've lost in this whole operation was maybe a bit of surprise, but the gains in my opinion far outweighs any loss. Though perhaps we should hire an assassin to make sure that False Silver keeps his mouth shut. We can't have him talking about exactly who he was working with, who was supporting him, if we can help it. If everyone agrees, I will see about arranging a bounty on his head for death. There was a round of the nods and agreements before they smiled at how well things have been going. When I was born on this planet, it had been like a Siberian wasteland, with the population living underground in caves to shelter themselves from the frostbiting winds. Well, that had not improved much, but people lived a bit more comfortably now thanks to the droids we have been building. Wonderful technology that was. It removed the need for the worker in some cases, allowing production to be fully automated. Turning to look out the window, I saw the blasted ice sheets of the planet reminding me of home. The GE Tall Now Urdroten was a tower in the largest cave of the underground system that the people of NTV lived in. The top floor is actually punctured through the cave's roof into the surface, allowing us to have a splendid view of the night sky that was constant on this planet and the glowing ice. Outside, a droid was currently cleaning ice from the window. A constant fight on this planet was ice. It got everywhere in ways that the winters of my homeland had never done. Smiling at the droid, I can only think if only we had some of those in the Russi Federation, the production rates would have been astounding and the vile imperialists would never have made it as far into the glorious motherland. But that was another life, one far removed from this one. Chapter 21. 714 FNM, 24 BBY. Month 9. Mandalore, Sundari Royal Palace. Satin cries. Just when we thought the situation couldn't get more complicated, this happens. Prime Minister Almec said as he looked at the holo projector that had been showing us the transmission from Gargan. I'd been holding a meeting with him and the Jedi in the Royal Palace to discuss what to do about this situation, when the Royal Guard assigned to monitor transmissions from Gargan notified us of another broadcast. Based on what we were seeing, there seemed to be a full-scale revolt going on. Given that it was important to know what was going on, I had ordered the transmission routed to the room's holo projector. As a result, we had a front row seat to witness the real White Silver making her debut as a political leader. There were many things I expected to happen today, but watching Tanya, because that's who was under that helmet, I am not a fool, beat up a dictator and basically declared me as the true Mandalore was not one of them. On the one hand, I felt a deep well of anger because she had gone behind my back and engaged in unwarranted violence where she could have been killed in all sorts of ways, as demonstrated when I accidentally snapped the expensive wine glass I was holding when the two came to blows on the screen. Luckily, I was able to deflect suspicion by saying that I merely startled due to the sudden violence on screen. On the other hand, I was somewhat proud of her. The philosophy she had espoused was still developing, with the goal of creating a middle ground that would be acceptable for both sides. Her recent display made it quite clear that the middle ground that she was proposing saw me as the true Mandalore, and I did my best to show that I have attempted to integrate some of their ideology into my policies. After a moment to reflect, it appeared she had done a good job salvaging the White Silver ideology while also signaling that only truly elected people could be Mandalores. This could do well for bringing people to my side of things, but also meant that I had to do more to build broad support when I could. Perhaps I would have to revisit the subject of a self-defense force, perhaps a small one. I'll give it some thought and then write up a proposal for the council to vote on the subject at a later date. At least then it would support the idea that I wish to have a middle ground. Yes, that would be acceptable. So, what are we going to do about this potential terrorist? Almec said, finally turning to look at me, catching me by a bit of surprise. Then I remembered he didn't know that Tanya was White Silver, and it would be best to keep it that way, the less people knew the better. From his perspective, all that happened was that a vigilante had just stormed into the room and knocked out an issue for the government, becoming the new issue in the process. I would need to be careful to make sure I didn't give away that we could trust this White Silver. I don't think we need to do much, in all honesty. She said that she's not going to make any appearances unless provoked, so the only option we can while maintaining our non-violent stance is to wait and see. I finally said, and if she hands over the criminal to the Royal Guard for judicial punishment, I see no reason to make an enemy of this White Silver. Almec raised his eyebrow before shaking his head and saying, a bit too soft in my opinion, but you are right. We are not traditionalists, so for now the safest option is to wait and see. However, even if this White Silver does keep to her word about not wanting to take over the government and sees you as the true leader of our people, she now has created a solid political faction within our people. If she grows to dislike your rule, who knows what could happen? True, I said, acknowledging his beliefs with a nod, we'll have to announce condemnation of a vigilante taking such extra-legal actions against a criminal. Hopefully that will encourage White Silver not to make any more public appearances. As for her political base, I don't see what we can do on that matter. Most of the White Silver's philosophy is an acceptable middle ground between the new and the old Mandalorian way. Perhaps we can find some way to bring White Silver's people closer to new Mandalorian principles. I will need time to think of some strategy for this situation. Almec nodded, looking unsure on the matter, but his most pressing questions seemed to have been answered. It was then that my old friend Obi-Wan spoke up. I don't think you need to give such a condemnation really, at least not for this action. Ram Kota was involved in the effort, it would seem, going by the images that were sent out, and he is known for being a bit of a troublemaker. Since Ram, let's just say, enjoys inserting himself into situations he really shouldn't, it is possible to blame the actions of this White Silver as the result of his encouragement. That caused my eyebrow to raise as I thought about the implications. If memory serves, White Silver's document had implied working with the Jedi was necessary. Perhaps there was a way to use this impromptu alliance between White Silver and the Jedi to try and rehabilitate a bit of their image amongst the Mandalorian people. You have a point, I said, though not the one you thought you did. I wish to give a condemnation for both White Silver and Ram Kota. Taking extra-legal actions like this should not be done by a private individual, and it must not receive support, even implied, from our government. Obi-Wan rubbed his chin as he tried to decipher my meaning before he smiled. Always the politician, Saturn. I will convey this condemnation back to the council. Do you want him recalled as well? I shook my head instead. That is for the council to decide as far as I'm concerned. As long as he is made aware that this behavior is unwelcome, it should be fine. Obi-Wan nodded his head before saying, the situation seems to have solved itself and our missing Jedi has reappeared. I'll contact the council and let them know that the situation is well in hand. As soon as Ram returns to Mandalore, I will probably be called back. Smiling, he continued, I guess this is a goodbye for now, Saturn. I smiled back before saying, it will probably take a few days to send a task force of guards to Gargan and back. If you want, we could have a bit of dinner to catch up on non-political subjects. Obi-Wan smiled before saying, I think I'd like that. I'll contact you to schedule something once I've talked to the council. May the force be with you, Duchess Saturn, Prime Minister Almec. Farewell, Master Jedi. Almec said before turning to me as Obi-Wan headed for the door. Though there are good reasons we shouldn't push too heavily on Silver's followers. We will need to keep watch on this organization. If left alone they could become a problem in the future. What do you suggest we do? I said out of curiosity. There is a division of the Mandalorian Guard meant for activities such as these. If you allow me to organize an operation, we could infiltrate any political movement serving Silver's cause and make sure they don't get too radical. Very well. You have my permission to infiltrate any political movements that those who follow Silver try to form. Do keep in mind that they are potential allies, not our enemies yet. I said with a shake of my head. Of course, I simply wish to have an advanced warning in case they prove themselves to be an enemy of the state. I know, Prime Minister. You simply wish for a safe and secure Mandalore. You have permission to look into this situation. He nodded his head and said, Thank you, my lady. I will take my leave then to start organizing things. Better to have the gears in motion sooner rather than later. As the doors closed behind him, I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. This day was full of surprises, both good and bad. Events were moving at a rate I could not keep up with and in a direction I only vaguely had control over. I am going to have a nice long talk with Tanya when she finally returns to Mandalore about this whole White Silver business. I needed to get some sort of explanation for why she thought it was a great idea to infiltrate a rebellious planet and overthrow its corrupt regime with only her royal guards. Though I had to chuckle a bit at it all. As teenage adventures go for a Mandalorian, that had to be one worthy of being put in books. It was almost as extraordinary as my adventure with Obi-Wan during the clan wars when I was her age. Sitting back in my chair in the now empty meeting room, I considered how I was going to handle the Silver political movement that would surely spring up from this whole affair. Tanya had portrayed me as a new Mandalorian who was willing to look for a compromise. Something I hadn't previously wanted to be due to how the clan wars ended years ago. I had to be uncompromising towards the old Mandalorians to keep them in line so that we have a chance of bringing peace to the sector. Now that the people had experienced peace as a status quo, I could afford a few concessions, especially if they have merits. Question was, what could I do to try and appease the Silver Mandalorians? The self-defense force Tanya had suggested could be a good start. Maybe we could create some sort of non-military use for the organization that could occupy them when we were not in conflict. Perhaps disaster relief or emergency rescue. I needed something that would show that I was willing to work with the Silver Centrists but was ultimately not going to infuriate the new Mandalorians, something that could maintain a defensive status and was in touch with the roots of Mandalorians without reverting to the aggressiveness of the old ways. The answer was quite clear in hindsight: armor. The Silver Codex showed armor as a defensive tool, something that could be militarized or could just be used to save your life. Off the top of my head, there were 3 things I could do based around armor that could appease the Silver Mandalorians without causing the new Mandalorians to go into an uproar. The first is removing more of the restrictions on armor. There weren't many left anyway. I have already done a lot to undo some of the damage I may have caused in my fervor to end conflict as quickly as possible. The second idea is that I could return some of the Beskar that had been taken in the early days of my reign. At the time, the act had been necessary to de-escalate situations and make acquiring Beskar armaments more costly, but things were different now. A good majority of it had been used in the creation of some of the structural parts of the city of Sidin or for the shields used by my Mandalorian guards. I believe there was still quite a large amount of Beskar held in reserve. Perhaps it was time for that reserve to be decreased? Unfortunately, there was no easy way to track down a person who had given up their armor to help establish a new Mandalore, and for the most part they've been paid for giving it up. All I would need to do now was to look into a reasonable distribution method to give some of the Beskar to the people in general without the majority ending up in subversive hands. The third idea I'd have could be accomplished quite easily without angering the new Mandalorians too much or needing to run it through the government. Quite simply, I would need to pay a visit to Kalevala and contact an old friend, Zoom Maduk, so that he could reforge my old armor into something I could wear. That would show my commitment to the defensive Mandalore without giving up my ideals of pacifism. I haven't spoken to Zoom for nearly a decade though. Tracking him down would be difficult. Maybe Bo knew where he was. I would have to contact her anyway. Once I get in contact with Zoom, I'll see if I can contract him to do the job. I could use the Royal Guard armorsmiths for the project, but I think having it done by my clan's armorsmith would aid my attempt at unity more than having some faceless armorsmith who mass-produced armor all the time to do it. No offense to them, they were just doing their jobs. It is like the difference between a royal chef and a cook of a family diner. Both can be delicious, but the royal chef just has a higher standard of quality. Coruscant, Jedi Council Chamber. Mace Windu. Shaking my head I said, I expected the situation to get out of hand in some way. However, I didn't expect there to be an identity theft situation going on, or for the person whose identity was stolen to appear in such a way. Expecting this either, I did not. But pleasantly surprised I am, this situation seeming to resolve itself well. I did not either. Though pleasantly surprised, the situation seems to have resolved itself well. Yoda said, an end to potential issues in the Mandalorian sector, this young Silver has put, no. I responded, is this the end of it, or is this just the start of something more? With so little information we could be seeing the rise of something worse than what was there before. The first White Silver was at least a known entity, we understood his motives and methods. This aggressive White Silver is one that blindsided us all, and predicting her actions will be challenging. I sighed and shook my head. At least we know where Ram Koda got off to, perhaps he could fill in a few of the blanks we're having right now. Master Yoda, who was sitting next to me, chuckled, always rushing to the front that one is, seeking atonement for his youth or simply acting on instincts I do not know. I shrugged my shoulders and shook my head before saying, it's hard to say, he's a good Jedi though. Even if he does get into some trouble now and again, I can't hold it against him for wanting to help people even where the council wouldn't intervene. True, kind heart he has, even if appearing more gruff than he is, he tries. Master Rank Isis decided to return our attention to the matter at hand. While this is all well and good that Master Koda is uninjured, what are we going to do about this silver business? I believe we were worried that this could have presaged a backslide in the Mandalorian sector. With this new development I'm not sure what the future holds. A backslide, this is not. What these events represent, a ripple or tide, uncertain I am. Positive though, these developments I suspect to be. Master Yoda said with a nod. Master Mundi shared his thoughts on the matter. Maybe what's concerning about this new White Silver is that we don't know anything about her. She could be the original or she could be another fake. We've already had one imposter, she could be another. I'd hate to think that Mandalore would be brought low by fighting over the title of White Silver. This issue, not significant I suspect to be. With false silver cast down, her goals accomplished, return to hiding, White Silver will. Remaining in public presence, conflicts with the Duchess and less debates, the likely results are. Seclusion, White Silver's claimed motives best supports. Yoda said, nodding his head in thought before he continued, an interesting term, they used, false silver. He chuckled with humor that I didn't understand. I don't see what's so interesting or funny about it. I said, raising an eyebrow. As far as I could see it was just a term used to label the fake silver. What possible interest or joke could there be in such a term? Private joke, reminded I was. He said, shaking his head before continuing. The original, this White Silver claims to be, remaining visible in the Mandalorian sector, serves her purposes not. A focal point for violence, conflict she would become. Depart, she must. How can you be so sure? I asked. Yoda was known for having a good handle on situations, but this seemed out of context, especially in light of the unexpected events that had just concluded. Read the Silver Codex, once or twice I have. A defensive doctrine, it is. Designed for conquest, it is not, he said, a companion to the Jedi Code, it could have been. In other times, under other influences. I resolved to read it over a bit closer the next time I got the chance, but first, I decided to ask the question that none of the others had voiced. Are you going to attempt to ensure that this doctrine gets the right influences? It's not like we know who this White Silver is and could simply try to talk them into adopting ideas of the Jedi Order. Yoda tapped the side of his cane in thought before simply saying, ways there are, I think, to bring White Silver's focus to ideas from the Jedi Order. Leave Koda on Concordia, I suggest. Discussion among White Silver's supporters, his presence alone will roads too, I can make, with the young representative from Mandalore. Lead to eventually meeting with this White Silver, these actions may, if thoughtful dialogue occurs. Seems highly unlikely, I mused out loud, more likely Silver is going to stay far away from us. But it's as good a start as any. I said with a shrug. Without more information we can only take actions that make the most sense and trust in the will of the Force. Master Yoda nodded his head in agreement before saying small is our influence, thus small in size, our actions must be. Only negatives, would a large action create. Worry not about this situation. A friend of the Order I feel White Silver will be. A friend in an unexpected place? Perhaps, believe this I do. He said in his knowing way. Should White Silver become a friend? Trust in her, we shall. Gargan, Mandal Hypernautics Conference Room. Tanya cries. It had been less than 24 hours since the fall of False Silver and after all of the stressful combat I had been in the day before, I could use a break. But there was no time for me to rest. I had jumped from street combat, which had been frankly exhilarating and adrenaline pumping, to political combat. Now that False Silver had been toppled, those involved in his removal were fighting for the scraps. Most of the mercenaries and silver mandus that had been outside the hypernautics compound during my confrontation with False Silver had been subdued by local gangs or nomads who had eventually found their way to the compound during the fighting. What had happened to them, I don't know for sure, but I could guess that a bunch of them were no longer wearing armor and a good portion of them were probably going to not see the light of day for a long time, if ever. Criminal organizations didn't tend to treat enemy combatants kindly, I believe. How they would treat friends is still up in the air. As of a few hours ago I received a request for a meeting to determine the fate of Mandal Hypernautics. AKA the criminal gangs wanted a piece of the pie, which was understandable. No doubt a lot of businesses had been thrown under the bus by the CEO's attempt at global conquest. I wasn't exactly going to want to keep Mandal Hypernautics. The biggest factor was I didn't have any way to control it, but I was still partial to figuring out a way to get some benefit from the company. That being said, the nomads had already taken what they wanted. I heard reports that every speeder bike as well as all of the trucks in the Mandal Hypernautics stockpile were missing. No doubt they would be using them for years, they were welcome to take them. The nomads had done me a favor with their portion of the assault, so they deserved a reward. As for the royal guard who had been on the planet when we arrived, he and Rom were taking his ship back to Mandalore already with the CEO tied up on board. I was sure the Mandalorian gangsters of Gargan wanted the CEO, and they do have a claim to him for the various crimes he'd committed against their planet. But, as I had made clear earlier, I believe they would have killed him and buried him in a ditch somewhere, after maybe a week of torture, which would do me no good. His death would have made him into a martyr. Rotting prison leaves him as just a criminal. Sending him to Ansatin also went a long way to show the loyalty of the Silver Mandalorians to the established government. This hopefully would dispel any rumors that I was planning to try and overthrow my aunt and prevent any other attempts to use the Silver Mandalorians as fodder for whatever other movement wanted to try and overthrow my aunt. Of course, this did damage some of my attempts to try and create a solely neutral faction, as people would claim I was submissive to the new Mandalorians, but I had been pushed into this position by events out of my control. If I needed to run with those events while I regained control of my message, that's what I would do. As for the Wrens, I didn't know what had happened to them. They were here yesterday after we completed the mission, but they had vanished soon afterwards, heading off to do whatever the Wrens did. I don't know what their objectives had been in taking part in this conflict, but I was glad they had been here. Their jetpacks had made the mission a lot easier, and I owed them a bit of a favor in the future. One I would deliver on if I ever got the chance. Speaking of jetpacks, the one I took from that brute in the arena is now safely stored in the ship, and Zoom volunteered to adjust it to my specifications once he returned to Concordia. As for the situation with the Mafia, I guess I would have to find out what they wanted. The meeting had been scheduled for today, and I obtained the use of Hypernautics conference room to do it. Not only because I wanted to know I was in a secure facility, which technically it was and I was glad to, but because the office could be considered neutral ground until today's meeting was over. Well, that and the offices were rather nice. The table appears to be wood from Jokalaya and was very well made. Not to mention it had a window view overlooking Gargan City. My Mandalorian Royal Guard and Zoom are with me for today's meeting. They were standing about the room acting as guards. Obviously there to make sure nothing terrible went down, considering how armed they were. Mok was currently getting control of the security systems, which was still a work in progress. Skida and Strook are having a conversation on the matters of how many wounded there were right now. I had brought quite a few of both the Silver Mandalorians and the Black Iron Mercenaries into the compound and tried to organize their medical staff to work together to take care of the wounded. The fighting was over, there was no need for people to die if possible. It would just be a waste of perfectly good human resources at this point for every person who died. No doubt one of my sticking points in the coming of negotiations would be to secure the safety of both those parties. The Silver Mandalorians because they were, well, to put it bluntly, my followers, and the Black Mercenaries because showing your enemy a bit of mercy when you have control can create positive outcomes. Unlike with the Francois in my last war, thankfully this faction was thoroughly beaten. There would be no last-minute fleeing to a southern continent, and since their leadership was destroyed, being too harsh on them gained me nothing I wanted. Finally Ordo and Zoom are standing to my left and right side in that order, appearing as tough as they could and ready for the mafia clans to arrive. Which I believed would be any moment now. At that thought, a beeping sound alerted us to the elevator on this floor opening. It revealed two, I would guess Mandalorian, mobster leaders and their 4 compatriot guards. I could tell they were the leaders due to the quality of their attire as well as the fact that the blasters each had looked modern and new compared to the ones carried by their grunts, which looked like they were old relics. They gave my team of guards a wary look, something I could tell since their leadership apparently had not decided to don helmets for this occasion, though they were wearing plates of Mandalorian armor. After a moment, the whiter one spoke first. I'm clan leader Gruul of Clan Tut, this is Kag, leader of Clan Krogus. We're here to negotiate with the new owner of Mandal Hypernautics. Secure that you are not going to attempt to take over the planet like the last owner. I nodded my helmet before saying, I am White Silver and fortunately I have no interest in taking over this planet. In fact I would be more than willing to sell Mandal Hypernautics if there was a willing buyer amongst you. Yes, about that, that's not going to happen. Gruul said, shaking his head, as in we can't let you sell Mandal Hypernautics. I raised my brow under my helmet, and why is that? Kag spoke up in a deep voice and began explaining, to make it simple, Gargan has an intricate balance of power that Mandal Hypernautics played a part in. That balance of power has been upset, and if it were to be sold to anyone on this planet it would disturb it even more, likely resulting in another little uprising like what happened yesterday. We need a stable, unambitious, and relatively neutral party to help maintain stability. Of course we'll still want to see some direct benefits as well. I nodded my head and rubbed the chin of my helmet with thought. It seems Gargan is more dicey than I'd originally thought, which I guess is to be expected when it doesn't have a stable government. It means I can't just dump hypernautics to someone else without the power structure being in danger of collapsing again. Annoying, but I had thought about something like this happening before, saying, that makes an unfortunate amount of sense. What if I were to sell it to someone off-world? Would you have an issue with that? No off-world company is likely going to buy it, but even if they did, that might just encourage the new Mandu Duchess to step onto this planet. We don't need her Mandalorian guard or her royal guard poking around our business. Gruul said, matter of fact, I think it would be best if you leave soon. Before continuing with the statement, yes, I know you made a statement saying that you serve the Duchess, but you are already being decried as a potential terrorist and vigilante by said Duchess's government, so I don't think you are going to be working directly with her. I could be excused for missing that announcement since I had been too busy putting out fires, both figuratively and literally, to watch the news. Though that was to be expected, no government would publicly endorse a revolutionary even if they dethroned a tyrannical dictator without being seen as a backer. In this case, someone had just burst onto the scene and enacted political violence. You don't do that and not get a bit of a side-eye from the current leadership even if you are on their side. I could try and clear that up with them down the line, but for now I needed to focus on here. The hot potato of Mandal Hypernautics. He continued, any other off-world company that was interested would be taking a large risk and would want something out of it. Their involvement would likely result in conditions hazardous to our own businesses, which itself would be destabilizing. Well, if I can't sell it off-world and I can't sell it to one of you, I guess I'll have to maintain ownership in some way. I said, shaking my head. I did not have any plans to continuously run a company, though if I did, a starship company wasn't a bad option. Perhaps I would find someone amongst the staff here who could be trustworthy enough to not go rogue. Wasn't there a foreman that had helped us? He rubbed my back. I'll rub his type of deal. If I found that his qualifications were good enough to actually run hypernautics, that is, I would rather have someone qualified to run it than a loyal incompetent for this business. If I was very, very lucky, all I would need to do was pay him well and give him plenty of paid vacation leave so he wouldn't betray me. That shouldn't be too hard. I was expecting a list of demands, so let's hear them. I said, folding my hands in front of me on the table as I looked across it at the pair of my bosses that were standing at the other end. Oh, we do have some demands, but they're not that difficult to fulfill. Don't try and take over the planet. Don't sell the company to the Hutts, we've already dealt with them and we do not want to go through the hassle of doing it again. And most importantly, you'll need to at least visit some of the yearly meetings where we discuss the running of Gargan, or one of your agents acting as your representative will. A few product discounts and non-essential supply contracts to ensure we are all able to enjoy equitable benefits from a lasting partnership. They were trying to chain me to their alliance, give me a growing interest in, and possibly some slight affection for Gargan so that they can deal with me in a political sense instead of a company trying to take advantage of their planet for unknown reasons. That is unexpected but not a terrible thing. Speaking up, I said, I guess I could see about arriving at some meetings like that. Though I am a rather busy person, so if I send a representative, don't feel too insulted. As I said, I don't need a company and obtaining it was not my objective for this campaign. I'll need to review any potential contracts. There will be a hard cap on the quantity of discounted ships and total value of contracts. We'll base the latter on net profit. If I'm involved, I'm not going to tolerate rampant undermining of the company's health. Kag nodded and said, base it on gross profits, that's fine as long as you're not going to try and take over the planet. If you can deal with us as equals, we won't give a damn if you're there or not. We just want this planet to be quiet and apolitical so we can go about our business the old-fashioned way, selling spice, running guns, and making a little money from gambling. That line of dialogue sparked a memory in me but thought I had years before on how to rejuvenate the economy of the Mandalorian sector. This caused me to tilt my head in thought. Gargan is on the edges of the Mandalorian sector but it is still a part of it and it is right next to the Hydian Way. In essence it was a perfect position to play Las Vegas to Mandalorian sector's Nevada. How much business comes through Gargan? I asked, trying to suss out more details. A decent amount, Krill said. We get a lot more when things are quiet around here, though it's mostly smugglers that show up on this planet. Strange, you would think that with such opportunities out here you'd have more. Opportunities? Kag asked, sounding confused yet interested. Yes, opportunities. This planet is within the Mandalorian sector and in essence protected from outside military action as long as it doesn't pull another attempt at overthrowing the Duchess. You have natural vistas of beauty across the planet, the streets are for the most part kept clean and clear, by your enforcers I imagine. Really, just add a few more elements to it you could run an advertising campaign for this planet being some sort of resort world for the rich and stupidly wealthy to spend their money. Of course you would need to move the spice production outside the city. Drugs have a way of making such places look worse than they really are but otherwise you could make quite a lot of money legitimately on this planet. It would also free you from having to rely on some of the more troublesome off-world criminal elements that you currently must cater to. The two mob bosses exchanged looks before turning to look at me again. They both reached out for a chair and pulled it out to sit down having apparently found reason to take a seat, something they had refused up to this moment. It seems the allure of money could bring even the criminals to negotiations with me. There had been discussions about something like that before. We thought Gare would actually help us in that matter but as you know, all of his enforcers were a prelude to attempted global conquest. Krill started off. Plus we needed those enforcers to not be any of our own faction's enforcers. Keg continued. Balance of power you see. If one of us has control over the local police, well things could get very nasty very fast. If someone were to take up the mantle of training a stable police force that would not interfere too deeply with our businesses, as long as it doesn't screw with the tourists, we could see about cleaning up this city enough for your idea of a resort world to be pulled off. Krill continued, after all, it wouldn't take all much work to accomplish. Most of the hotels and casinos are already here, we would just need to relocate the more criminal elements to the outskirts of the city or other towns where they could continue their work. We'd maintain this city as the resort world's capital. I didn't have to do much at all, they were already discussing this idea but were having issues finding someone trustworthy for the operation. So you need someone to act as a guarantee that the planet will be safe for the people who come to visit. That shouldn't be too hard, I already have quite a few followers here thanks to False Silver. If I were to find some of the more sane people amongst them it would be possible to put together a police force and add some talented auditors and administrators loyal to me to prevent corruption. If this force is independent of Mondal Hypernautics and responds only to the Clan Council of Gargan, I'm sure that would work well for all of us. Clan Council? Krill said, sounding a bit confused. You're not the only people on this planet, after all the nomads also live here. You give them a vote, it makes the whole thing seem more legitimate. In fact it is almost a legitimate government even if some of its elements are a bit on the extra-legal side. You can get recognition through the Mandalorian Senate and representatives to Coruscant which would spread your advertising campaign for this being a resort world quite far. I believe a lot of core world business types have to travel the Hydian way to the corporate sector. If there's a place they can stop off for a day or two for some rest and recreation, and to see the sights of course, well I'm sure they will take it up. I swear I could see the dollar signs in their eyes as they were both smiling at the idea. Of course it will take some time, I continued, building a proper representative government usually does and I'm sure the nomadic clans will have a few stipulations about the criminal elements that'll be forced out of Gargan City. You'll probably be expected to pay a bit of extra taxes to public works to capitalize on all the distance and other public exploration projects that would intrigue the corporate bosses that will be traveling this way, possibly with their families as well if you play your cards right. In fact, if you're willing to decrease the value of our future contracts I'd be open to committing a larger amount towards funding such governance and public welfare projects. Yes, Krill said, rubbing his chin in thought, I can see the opportunity now. We'll have to run this by, he stopped to seem to think it over before saying, the Gargan City Clan Council. After all, it would take a lot of investment to start moving things around so that the main city could be softened up for the political class. But I think a lot of them would be interested in this idea. It is only a matter of getting the nomads to sign on to a non-aggression treaty so they don't raid us when times get too bad. That shouldn't be too hard really. Simply let the nomads set up their own wilderness hotels outside the city, closer to the vistas. If they're making a bit of money off the Vista elements and you're making a bit of money off the city elements, you're both making money, enough to not interfere with each other too often, I would think. I've got a few ideas for locating startup capital without too many strings attached. That got a chuckle from the pair of mob bosses before Keg said, well, I don't know if this plan will work out or whether the council would agree, but I do say I'm glad Mandal is out of the hands of that moron and in yours. 'Cause you at least have a brain that actually thinks about long-term stability that I can support wholeheartedly. I nodded my head. The Silver Codex is all about stability, stability of the Mandalorian people to continue our existence on the galactic stage. Now that war is not as acceptable as it once was. That got nods from the group as they stood up from their seats. We'll tell the other bosses what you're planning and that you will not be selling the business. How long are you planning to stay on Gargan anyways? No more than a week, I think. Have to set up some sort of new corporate structures so the company can rebuild itself, set up the basic structure of this Gargan police force or whatever we'll name it, and once you get an official vote from the clan leaders of the city, I will have it going to effect. Efficient, Keg commented. Well then, thank you for your time, White Silver, and enjoy Gargan for the few days you'll stay. They nodded their heads and turned to leave, leaving me to my thoughts on how I was going to fix Mandal Hypernautics. Gargan, Mandal Hypernautics Tower. Bo-Katan cries. Man, that fighting style sure was familiar, so very, very familiar that after I had about 10 hours of sleep and recovery I finally figured out where I'd seen that fighting style before. Knowing where I'd seen it before, certain things started falling into place quickly. From there I had simply gone and asked for a meeting with the new CEO of Mandal Hypernautics, the so-called White Silver. What I expected when I entered the building was not what I thought I would find, but interesting nonetheless. The disorganized chaos that had been the Mandal Hypernautics building after the fighting the day before, seemed to have been dealt with as one of the members of White Silver's retinue had taken charge of the medical staff and was doing all they could to put the place back together, at least where there were people. Another member was a slicer by the looks of it, had taken control over the automatic systems of the place, including droids which were helping with either cleaning the place up, moving dead bodies around, or moving medicine from storehouses to the makeshift infirmary that had once been a cafeteria by the looks of it. One other member, the one who Ra had come into town with, was apparently organizing the defeated Black Iron mercenaries and the Silver Zealots into multiple detachments to help clean up the place and gather up all the equipment that had been left around. Whatever happened to those non-Mandalorians, I didn't know. If I had to make a guess, they'd probably be given tickets on the first boat out of here if they wanted it. As for the Mandalorian Zealots though, I had no idea, but I doubted they would go very far from Gargan. Many would jump at the chance to follow their patron Codex writer even if it led into a job in business. Given a job in the new Mandal Hypernautics and some impassioned rhetoric, no doubt they'd join up with whatever organization White Silver would come up with. Shaking my head at the ridiculousness of the situation, I pressed a few buttons on the elevator and headed up to the floor I'd been told to go to. It was near the top, and as the doors opened I saw a finely furnished meeting room with several portraits in the cubic style on the walls depicting various battles of long past, though I think one of them might have been the Siege of Mandalore, the more recent one at least. Past the wooden table is White Silver herself, looking all official with that little cape on her shoulder. On one side, I believe his name was Onyx, was standing there trying to look tough as he held a blaster in his hands. To her right was Zoomor. Well, there were very few people who wore armor on their shoulders that was that oversized, and I had a very good feeling I knew who was under his armor. Miss Bo-Katan, to what do I owe the honor of your visit? White Silver said whilst leaning forward, tenting their hand into a pyramid shape as they looked across at me. Pulling my helmet off, I smiled and said, well, I have some questions that only you can answer, Miss White Silver. I just wanted to know what the connection between you and Saturn really is. The helmeted head of White Silver tilted and said, she is the elected leader of our people, that is all. Are you sure about that? I said, taking a few steps forward before pulling the chair out and sitting down across from her. I got the feeling that the connection was a bit more personal, considering I was hired to come to this planet to find out who was in charge of the false silver operation and who they were. Then all of a sudden, as soon as that information I spent quite a bit of money getting is acquired, you show up in response to it. A fortuitous series of coincidences. I came as soon as Brezig broadcasted that he was White Silver. Merely fortunate timing, nothing more. White Silver said while shaking her head. Right, right. By the way, sorry I left the place in a mess, Zoom. My ship broke down and I got called to help with this whole thing, so I didn't really have time to clean up. The taller guard immediately stiffened up, as if he had not been expecting to be found out. Telling me I very well may have just hit the nail on the coffin as to what was going on. What was going through White Silver's head I didn't know, but they were staring at me rather calmly through their helmet, not twitching or anything, good Sabasi face. At least in body language terms. By the way, I continued, that is an interesting fighting style you have there. It reminded me of my niece's style. Always trying to keep range, but once the distance is closed, using the gun as much as possible. I dare say you two would be evenly matched. The silence was deafening, so I continued, incidentally, have you cleaned this room? Made sure there are no bugs or anything left behind by the previous occupants? I had one of my retinue make sure this room is earless, the only ones who can hear what's going on in this room are you, me, and these two. Ah good no one can hear me say what I'm about to say. I am so proud of you Tanya, but your aunt is going to kill you when she finds out what you did. There was silence before a deep sigh was released before a hand went to the helmet and pulled it off revealing the auburn hair I hadn't seen in a long while. Hello to you too Auntie Bo. Satin is not going to find out what happened here cause I had Vi act as my alibi on Harswi. Tanya said. With a sigh she placed the helmet down on the table, and you are not going to tell her, because I assume you wouldn't want your own reputation to be connected to this whole conflict. She smiled, in a way that said if I go down, you're going down with me. Good thinking and of course I'm not going to tell Satin. I laughed, who do you think's going to get the blame when this finally comes out? No, if you're dead, I'll be disintegrated. We just need to keep this whole situation under wraps that you posed as White Silver in order to solve a problem for your aunt. Tanya seemed to stop and thought before saying, yes posed. Which immediately clued me in that this was not just a simple pose. Leaning forward I said, you are posing right? You didn't write that document right? Please tell me you did not write that document. Because if this gets out, it will get you killed. Writing that document under Satin's nose will get you disintegrated. I didn't write it under her nose. Tanya finally said. Causing my jaw to drop a little bit. My sister, the most up her own ass pacifist had taken part in the creation of the Silver Codex. She had condoned its creation? I felt a bit proud of that. There was still a bit of Mandalorian left in her after all. Sure it was tempered by that stupid Coruscant Asuk, but she was willing to negotiate to bring back some of the militarism of the past as long as it was used in the defense of Mandalore in some way. Finally I got a hold of myself and said, that is unexpected. If you didn't do this behind her back and you're telling the truth, and mentally I was wishing and hoping that Tanya was telling the truth on this matter. Then that changes a few things about this whole situation. You've just been upgraded from dead to definitely being banished from the house if it ever comes out that you were the one who led the attack yesterday. Hopefully it will never come out, she said. And I'll be able to retire as White Silver and no one will ever pull that stunt again. Yeah that's probably for the best. I said. You may not be aware of this but there are factions that have been looking for White Silver because they don't like your little manifesto. If they ever found out who you really are, that would not be good for your lifespan. I don't know if Pri would be so active as to attempt to murder Tanya. I am pretty sure I could probably keep him under control, using my original plan of don't go after family members if you ever tried any attempt to overthrow the government when there are other factions out there that could return the favor when they know that family members are valid targets. Excellent, she said, by the way, do you know anything about running a corporation? I shook my head and tilted my head before saying, no, why? The mafia on this planet have basically refused to buy the company due to power balance issues. I'm looking into ways of fixing that issue. I have a couple people I might tap for giving the reins over the company to while it's resolved on its own but until then I'm the CEO of Mandal Hypernautics or at least White Silver is. I don't have time to be running a corporation so I'll probably have to find someone to run it for me. Though I do trust you quite a bit Auntie Bo, so I thought I would offer it to you first. Damn kid, I said rubbing the back of my neck, sorry to say I don't have the background for that. Though I guess I could help out, I know a few people on this planet that might be willing to work with you and as well as getting the company in a position where you could theoretically sell it or keep it as long as you kept it at arm's length. That would be excellent and once we get all of its assets figured out I'll see about getting you a payment for the aid you can give me. If you're willing, I have a couple other projects on this planet that might interest you in one way or another depending if you are interested in helping me with such projects. Sitting back I thought for a moment before saying, sure why not? The reality was I was not really doing anything other than living off the stipend that was the Cry's name or maybe a bounty here or there when I was bored. Picking up a stable job out in the middle of nowhere could be interesting and helping my niece was, well, just what a good family and clan member should do. Gargan, Hypernautic Conference Room. Tanya cries. The situation on Gargan had taken a week to resolve but I think it is finally under control. The remnants of False Silver's fleet had either surrendered to me, the local mob bosses, or retreated out of the system with their ships, mostly to strike out and try to take up piracy. Unfortunately I would produce more work for the Royal Guard it would seem, though give it enough time and they would be dealt with. No doubt most would end up in hut space which was unfortunate but that's where the criminals tended to gather when times were bad for them. To add on to the good news, the last of the Black Iron mercenaries have been forced to surrender. It seems there had been several pockets that had basically tried to hole up in areas of the city I was unaware of. They had been planning to fight till the end out of some fear they wouldn't talk about. Thankfully, I had been able to negotiate their surrender as long as they handed over all their weapons to an as yet unnamed organization that would help keep the peace on Gargan and its territory. From there they had either been absorbed into the local gangs or got as many flights out of Gargan as possible, although some had signed up to take part of my Mandalorian organization that had yet to have a name. Those have been thrown in with the former members of the Silver Militia and were being trained into something resembling a peacekeeping force thanks to Bo-Katan who, at the very least, have been hired as a trainer. Some may say it's unfair to give a contract to someone in your own family, I might say at least I could trust Bo-Katan with this planet. Considering that she had some contacts within the local population, I believed she could easily get the former bastards who'd been a pain in the neck of the local population to not cause trouble. Beat a man until he learns to teach the people who are locals respect and you'll get a respectful man, at least that's what I was hoping would happen. As for the corporation of Mandalore Hypernautics itself, the formerly overworked warehouse manager had gracefully accepted my offer to be the interim CEO until someone better was elected and was accepting that he would have to take orders from X4 going under Silver X in order to operate with me. The man just wanted to make money for his own options. As a fellow corporate cog, I completely understood his motivation, so giving him an option to make money seemed the best way to reward him. My own goals were simply to get the company working again and maybe produce a stable income to help with the ideas of turning Gargan into a resort world. A general issue that I had come to find annoying while going over the books, I found that large portions of the stockpiles of supplies and weapons had been stolen at some point. I wasn't sure who was responsible for this, but it was a reality I would have to deal with. Hopefully it would not be too much of an issue for the company. Besides that, I worked out some general contracts with the local gangs. Starter contracts as it were to keep things simple. I would prefer not to work with criminals, but when the planet is run by criminals you really had no other option. I guess I could abandon the company and just let whatever happens, happen, but that seems irresponsible, especially if I could get the mobsters to see how profitable more lawful businesses could be. Stable, well-paying industry would do more good for the sector than letting everything fall apart. Otherwise, the company could run itself, producing ships for the local clans and for the huts in the military capacity. I really wasn't needed to oversee it at this point, so we were preparing to leave finally, and something I was happy to be on my way about. I had other things to do other than dally around Gargan trying to make sure everything was perfect. The more visible I was, the worse it would be for the Silver Codex, and I could immediately deal with the issues going on with Mandalore Hypernautics from a distance remotely. It was time to go to Ordo for a meet-up with Vi, to get back to being a senator and no longer a well and unfortunate folk hero by some of the stuff I've seen online. Gargan orbit, en route to Mandalore. Ram Koda. Laying on the bench in the back part of the ship, I relaxed, trying to find my center after that adventurous trip to Gargan. I was probably going to be in trouble with the Jedi Council for that little gamble, but it all worked out, I believed. I would probably get a slap on the wrist, might even be forced to leave the sector by those in control of Mandalore, but that's what usually happened when I did what I felt was right. Near the front of the ship, the Mandalorian Royal Guard was flying us into orbit to take us to the Mandalorian system where I could get a flight back to Concordia. He seemed focused on the controls, but he finally spoke up as he seemed to have the Navi computer finalized. Thank you for the help during the fighting, Master Koda. I don't think we would have been able to push past the first trenches with as few casualties if you hadn't been there. I smiled and said, no need, it was what a Jedi should do, not to mention it felt like old times. Old times? The Royal Guard asked from his seat. Long story short, I'm from a world that spent most of the last 100 years at war with itself. A lot of trench warfare, so I'm familiar with tactics of that particular kind of combat. I said, trying to stretch out a twinge in my back. Ro chuckled and asked, any chance that that planet is part of the Mandalorian diaspora? Sounds like one of ours. Causing me to laugh a bit at that before saying, no it's not, as far as I'm aware it was never part of the diaspora or had any connections to Mandalore. If there had been, it was long since wiped out. That being said, I do feel certain kinship with your people. Facing a long and drawn-out war that never seems to end is a shared experience, but I think we can all agree it is something we'd rather not experience. Ain't that the truth? He said, turning his seat to look out into space for a moment. Whatever he was going to say was interrupted as someone began banging on one of the cell doors. Let me out of here. Let me out. You cannot do this to me. Letting out a breath of annoyance, Ra got up and cracked his neck. He walked past me and pressed the button for the door, catching the CEO's fist with his left hand as he attempted to escape and then punching him square in the jaw, knocking him out. Ra pushed him back into the cell before closing the door. That'll keep him out for another couple hours. Hopefully he won't make more of a racket next time he wakes up. Here's hoping. I said, amused by the whole scene before saying, though that was a bit harsh, aren't there rules for transporting prisoners that prevent physical violence? The Royal Guard shrugged before shaking his head, technically yes. Also technically the rules are more like guidelines anyways when it comes to terrorists in the Mandalorian sector. You can't treat them too softly though, they'll eat you alive. I know that, as he walked past me to get back into his seat before he continued. And frankly this is going to be a long flight. If he gets the idea that banging on the door will get him anything but a punch in the face, he'll be making a racket the entire time. Just being an annoyance and maybe hoping to get a moment where we slip up and he thinks he can overpower us is not something I want to deal with. Very unlikely, I noted out loud before saying, well, since that's the treatment of terrorists, how come you didn't go after White Silver? Not enough guards. If I had the resources and the manpower I would have taken her in as well. What she did was a vigilante act even if it was in favor of the current government, no one's above the law. By the way, do you have any details on her base of operations? In case the Duchess sends me after her, I would like to have some idea on where I can pick her up. I shook my head and said, no idea at all. I happened to meet her at a local spaceport on Concordia as I was looking for a ride to Gargan. They said they were going that way, only found out who they were after the ship left the planet. Concordia, he said rubbing his chin, that says a lot, must be one of the exiles. Would have thought Pri would have gone down harder on the Silver Codex if she was from there, but then again he's always a bit of a softie when it comes to the traditionalists. That does explain why she never took her helmet off though. She must be one of those religious types, the children of Mandalore or whatever. They believe you can't be a true Mandalorian if you don't wear the helmet all the time. Must be. I said, hiding amusement that my accidental leak seemed to have created a backstory for White Silver. I've met the children of Mandalore and to be frank, White Silver was not one of them. The fact that I caught her without her helmet when I first met her was proof enough for that, but the mindset was slightly different as well, with her prioritizing the people of Mandalore, instead of honor. I was not going to correct the Royal Guard. What Silver is doing seems like a good influence on the sector, so helping the Royal Guard track her down now is not really advisable. Let him believe that she might be a member of the cult of the children of Mandalore. Besides, keeping the location of her secret base to myself was well within my rights. If I ever came to believe that White Silver was a problem, I could always release this information at a later time. Gargan City outskirts. Ursa Ren. I watched as another set of recently captured ships took off, loaded to bear with as much equipment as I had been able to squirrel away over the last few days, which was a sizable amount. One thing I had to give the CEO credit for, is that he produced a lot of equipment, a lot of it that could be repurposed for Death Watch or just simply for my own use if Death Watch never made the move that they promised. Each ship was filled with blaster rifles and armor, both Beskar and non-Beskar variants. I would prefer if all of them were Beskar, but in an emergency non-Beskar could do it for some of the extremities. The chest plate and helmet are the most important parts that require true Beskar to protect the chest, head, and vital organs. Arm and leg shots are survivable wounds, but a blast to the head is not something anyone can walk away from without a true Beskar helmet. The ships were also loaded with Beskar ingots we'd stolen from warehouses. Crates of them. Where had these crates come from? I didn't know, but I was not going to say no to bringing them on board. I have an armorsmith who could work on them for my people, and I'm sure I could send some of it to Death Watch for their own projects. Most importantly of all, was spreading the word that Clan Ren had been helpful in taking down this entire operation, which may lead to some volunteers from this planet when Death Watch finally made its move. All in all, this was a good operation and a bit of fun with no losses on my side. While Ken did take a shoulder wound, he was fine for the most part. A doctor should be able to fix him up, worst case he'll just get a replacement arm. Really, the largest problem was that I could only get away with about 15 new ships with the loot on board and my own ship that I'd used to get here. I'm sure that is quite a lot of material spread across all those ships, but there was so much more material left behind for White Silver. I attempted to stash some resources for pickup at a later date, but I decided it was best not to push too hard on that. If I got greedy, then I'd draw too much attention and would return to find everything gone. Silver was the most unexpected part of this whole operation and an element I was quite interested in watching develop. Oh sure, I'll tell Pri everything I know about White Silver when I saw him, especially since I was interested in seeing what kind of threat her faction would grow to be against Death Watch. The pacifists are not a threat, they are merely a roadblock, a very effective roadblock, but one that could be overcome if the right cards were played. White Silver though is an actual threat that could very well genuinely challenge us, and they would likely protect the roadblock. Granted, they seemed to believe that the roadblock was going to become more Mandalorian as the years went on, something I doubted. Duchess Satin had thoroughly left all that made Mandalore Mandalorian behind for the ideology of the new Mandalorians. I doubted she'll all of a sudden change her beliefs and start wearing traditional armor to show solidarity with the average Mandalorian. I predict White Silver would be betrayed by the Duchess and her lackeys, who would then come down harder on the average Mandalorian once White Silver had outlived her usefulness. There was no way she would let any threat, even one that seemed to believe that they were on the same side, exist. I know that would be interesting to watch. That would create true chaos in Mandalore and possibly create the environment needed to overthrow her. It would lead to a three-way fight between the Silvers, the News, and Death Watch, but chaos is where the true Mandalore is crowned. You can get as many votes as you want, but strength of arms and the determination to win are what true leaders require. Considering how easy Priest's rulership of the Mandalorians on Concordia had been, I almost thought he had gone soft. This new challenger would either toughen him up or he would lose, as is the way. From what I had seen of White Silver, she had the abilities to participate in this great hunt just as effectively as Pri could. If she won in a contest against Pri, I'd probably side with her, since she gave the feeling of a true Mandalorian, a controlled warrior. Helping her take the throne from the new Mandalorians would be well and good for the people. Assuming of course she won, if not I would stay with my family ties to House Vizsla. Either way, my homeworld of Crownist would be well and truly out of the conflict zone. Thanks to today, probably one of the most well-armed planets in the entire sector as well. Smiling, I turned from the landing pads and walked into my shuttle, negotiating my way past several large boxes just full of gear, equipment, and other things that would be useful for my planet or could be sold for things that were useful. Eventually I found my way into the cockpit and pressed some buttons to close up the ship. It was absolutely full and probably at the limits of what it could carry while still being able to take off. Pressing a few more buttons, I plotted a course for home and sat back with a smile. This had been a good operation and spoke well of the future of the Mandalorian people. Two good choices for a future leader was always a good day for the Mandalorian people. Concordia, Governor's Castle. Pre-Vizsla. Looking outside my castle's window, I watched the skyline of Concordia whilst considering what the future might bring. Things were not looking good at all considering the recent developments on Gargan. I took a sip from the glass of fine Papurgal in my hand. Trying to put together an anti-New Mandalorian League is one of the most difficult and strenuous tasks I have been given in my life. So many factions hated the New Mandalorians and so many factions had issues with the New Mandalorians that finding support to build a network of support should not be that hard. The problem though, the one that always seemed to come up, was that while no one liked the New Mandalorians running the sector, they had been rather unintrusive for the last decade. So the less hardline parties were not exactly interested in rocking the boat as much as they used to be. My opinion is that they would only become interested again if something were to happen outside the sector, such as the coming war between the breakaway Rim states and the Republic. That conflict will most likely present a massive opportunity for mercenaries, bounty hunters, and many other fields of martial skill for the Mandalorians. Being the pacifist, there is no doubt Saturn would put down some rules against taking active action in the whole affair, trying to prevent any violence. This would force more and more people to my side and was part of my plans to remove her from power. The growing problem was that her hardline stance on pacifism had been softening over the last few years. She seemed to be becoming less of a fanatic for it and I suspected that could be an issue for me in the long run. If she decided to not institute any rules to prevent Mandalore from choosing a side in the coming conflict, I would have nothing to use as a rallying cry of new Mandu abuses against Mandalorian culture. How would that conflict begin? I wasn't sure yet, but I could feel that I would know very soon. Until the conflict actually started, I had to make my decisions based on the disposition of those around me, and prior to now it was one where Saturn would most likely do something to piss off the moderate hardliners and send them back to my side. At least that had been everyone's disposition before Gargan, watching the first White Silver get knocked down by the second White Silver, who knew if she was the real White Silver or not, but she had definitely defeated the first one. This presented an issue because obviously this new White Silver represented a potential heir to the title of Mandalore. Even if she denied the leadership title now, she would most likely act in the upcoming conflict, where Saturn will be forced to abstain. I can see it now, the moment the Duchess made a move to make sure Mandalore stayed out of the war, I would need to act fast. Because if I was not successful in my coup in removing her from power or killing her, this White Silver would take up the role as my main opponent. And that would be a major problem for my plans making Mandalore great again. As long as it was just me versus the Duchess, the centrists who disliked the new Mandalorians' pacifism would side with me as they would prefer to get rid of the Duchess. But if it becomes a fight between my Death Watch and these Silver Mandalorians, well, it'll result in the next Mandalorian civil war just without a Mandalore playing both sides against each other. That would be bad for the image of Death Watch, as more connections would be drawn between my Death Watch and my uncle's Death Watch. Considering how brutal that prior incarnation of Death Watch had ended up being, it would not be good for recruitment and could be the end of the whole business right away. I would need to be careful, a lot more careful than I had been planning for, just because this White Silver may reappear at any time and raise an army to fight me. I would need to also think of a strategy to undercut the new Mandalorians' new ally, but how? The Silver Mandalorians are going to follow their leader, and their leader had basically stated they followed the Duchess since she was duly elected. Perhaps I could undermine this mindset by showing that that election was a bit of a farce. Shake the confidence in their leadership's understanding of history, and maybe they would not remain die-hard supporters. Perhaps force a few of them to consider other Mandalores, ones with a proper election of clan leaders. A man could dream, but perhaps I should look into finding more supporters outside the sector. So far the Silver Codex is really only taking off inside the sector. Mandalorians who were part of the diaspora were either ambivalent or never heard of it. If I could find supporters from outside the sector, they could provide weapons, arms, and equipment, not to mention the manpower needed in case the operation went under. Supposedly, I would have a droid army delivered to me. I have been on schedule for our plan to make Death Watch look like the true heroes of the situation, merely waiting for when Saturn obviously failed to prevent the Republic from invading Mandalore, as they always tend to do whenever a problem showed up. But trusting Dooku for everything was unlikely to work out. He was a former Jedi, and there was one thing that I knew about Jedi: they don't like Mandalorians. I am sure he was planning to use me as much as I was planning to use him, which was why I needed backup plans now more than ever. There are plenty of other leaders of the Separatists that I could talk to, including Alzar. A few who were part of Mandalorian culture that might be willing to support our operations to free Mandalore from the Republic's tyranny and the new Mandalorian overseers they had installed. The question now is which one to work with in order to obtain the best deal? I didn't trust these other groups, much as they didn't trust me. I was sure they would want to take over the Mandalorian sector if they got the chance and damn the Darksaber. They wouldn't consider it a valid claim to the throne of Mandalore, just as they had never considered the various original masks of Mandalore which had popped up over the last 3,000 years since the original went missing as grounds for valid claims. I needed to plan and think, come up with a solution that would allow for a successful coup and removal of the Duchess. Otherwise I'd have to just give up and consider the truly distasteful possibility that the old ways might really be on their way out. Chapter 22. 714 FNM, 24 BBY. Month 10. Hyperspace, en route to Ordo. X4. Brewing a cup of tea, I maintained my stance as the ship jumped into hyperspace. We had just left the planet of Gargan, my mistress's new holdings in a manner of speaking. Yes, mistress handed over daily operations of Mondal Hypernautics to a local and her aunt. However, the fact that I was to be mistress's liaison with those two, as well as handling much of the financials of the company until the situation was completely under control, indicated that for all due purposes Mondal Hypernautics is now her company and everything it touched is her holding, including Gargan. I was always amazed by my mistress's capabilities. She had come to this planet to deal with someone stealing her name, and here she was walking away with the planet as her property. Of course the local gangs and nomads would say that they owned it, but do they really? The gangs were looking for someone to make their planet more legitimate, in order to bring it into compliance with the rest of the sectors so as to bring in more wealth. Which would work perfectly for my mistress's plan for a luxury world for the rich and famous to stop off on. The nomadic clans were, in essence, indebted to her for her act to save a fellow nomadic clan, ensuring that they would come to her call if she ever needed it. The planet may have its own rulership, but it was definitely leaning in favor towards my mistress now. And it will be her power base that she could call upon if something troubling were to happen and their resources required to mitigate or fix the problem. It was amazing that she was able to think so far ahead to create a series of events that resulted in her having such strong control over the people around her. Really, she was setting herself up to be a glorious leader of her people while claiming not to be interested in such roles. No doubt this was a ruse, or at the very least to maintain deniability. When it is time for her to take control of Mandalore as the new Mandalore, I do not know how she will do it, but I know I would be there serving graciously under her as is my role in existence. Once the tea finished brewing, I walked across the dining area of the little ship and put the cup of tea on the table in front of Tanya, who nodded her appreciation. "Thank you, X4. She said with a smile, taking the glass and sipping at it. I was about to turn away when Tanya asked a question, "Any reports from Vi I should know about?" I spun my neck a little as a best approximation of a shake of a head. "No, Mistress Tanya. Lady Vizsla has completed the majority of their stops and is on schedule to travel to Ordo in 74 hours and 39 minutes from Jaklia." "Perfect," she said with a smile as she leaned back in her chair, "and I can finally get back to being a senator and not a glorified freedom fighter." She sipped her tea before looking to the side of her head at a little bit of auburn hair hanging there. "Need to dye my hair back to blonde," she muttered in annoyance, before sipping her drink again. "I have already picked up a few shades of dye from Gargan City while we were there, mistress, in preparations for reapplying your disguise," I said, stepping away to get to work on something else. "Thank you, X4. Tanya said before putting her cup down and reaching down to her side, grabbing the sword that hung there. She put it on the table. "Now what am I going to do about you?" she muttered, and she looked at the blade. The blade was taken from the CEO of Mondal Hypernautics when Mistress beat him to the ground on Live Hollow. She already had it transferred here, as well as a slug-throwing revolver that Clan Morrison commissioned as a thank you gift for saving their lives. I've already inspected both and determined that it should be her property, though she had yet to take a look at it. The revolver is a rather elegant model that has been known among the locals for being reliable, well-balanced, accurate, and fairly deadly to those without armor. It is lined with chrome to give it a silvery finish, as well as being engraved with her signature wing design. Carefully, Mistress unsheathed the blade and looked at the writing along the flat of it. It was interesting watching her read it as she blinked several times in confusion. "I already translated it from Mando to Basic when I inspected it, so I wear it," proclaimed itself to be the blade of the warlord of Clan Kryze, rightful ruler of Kalevala. Though I was curious what my mistress's reaction to it would be, being that it was most likely my mistress's ancestor's sword. "Hey, I have to figure out a way to get this to Aunt Satin. It's her blade as far as I'm concerned," she said before she sheathed it again before reaching for her tea once more. I would have said something, but Mr. Muduak had stepped into the room and walked up next to me, reaching into a cupboard to grab a cup. "Hey X4, he said in a rather gruff tone, whispering in a very conspiratorial way, "did you happen to take care of that thing I asked you to take care of?" I nodded and said, "Yes, the record you wished to remove has been removed," referring to his request that I delete any indication that he had ever worked for Mondal Hypernautics. I was unaware of what he had been doing for Mandal Hypernautics, but I was suspicious that there was quite a lot going on that even I was unaware of. An agent of my mistress just happens to be working for the company that my mistress is now in control of. Before then. Well, that was an interesting coincidence, or is it perhaps this was part of one of many Tanya's schemes? Has all of this been a plan from the start to take over the company? There is no proof, of course. My mistress was too good for that, for my mistress was a wise and mischievous Mandalorian. I can only wish to be as good as her one day, so that I may serve her better. Mr. Muduak nodded his head before walking over and sitting down next to mistress. Hey kid, how are you doing? He commented rather plainly before spotted the blade and reached down to pick up the sword. Hey, this reminds me of your grandfather's sword. Old bastard loved that thing. It was shaped sometime during the Mandalorian Wars, only slightly altered over the last 1,000 years or so. He said, pulling the scabbard off, revealing the information written on the flight of the blade. Mr. Muduak's normally passive face changed as his eyes bugged out looking at the blade. He quickly turned it over on the sides, examining it before stating, "This is your grandfather's blade, isn't it?" Mistress made a noise of compliance before saying, "Technically I believe it would be Saturn's blade now, as it says it goes to the ruler of Kalevala." Mr. Muduak immediately shook his head, No, this blade belongs to a warrior, not to someone who has been running away from her warrior ways for all her life. If anyone should have it, it should be you." He seemed to stop before looking at her and saying, "Well, I think it's already found the rightful owner as far as I'm concerned." Before resahithing it and putting it back down on the table. "I'm not a warrior, I am simply a politician," Mistress said, waving the idea away, which resulted in him laughing in her face. "That's what your grandfather said actually, word for word. You understand that war is just diplomacy by other means. If anything, this proves you are the rightful owner of this sword, kid," he said as he reached over and messed up her hair a bit. "Maybe you come from the other direction, but you understand the necessity of actually being able to fight, which makes you the perfect one to own this. Leave it up on a mantle if you want, but have it close by so that he will bring you luck." Mistress asked, sounding confused. "Right, old traditions have the Mandalorian spirit be imbued within their armor and weapons when they die. So in essence your grandfather's blade is your grandfather, here to watch after you and your fights." "Ah, that makes sense," Mistress said before continuing, "though I really believe that the blade should go to Saturn, so that she could at least be given the chance to have it first. I need to find some way to arrange it to fall into her hands." Mr. Muduak shrugged and said, "That's what you want to do, kid, but trust me, with how often she melts down Beskar armor and weapons, it would be better just to hang it up on the wall and get more use out of it than if you handed it over." "Noted," Tanya said matter-of-factly before sipping her drink. Shaking my head, I wondered how she was able to do this already, as she was making moves to take over Kalevala. She even managed to get someone to basically beg her to do it. I must double my efforts to be even better at creating the funding she needed in order to make sure she was successful in her efforts to rebuild Mandalore in the image she saw it in. Shouldn't be that hard now that there is a worthy planet to base most of my mistress's company out off, as Gargan had quite a large smuggler population that transited its way through, plenty of pilots to choose from, and the legalities of the planet were such that no one would look about a few holding corporations claiming to be from there. Not to mention I could acquire quite a lot of muscle from the local mercenaries. Yes, Gargan would be a perfect planet to build a functional financial empire out of, to support my mistress's goals, of course. Before I could get any deeper into those thoughts, more of the crew of the ship started finding their way in, grabbing drinks and food, talking, and chatting, turning the atmosphere into a pleasant one. One of them had turned on the TV to watch some of the recorded episodes of the Silver Rider that had been loaded into the mainframe. It's quite a pleasant environment to return to after the combat they had been through, I imagined. And now their loyalty was all but assured, since they had fought by my mistress's side to unseat the false Silver. Perhaps I should involve them in a few of my operations to make money? I would have to be careful though, make sure the royal guards are not going to think I was doing anything illegal or getting involved in anything that was too morally ambiguous. But it would be beneficial for all parties involved if I were to utilize some of their skills. The Slicer, Mr. Mock, would be quite useful in setting up some more of the harder companies to fund. Yes, I should look into that. Perhaps I should also look into getting a few more droids for the growing space fleet I would now be acquiring through ownership of Mandal Hypernautics. So many different opportunities, so many options to know where to even start. However, I knew one thing, to trust in my mistress and the plans she creates, and everything would work out. Now what should I make my mistress for today? I picked up something called a sugar cookie dough. That would be fine, I think, right? She did seem to enjoy sweets. Yes, that would be perfect. Kalevala, Kry's clan fortress. Saturn cries. How many years has it been since I've been home? I wondered as I looked up from the shuttle platform at the old family estate. It has been close to a decade, if not more. The last time I was here was to say goodbye as I left for Mandalore. Shaking my head, I moved across the somewhat clean platform. Sand had somehow found its way up here, which is to be expected in a desert world. It finds its way everywhere. I made my way to the front door, quickly typed in the old security code. Without fuss or issue, the doors opened before me, allowing me to step inside as 2 of my royal guards accompanied me. They weren't really needed, this place was so well defended and out in the middle of nowhere I doubted anyone would set up an ambush here, but it is their job to be by my side and I might need their help to haul the armor back. I still had not heard from the Zoom yet, but it was only a matter of time. He'll pop up sooner or later, I am sure. If not, well, I guess I could use the royal guard's armor for the task and all that. But either way, it was time for me to find my old armor. The Beskar in it was a family heirloom and I should probably have it ready for the creation of this new set. If I decide to go through with it, I'm still a bit unsure on the matter. At the time I originally came up with the idea I was certain, now I was having second thoughts. Old pacifist habits die hard, I suppose. I've probably been drawn too far into the nature of pacifism over the last few decades, assuming that complete pacifism as the new Mandalorians dictated was the right way when there probably was, as Tanya had proposed, a middle ground somewhere that both sides could come to an agreement or compromise. I'll have to see if I could find this middle ground now, and that would take time. Old strill, new tricks as the saying goes. Clearing my mind, I reached up and removed the atmospheric mask before putting it on a rack. The other 2 guards reached up and pulled off their masks as well. It's a design that fits neatly under their helmets compared to mine, which was more of an older model with notable filters. Once that was done, I moved over to the panel and pressed a button to initiate the decontamination procedures, removing any chemical or radioactive material that might have flowed into the building with us. This is a constant fight on Kalevala, while it wasn't as badly bombarded as Mandalore since Kalevala's ecosystem is still somewhat functioning, but a large swath is covered in poison. Kalevala had been bombarded with a lot of stuff over the decades, heavy metals being one of the more notable poisons in the atmosphere. That's why most of Kalevala lived in atmospherically controlled cubes that allowed them to make sure nothing dangerous got into the buildings. Really, Mandalore had gotten off comparatively lightly since Mandalore doesn't have to deal with a poisoned atmosphere. Although the biosphere was still functioning on Mandalore, well, everything was dead and nothing really moved, so any poisons were able to be cleaned up rather easily and buried deep underground. In most cases I'm sure there are regions that were worse than others, but they tended to be far away from population centers and safely forgotten. As soon as the decontamination room stopped cycling, I stepped out and started walking down the hallway, admiring the sculptures of my ancestors and the paintings on the walls. One thing that I shared with most of my family was an enjoyment of Mandalorian art. One of the first things I had done when I had taken up residency at the Royal Palace of Mandalore was commissioning cubic art for the walls, in order to remind me of home. Here the paintings are, for the most part, depicting various members of the clan Kreis throughout the last 100 years. Most of the older stuff were on other levels since the platform had only been constructed 100 years back. So I recognized some of these faces, from grandfather to father to brother and his wife. I stopped and looked at a particular wall, noting how much Korki took after his father. Give it a few more years and I probably would not be able to tell the difference, besides the slight hair color change between the two. Shaking my head with a chuckle, I continued on my way, paying some respects to a bust of my father, commissioned after his death. He's always been a strong warrior and a good man who has done his best to maintain the peace after grandfather died. I suspected if things had gone differently, he would have ended up ruler of Mandalore and probably brought in the type of society Tanya wanted. Maybe a little bit more aggressive than what she stated, since he was a true Mandalorian after all. He reveled in combat, but he understood that there was a need for peace more than any other leader in the sector I'd seen. It was a terrible thing how he died. The only thing I have been able to dig up over the years was that martial traditionalists, that had been connected to the clans currently running Mandalore after the siege, had invaded Kalevala for material aid after all their ability to produce food on Mandalore during that time was all but destroyed. I have been trying to negotiate some sort of agreement when they had decided to backstab him and launched the raid. After that things became murky as my father's sword and armor were stolen. I know my brother died that day with his armor taken, as well as my sister, Bo-Katan, went into hiding. As for my sister-in-law, she supposedly survived but died sometime later with her armor stolen after her death. Over the years I had actually managed to get a hold of my father and my brother's armors. Some lowlife had been trying to sell them on the open market, but I thankfully put a stop to that. It was actually the last time I've been here, as I placed their armors into their rooms as a final testament to them returning home. Bit of the old Mandalorian still in me, I guess. As for my sister-in-law's armor, that was still a bit of a mystery. Being of Clan Kaldau, her family line was somewhat important to the traditionalist, so I suspected it had ended up in their hands. A lot of Mandalorians had come from Clan Kaldau, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was in some reliquary somewhere, as a testament to the final Kaldau. But just as likely it could have been melted down at some point. Maybe even becoming part of the Sundary's walls, which were reinforced with bits of Beskar. Moving on, I walked further into the fortress, only stopping when I reached a familiar doorway, the entrance to one of the few rooms in the building. Smiling, I looked at the old door with fond memories. Remembering long-gone days of my childhood and early teenage years before things went terrible. Once I had my fill of nostalgia, I reached down and grabbed the door handle, expecting it to be locked. After all, it had been years since I've been here and I'm pretty sure I had locked it. But it wasn't. As a simple touch the door slid open. Now these doors were normally hermetically sealed shut, there was a locking mechanism that kept them locked and then there was the mechanism that kept the environment from being exposed to any contaminants if something ever happened to blast a wall open. So by all rights the door should not have opened like that, but it did. It slid open to the side before coming to a stop without a hiss to indicate that it was sealed tight, leaving me there stunned. Has someone broken in? But the facility had been locked down perfectly fine and no alarms ever sprung up. Someone had to have snuck in, and if there was someone inside, why would they have broken into my room? Confused, I walked into my room smiling at the fact that besides the strangeness of my door being broken in, it was still as I remembered it. My bed sheets are still neatly made. In fact the room was somewhat lit by a window through the curtains, and a few posters from Coruscant musical groups I have been into at the time of my youth were on the walls. And on my old desk there were a few etchings that reminded me of how bored I could get one if I didn't have a lot of things to do, something you just didn't have once you got older. If anything the room looks perfectly into, no, wait, there was something off. The bed may have been made, but it was slightly wrinkled as if someone or something had laid on top of it. Right in front of my closet, in fact, like someone sat on it. Facing my closet I immediately walked over to the door and hit a button to open it, revealing an empty armor stand. Someone had stolen my armor. Who the hell would steal my armor? Why would anyone steal my armor? What point is there to steal my armor? Why? This was possibly the most disconcerting event I had ever had, and I had no idea who was behind this transgression. If someone had broken in to steal my armor, had they stolen everyone else's armor as well? I stepped out of my room and started walking down the hall quickly, reaching my parents' room, pressing a few buttons. The door sprung open and I stepped inside. It was still as it should be, the bed was made, and besides a little bit of dust from what appeared to be a crack in the wall, it was fine. I'll need to have someone send over here and fix that up later. Walking over to my parents' closet, I pressed a few buttons and opened both doors, revealing my mother's armor and my father's armor exactly where they should be so they had not been stolen. Turning to the guards I said, check the building for any signs that someone had broken in. They both saluted and said, yes, my Duchess. Before walking out. Turning back to the sets of armor, I was trying to figure out what had gone down here. Someone had broken into my estate just to steal my armor specifically. Who would do that and why? I know I'm going to get back into that circle. So after shaking my head I stepped outside and walked down the hall to my brother's room. Perhaps there are more stolen that might explain something, or it might not. Pressing a few buttons I walked across it to the closet and pressed a few more to open it, and there his armor was, exactly where I left it all those years ago. Shaking my head I walked back into my parents' room. Closing the door to get myself a moment to think, who would break into my room to steal my armor? Wait a moment, I thought as I tilted my head towards a camera at the corner of the room. Standing up I walked across the room to a terminal and pressed a few buttons before bringing up security footage of the building. There was nothing in the room, but it would tell me who had entered it in the last decade or so. And according to this there had only been two groups in this building in the last decade. One was Tanya, Corky, and Bo-Katan, obviously exploring the building for its architectural and artistic merits. The other was Bo-Katan and Tanya, and as I watched them leave on their way out, Tanya was carrying a sack full of something that looks suspiciously like armor. I had to take several deep breaths when I saw Tanya steal something from me. It was a little too much. Seeing that it was my sister's influence that had done it, I will wring her neck the next time I see her. Although I had to wonder why she had to steal my armor, did she know? No, that was impossible. Just a random chance could have easily stolen my mother's or her father's armor for what was obviously a reforging project. Reforging project. Zoom was going to have to answer me on that. I have a feeling they've been moving around and behind my back, and I felt a bit betrayed. Not too greatly, since obviously the armor had been for protection, but it is the principle of the matter. I was going to have to come down a little bit hard on them so they didn't do things like this behind my back ever again. Criff, I'm already going to have to come down hard on them for the whole Gargan business, so I would just add that to my list of things to quietly yell at them about. Shaking my head I walked over to my parents' armor, giving them a bit of a test before sighing. I was now without armor, and here are two perfectly good sets right here in front of me. It may not be my original armor set, but this one was as good as any. Carefully I removed pieces from both sets and stored them on the bed sheet. As much as I would like to keep them as a little bit of a shrine for my parents, they would do better to help me protect Mandalore in a new role if they were reforged. That's what I needed in this coming age. Ordo, Clan Ordo Museum. Tanya cries. Finally, safe and sound. Away from the craziness I had to get myself involved in for the betterment of the sector, we arrived on Ordo's home planet of Ordo. I always find it hilarious how there could be a clan named after a planet with a planet named after a clan, like how Mandalore is the name of the sector, a planet, and a political position. I'll have to take a moment to look into which came first when I get a chance. Either way, we'd arrived at a rather secluded area in the far north of the planet, one of the many desert stretches where we arrived at Clan Ordo's main museum complex. Engis has always wanted to bring me here to look around, so I figured it would be a great place for our little trip. Not to mention it wasn't a very popular tourist destination, which means there weren't a lot of people watching this area as far as I was aware. So when Vi and the other guards showed up here, they could simply just walk into our room, and as far as anyone would know, they had been with the group the entire time. Well, that was the hope at least. With any luck, nothing had gone completely wrong and my alibi was firmly secured. If it wasn't, well, I'll just deal with it if something comes up. Anyways, the complex we've landed in was apparently not a very busy place, mostly academics interested in looking at records. That's why we came here though. This place had been set up to be a tourist spot, but it never became a popular one. We were staying in a hotel that was part of the museum. It overlooked most of the desert around us, which was a light pink in color. I am not sure how the sand came out that way, probably due to trace minerals like those pink salts that a colleague in your first life. He talked about how his wife bought a bag of it after reading their health benefits off the internet. He swore that soaking in a bath with the pink salt every night helped ease his back pain. I wasn't a geologist, so it was not like I would know something like this. If I was curious enough, I might look it up when I get a chance. Besides that, the place was a very finely furnished hotel. It could probably give some of the places of my first life a run for its money, with the amenities offered. A small hollow-vid theater, on one end of the roof is a pool inside a glass room to prevent contaminants from getting in, several traditional Ordo restaurants, although most of them were closed for the off-season. I guess we had arrived at a fairly quiet time for the facility. And most importantly, the complex also has private landing pads on several of the floors that were meant for security details of the rich and famous. I would have to thank X4 when I got the chance and reimburse him because he had outdone himself by having the funding to rent this hotel suite for the time we needed it. It also makes rejoining Vi even easier since all they need to do is land on the pad, walk in the building, and we'd be good. I doubted anyone was looking for me, but it was better to be safe than sorry. But worrying about that kind of stuff was for later when Vi finally arrived. Right now I was enjoying my time looking at the museum. Ordo was leading the way, showing off several relics, artifacts, and recreations, talking about their history. There were quite a lot of items here, mostly weapons and a few pieces of ancient Mandalorian armor with names related to various clans and other time periods. There were walls of blasters of various designs, obviously some of them were older than the Galactic Republic. As well as a few slug throwers the further back in history we get. It is to be expected really, considering what Ordo was in the long run. Ordo could be considered an arsenal world as it produced a lot of weapons and sold them to anyone with the money. They kind of proved my point about how we can profit off our abilities without having to take part in major conflicts. Oh sure, members of Clan Ordo had been involved in the recent civil war, but the clan itself has never taken an official side. Those are just elements of their population who decided to join up with either side or settle old grudges. As far as the government was concerned, they were not part of the conflict and they sold weapons to either side as a true neutral. A lot of their examples could probably be applied to the rest of the sector and would save the Mandalorian sector a lot of pain. They also proved my point about museums. This museum was also a fortress designed to protect the relics and data about how to make them. Under each weapon was a design sheet explaining exactly how they were built, what equipment and material was used, and how to set up a factory to construct them. Important information for if you ever needed to rebuild a weapons factory or create a replica. And as we progressed through the facility, I found more and more examples of this type of thinking. They preserve a relic or replicate it and then have a data pad attached to the display that explains exactly how it was constructed, with what materials, and how to do it. Additional information on the history of the design, its impact on history, and interesting trivia are available in various labeled tabs at the top of the pad. Considering large parts of the facility were underground, I could assume that there were servers deep below with this information in triplicate. Ordo was ready to rebuild its arm industry with whatever was left if something were to happen. However, most of these weapons are outdated museum pieces that would not cut it in a modern battlefield. Like a muzzle-loading rifle facing off against a modern M4 assault rifle. Of course, war is not as simple as Gun A vs Gun B, it's Army A with their tanks, aircraft, and logistics vs Army B with their tanks, aircraft, and logistics. A Mandalorian battle group from the Mandalorian Wars would still mop the floor of the Trade Federation blockade over Naboo, even if the Mandalorians had a more primitive arsenal. In either case, Ordo also has several more modern equipment like a few Wester pistols or Gala R blasters, but they don't have the manufacturing information listed, most likely it is under copyright protection. Weapons that do have their manufacturing information listed were probably old enough to fall under fair use or too obsolete to compete with modern designs. Stepping into the next room, I saw that the museum wasn't just restricted to armor and weapons. There's an ancient aero fighter jet just sitting there, as well as walls of little models of various ship designs with screens below to access each one. I could only smile at the repository of knowledge hidden under the sands of this world. It might seem to be mainly focused on the weapons, but that was just because of Mandalorian nature. There were other rooms we had gone through, libraries of reference pads and information detailing the history of Mandalore from Clan Ordo's point of view. There was even a system for you to check out those datapads while you're staying at the hotel, which I had picked out a couple already. The one piquing my interest the most was a datapad by the title of The Last True Mandalore, a biography of Candraus Ordo. Considering that particular Mandalore had been from 4,000 years ago, I wondered why they called him the last Mandalore. Then again, he was probably one of the last Ordo to be a Mandalore, so it was likely just a simple opinion on the matter. Either way, I'd pick that up as well as a few other datapads that I would read when I got the chance while staying here. Didn't even need to return them officially as long as you left them in the hotel room when you left, it would be returned for you, so I felt no worries about making a mistake and not returning them. I started walking towards the next room when Ordo took me over to a side passage. Pointing down the way, he said, "There's a restaurant over here that's really great and it's almost lunchtime, you want to get something?" I wouldn't say no to that. I thought before saying, "Sure," falling behind him as he led the way. After all, it has been a long day and I was technically his guest in this world when you really thought about it. His family ran the place after all, and, now that I thought about it, Njais is a prince for lack of better words, and it's strange that he had basically ended up in my retinue. I wonder if there was some sort of political game being played here? My aunt was rather shrewd, and ensuring an alliance with Clan Ordo would definitely make sure her reign would continue. No, there was no guarantee for anything like that. Yes, I knew that there was a chance I might be married off at some point for playing the political game, but putting a potential marriage candidate next to them at all times in order to build a relationship was a little bit much. No guarantee it would work out, but if you are going to do that, you would include more than one just so you would have double the chances it would work out. As far as I was aware, Ordo was the only one with any political family relations. Leading the way to the hallway, we arrived at a small stall where a man was cooking what looked like some sort of ramen noodle type of food. Like a lot of spices and greenery was going in the pot, though I wasn't exactly sure what was being cooked. Ordo pulled out a seat for me and I took it before he took one himself, saying, "This place is a little out of the way, but I've had food here before and it's pretty good, especially their Munich GI soup. I'll take that under recommendation," I said as the chef of the installation walked over and said, "What will you have?" Having no particular idea what was here, I simply went with what Ordo suggested, saying, "Munich GI soup for me." "The same," Ordo said, not even bothering to open up his menu. The older gentleman who was the chef nodded before walking away, starting to cook something. Whatever it was, it smelled incredible and was making me a bit hungry. "So how are you enjoying the museum so far?" Ordo asked, seeming a bit wound up. Smiling, I said, "I enjoyed it quite a bit, lots of neat little artifacts and weapons are cool. Can't wait to get to the second half of it to see what other stuff is in there. Though I wonder how this facility came to be? What led people to create it? I think it was 5 generations after Candraus Ordo, he did a lot to rebuild the planet and the clan after our return from Dixon. But after the conflicts that followed his time, his armor was lost, which became kind of a shame to the whole clan. Not wanting that to ever happen again, they decided to turn the old Ordo's home into this facility, and it's just been built up over the millennia ever since. So this used to be a Mandalore's palace then." I noted, which Ordo nodded his agreement. "One of the larger ones, I believe. Though that might just be a rumor, it could have been very small. Again, things have been lost to history, things we've regretted being lost, so we've done our best to store things better ever since. As it should be," I noted as the chef walked over, putting 2 bowls in front of us. It looked and smelled like ramen with dumplings, yet it smelled like fish sauce. Carefully I grabbed the utensils and picked up the food before putting it in my mouth. It is very good," I said, digging and enjoying the strange yet pleasant taste of pumpkin spice fish dumplings as well as the peaceful atmosphere of this whole trip. A complete 180 of the last few days of chaos. Hopefully everything would remain this way for the rest of the trip. Ordo Hotel. Vivictus Visla. Stepping down the ramp, I had nothing but a smile on my face after being on a long trip from Jaclia to Ordo. I was glad to finally be heading towards my escape out of this green dress, to be able to wear my colors again and stop pretending to be Tanya. As much as I had fun spending time with Tabi during the trip, I've been constantly worried of being caught out or exposed. But that worry was soon to be over as far as I was concerned. Carrying my bags, I moved quickly across the landing platform, heading for the door that would enter the room where Tanya was staying. Once inside, it was mission completed and I can go back to being relaxed as a handmaiden instead of a body double. Well, technically I was always a body double, but active body double would be the correct term, I guess. Either way, I only stopped for a moment to struggle with the door before I stepped inside, happy to see that the accommodations were quite nice. It would appear that the suite has a kitchen, a living room, and central area overlooking the landing pad with 2 floors. I assume the floor on top was for me and Tanya's room, since those would be harder to get to, while the rooms on the bottom floor will probably be for everyone else. As soon as I stepped inside, I heard someone call my name from above, and looking up I saw Tanya standing there, her hand on the banister with a smile on her face. I smiled back before saying, "I have returned from the mission, princess, and I brought gifts from Harzwi and Jaclia." Whilst holding up the bags in my hands, full of clothing that I'd purchased for me and her. Good work, Vi. She said, starting to walk down the stairs. I don't think we'll get a chance to use those gifts before we get back to Coruscant. We're only here for another 3 days and then we're going to Mandalore. It's not like there's a lot of partying here or events to wear the fancy clothes that Harswi produces. I doubt that. Tabi said, coming in carrying suitcases full of my stuff. Castle came in after him carrying all of their stuff. And as the door closed, the Rigum sealed up its forward doors and locked itself, the droid inside, having been programmed to do that to prevent theft. Oh? Well, that's unfortunate, though still I think we might get some use out of these clothes before then. I said, holding out one bag for her as she finally stepped onto the ground floor. Before Tanya looked inside, Castle spoke up, "Hey, where's the other ship that you guys came in here with?" Tanya matter-of-factly reached out and grabbed the bag before saying, "The ratio has set sail on a mission to make a few appearances around the sector, trying to create false trails on which way I went after the chaos at Gargan." Castle nodded as Tabi spoke up, "By the way, that was awesome. Well, you just took that bolt in the chest like it was nothing and melted that guy's gun to slag in his hands. That's the stuff of legends. And the beatdown you gave the fake silver, yeah, there's going to be a few people who wanted to have your boot on top of them." I turned my head to look at Tabi with a look of disdain on my face. He saw my quick movement and said, "What? The Holonet is a sick place and there are a lot of weirdos in the galaxy. Anything you do will be taken out of context, that is just the way the galaxy works. Still, that's not exactly polite conversation," I pointed out. Tanya, who had cracked her eyebrow a bit, shakes her head in mock disgust. "Denizens of the internet are the same everywhere you go," she muttered, making me tilt my head as I wondered what is the internet? But I shook it off and immediately just said, "Come on, open the bag. I want to see your reaction to what we got you." "Fine, fine," she said, shaking her head with a look of amusement before she finally opened the bag and looked inside. At first she looked in there and seemed to not realize what it was, having a sort of a confused look on her face, but then, the look on her face was priceless as her entire body went rigid. Her eyes wide with a bit of shock, her hair sending a little bit more straighter, not to mention a little bit of flush that went to her as realization dawned on her. It was absolutely perfect and exactly what I was hoping to get. Tanya closed the bag and coughed before saying, "Yes, very nice, Vi. Thank you for this gift, I'll make sure to use it when I get a chance." "Oh? But there's a chance right now," I said matter-of-factly, pointing out that the ceiling. "I saw a pool on top of the roof, so we can spend the day in the water and relax while I tell you that running around the planet trying to pretend to be you is hard work. I could use a soak in the water and sun. I imagine you're in no better shape after fighting your way through a city." The redness in her cheeks was cute, the look of consternation from the fact that she really had no way out of it is even better. Oh, sure, she could say no, I'm not interested, but I'm going to the pool considering there was nothing else on this planet I wanted to do. Seriously, this whole complex was something Tanya was interested in. I'd rather have gone to one of the more equatorial regions. I heard Ordo had a kick-ass party scene, but we were here at the ass end of nowhere surrounded by deserts and a bit of ice that managed to survive the day. Tanya audibly gulped before finally saying, "Yes, I guess that's right. I'll go put this on." Before turning to walk up the stairs looking rather defeated with her lowered shoulders, like she is on her way to a firing squad. Actually, I think she would prefer the firing squad. I held it in until she finally closed the door to her room on the second floor, then I let out a chuckle and high-fived Tabi, who was laughing as well. "Perfect revenge," he said matter-of-factly, with a smile. "But wait, there's more," I said as the subject that would make it a perfect revenge came into the room. Engis Ordo stepped out from his room on the first floor looking around. "Oh hey guys, you're back," he said with a smile. "Hey Engis, you have a Royal Guard swimsuit, right? They give those out as part of your uniforms for training, I believe." "Yeah, we got something like that." "Why?" "Oh, nothing much. Me and Tanya are going to go up to the pool to enjoy the water and I thought it would be best to have you, Tabi, and Castle up there to make sure we're safe." Immediately he nodded his head in understanding and gave us a salute will do, before heading back into his room to get his stuff. "You two are absolutely evil, you know that, right?" Castle said, putting the luggage down on the couch and shaking his head as he did so. "Correction, we two are fun," Tabi said, putting his arm around me before giving me a kiss on the cheek. "And this is probably the second funnest thing we've done with Tanya. Probably would be third if we had been allowed to go with her to Gargan," I muttered with annoyance before picking up my bag with my swimsuit in it. "See you two on the roof," I said before ascending the stairs and heading to my room, closing the door behind me. Ordo Hotel Pool. Vivictus Vizsla. Smiling, I sat on a chair that can lean back quite a bit while enjoying the sun. I've managed to get out before Tanya, mainly because I wanted to see the reaction of the boys' faces when she gets here. This whole thing was hilarious and I was going to enjoy every moment of it, just had to wait till she got out here. Currently Castle and Ordo are tossing a ball back in the pool enjoying the water. They are in regular swimsuits which they cut some nice figures with all the training that they got. Though I had to say the amount of tattoos Castle had on his skin was a surprising wonder. What most of them meant, I think a few are ancient symbols. There is definitely an iron heart in the center of his chest, perhaps a mythosaur skull on his shoulder, and on the other shoulder isn't one of the more known ones, so perhaps it's a local clan one? I need to find out more about him. He's too closed off, I thought as they continued to toss the ball around. Tabi was currently swimming laps back and forth, in a rather tight-fitting swimsuit which was enjoyable to watch. I'm wondering if I should get the other guards up here, but they are probably busy with their own stuff. Plus, I figure they probably would not have given the right amount of embarrassment out of Tanya. I've seen the way she'd look at the silver rider on the hollow screen. She was attracted to young muscular men like any Mandalorian girl, and well, the 3 veteran members fell out of that category rather quickly even if they weren't that much older. Whatever I thought I was going to have were interrupted as the door to the swimming area opened and Tanya walked in. Looks like I'd gotten the measurements right, and she seemed to have no trouble entering the area with a slightly defiant look on her face as she looked around the area, seeing that it was not just me and her up here. Ever since I've known her she's only ever really worn one-piece swimsuits, and I don't know why. We may have only been swimming 3 or 4 times as a pastime, so maybe she didn't really have time to get a real swimsuit. All the other times she'd swim, she'd done it in full clothing or her armor as part of our survival training, so we were both quite adept at swimming in full kit. That is of course not what I had gotten for her. Instead I bought her a 2-piece swimsuit. A little bit tight that shows so much skin but did the job of covering up everything important. It even came with a sheer fabric wrap to go around the waist if the person was a little bit more self-conscious. It is a very good swimsuit, so I got her one in green and mine in blue, so we matched. She looked absolutely stunning in it. Thanks to her long years of training she had a very fit, slightly muscular form. Nothing too hard, and there are a few areas of softness, but it worked for her. I heard more than saw a bonk, causing my head to turn to see that Ordo had apparently been so stunned he didn't see the ball coming from Castle as it bounced off his head into the ceiling up above before landing in the water. Shaking her head, Tanya walked along the edge of the pool to the set of chairs I had set up on and pulled off her wrap before putting it on one of the chairs, saying, "I thought you said you were going to go for a swim. Thought I'd wait for you," I said, matter-of-factly, starting to get up. She made a huff that said she didn't believe me but simply shook her head for walking over to the pool. Cleaning her hands on her hips as she looked at the board across from her to read the pool instructions and saying, "Sure, I believe you, Vi." Without waiting for my response, she dove in head first to the deep end before starting to do a few laps in the pool. I laughed as I realized she was attempting to cope with a little bit of embarrassment about this whole thing by turning it into an exercise, something that would not be wasted on her. Shaking my head, I cannonballed in after her before joining her in her laps. Might as well make it a bit of a competition between us, and I'm sure the boys wouldn't mind. Ordo Museum Library section. Tanya cries. After an hour of exercising in the pool, I am now exploring through one of the older sections of the library that made up the Ordo Museum. I marvel at some of the relics that apparently were kept on display but hidden from the outside world. I was in one of the deeper sections, supposedly dating back to the original establishment of the complex, and apparently they felt that this was so far deep in that no one would ever go looking here. On the wall were several lightsabers, ancient affairs mostly marked as war loot taken from conflicts that's generally from the Mandalorian Wars. One of them had a plaque hanging underneath it that proclaimed that this was Ravan's lightsaber. Hard to say if that was the same Ravan from the ancient stories dating back to nearly 4,000 years ago, or if that was just a lightsaber that matched descriptions of the blade. The plaque was not very helpful considering that it looked like it was almost as old as the walls itself and doesn't have a digital interface like many of the other items stored throughout the facility. So there was no way to check the evidence on that. You just had to either believe it was the sword of the long-dead warrior or not. Personally I was leaning towards not. Strange little mystery, but nothing I was too interested in solving. This area of the museum was seemingly devoted to the Mandalorian Wars with lots of little neat trinkets from the time behind a glass wall. There are various weapons used by Mandalorians to fight the Jedi, from what looked like a World War I backpack flamethrower to a biscuit not too different from the one I had received by beating the hell out of the false silver. There were several strange boxes and pyramids with intricate designs haphazardly tossed together with a bunch of other jewelry and assorted wealth taken from who knows where across the galaxy. The only reason I made any mental note about the boxes was it kind of reminded me about the puzzle boxes from Hellraiser, which gave me good reason not to stand too close to them. Sure, I'd not seen anything like those movies in my 3 lives, but I really did not want to find out that Cenobites existed if they did. Shaking my head, I walked into the next room and realized I was standing in what appeared to be a crypt. There was a glass case containing a suit of armor laying on its back across from me. It's an ancient Mandalorian armor, silver in coloration, rather plain and looking. Stepping closer, I saw that the helmet was connected to the armor by 2 pipes that seemed to run into the back plate, which probably meant this armor had been designed for fighting in space. Looking down at the armor, I thought it was consistently plain and rather unassuming, with no real sign of why it was given any special treatment for its own room. There is one interesting thing in its hands. it looks like it was carrying what could be best described as an ancient shotgun. Looking around, I quickly found the plaque, this one being digital, so it's likely been installed recently. It read Armor of the Unknown Warrior. Apparently it was discovered deep within the castle that has been used to be the basis for the Ordo Museum complex. No one knows who it belongs to or where it came from, only that it had been well preserved. They rarely find examples of ancient Mandalorian armor, which was the only reason that it had not been scrapped. I had to give the Ordos credit, they know how to preserve written history. What I've been able to dig up immediately after Mandalore the Preserver rebuilt Clan Ordo, they had run into some bad times with succeeding Mandalores, which was why a lot of their history had gotten screwed up and lost to time. Which was why remembering history has been driven into their heads and places like this and finally been built. Shaking my head, I hope we could export the model of this facility to other planets. The Silver Codex did call for turning fortresses into historical monuments for non-fighting reasons, and this place proved worth the time. With every step in here I found something that, more often than not, had not been seen for generations that meant something to someone. Turning to leave, I stopped when I noticed that the wall across from it was covered in masks, T-visors galore, yellows, reds, pinks, a few greens, and lots of blues. Stepping forward, I looked over the digital information displayed in a central screen explaining how these were various masks that have been donated from several private collections or had been found within the ruins of various Mandalorian conflicts. Not all of them are masks, some of them appear to be helmets that had their front cut off, which made sense. You didn't need the full helmet to show the changes in style over time. Most of them were T-visors, a few were non-T-visors though, which was a bit surprising considering their prevalence in our culture for just a simple visor. One mask had a sort of proto-T-visor on it, which is a black set of glass growing across the eyes with red painted around the glass and then a red line going down the front, giving it a lot of angularity to it, which makes it look impressively menacing. No real plaque denoting when it was created, only information on it was that had been donated by Clan Ordo about 2,500 years ago to the museum. Shaking my head at the impressive collection, I turned to leave. This whole place was an example of what needed to be built on every planet in the Mandalore sector. Too many Mandalorians were obsessed with reliving the past instead of simply remembering it and going towards the future. As I stepped out of the room I'd come from, I looked around once more at the lightsabers, wondering if the Ordo Museum should probably see about returning some of these pieces of Mandalorian culture. Yes, it makes sense that storing Jedi stuff might upset them. I was reminded about the issues between the United Kingdom and Egypt that had been going on for generations by the time I died because of the relics that had been taken from Egypt while under British rule. The same rule might apply to this situation. Then again, maybe the Jedi didn't really care all that much about old lightsabers. They never really went after Clan Vizsla for stealing the lightsaber of their family member a century ago. I'd have to poke around and find out what their official stance on relics of their order were. My thoughts were interrupted as something bit my neck, causing me to smack it in confusion. I looked around as what appeared to be a small black fly flew away. Shaking my head, I wondered how that thing had gotten in here. When I pulled my hand away I saw that it didn't do more than just bite my neck as it had drawn blood. Sighing in contempt, I started heading towards the upper levels, wanting to be somewhere that I can get a little bit of medical aid. Just in case that bug was carrying some sort of disease I should be worried about. Ordo Museum Hollow Archive. Engis Ordo. Focus, stay focused, you have a job, don't think about it. Those were the words that are currently in my head as I looked through a library of what would best be described as war films. Technically they were documentaries that have been stored here from various ages long past. The oldest of which was somewhere around 1,500 years ago. I have been given an order to find some of the best to view for the last few days we were here, and if possible maybe getting a copy for the trip back to Mandalore is a job that I was going to do no matter how distracted I was by what I had seen earlier that day. Why had she worn that? No. Stay focused, stay focused. Your boss has given you a job and professionalism was utmost for her from what I have seen at least. I needed to find good war films to help her with understanding how people have been trained to fight throughout Mandalorian history. She wanted to see if there was any information about the changes that had happened over time. I didn't know much about it myself. I did know that about 4,000 years ago we favored heavy infantry up till our first fights with the Republic and we met Republican drop troops. Their jetpacks had been easily integrated into our own systems and in my opinion we've mastered it at a level that's put them to shame, though that might just be a bit of Mandalorian chauvinism showing. After all, mastering your enemy's skills is an important aspect of Mandalorian culture. In fact, many of the techniques such as grappling hooks and flamethrowers had been adopted by Mandalorians wholesale because we couldn't compete with Jedi in a head-on fight. And where we couldn't compete we either found other routes or built technology to mimic their abilities. Some vambraces had magnetic or gravity generators allowing them to pull objects to them, for example. Was that why she had done it? She is after all learning to be a diplomat. The planet she is going to has people who were going to expect her to do certain things and be kind of like them, so mastering their skills was important. Not to mention having loyal soldiers who could do the same was also important. Did she wear a revealing swimsuit like she had to throw him off his game on purpose? So he would learn to master professionalism in such situations. If so, he'd flunked that test right off the bat and had to search the bottom of the pool for his glasses for a good 5 minutes. No, he had to be overthinking this. Why would she need him to be able to take such a stressor as that? Then again, what did she say during the operation on Gargan? He was perfectly close? Perhaps he'd pass some sort of test for being a good agent to play a role as a boyfriend or partner in espionage operations. If so, she must be considering using him for such operations in the future. Then he had to prepare himself. Make myself able to see her in such a costume without gapping like a fish if I have to do a similar operation like that again. My thoughts stopped when I heard a voice behind me. Boy, good to see you again. Turning to the familiar voice, I saw my adopted father Raz Ordo, the patriarch of clan and planet Ordo. He seemed to be in a good mood as he walked by me to look at some of the films on the wall. Father, I began before he raised his hand. No need to go all ceremonial on me. You're a man now, you've gone out of the house and you have a job. Raz is fine. Right, Raz. Good to see you, how's Ikutavu? She's doing fine. Finally got trained enough that she should be able to join the Ordo Self-Defense Force next year. I've been having to find an armorer to build her a helmet to deal with her head tails. Surprisingly, it seems like that's a lost art. I only found 3 people who can say they can do it, and 2 of them had work so shoddy that I considered banishing them from ever working on this planet again. But other than that, things have been fine. Shaking my head, I said, well, I'm sure she's happy to simply be in the military. It's always been her dream. That it has. And how's your dream going? How are your Royal Guard duties treating you? Smiling, I said, it treats me fine, sir. I think I made the right choice. He reached over and messed my hair before saying, good, never back down from your own choices even if you don't think they're right, but if they are right, that's always good. Now, why are you in the movie section of this library? Princess Tanya wanted me to come down here and find a few films for us to watch tonight, maybe get a couple copies that we could load up on the ship tomorrow. Raz nodded at his head before reaching up towards the top and pulling a film out. Yeah, this should be a good one for your collection of films you've already got. Taking the hollow tab, I looked at it and saw it was marked Mandalore the Preserver, the Kandraus Ordo story. It was not a film I'd seen before, although I think there were titles similar to this. I don't remember it being here at all. Just came out 3 months ago. New director, inspired by the Silver Codex section about building our own media, wanted to build a story about our Ordo Mandalore. Spent 7 months living in the basement using a suit of armor that we got hanging around down there as an example of the armor we used in that time period. So it's as realistic as he could get it. Pretty good fight scenes too, or so I've heard. Thanks, Dad, I mean sir. He chuckled as he started to walk away before stopping and saying, that reminds me, I know we were supposed to have a meeting with your princess sometime tonight, but I'm going to have to cancel. Some Osik came up, an Arcanian apparently snuck into the museum and caused some sort of trouble and is currently on the run. I don't know all the details yet, but till we get the situation under control I can't really have diplomatic meetings running around. Best to get heading back to your room to make sure your princess is safe as well. Those creeps can show up anywhere. Will do, sir. I said, giving him a salute as he started to leave again before tapping his head as he remembered something. Reaching into his pocket, he tossed me a cube with a bow on it. Make sure that gets to your princess as well, it's a desk ornament really. Apparently some of my guards saw her hanging about some of the older sections where we keep this junk, and I thought she might like a souvenir to remind her of her stay at Ordo. Will do, sir. Please say hi to Ikud for me. I said as I put the cube in the sack of movies I've been gathering up. Nodding at me, he walked off and I got ready to head back to our rooms. Ordo Hotel Suite. Tanya cries. Thankfully the bug bite was all it was, there was no implication of anything dangerous about it. So they've given me a course of antibiotics just to be on the safe side, the privileges of being a princess. Anyways, I had returned back to the main room of my hotel suite and was sitting in a chair as Vi and Tabi watched the local stations while various other Royal Guard members did their own things around the room. It was the last day of our time in Ordo. Tomorrow we would load up on the ship and head out for Mandalore, where I would get to see Saturn again and see if everything was all right. Well, almost everyone. Zoom had already departed aboard the Ratio. One of the many stops that ship would make would be to Concordia to drop him off at his ship, which would put everyone in position safely away from ever being in Gargan. With the hope that no one would ever suspect what had happened to have actually happened. During this moment of peace, I am reading a day-top ad about the Basilisk war droid used in the Mandalorian Wars whilst listening to the others chat in the background. Mok and Strook were having a debrief on what they saw and did during the Gargan conflict. Skada is currently cooking popcorn. Ordo is in a chair across from me cleaning his glasses as he gets ready to work on his shock staff. And Castle is reading a day-top ad about some sort of ancient Mandalorian tattooing practice. Which proved one thing to me, it was not just Ordo and I who enjoyed our time on this planet. Tabi and Vi are being Tabi and Vi. By flicking through the channels looking for, I would hope it's the latest episode of The Silver Rider, though I'd probably take anything at this point to watch. Smiling, I sat back enjoying the very calming and soothing atmosphere. This trip was well warranted and I was glad I've gotten some time off. And I will admit the whole fighting for Gargan, though a chaotic mess, I had scratched a bit of my adrenaline itch I had not had in a long time. There was something simple about being in a combat zone where you knew your purpose and your purpose was to crash into each other in a spectacular disaster of blood and gore, or one of you was simple, even if the reasons you were in the combat zone were due to complex natures of political or economic reasons. Hopefully I could avoid it, that simplicity was alluring. The CIA drew me into mercenary work in my second life. Oh sure, fighting the commies was a very good deed for karmic reasons, but it was not good for a person to build their life about the pursuit for a combat high of simplicity. Reaching for a glass of water on the table, I was stopped when I heard a distinctive tone from the TV. The fact the channel didn't change again indicated that they had settled on something to watch as I picked up the glass. Nope, I saw they were just busy being a couple. Shaking my head, I looked at the TV and saw that it was some sort of news program called the Daily Ordo. What appeared before me reminded me a bit of any news program from my first world, with two individuals staying across from each other. There's a bit of a difference as both were male. One was a sturdy fellow balding and had a knowing smirk on his face while wearing a Mandalorian-style suit. The other was a slightly older gentleman, rail-thin with a mustache that would make most men jealous. It appeared to be wearing the remnants of a suit, having left his jacket somewhere, showing that he was one who favored suspenders over a belt. The older gentleman started first and said, "Good evening and welcome to the Daily Ordo. I am Juop Jurjidas from the newspaper, Ordo Journal." The more sturdy fellow spoke up, "Are they still allowing you to call your rag a newspaper? Hey, at least I don't engage in wild speculation like you do on your holocast, brother. That's a point of view I do not share." The sturdier man said, straightening a stack of papers in his hands before introducing himself. "Hello, Apex Jidas here, freedom fighter, warrior, and everyman survivalist." Yeah, talk yourself up," Juop said with a sigh before getting on with it by saying, "Welcome to the Daily Ordo, where we do a balanced take on the big news of the day. If it isn't balanced enough for you, that's your problem. Now let's get on to the first story of the day. The terrorist known as White Silver has escaped Gargan." I sat up fearing that all my work for the past few weeks had just gone up in smoke until the other gentleman interrupted the first one's flow. He's referring to the true White Silver, the freedom fighter who single-handedly took down Mondal Hypernautics CEO Brezigare and his obvious plans for a one Mandalorian government under his corporation. "Of course, there's no proof of that," Juop said. "After taking over Gargan there is no evidence that he had plans outside of that. As far as I'm concerned, if you take over a planet, from who appears to be the rightful ruler, you're probably an insurgent." Considering this clip from Prime Minister Almec. He pointed off-screen and a clip of Prime Minister Almec appeared. "This White Silver is a completely unhealthy affair for the Mandalorian government. Gargan's status within the government is still up in the air, so we cannot interfere directly, but we do not support random barbarians claiming to be Mandalore by taking over a planet from the rightful government. For sure, this time the man was a lunatic, but what's to stop them from getting the idea in their head of trying to take Mandalore for themselves? As such, the true White Silver's acts are condemned by the Duchess of Mandalore as a violent case of extremism. See violent extremism, terrorist," Juop said matter-of-factly, crossing his arms across his chest. "You left out the bit where they said they would not be taking direct action, just condemning the actions of White Silver as dangerous. It's not really saying she's a terrorist, that's saying that we do not support overthrowing governments, which every government in the galaxy says. And considering how screwed up some governments in this galaxy are, I'm going to say that's just normal propaganda from the status quo. You are too light on a menace, brother. This person has a propaganda document floating about trying to entice people to join her cause, and we're just supposed to believe that they are not planning to take over the sector. Yes, because they're like me, a freedom fighter. They want to make the Mandalorian sector a better, more stable place for our people. Also, if you had read the document you would see that they are in full support of unrestricting the militias. A bit which would ultimately mean arming the civilian population again, which is better for the people. Tyranny can only be held accountable at the barrel of a gun. Pretty sure the quote goes, tyranny springs forth from the barrel of a gun, but whatever, brother. We're not going to settle this argument tonight, I am sure." Had to agree with the older gentleman on that last point though. I am not a big fan of being called a menace. Shaking his head, he signaled something to someone off-screen, and a small box appeared in the corner of the screen with a photo of me and Tabi. I had to blink a couple times before I figured out that it was Vi. The picture in question showed the two basically arm in arm and heads close together. In other news, Princess Tanya is currently conducting a tour of the sector where she is trying to make friends with all the diplomatic sort. She has appeared on a couple of Mandalorian worlds and is believed to be on Ordo at this very moment somewhere. And as we can see from my intrepid reporters, she is no slouch in making connections with people. These two lovebirds were spotted practically making out entering a clothing shop on Harzwi. Details are still coming in, but we've been able to determine that her young courtier there is Tabi Craig, fifth in line to House Craig, who are the current rulers of Harzwi, as he appears to be showing the princess the various sights his planet has to offer. And several days ago, there have been sightings of the couple enjoying their time on Jaglia after her trip to Harzwi ended. They were seen enjoying their visit as they were seen enjoying a tour of Jaklia's tree-top towns. A brave citizen who recognized the princess was able to share a picture of the princess enjoying a steamy kiss with her paramour under the setting sun. My jaw was firmly dropped as a picture of Vi, in my disguise, is shown being held by the small of her back as Tabi leaned down to kiss her with a sunset in the background from a hidden angle because this is not good. The simple operation to make a solid alibi for where I've been during the period of false silver was secure, but now everyone thought I was dating Tabi, which was something I did not want. No offense to Tabi, he's not my type. I would like my personal life to stay private, and this right here would indicate that I now would have paparazzi following me around trying to turn my life into some sort of TV show for the masses. See brother, this is what's wrong with the new Mandalorians. Apex spoke up before continuing, they bring in Coruscant behaviors and ways of doing things. Instead of a warrior princess, we now have some fashionista princess that might be a little bit too loose if you ask me. Hey, that's not entirely a fair assessment. You saw the footage of her fight from last month. I saw that one, and I saw the way Tabi there tried to rescue her. I also know that according to Holonet rumors, she started that night with the Ordo boy, which means over the course of the last month she's dumped a good Ordo of a kid and stolen her handmaid's boyfriend. Or more likely, knowing Coruscantis, she's playing both and her handmaiden is part of her harem. I swear I heard somebody give an audible shocked breath of intake from the TV. Though apparently Juip was unshocked by the statement and simply said, brother, there are no rules in Mandalorian culture against a harem. If the princess wants a harem, she can have a harem. You're just saying that so you can make money off her in your newspapers. At least I'll make money that's better than your water filters. Apex smacked his hands down on the desk and got up. That's it, go time. Going to teach you a lesson about water filters. Bring it on, fatso. Juip said, standing up. Before the fight on screen could really take off, someone turned off the TV and I was able to turn my head to look at Tabi and Vi. Trying to determine how much I was going to have to do to undo the situation they have forced me into. Only to see that Tabi was currently being strangled in a chokehold by Captain Strook, saying, that's it, I'm going to have to beat some goddamn sense into you until you either learn to not screw up a single mission or get you removed for this goddamn detail. Hell knows that as soon as this is over you will be removed. I am not going to stand for your idiocy in the field. Don't do that. I said matter-of-factly. Causing the royal guard to look up with a look that said that I better have a very good reason. If he's fired from this position, that'll draw more attention to the whole thing. And as much as I would not like whatever outcome is going to come out of this, I will know that their little love affair has created a very solid alibi. I let out a deep sigh. Not to mention, if he was actually a fifth-in-line prince, that meant Saturn had put him in this position as a possible husband to be like Ordo, confirming that theory I had earlier this week. I need to keep him in line, yes, but I also needed to keep in mind that this was possibly a political position that he'd been put in. I would simply have to deal with it, though I would still have some vengeance on him. However, I continued, do put some sense into the man so he does not do anything like this ever again while on mission. Standing up, I moved to the couch and looked directly down at Tabi as he gasped for air with the captain's arm around his neck. Because of his little mess up, we are going to have to arrange a fake breakup. So we'll have to make sure that's as public as possible to make sure there's shame on him for that. You understand what we need to do, correct? Strook loosened his grip so Tabi could speak. Holding up his thumb, he said, right, fake date and fake a breakup. Perfectly understandable. Can I breathe now? I nodded to Strook, who released Tabi's neck. Shaking my head, I went back to my seat and let out a sigh. Teenagers, I mentally muttered. Only being interrupted from that thought of just how much annoyance I had with teenagers, Vi leaned in close and said, thank you. That was a bit confusing for a second, then I realized that I just saved Tabi's job, which meant I saved their continued relationship. I should have thought that through more. Oh well, keeping your handmaiden happy was probably good for your longevity. Chapter 23. 714 FNM, 24 BBY. Month 10. Mandalore, Sundari Palace. Satin cries. Sipping my wine, I looked across the table to an old friend, perhaps more if I let myself think too much about it. Long time ago on planets far far from here, Obi-Wan and I had spent time together, not too different to this moment. No, I guess running from assassins, Death Watch mercenaries as well as other people who wanted to see me dead was somewhat different than this moment. At least we weren't in a swamp being chased by massive bugs, it was an improvement. Obi-Wan was sitting across from me enjoying his own wine. I had picked up this particular brand on my return trip from my home world after, well, discovering something that I would rather forget. I would have to deal with it when Tanya arrives in 2 days, but that is future Saturn's problem. For now I should focus on the present. It's been a long time since we've talked, Obi-Wan. I said, looking across the candle-lit table. We were outside on a balcony overlooking the city. It was almost nighttime as the glass dome over the city gradually got darker as time went on, and we were left to ourselves to enjoy a little alone time to have a discussion we had not had in years. It sure has been, Duchess. He said, putting down his glass looking up at me. And I must say you've done a wonderful job rebuilding Mandalore. Your dream of turning this place to a peaceful place seems to be coming true. I smiled with pride at that, nodding in agreement I said, it took a lot of hard work, a lot of diplomacy, and politics, but I seem to have finally gotten all the clans to agree to work with me, even if some are only grudgingly. Grudgingly is better than not at all, I would think. He said with a very good point. That you're right on, though I'm sure we shouldn't be talking about politics. I'm sure we've had more interesting things to talk about since our last conversation. Yes, conversation. He said as a way that reminded me that we had not exactly parted on the best of terms. It had been a bit of an argument, nothing too serious, but a component of our relationship at the time were fierce conversations on the matter of politics, negotiations, and the difference between pacifism and self-defense. Oddly enough, his ideas of self-defense happened to correspond well with Tanya's, from what I remember. At least I should probably stay away from that thought and keep it locked away. Then let's try some recent events. How is your old master, Ki-Gon-jin? That would seem to have been a mistake, as I saw a flash of what could be best described as a pained wince across his eyebrow, telling that it's an old pain that has not really gone away, it seemed. Master Ki-Gon fell in combat protecting the people of Naboo from the Trade Federation some years ago. Oh, I'm sorry. I said, reaching out to lend some support by touching his hand. I was not exactly familiar with all the cultural issues of the Jedi, but I could understand some things. Even though they claim to seek not to have attachments, a master was often the closest thing that he had to a father, and I could see that with the way they had interacted when I met them. I appreciate your concern, he was a good master. He seemed to be off and thought for a moment before changing the subject, saying, perhaps we should move on to something else, something less severe. I've met with your new representative from Mandalore once or twice, Tanya. Remarkable mind, very focused, she seems to have got in her head that she's going to be the one to terraform Mandalore all by herself. Tanya had met with Obi-Wan? That is unexpected. Keeping a smile I said, I know, she's a bright girl, though I don't understand why you would have had a run-in with her. Obi-Wan took a moment before taking a bit of a shrug and saying, unfortunately our first meeting was over politics. The Order had recently heard about the Silver Codex, and being that I was one of the very few members who had experience with Mandalorians, I was sent to talk with the new inbound representative to see what their thoughts on the matter was. Quite a list of thoughts if I remember correctly. That was understandable. I thought that document had proved to have some odd flushing out effect that I had not foreseen when I had originally okayed it, but what was the other meeting? And the other meeting you mentioned? I questioned. Well, I've actually not met her more than once. But my Padawan, Anakin, has met her more than once. He apparently has had a few run-ins with Tanya, speaking with several Jedi of the Order, and I have also heard that the Agri-Corp was quite taken with her persistent diplomatic abilities and way of framing things. I'd say she's done a lot to repair the image of Mandalorians in some circles of the Jedi Order. Well, that was a proud statement if I ever heard one. I know that when I had visited the Order all those years ago, Mandalorians were considered little more than barbarians who would occasionally form hordes and attempt to ride over the horizon and raid their great capital of the Republic. I have done my best to try and reform that image, and I think I had done a good job, but to hear that Tanya was doing the same was something I could take pride in. Even if I suspected she'd gotten up to using a little bit of old Mandalorian tricks in order to safeguard the peace that I had established. That sounds like Tanya all right. I said with a bit of a smile and pride before continuing, this is why I chose her to go to Coruscant. She's got a good head on her shoulders and knows how to talk to people, really makes people understand what she's trying to get across. Obi-Wan nodded his agreement, taking a sip of his glass before saying, that I can agree with. And if she can rub that common sense of herself on Anakin, I'd be very happy. Oh yes, your new Padawan. I said before continuing, if he continues to interact with Tanya, I'm sure she'll rub off on him. She has a tendency to get people to see her point of view, it just takes time. A point to keep in mind then. Although meetings with senators is not exactly something that happens too often. But fostering a friendship between the two couldn't hurt. Nodding my approval, I marked down something else to add that to the list of subjects I should talk to Tanya about when I saw her next. A list that kept on growing with every afternoon, it felt like. Sipping my glass, I for a moment wondered, where our conversation should go next. Thankfully that question was quickly answered by something that has been staring me in the face the whole time, but I hadn't had the real time to take it until now. I have to say, Obi-Wan, I do not feel like that beard was a great improvement, it hides too much of your face. He smiled at that and rubbed his chin like he used to do all the time, though now his beard was clearly in the way. I don't know, I like it. Helps me blend in a lot better when I travel to the Outer Rim. I nodded at that. His master had got along rather well with the Mandalorian clan leaders due to his practicality. True, most people do expect a clean-shaven Jedi. I have to wonder if that's why your old master always wore a beard. Obi-Wan shrugged, never had a chance to ask, unfortunately. But I would believe that with him being a practical man, always focused on the here and now, so that would make some sense. I always appreciated his practicality. We both have him to thank for helping us through a lot of problems. I felt a nostalgic ping. During our time running from mercenaries all those years ago. If that's not a true statement, nothing else is. To Keegan, he said, lifting his glass. To Keegan, I responded, lifting my own. Mandalore, Mandalore orbit. Tanya cries. The familiar ball of sand rose up in the blackness of space in front of us as our ship made its way home. It has been a long time since I've seen Mandalore, almost a year at this point, but it's good to see it still as a familiar dust ball, I guess. Hopefully the next time I return here, there might be a little bit more green on the surface. The Etherians were very slow on the whole terraforming process and they still hadn't agreed last time I'd been at Coruscant. But I could hope that things could change between now and then, maybe they'd speed things up a bit. Smiling, I nodded to the pilots, Castle and Mock, before stepping out of the way and into my quarters on the ship. On the trip back, as punishment for the trouble those two caused, Stroke and I agreed to have Tabi and Vi do PT and sparring matches against both of us right after, every day until we reached Mandalore. Since we are approaching Mandalore, we agreed to give them time to freshen up so they don't enter the palace smelling like a run-down gym. I've been wearing some rather casual clothing since getting on board this ship, since I didn't need to wear the armor 24/7 to keep my face hidden from the Jedi, nor did I need to wear a dress to keep the assumption that I'm just simply a politician going on amongst the royal guards. But things were about to change back to standard. Being a princess of Mandalore, there are some expectations. Mainly by keeping up the appearance of being a pacifist, which means not running around in clothing that gives you fluid motion. In short, I had to wear a dress again. My once pure hatred of the concept has, I think, finally just died out. I wasn't a fan of it, but it was simply a uniform I had come to accept at this point. And to be fair, the dress is fairly comfortable, which does make it more tolerable. Shaking my head, I walked in front of the mirror in my room and got to work, first making sure my hair was colored perfectly blonde and touching up a few areas that had grown out in the last few days. Keeping my hair blonde was not just important for maintaining the ability of Vi to switch out with me, it also showed that I had connections with Aunt Satin and leaned in her political direction. If I ever wore red hair, that would imply that I was leaning more in Bo-Katan's direction, which is not as far away from the Duchess of Mandalore's direction at this point, but it is not exactly her point of view. Better to give the appearance of being a child that favors Satin over Bo than Bo over Satin, as it would do my political career more favors at least. Once that was done, I stripped out of my streetwear and pulled my official green dress out of my closet before pulling it on over my head. That was merely the first step, of course, but it is much easier to have a second pair of hands to do the rest, as I tapped the communicator on my vambrace and asked, Vi, can you come in here and give me a little help? Right away, princess, responded her voice from the vambrace. After waiting a bit, she came into the room wearing a blue dress with a faint scent of wildflowers as a sign that she had just finished her shower, already getting ready for our landing. No doubt she'd already come to the conclusion I had that as soon as we landed we would be having to make a meeting with the Duchess in order to confirm our arrival in a political sense. Seeing the state of the open back of my dress, Vi immediately walked over and began trying to help me get it tied up. Thank you, Vi. Political clothing is so time-consuming to get on, I muttered. With advanced AI, FTL, and laser swords, you would think that a replacement for a zipper would have been developed by now. Maybe a magnetic strip that automatically seals itself when both strips are closed together? It should eliminate the need for a second person to help close the dress, as well as be easier to manufacture, as it is just two magnetic strips instead of a zipper. I understand, considering I think you look more at home in that armor than any of the political dresses I never seen you in. I saw her tilt her head in the direction of my bed where the armor was currently lying on. I had been cleaning it one last time before I tried to figure out how to store it away. Yes, well, combat is a lot simpler when you don't have to use your words, but less fruitful in the long term. Armor's easy to get on because it's the easier path, political dresses are hard because it's harder. Vi and we shared a laugh, as this was both true and a joke. Probably should have gone up into stand-up comedy with stuff like that. Vi mused before finishing the last clasp at the top of the dress. There we go, want me to do your hair as long as it used to be, since I'm already here? Might as well, thank you again, Vi. I said as she got to work putting my hair into a bit of a fancy braid. So, have you come up with a plan to deal with the paparazzi situation? Vi asked, sounding a bit unsure of the answers she was expecting to get. All I could give her though was a look in the mirror that said I was not amused. Well, I'm going to have a fake date with your boyfriend in order to make a public breakup as public as possible. But because my love life is a matter of discourse for the public now, I'm afraid it's not going to be enough. It's not, she said, sounding a bit confused. No it is not. I'm most likely going to have to assemble a team to review the information about what people think online about this whole situation and find out exactly what the opinions of the public is on the matter. There are quite a few things I now have to take into account. If the public are now enthralled by the adventures of what could be considered my love life, I'm going to have to consider either more security, to make sure that the paparazzi are not alerted to my movements, or Or alert the paparazzi to my movements myself. I said at that moment we had finished the braid and I shook my head a bit to make sure it was good and tight. I don't understand. Why would we want to alert the paparazzi yourself? Quite simply, if they become reliant on intel I'm providing they won't go snooping where I don't want them. At least that's the hope. But that could mean I need to go on a few more dates, not necessarily with Tabi, thank you very much, but at least with people I can be sure will either not cause a scene like Tabi does or be reliable enough to know that this is all for the paparazzi, a show. Sounds like a job for Ordo then. What? I said with a bit of confusion. The fact she had gone straight to Ordo first made me wonder if he hadn't let slip that little kiss in order to get past enemy agents. If so, that meant he was obviously the worst possible person to take part in this show since he had taken more of that kiss than what was really meant, even if... No, I was not going to think about that. Well, Ordo is a minor prince, he's been your friend for years, and he seems to be more than willing to go along with any operation you come up with. All in all he's incredibly loyal and would probably be the perfect person to pose as your boyfriend for the media. Unless of course that JJJ guy is right and you want to set up a harem. That might take a little bit more work though. I laughed at that idea, that was such a stereotypical from another world plotline that I couldn't even think about pulling that off. Though I will note that would generally cause more confusion, on the matter. Something to keep in mind for the future. Hopefully I would not need to do too many operations in order to keep people from being too deep into my life, and hopefully I would not need a reason to do that. With any luck I would never have to don the silver armor again. If that remained true I would rather not have people looking into my normal life. Finally I said, I will take him into consideration. As for the harem joke, I think I will probably not engage in anything like that. The plan is to provide simple entertainment, not to make the traditionalists amongst the Mandalorians believe I'm some loose Coruscanti. Vi nodded her head in agreement before saying, yeah, it's probably for the best. Shaking her head though she continued, we're probably almost landing, need help with your makeup or anything? Thank you, Vi, but I've got it from here. I said while nodding my head in the direction of the door. She smiled and nodded, leaving me alone in the room with my thoughts and the armor. Finally I walked over the bed and began packing it up before shoving it deep into the closet on board the vessel. X4 had already assigned one of the robot pilots to take this ship to Concordia so another robot would stash the armor deep in the mine that was Bo-Katan's training area. Now with any luck I would never need to use this particular armor again. I might need it once more to do another meeting at Gargan, but with any luck I could do that remotely. Once I was done, I stepped out of my room and walked towards the front of the ship, seeing that most of the other royal guards were already looking at the window as we came into the spaceport. Glad to finally be home. Castell said as he manipulated the controls for a smooth landing. Can't wait to get off this ride and relax, Mock responded while grabbing his royal guard helmet before sliding it on his head as he got up. I give a little cough to get everyone's attention before saying, I just want to say I want to thank you all for your help with this whole mess with the false silver. I had no intentions to ever get involved in the way I had and really hope to never have to do it again, but I'm glad that I know trustworthy Mandalorians such as yourself are willing to work with me for the betterment of Mandalore. I would also like to make it clear that I planned this to be a one-time thing and will not be advertising this ever, which means keeping this under wraps as much as possible. Skittle let out a loud laugh before saying, pretty sure none of us really want this to get out. Something tells me the Duchess is not going to be happy that we let her niece run off to play hero of Mandalore. That reminds me, the Royal Captain Sadie. I have to ask. That whole hatred of war speech, how much of that is true? I was surprised by the question but answered it without issue, all of it, for they are wasteful use of resources. It's necessary for protection, of course, but it's unnecessary for aggression, as I made quite clear in the speech. Having any ability to defend oneself and those you deem worthy to protect is a good thing. Having the ability to conquer another, not so much. Someone will have to pay for a waste of resources down the line eventually. And the new Mandalorians are afraid of war, thing. Helpful tool to explain the situation. I doubt all new Mandalorians fear war, but there are very deep scars from war that are hard to forget. Some people will look for any ideology that'll promise a way out of those scars. Even if it would leave them open to being conquered by the thing you fear. A dose of fear is healthy, but to let it go too far seems to be the intention of those who push for pacifism at the expense of Mandalorian culture. The Royal Guard nodded before saying, all right, if no one else has any questions I think it's time we get the princess back to the royal palace. No one else raised any thoughts, so within 20 minutes we had unloaded the ship and we're taking a speeder barge to the palace. Mandalore, Sundari. Tanya cries. Looking out at the city as we passed by, I noticed that there seemed to be a lot more construction than normal. Nothing too major, but it seems that buildings are being reinforced for expansion. The only times that have happened was when a larger group of people had volunteered to join the community of new Mandalorians. I doubted that happened due to the violent coup on Gargan. I'm sure that this was just an unrelated thing. Besides, my speech was not the greatest for bringing people over to the new Mandalorians' point of view. I'm sure there had to have been something else going on that I was unaware of since I was out of communication with politics for nearly a month and a half at this point. Looking out a window I saw the royal palace coming into view, its tall structure almost reaching the ceiling of the dome at some points. I was not one for forming attachments to a place, but seeing the old building did bring back a few happy memories of my time there. The place looked exactly how I remembered it when we left. From the guards watching over the platform to the various speeders that have been left by politicians who would come to kiss ass or do actual work depending on what level of the government they worked in. Well, almost exactly the same. I blinked a couple times as I saw someone standing on the platform. I tilted my head a bit in confusion as I thought she would have taken longer to get back from Gargan. Before I could really get into my thoughts on that matter, the speeder barge came to a stop next to the platform and we started getting off. My 6 guards, in their blue and silver uniforms, stepped off to give off their importance as royal guard members, followed by me in my green dress and Vi in her blue dress. Standing across from us waving was Bo-Katan, standing in a dark red dress, her hair basically the same though, and I don't think that even though somehow she's been forced into wearing a dress, she was still wearing her vambraces. Considering the city's opinions on armor, I decided to leave mine in my luggage just to assure them that I'm fully committed to the new Mandalorian way. Stepping forward I said, "Aunt Bo, good to see you." As I gave a curtsy. "Long time no see, kid," Bo said, stepping forward and giving me a one-armed hug. Causing me to hold in a chuckle, knowing that that was a quite bold lie but a necessary one. "Yes, long time no see. What are you doing here? I thought you and Aunt Satin weren't getting along very well." Bo shrugged and said, "We weren't. I had just returned to Concordia a few days ago and I found a dress in my ship and orders to show up today. Don't know what that's about though." That raised an eyebrow. I knew that Satin knew about Bo-Katan's training area, she was the one who bought it from Governor Pre after all. Why would she want Bo to be here today though? I had made it clear on what day I would be returning, so this was likely simply a family reunion sort of thing. Maybe she just wanted to spend time with everybody? Yeah, that was probably it. Shrugging, I said, "Maybe she just wanted you to be here for my return to Mandalore? It has been a while," I offered, which got a shrug from her and she put her arm around both me and Vi, walking with us towards the palace entrance. Maybe, I don't know what Satin thinks 90% of the time. I wish I did, like the fact that she got me a dress in my color. Bo said before shrugging again. "By the way, I just watched an interesting couple of clips last night. I have to say you two have been on quite the adventure on Coruscant, haven't you?" I raised an eyebrow, confused, taking me a bit to remember the whole club affair. Shaking my head I simply said, "Oh, that was just a bit of youthful foolery. I'm sure that won't ever happen again." Bo shrugged, simply saying, I think that's the kind of youthful foolery most Mandalorians can get behind. Don't throw away a chance to have fun, go for it, Tanya. And that's for both of you. Next time you go on a trip maybe you two should go on a double date, maybe switch partners midway through just to screw with people even more." I chuckled at that amusing thought and I nodded before saying, "I'll keep that in mind, Auntie Bo." "Good, now let's go see what my sister wants. I'm sure it's nothing major, probably wants to yell at me for disappearing for a couple weeks." We followed the corridor through several turns, passing various frescoes and artistic parts of Mandalorian culture enshrined in the walls of the palace, and eventually found ourselves in front of the main doors to the Great Hall. The noonday sun was shining with a golden light through several windows into the main room, and I noticed that for the most part, it was as I would have expected. Aunt Satin was sitting in her throne with several royal guards near the entrance and by her seat. No other political functionaries seemed to be in the room. I would have expected to see Prime Minister Almec, but maybe he was busy. Smiling, Satin said, "Welcome home, my dear niece," as she got up from her seat, walking slowly down the aisle towards us. I gave you another courtesy and said, "It's good to be home, Aunt Satin." I could have gone with her title, but I decided to go with family since that would do more to show that nothing really changed in how I saw the relationship since we first separated a year ago. Coming into the room with Bo-Katan was not exactly going to do me any good considering their little squabble, so I needed to maintain the family relationships we had in her mind. She walked right up to me and gave me a big hug, which was a bit of a surprise. But the kiss on the cheek even more so. "It's good to have you back safe and sound." Before I could really respond, she practically did the exact same thing to Bo-Katan, instead saying, "I missed you too, sister. It's been too long since we've had a conversation." And to complete the trifecta, she even gave Vi a hug, though she only said, "Welcome back, dear." Then she stepped away from all three of us and said, "Guards, please clear the room, I want to have a private conversation with my family, to catch up." The royal guards that had been in the room before we came in immediately left, and my guards did the same. After all, her order superseded any order I could give. I wondered why she would want to clear the room. It's not like we had anything secret to talk about. Oh no. "Something you wanted to talk about, sister?" Bo asked first and was immediately punched in the face. Who was left looking down to her right with a bit of blood coming from her nose. "That's for taking my armor," Satin said, shaking her hand to get the sting on her knuckles to dissipate. Bo returned to looking at her sister with a grin and said, "Now that's a proper Mandalorian welcome. It's only half of what you deserve, father would be rather annoyed with you pulling that stunt. If that armor had not gone to a good cause I might have hit you again." "Good cause?" I coughed, hoping that the only thing that had been discovered was the missing armor, and why has she figured that out of all things? "Yes, White Silver's little dethroning of false silver," she said, looking directly at me, implying that she knew exactly what I had been up to. Gulping, I wondered if I should take a step back and avoid the slap that was probably coming my way. But I decided to not do that. No doubt trying to avoid the hit would show a bit of weakness I couldn't afford right now. Instead I coughed and said, Actually your armor was resized into a set of personal armor for myself that I took to Coruscant in case of emergencies. It's mostly unchanged and only refitted to my size if you want it back." She shook her head with a deeply annoyed sigh. No, it's probably doing you good. However, we need to have a long conversation about taking risks like you did. And the political consequences that your White Silver character will have to endure." Smiling, I said, "Hopefully there will never be a reappearance, so White Silver's political consequences will vanish into the sunset. Never to be an annoyance to new Mandalorians again, while also leaving a stable center to prevent any civil war in the future." Satin chuckled and nodded her head. "That's what I'm hoping as well, but I still have to issue an arrest warrant for her nonetheless. Simply to appease the new Mandalorian factions that are not a fan of the anti-war and anti-pacifism groups that White Silver has empowered with their speech." "What is White Silver being charged with?" I asked, fairly concerned about that turn of events. "Anti-pacifism." Thankfully all the footage showed her using the stun mode on her pistols, which implies everyone she shot survived, so there's nothing major that can be charged against her. Well, I believe if White Silver was ever caught she would probably get off scot-free. If she ever came out of hiding, I'm pretty sure everyone is of the opinion that what was done on Gargan was the right move in the long term, and did a good job explaining that, even if it was buried in a rant about being anti-war. Sighing, she reached out and hugged me again, nearly burying my face in her upper body. "I didn't realize how much growing up without your mother and father had made you hate war. If you ever need to talk about this, I'm here for you, Tanya. You don't need to rebel against everything." Thankfully, since my face was firmly planted in her chest, Satin was unable to see the look of confusion on my face before it turned to one of understanding. It makes sense that a young girl who lost her parents to war would probably take one of two modes. Either complete fear of war, or, as I had done, hatred of it. While my hatred simply came from the waste of human resources, I could play with this by playing the parts of a hurt little girl. Reaching around her and hugging her back, I said, "I will, Auntie Satin, I will." She gave me one more tight squeeze before we untangled from each other. Not really sure what to say next, I let Satin take the lead as she let out a deep sigh and said, "All right, so how many people know about this now? Just so I can keep an eye on this situation and we can keep this secret." I sighed and said, "It was a situation with very few options. I had to let all of my royal guards in on this in order for this to work. And they have performed spectacularly, could not have done it without them. A bit of praise to their performance would likely help reduce their punishment, is the least I could do for all of their help." She nodded. "That is 6 of some of the more trusted guards in my staff." "That's good. Is there anyone else I should know about?" I shook my head before stopping and saying, "Zoom and X4 knows as well now." "Well, that explains why Zoom not been getting in contact with me." She shook her head before sighing. "As for X4, if you don't think he can keep a secret, don't forget we can always have parts of his memory wiped to keep him quiet." "I'll keep that in mind," I said, planning to do no such thing. Yes, logically what she had presented was right, but I didn't like the notion of destroying a being's self by removing bits of its existence. The whole fact that we were using droids as unpaid labor was already dark enough in my mind. Giving us the ability to just wipe their minds was something I just didn't feel right about. Shaking her head, she finally said, "Now that we've had our moment, and you promise never to do this again, correct?" "I know, I will never do it again without your direct permission." That raised her eyebrow a bit, causing her to say, "Why would I give you direct permission to don the costume again?" I cleared my throat before explaining, "White Silver apparently owns Mondal Hypernautics now, and she has a high position in the company now. The crime lords of Gargan are also interested in possibly being integrated into the Mandalorian sector as a full state, and have asked White Silver to act as an intermediary in that process." Satin had a look of complete exhaustion at that information, similar to what salaryman experienced when they get additional work just as they were about to clock out for the night. Shaking her head, she says, "Wonderful, that you will have permission to work on that. I don't know if the crime lords of Gorgon, as you put it, can be integrated into the Mandalorian sector in any feasible way, but I would not say that putting an end to a possible pirate port within the sector would be unwelcome. And if White Silver can do this, then it would do a lot to improve their reputation." I nodded my head before Satin continued, "However, we will not be discussing any more of this. For the rest of the trip we will focus on Tanya Cries, not White Silver, okay?" I smiled and nodded, "Okay. I'm more than happy to put White Silver stuff aside for a while." Shaking her head, Satin stepped away and headed towards her throne before she said, "By the way, which one of your guards was within the Colosseum with you? I wondered why she wanted to know that, but I saw no harm in telling her, Njai's Ordo. Of course it was him. She said with an amused tone and a shake of her head before she took a seat on her throne, saying, we'll arrange a dinner to celebrate your return and then we can talk about what Tanya got up to on Coruscant. Oh no, we are going to have a talk about the club. Well, since we were being so open about things, I guess I would talk to her about my theories of what was going on with Count Dooku possibly trying to stir up trouble in Mandalore for the separatist crisis that was taking off. Mandalore, Mandalorian Academy. Corky cries. New Mandalorians are afraid of war. It was a statement that I wasn't sure if it was true or not. Few weeks ago when this whole Silver Mandalorian nonsense reached what I thought was its climax. Batch of warlords are going to come out of their hiding places to try and drag the sector back into its older ways. I have the impression that's what is going to happen to the sector I live in. And then my expected understanding has been turned upside down, as the warlords of the past were beaten by a crazed Concordian girl claiming to be the original White Silver. And that was before she gave the most divisive speech I had ever seen on the subject of war to come from a Mandalorian. All my life I'd only ever seen two points of views. The old Mandalorians represented a war in a want to create more pain and chaos for their own gain. While new Mandalorians seek peace, attempting to rebuild from our mistakes and move on from our barbaric ancestors. But that was not the view presented by the Silver Mandalorian that had taken the stage. Their point of view is that war was inevitable, and that Mandalorians needed the ability to fight against war when it rears its head. Because Mandalorians aren't the only beings in the galaxy and eventually someone would not come in peace. I couldn't deny that the Silver Mandalorians' methods had worked. They had fought a representation of war in the form of a corporation that dated back to the old warlords and defeated it on public hollow for all to see. Not only that, the fact that she had proclaimed Satin to be the true Mandalore, which was not what I had expected. I figured that this Silver Mandalorian was going to be as power-hungry as every other warlord from the past. Instead they did as much as possible to try and give all their power to Satin, based solely on the fact that Satin was elected. That really blew my mind. Clearing my head, I took another bite of my Shuttle Club sandwich. I was sitting in the cafeteria of the Royal Mandalore Academy with Lagos, Sony, and Amos, and we were enjoying lunch. The academy is a place where a lot of young clan nobles were sent to try and learn about various diplomatic and statesman skills, as well as trying to make friends with said other young Mandalorians in the hopes of making a strong bond between the clans and a stronger future. At least that's Tanya's position on the matter when we had talked about why she's going to the Corps and why I am going to the Royal Academy. I may disagree with her on the diplomatic support of White Silver, but I could not say she didn't have a nose for figuring out the deep plans of those in the political class. I sometimes wondered how come she had not been set up to go to the Royal Academy. But then again, if she was so good at figuring out the plans of the political class, the Senate was probably the better place for her to be. She would have a much better idea of what's going on than I was. I'm merely an average student. Most of the students around me were wearing their normal uniforms for the day, with sunlight coming in through the window that faces the outside of the dome. The academy was located near the edges of the dome, due to the fact that some students actually were brought in from other domes and cubes. So portions of the academy actually stretched outside the dome, at least the current standard. I heard rumors that there's been talks about expanding the dome in the general direction the academy faced, but that had yet to happen. Most of the uniforms were a blue in color with light blue shoulder marks, with the standard Iron Heart emblem emblazoned on the shirt's front left pocket in a light blue. On the surface, everything looked normal, everything looked as it had been a couple weeks before. However, there were a few changes that I noticed that had raised my eyebrows in the last few weeks that were causing me to think about stuff like this more often. Couple of students had started wearing a white or silver cloth around their arm to signal their support of White Silver's philosophy. If that had been it, I would have figured it was a passing fad. Unfortunately, some enterprising individual had apparently gotten their hands on a bit of a clip that zoomed in on White Silver's armor and copied the four-winged emblem she had. And now they are selling armbands with her emblem on it for a rather hefty price, but people were willing to pay as that had taken off a bit. There was a bit of factionism that hadn't been there before. Although White Silver claimed that she supported Satin and had gone out of her way to say that, I still worried about what that would mean for the future. Letting out a deep sigh of contempt, I put my half-finished sandwich back down on the tray. Before I could really get my mind rearranged, Lagos reached out and put her hand on mine, saying, "You okay, Corky? You seem down." Smiling, I looked up at her and said, "Yeah, I'm fine. Just got a lot on my mind." "I get it," Amos said, stabbing at his food with his fork. "System's getting a bit more complex, it happens now and then. I'm sure things will figure themselves out eventually." "Yeah, hopefully," I said, leaning back in my seat. "Things are just a bit more complicated than usual, it feels like." Sony shrugged, not even looking up from her day top hat, and she said, her brown hair flowing a bit in the movement, "Things are always complicated, we're just noticing it more because we're going into politics in a few years. Frankly though, I wouldn't worry about the armbands. They're just a status symbol to show off, maybe a bit longer than normal, but they'll go away." When she cemented herself into legend with that whole attack on Gargan, people were going to want to know more about her. Learn more about her ideas and maybe implement a few of them into their lives. Before we're already interested in the Silver Codex, all this has done is prove that there's a bit of teeth behind the Codex. You're right, I said whilst leaning back on my chair. I just worry about the implications and what it'll all mean in the future. Nope, Lagos said, shaking her head, her blonde hair not held up in a usual ponytail today. You really should just get your mind off of this. Isn't your sister coming home today? Focus on that instead. Yeah, I said, rather timidly on the matter. I had been planning to, well, I may have been a little bit of a mere shab to Tanya on the matter of White Silver before all this happened. Part of me wondered if I should probably apologize for being a mere shab. A part of me realized that I hadn't actually been that bad, so I didn't really need to say sorry about the matter. Either way, Tanya and I would need to have a conversation and maybe come to an understanding on all of this. Tanya had always been more interested in the White Silver. Maybe she'd seen what I saw the whole time. What am I saying? Of course she would have. She'll be home tonight. I finally said. I got myself a ride over to the Royal Palace, so I'll have dinner with her tonight. Oh, that's good. Hope we can get her to come down to the academy and say hi. Maybe explain what she's been doing over the last 2 weeks that's gotten every other girl in the academy jealous. What are you talking about? I said, looking up. Amos looked at me confused before saying, have you not seen the news recently? The only news I've been watching is the news about White Silver and other big political stuff. Every other time is spent working on work for school. Sony sighed and shook her head before she pressed a few buttons on her pad and turned it to face me, showing me a picture of Tanya with a pinkish-haired royal guard as they entered some sort of clothing store. Wait, that isn't Tanya. I'm sure of it. It's kind of hard to tell the difference if you didn't spend your entire life near the person, but there are small differences that showed me that it wasn't Tanya in the picture. It's much more likely to be Vi, Tanya's handmaiden. There is also the fact that Tanya is happily going to a clothing store, which is as impossible as Aunt Satin declaring herself Mandalore whilst wielding the dark saber. Paparazzi caught Tanya on a date with his boy, entering some pretty racy clothing stores. It was getting big just before the whole White Silver thing went all over the place. This story's pretty much on the back burner, but I think it'll resurface more than White Silver in the long run, now that White Silver is going into hiding. People will be more interested in what the new royal couple are up to. I let out a laugh before saying, oh yeah, she's going to have to explain that. Knowing full well that that was probably not her and she was going to have to try and explain that in some reasonable way. However, if she'd sent out Vi and some boy to play as a couple before. My face slowly died as I realized that while yes, this date in front of me was most likely fake, it's likely a fake date to hide Tanya's real date elsewhere. Tanya is dating someone, and as her older brother it is my duty to make sure that whoever her partner is didn't besmirch her honor or screw up in any way that would harm her. I would protect my little sister even if I didn't agree with her political leanings most of the time, because family is more important than politics. Mandalore, Sundari Palace. Corky cries. Well, the atmosphere here was rather tense. I mentally noted as I speared some roasted Nuna with my fork. Once school came to an end, I had gotten on a speeder barge to get to the Royal Palace to see my sister. Both to see how she was doing as well as say hello to Auntie Satin. I hadn't seen Aunt Satin in a couple weeks because I finally moved out of the palace and into the academy dorms. I had expected to have a simple meet and greet, enjoy dinner with the family, play catch up for a couple hours, and finally end the night by returning to our own rooms. That wasn't happening, mainly because there was not just Aunt Satin and Tanya here. Bo-Katan is also here, throwing an unexpected dynamic to the gathering. From one side of the room to the other was absolutely quiet, compared to what I was expecting. As if people were not really sure how to talk about the going-ons of the world. It's to be expected, I guess. The whole White Silver stuff was bearing on my mind just before I arrived here, is probably bearing on everyone else's minds as well. Well, Bo-Katan was not someone I knew to ever take an interest in White Silver's ideology, so maybe she was just being awkward because everyone was being awkward. Fine, I finally stopped pretending to be enthralled by my food and decided to do something progressive and get the conversation rolling. So Tanya, what exactly happened a couple weeks ago when you got into that fight in Coruscant? Tanya coughed as she seemed to be taken by surprise by the question before clearing her throat and saying, well, we were returning from a trip to a local club for senatorial staff and things just happened to align that two groups of ruffians decided to have a fight on the stairs down to where our speeder car is located. And you charged into the fight? Why? I asked, trying to figure out the whole story. Tanya shook head saying, I did not charge into the fight, that's not what happened. I wasn't looking where I was going and I stepped down the stairs thinking nothing major was happening. It's not like I could hear the fight before we turned the corner, the traffic on the street and the noise of the club were drowning that out. It's only after I was in the midst of the fight that the situation went pear-shaped. Njais was punched out of the stairway by a man who got himself cybernetic augmentations with his arms, allowing him to, well, punch with the force of a slow-moving freight train, it looked like. Oh, that's got to hurt. I said, matter-of-factly. Taking note of the name she said, Njais, isn't that your pen pal? She smiled, a look of happiness on her cheeks, and she said, yes, he joined the royal guard before I left for Coruscant. I wouldn't say I was wide-eyed on this, but my eyebrow is definitely higher from it. Did I just find evidence that my sister was engaging in a hidden relationship and letting her handmaiden take the flak for a more visible relationship? Perhaps. Do I want to push harder on this? Yes, mainly because I wanted to make sure that this Njais guy wouldn't hurt her, less on the physical way, more on the emotional way. I doubt anyone would be able to hurt Tanya physically more than emotionally. Based on the video of her fight, she's taken a couple hits but for the most part avoided all of the blows headed her way and gave out plenty in return. I would have to ask the girls to poke around more, maybe they could see what was going on. I'm sure they'd be more than willing to take Tanya out on more clothes shopping dates. So what have you been up to, brother? I haven't kept up on the news. I shrugged and said, nothing too much, no fights at least. Mainly just been going to school and learning various diplomatic codes favored by various clans. I imagine it's not too different from the stuff you have to learn, just more focused on the Mandalorian clan's codes of conduct. For instance, never piss off a Tina. They're known for holding grudges for generations. Apparently, they and Clan Data have been fighting for the last 300 years or so over some small insult their clan leaders did to each other while on the planet Harzwi. Tanya tilted her head before saying, oh yes, I think one of my royal guards mentioned that story to me once. Quite an entertaining tale, I've been told, since the insult was literally wearing the same armor colorations and style and a meaning of some kind. Really? I said, surprised. The book I was reading actually said one clan leader killed the other over some disagreement about territories, nothing about any clothing. I wonder which story is true, can never tell with history. Some cases, unless you dig back deeper into when the story first started and find which one is older, that might give us an idea on which one is the truth. So much history has been lost over the last couple hundred years. When you think about it, I have to give it to the Ordos. They have a splendid collection of historical works as well as information on quite a lot of what Mandalore has done over the last 3,000 years. I imagine not a lot of the independent clans have their own versions of museums and collections of information stored all over the place. If they could all be made to work together, questions like what is the real story of that whole incident may be answered. I mused as I sat back in my chair. An organization to build museums and to better collect and store history? Brother, have you been reading the Silver Codex? Tanya asked with a smile. No, why? I asked, confused. Only to get a chuckle from her in response. One of the things near the end of the first codex talks about building out museum infrastructure to better collect and store history. That's something that should be done in Mandalore, not only for the preservation of history but also for a tourist market. Hey, I did not know that. I said, rubbing my chin in thought. I really need to read the Silver Codex at this point, just so I don't embarrass myself. It seems to be a lot more than just military and fighting, like Tanya said all those years ago. Granted, I suspected the history they wanted to preserve are the fighting in the military, but maybe there was something more that could be found in the history that had been lost, something only a few clans knew but was important to the whole society of Mandalore. Actually, Aunt Satin spoke up from where she sat, sipping on a glass of wine from her home world. I've been thinking about starting a foundation here in Mandalore to try and organize all the museums and libraries into something more substantial, a system that could work together. I looked over towards her a bit stunned by this turn of events, wondering if this had anything to do with the most recent developments with White Silver. I've been thinking about this for a while, she continued, but I've been too busy trying to keep the government on its stable path. What with the little disagreements over years and other issues that have drawn my notice from things here at home, I never have the time to really put this together. I could use some help getting such a system built. I would need someone to run around and talk with various clan heads to try and get them to sign on to such plans and allow for this organization's historians to gain access to the information they have. Smiling, I said, I would love to help Aunt Satin. My weekends are pretty much clear. I could take some time off to visit various clan heads on Mandalore and talk to them on the matter of creating this historical organization. Perhaps we should call it something like the Royal Historical Academy or something. Tanya proposed that she rubbed her own chin and thought. Not a bad name, at least for a start. I can always contact a few people who are better with the creation of organization names to get something that's a little bit more official down the line. Satin said. Tanya spoke up then, saying, I could reach out to various Republic institutions and maybe the Jedi, see if they have any records that they've kept about the Mandalorian people they may be willing to give us copies of, to at least add to the number of records available. A wonderful idea. Aunt Satin said, nodding her head in approval before taking a sip of her glass. We would need a place to build the headquarters for this museum organization and for them to have their own collection to allow the viewing public to see while the researchers are in the back exploring our history to its fullest. What about Kaldabi? From my memory, the old capital of Mandalore is still pretty banged up from the clan wars as well as the siege of Mandalore. I'm sure having something built there will help the city in the long term. An excellent idea, Tanya said before continuing, starting a historical museum in what can best be described as the birthplace of the modern Mandalorian people would go a long way towards showing a commitment towards the history of Mandalore. I can poke around a few clan heads that I know. Bo-Katan spoke up from the other side of the table, drawing everyone's eyes to her. I get around once in a while. I have a few friends who might be interested in joining this little history club. I'm personally not that concerned about it. She looked to the side and sipped her glass of wine, seeming a bit off as if she was unsure of what she was doing. Thank you, sister, Satin said from the other end of the table. That sounds like a wonderful idea, and that would make this on a whole family project something I don't think we've ever had. Tanya nodded before saying, no time like the present to start having a few family bonding experiences. I'm sure if we all work together this will turn out to be a wonderful institution that'll help the next generation of Mandalorians understand their history better than we understand it now. Satin nodded and said, however, this is a little bit too much work talk for a family table, I think. Tanya, do you have any other non-work stories to talk about from your time on Coruscant? She shrugged her head before saying, I don't think so. I've been pretty busy helping the Ithurians, trying to get them to speed up the process of having terraforming ships brought to the Mandalore sector. Satin nodded before saying, well, do not let that project become all-consuming, do not be afraid to take a break and have a little fun. Noted, though I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'm mostly just wading through a lot of paperwork and I'm pretty good at getting through that quickly enough. I started this project and I will see it finished. It just takes time to get through their bureaucracy. You started the project? Satin said, leaning in. Mandalore, Sundari Palace. X4. What a delightful business I've been given to manage by my mistress. It was not too complicated, as all I had to do was communicate with the now CEO of the company, Jewel Toza, but it was such a diversified asset to have under her control. Mandal Hypernautics was at its core a shipbuilding company, a warship manufacturing company to be more specific. Granted, its facilities had seen better days. At its heights it had the ability to produce true warships, battleships, and star destroyers that had been the envy of many governments. Now production was geared more towards fighter craft and the occasional skiff. That was most likely going to stay the same, as selling starfighters and corvettes to the Hutts was a profitable business. No, the only reason we could sell them to the Hutts was because the company did not have a good reputation or the last CEO. That would change, I hope, as I had instructed the current CEO to look into the pleasure craft market as well as the cargo market. Making a reproduction of the Lancer pursuit craft as a cargo craft may cut into Mandal Motors' profits, but being able to buy ships from a company I already owned would do wonders for my own profitability. Not to mention, with the logistics train I've been setting up through some of my subsidiaries, it would be quite easy to sell these ships after delivering all the supplies they had gotten. What happened to those ships after then was not really my problem. No doubt for the foreseeable future Mandal Hypernautics will be producing fighter craft and cargo craft, which I would either use for the company permanently or sell after completing a job that would take it too far out of range of making their return profitable. Not only that, but the current clientele brought in by the planet of Gargan work of a smuggler variety. Of course there were plenty of pirates, but the smuggler part was an interesting thing. Small worlds tend to be very good pilots, so contracting them to work for me would be quite profitable. I may set up a permanent headquarters on Gargan for some of my logistics companies in order to recruit from there. Seriously, my mistress is a strategic genius. She had not only got herself a company to make ships, a planet that would produce pilots, and allies within the local nobility or mob nobility if you preferred. She had created plenty of economic opportunities on that planet that I could take full use of. The planet was just slightly off the Hydian way that I could centralize all production of the Mandalorian armors that I had made through my subsidiaries to go to that planet. Meaning less collection trips were needed. We could even use the Beskar resources that were on the planet to have armor produced there. Granted, Beskar as a religious item was a solely Mandalore system thing. These are simply resources that the prior administration had collected, but the amount of resources by my calculations they had collected were good for a 4-year war and to create a large army from this Beskar storage. While I couldn't sell the Beskar out of the system, as selling Beskar out of the system is a religious and cultural rights violation, which of course must be observed. But I would imagine I could probably actually sell the Beskar to local armorers in exchange for subcontracting the armor production to fill a larger quota of various non-Beskar armor orders. I worked with the chance to have workable metal that could be turned into works of art, an armor out of Mandalorian iron that would probably catch a nice price. I am still going through what was actually left. The records I had taken with me from Gargan indicated the storage has well over 4 years of material. So far we had confirmed, there was still 2 years worth of material left in Mandal Hypernautics storage yards, but there were obviously large portions of Beskar that were either stolen by the mafias or the nomads of the planet. All in all, not a great loss, since they were never really ours to begin with, and as long as it went to Mandalorians it was not really a major concern. The more interesting thing I found while going through the data are schematics for several kinds of droids. It seems like there have been discussions about building a droid factory on the planet. Nothing had been completed yet, but there were even schematics for Beskar armored droids. An interesting design, not the legendary Basilisk war droids of course, these are more of the modern humanoid type used by the Trade Federation and Techno Union. Strange that Hypernautics had these designs, but then again those designs can be easily bought and replicated by anyone, all that was needed was one of their droids, and it was not like they didn't sell them to everyone who can afford them. Even I bought a few over the years I had been working for Mistress Tanya. All in all though, the production capabilities of Mandal Hypernautics were well within being useful to my businesses and I could use Gargan for a very good economic hub for all my businesses. The only real issue of course would be the protection money that I would need to acquire for the Mafia on the planet, but having Gargan as the main planet could work as a good way to pay not as much taxes as I would on Coruscant. Even with most of the protections on the Outer Rim's tax rates returning to a point before its free trade zone limits, it was still a quite nice number compared to Coruscant. And it would serve Tanya well to save money and reinvest it back into the Mandalorian sector. My mistress made it quite clear in the Silver Codex, that I recently learned was actually made by her, and her opinions on Mandalore was that it should become more peaceful as well as being self-sufficient economically. Thankfully, I had a plentiful way of dealing with this situation. Lots of former Silver Mandalorians are still stuck on the planet and the nomads were willing to take money. With the aid of Bo-Katan I'd helped set up an organization on the planet called the Mandalorian Rangers. It was simply a way to maintain both peace inside Gargan City and on the peripheries of it out in the frontier lands that the nomads lived in. The plan was to make the planet safer, allowing for economic stability, but it would also make my economic attempts safer as well, resulting in a positive feedback loop. A safer planet makes more money, with more money coming in I could afford larger protection for the planet, making it even safer, and so on and so forth until it started to reach diminishing returns. Of course I would have to be careful not to step on the local mob bosses' toes. I knew some of them ran some of the heavier drugs, but as long as everyone is happy by the deals and my mistress is made happy by the amount of money being made, then all is right with the world. I would need to get myself a few more agents on the planet to deal with the members of the Mafia. Mistress's plan to turn the planet into a resort could help with the economic stability of the sector. This seems a little bit long-term, but I could not disagree that the idea was theoretically possible. To make sure it works I would need to have reliable contacts within the organizations that ran the casino districts. Crime pays on Gargan. It probably would continue to pay even after my mistress's ethics and morals were applied. I just needed to make sure it paid in such a way that it didn't harm the civilians that would come to the planet. It was not like Coruscant was not known for being a hive of scum and villainy. Go far enough down and it was probably no different than Gargan. What mattered was the face that was presented, a face that showed itself as something safe and useful. Perhaps there would be a way to improve the face of Gargan. This entire time I had been running these thoughts through some of the lowest parts of my droid brain, as most of it was kept up working on financial information, both my mistress's legal and Silver's illegal financials, but the idea of improving the face of Gargan required the attention of all my mental capabilities. How would one improve the face of a planet that was known for being controlled either by criminals or pirates? Well, you would need to make the criminals seem like less of an issue. Of course the plans to bring about a semi-military unit to enforce a code of conduct on the planet would help a lot in that matter, but we needed some sort of sideshow. Something that would make people think that this place was a burgeoning cultural hub, not just a place to please people out of their money. Going through my memory database I felt like I had come across something like this before, hitting upon a conversation Vi and Mistress had about 3 months ago. Sitting back I began to play it in my mind in order to better comprehend what was said. Your voice is really good, Tanya. You really should have thought about going into music. Mistress audibly scoffed and she said, I'm perfectly fine with my political career options. If things were to go terrible, maybe I'd be interested in becoming an idol. But that is not something I'm really thinking about in the long term. Idol? Vi asked with a voice of curiosity. Mistress seemed to take a moment to think this through before saying, it's a term for an actor or actress, usually on the younger side, who participates in musical shows in order to improve their popularity. Often sponsored by various companies and such in order to bring people to be more interested in what that company is up to. I have heard that there are some planets that go really deep into this culture of idols and have whole industries about turning regular girls into musical sensations. They tend to be in the core, but it's a very niche culture really. Hey, well, I don't know about getting yourself a sponsorship and all, but I think you could definitely get a part in some musical play or maybe even make your own music. Mistress scoffed at that. I'm not that big of a songstress, Vi. I stopped that memory as another memory connected with this one from 5 months ago about songstress. You know, if I was a songstress, Tanya began, I would take some of these historical events that marked our history and set them to music. Well, we do have songs in Mandalore, even poetry, she said matter-of-factly as she shrugged. They were currently watching some sort of historical drama, one of the few attempts by the new Mandalorians to produce historical works in the last few months, possibly as a reaction to the Silver Codex. Well, true, there's not enough kick to the songs and they tend to be just songs about the generalities of fighting and being a soldier. I'm talking about having a song specifically about an event set to some sort of heavy metal in order to give the song the raw kick it needs. Vi looked at Tanya confused and shrugged. I don't know about that, never heard anything called heavy metal, but I guess if it did give the history a feeling of raw power or kick it might be interesting. Ending that memory, I tilted my head downwards to look at the computer in front me, deep in thoughts. This might work, if I use Mandal Hypernautics to sponsor an idol, as Mistress had put it, set their music to some sort of heavy metal, as she put it, and make the songs about Mandalorian historical events that would definitely change the perspective of Gargan. It would create a very good impression that it was simply a diamond in the rough culturally that had yet to be fully prospected. And if my event was successful, I'm sure the other mob bosses would sponsor their own idols, which would create healthy competition in the business of idols. And with the amount of different musical variants and styles that could possibly be produced from such a situation, I'm sure something would catch on with the rest of the galaxy, which would give a bigger boon to the Mandalorian culture as a whole. Had Mistress been looking for an opportunity to apply this ingenious strategy? She always seems to have ideas well above the times. Does she actively plan ahead? Maybe she did, or maybe she planned for a variety of scenarios and she stayed ahead due to the contingencies she developed. In either case, this is basically an order from the Mistress, and it is my job to make this a reality. Straightening up, I got to work figuring out how I would find an idol, how I would make my music, and what the heck heavy metal was. I'm sure it would only take me a week to find everything I needed to get it started, if not, well, long-term investments take time after all. Chapter 24. 714 FNM, 24 BBY. Month 10. Mandalore, Sundari Palace, Council Chambers. Satin cries. Today will not be a fun day. I mused as I looked out at the gathered heads of state that worked underneath me to keep Mandalore running as a safe society. Events that happened had pushed me to take stances that I was just going to have to accept. Sending my newest proposal to the ruling council was going to be a headache by itself, and I could feel it growing already. But there was not much I could do on the matter. Political realities had changed. Granted, it was technically my fault they had changed. I had encouraged Tanya to create the Silver Codex after all and helped propagate it as well. In my defense, when I did those things, I never thought it would lead to someone attempting to overthrow the government I established. But it happened. Someone had attempted to overthrow my government. And due to the position of Gargan in the Mandalore sector, we had been practically powerless to do anything about it. An argument I would probably have to face again while explaining the situation. Shaking my head, I put those thoughts aside for now as the final member of the council entered the council chamber. Previsla stepped into the room and nodded in my general direction before saying, "Apologies for my tardiness, Duchess. I was unprepared for this meeting and was attending to various matters on Concordia when I received the notice." Smiling, I tilted my head in his direction before saying, "No worries, Governor. I had started planning this meeting yesterday and I knew it would be a bit of a hassle on such short notice, so I was more than willing to wait for your arrival. Please take a seat, this meeting will probably take a while." Pre nodded and walked over to one of the prepared seats. Looking at the gathered ministers, I took a breath before beginning. It is time to discuss the recent trouble in Gargan and how we are going to best deal with the aftermath. I have some thoughts on the matter, but I would like to hear what the council's thoughts are first before I give my own. Please feel free to speak candidly. Prime Minister Almec looked up from where he had been sitting looking over various reports, having already been given some leeway to do something about the matter. Standing up, he said, "I could speak to what I have already initiated. Officially, we have condemned White Silver's actions as political terrorism and rampant vigilantism. However, we're not taking any direct action against their followers at the moment. If they are honest about going into seclusion, then it would be best not to give them a reason to come out of it. I've ordered the Mandalorian Secret Service to keep an eye on the followers of White Silver as they do with any martial traditionalists that still hang around on Mandalore." Draken, the Minister of Finance, spoke up. "Why the Mandalorian Secret Service? Isn't that a job that can be handled by the Mandalorian Guard or even the Royal Guard? The Royal Guard is for protecting the Duchess and can pursue anything she deems necessary for the continuation of Mandalore's survival. The Mandalorian Guard are used solely to keep the peace and are a police force. Due to the scale and sensitivity of the intelligence gathering activities we're expecting related to White Silver, the Secret Service is best suited for this task." Prime Minister Almec answered. I noted to myself that I would need to warn Tanya to be a bit more careful with revealing her identity. As far as I knew, the Secret Service reported directly to Almec, and while I trusted him to a great extent, he seemed to have gotten himself a new chew toy for his annoyance. There was a reason I was considered too harsh after the clan wars. Half of it was because I had needed to prevent the wars from restarting, the other half was the result of Almec having a hardline approach to the matter of dealing with the traditionalists after the war. Deputy Minister Jarruk, also the governor of Kalevala, spoke up after Almec's statement. "Really now, Almec, don't you think that's a bit much? This White Silver has saved us from having to deal with Gargan and saved who knows how many lives from an interplanetary war by taking it into her personal hands. Not to mention she's made it quite clear she is no threat to the government. If she goes back on her word, that would cause a severe hit to her reputation as someone who won't keep her word. A faceless warrior, most likely from Concordia, has declared herself Mandalore in all but name. For now they are saying that they are not interested in overthrowing Saturn. How do we know that won't change in the future? I won't leave anything to chance," Almec said as he folded his arms across his chest. Jarruk shrugged before saying, "Fair enough, so you are doing the best you can to try and figure out what's going on. Anything else you're doing that we should know about?" Almec shook his head before taking his seat. I've set things in motion that will protect Mandalore, that's all that matters. Jarek shook his head before standing up and clearing his throat. Though many on Kalevala are of a preference for no violence, the footage of White Silver has inspired a little bit more, what's the term I'm looking for, sympathy towards her. The fact that she handed over a criminal to the proper authorities, did the best she could to minimize deaths, to the point that she put her own life at a risk protecting people who were going to be wrongfully executed, and stopped the executioners while using the stun function on her blasters has given the Kalevalans a bit of a favorable opinion of White Silver. There was a bit of a joke going around the local holonets that Kalevala Spaceworks' next star yachts will beat a discount price for customers who would promise to be as respectful of life as an Ithorian. Although, I know we must show a strong face and appear to be in full control of the situation. We have to at least admit she saved us a bunch of trouble and might deserve a bit of leeway. I did my best to prevent the smile from showing on my face at that statement. It's good to see that my home world saw the good in Tanya's alter ego, though Almec looked rather annoyed by this statement if his narrowed eyes were any indication. He simply shook his head and said, we should not take anyone who could be a threat to the security of the Mandalorian sector lightly. In fact, we should probably warn the Mandalorian patrol to at least keep an eye out for them. See if they can persuade her to make good on her seclusion at the very least. Governor Pre coughed to get our attention before saying, the Mandalorian patrol has contacted me about that. In fact, apparently a large number of the ships that were seized after the fall of False Silver were taken by the local clans, and since they don't have a need for those ships, have sold them at good prices to the Mandalorian patrol. Some of the ships that were apparently given to White Silver were also sold directly to the patrol. Their official statement on White Silver is that they are simply another faction of Mandalorians. As such, also have the protection of the Mandalorian patrol, as any other. End quote. Damn them, Almec said, sounding fairly annoyed with this information. We should have disbanded the patrol the moment the clan wars were over. They were too close to death watch during the Civil War for my liking. I shook my head and said, calm, Prime Minister, the Mandalorian patrol has existed for almost 1,000 years. It is one of the few safeguards in keeping the sector pirate-free. Just because they decided to stay out of politics does not mean we should view them as unfaithful. Besides, every Mandalorian planet contributed something to the patrol, and if we had attempted to try and disband them, they would have simply shrugged, tightened their belts, and continued to give the benefits of their protection to Ordo, Concord Dawn, and any Mandalorian planet that deemed them helpful. Not to mention that it would have removed us from having a seat at the table when they are having discussions about the defense of the sector. It did amaze me sometimes that the Mandalorian patrol was probably the oldest institution in the sector. With a collection of warships and various other assets that had been gathered over the 1,000 years, they had somehow maintained political neutrality through almost all the conflicts that had assaulted the systems of the sector. While they had taken some great losses after the siege of Mandalore, as some of their more powerful warships had come to the call of Governor of Rocks, most had stayed out of the conflict and deemed it a situation where an internal conflict had spilled over to the point it called in external forces. The Minister of the Interior, Armiton, spoke up then. He had been listening to the conversation with his eyes closed up to this point, and if I didn't know him I might have thought he actually had fallen asleep. But I did know him, and he was not as close an ally as Almec and Jarek. Though we shared many beliefs, we'd have had several arguments regarding policy over the years as well. Now that we've completely covered the obvious points about this matter, let's go over the not so obvious points. It doesn't matter if this White Silver is real or that they took out False Silver. We got lucky, yes, but that doesn't change the fact that someone funded an armed Gare to attempt this, as well as gave him the impression that this was a reasonable act. He's been out on Gargan for nearly 20 years running a business, and then all of a sudden he decides now is the time to strike as the galaxy seems to be spinning out of control. No, this might be a taste of what's to come. Factions within the Mandalorian sector turned against the government in order to divide us and start another civil war. So the matter is simple: how do we prepare for this next potential civil war? Can the Mandalorian Guard, the Secret Service, or the Royal Guard deal with this? Almec shook his head. There will be no civil war. My Secret Service will make sure of that, and the Mandalorian Guard can and will defend the planet. Armiton shook his head before he said, that's not the question. I'm not talking about the planet, I'm talking about the sector. We can protect Mandalore all day long, but if the sector falls or blockaded, we have no food coming in, we have no equipment coming in, no secure supply of resources, and then it won't matter that we protected the planet because the populace will rip us apart. So what are we doing to prevent that outcome, Prime Minister Almec? Almec himself seemed a bit flustered as he tried to think of a response, but I decided to speak up then. That's actually where my plan may come in handy. Armiton looked at me and nodded, wanting to hear what I had to say, so I continued. Last year a pirate invasion apparently took place on Vorpia. The journeyman protectors were deployed by the governor of Concord Dawn, and were able to settle the situation. During that time I also sent the Royal Guard to take part in the situation, citing that the continued food coming out of Vorpia for use on Mandalore was reason enough for the Royal Guard to be deployed in such a fashion. This was in all respects a success. The governor of Concord Dawn has been a little bit more lenient in the last few months about food supplies, and all in all, the situation has improved diplomatically between our two worlds. So what if we take that idea and expand on it? I have looked over White Silver's codex a few times and one of their ideas which seemed rather relevant to our current situation was a self-defense force. I brought it up once or twice to the council before but never had an opportunity to really push for it. The idea would be a force on Mandalore whose sole purpose is to defend Mandalore and must be invited to help defend another planet within the Mandalorian sector. Draken stood up in utter shock. You want to build an army? Do you want to bring us back to the old days of offensive warfare? Calm yourself, Minister, and please return to your seat so that I can finish. I waited until the Minister returned to his seat before I continued. This will not be an army that can go out and conquer other planets, it is a purely defensive force to protect against invasive threats. They will not have access to any hyperdrive-capable ships, so they can't even leave the star system without outside support. Even if there are ships available to transport them, the SDF will start small with no more than 4,000 combatants in total, made up entirely of volunteers. They will be trained to the fullest extent possible so that they can be deployed to any combat environment in the Mandalorian sector that requested our aid. Draken sat there for a moment thinking before he finally said, "That is not too terrible, a 4,000-man force with some of the best equipment we can get our hands on would be acceptable. The Royal Guard is only around 5,000 souls in total. We shouldn't be sending them off-world and to deal with situations that could turn bloody, so having a force that is designed for that role and under a number of Royal Guards seems reasonable." Jarek just sat there thinking for a bit before saying, "Does this Mandalorian self-defense force have to be simply in Mandalore? If we're going for a small fighting force of say, 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers, Kalevala can afford a force like that, and we could theoretically create our own version of the Mandalorian Patrol, an official force that all members sign on to and supply a small portion of soldiers for. It would even make things clear as to what planets are meant to be defended or not. If a planet already has a self-defense force that has signed on to this sector SDF, we can deploy planetary self-defense forces to other planets from it." Previsla shook his head at that, stating it's an interesting idea, but there are always going to be planets that can't meet an official standard for this self-defense force, and there will have to be a standard. You can't just have all things be equal. If there is a standard to have 2,000 men, Kalevala and Mandalore are going to have a lot more heavily armored soldiers than someone from, say, Concordia. Almec nodded his agreement. We don't need an SDF of that nature. We already have the Guard. Every other planet and clan has their own warriors and sometimes full-on armies. They won't need or want to engage in this idea. The Minister of the Interior shook his head before saying, "They have their own armies and militias, sure, but having the ability to call upon some fully armored reinforcements in a bad situation is a desirable option to have in reserve. Not to mention, if we have a fighting force meant for fighting, they can be the center of a potential defensive army in case someone were ever to invade Mandalore. While it is as you said that every clan has their own militia tactics and styles of combat, are they going to be able to work together in an emergency? I think not. Having a standard that other clans can look to try and reach could be good for them. The Royal Guard is not that standard. They are well trained, but they are not meant for a war zone. The Mandalorian Guard, as you've already stated, are a police force, so they aren't a proper standard either." Almec did not look pleased as he muttered to himself before more openly grumbling, "I guess we should put it to a vote. We can make up our minds about what this Mandalorian self-defense force will look like and what we'll do with it if we decide to even allow its existence." Several ministers nodded before I spoke up. Those in favor of creating a self-defense force for the Mandalorian system with the possibility of expanding it to other willing Mandalorian planets, raise your hand. I watched as people thought for a moment. Jarek was the first to put up his hand, followed by Armiton. After a couple seconds, Draken put his hand up in agreement. Finally the last three ministers all also raised their hands, leaving Prime Minister Almec to look annoyed and Governor Pre to shrug. As the hands went down, Pre simply said, "I'm going to need a little extra funding to support such an organization. I'm afraid it's the only reason I'm voting against it." I smiled and said, "No worries, I will see if we can't outline some sort of budget for expenditure in whatever contract we finally work out for this organization. Perhaps a small amount of money will be given to these organizations to help with formations on other planets to help them get to a standard that is acceptable with all the other members." He nodded in agreement. "That might work." Mandalore, Sundari Mall. Tanya cries. It had been a long time since I visited Soft Serve Mandalore 35, since I had left Mandalore, nearly a year before to be exact, and to my delight the quality had not degraded in the slightest. After my return to the planet, I decided to visit this old shop to have a little frozen treat, and I'd brought Vi and Ordo for my security, though it wasn't as if bodyguards were a requirement on Mandalore. I was pretty sure I'd seen Skada drive by in a speeder car, most likely keeping an eye on the situation. Toby and Castle were currently with Strook on punishment duty for their screw-up during the Harswi operation to give me an alibi. From what I had heard, they were being worked to the bone. Which was probably good for them, considering Toby really needed to work on his self-control. The only reason he wasn't fired was that, on further consideration, it resulted in people thinking I was out there dating instead of, well, freeing Gargan from an authoritarian madman, which was a fine alibi as it were. I would just have to figure out some way to keep that alibi stable without making me look like some sort of socialite. Shouldn't be that hard to figure out given enough time. Anyhow, I was enjoying a nice chocolate ice cream from Soft Serve Mandalore 35, which I had never had before but apparently was brought in with several other luxury goods thanks to some company called Mandal Logistics. That name has been popping up more often recently. They were doing good work trading products from Mandalore outside the sector and bringing in luxury goods to Mandalore. I wonder if they were an open company and I could invest in them? I'm sure that in the coming years they will do well. I'd have to ask X4 if there are enough credits in the budget to send a little investment their way the next time I talk to him. Before I could continue with those thoughts though, two faces that looked very familiar entered the ice cream shop. Lagos Rook and Sony Karad, Corky's friends, were chatting amongst each other when they saw me and immediately started walking over. Tanya, long time no see. Lagos said sitting across from me, not even bothering to ask if she had permission to do so. I mean, for all she knew, there were other people with our group and those seats were taken. Of course there weren't, but still a bit thoughtless. Lagos, Sony. Good to see you. I said with a smile, noting that the other girl sat down next to Vi without much noise, simply giving a nod to me and Vi. What are you two doing here? I asked as I sat back in my seat, my spoon playing with the ice cream as I listened to whatever their story would be. We were just over at the arcade, catching up on old memories and such. We decided to get a bit of ice cream for ourselves, not much more to say. Sony said with a shrug. Looking next to me she finally said, oh sorry, I'm Lagos and this is Sony, holding out her hand to Ordo as she did. Nice to meet you, Ordo said, taking the hand and giving it a shake, saying I'm Njai's Ordo. Before he went back to keeping an eye on the establishment, making sure we were safe. Sony turned to me and said, so what are you guys doing here? I heard you were back in town from Corky, but he didn't say much about why you were back, though I have plenty of theories. I raised an eyebrow at that, not sure what the theories could be, but I replied, I'm simply back in town to rest and recuperate before going back to work for the Mandalore sector. Coruscant is a stressful place and I need to reconnect with my roots every once in a while. Lagos raised a skeptical eyebrow before she showed a mischievous grin, and did those reconnecting roots involve a pink-haired boy at least 2 years older than you? I heard Vi cough around the straw in her mouth, the comment having taken her by surprise as she was sipping on a milkshake. Alright, I hope to avoid a conversation like this. I guess it's the law of all universes that girls talk. Well, I would do my best to try and not to mess this up. Oh yes, I said, it did for a time, it didn't work out. I said, stabbing my ice cream with my spoon to get a big scoop. Really? What happened? Sony said from across from Vi, looking surprised by the fact that I had apparently gone on a date with someone. I shrugged before saying, we decided we weren't each other's speeds, and he embarrassed the royal guard with his antics, which is a big no-no. It's in fact so bad that Ordo here had to beat Tabi in a public duel to win my honor back. Apparently it's some sort of tradition in the royal guard and I'm simply looking for a more reserved gentleman. I didn't know if these two would believe it, but that was the story I was planning to run with. Eventually if the truth got out then so be it, but if it didn't that worked too. Either way it would help me out with cleaning up the situation while also not implying we were on bad terms. If two people had dated and were on bad terms, throwing them out of your official watch would be expected, but if you'd parted on good terms then it was just a weekend fling that would be forgotten in time. That and Ordo's status as the victor in that fight, which had been public for the royal guards, would serve as an obstacle against any who made attempts to date me, which, I hoped, would discourage any future noble sons from trying to court me. If I ended up being in a situation where I was going to have to marry someone else, I was at least going to try and have some control over the speed of the relationship and the competence of my suitor, and this would serve as a decent deterrent. Also, in order to make sure that he was always in fighting shape to defend my honor, I was giving him extra training on the side, sparring and workouts together. He was getting the same treatment that I'd given Vi, as he showed himself having a similar use. So far, he has room for improvement, but I'll get him to my high standard eventually. At least that was my intent with the statement. Who knows what sordid fictions the imaginations of the two girls would come up with based on this story. Lagos nodded, looked between me and Ordo before asking, so how do you know Njais? I smiled and said, we've known each other for roughly 6 years I think. We actually met over in the laser tag arena. Lagos narrowed her eyes and looked at Ordo before she widened her eyes and said, you're the kid with the glasses, the one that was helping Tanya during the game all those years ago. What Lagos said caused Sony to look over at him for a moment before she too recognized him. Ordo took his left hand and rubbed the back of his head, letting out faint chuckles as he said, yeah, that was me, that was the first time Tanya and I officially met. But we didn't really talk until a few years later. I nodded saying, we've been in contact for nearly 3 years. We share similar interests in history, research, and other things. Very good long-time pen pal. Ah, Lagos said, nodding her head before asking, pen pal, where are you from, Ordo? As she said it, I saw the light go on behind her eyes as facepalmed herself as she realized she'd said the answer right there. Ordo missed it though and simply said, where you would expect? I'm from Ordo. And what brings a member of Clan Ordo all the way to Mandalore? Sonny asked probingly to continue the conversation as I simply enjoyed a bit more ice cream. I'm part of Tanya's Royal Guard detachment. It's my job to keep her safe. Does a good job of it too. I said, affirming that he reliably follows orders and is good in a fight. Oh, was he in that fight video from a few months back? Sonny said, speaking up a little louder than she usually did. I attempted to not show my displeasure at the mention of that video before saying, yes, he was there. I was trying to socialize with fellow representatives that night, and while returning home things just went wrong. Sonny shrugged before saying, wouldn't count that as wrong, that video is one of the most watched videos on Mandalore right now. Second only to the whole white-silver anti-war speech video. Again I tried to not show my displeasure about this information as I responded, yes, well I really did not want to get involved in a gang fight on my way home, it sort of just happened. I turned the corner and someone threw a punch at me. I was just lucky that I was able to block the first one. Ordo unfortunately got hit by some sort of prosthetic fist that sent him flying like 5 paces back up the stairway. I'm sure that's why he was not as prominent in the video. Lagos made a noise that seemed to indicate she was putting something together in her head. I don't know what it was, but I suspected I wouldn't like the implications of whatever she was thinking. If you had to think about something, that usually meant you were coming up with your own understanding of a story. Which means whatever I was saying was being translated through some lens I didn't yet understand, which was annoying. Oh, would you look at that, I have a call. Ordo said, looking at his vambrace, looking like he was feeling a bit uncomfortable. It's probably the commander wanting to check up on us. I'll be right outside. That was odd because I hadn't heard any calls. As he started to get up, I wondered why, before it finally clicked that this entire conversation had been about boys. I had basically been suffering through this entire time, and he'd been suffering through it as well, and he'd just figured out an excuse to get out of here. I was of two minds on this one. One was calling him a traitor for leaving me behind, because no doubt now that he was leaving, that conversation would continue to be about boys and likely in more detail. On the other hand, I thought he was a genius for being able to create a way out as quickly as he had, and I wished I had come up with one as well. Since it wasn't possible for me to ask him to take me with him to get out of this situation, I simply said, all right, let him know everything's all right. Will do, princess. He said before stepping away, taking a few steps before he was outside. I watched him clearly to see what he would do, and he did seem to press a few buttons on his vambrace and maybe started talking. He's facing away from us so I couldn't see for sure. Maybe there really was a call and I missed it, or it was set to vibrate. If it's not, well, he was a good actor at least, a good skill to grow in case we ever needed to go undercover again. Hopefully that would never happen though. The moment he was outside, Lagos looked directly at me and asked, so who is your speed? I was mentally screaming, wishing I had figured out some way to escape before I shook my head and said, I don't have a speed worth talking about. Maybe we should talk about Vi. She has more interesting stories, I'm sure. Sure, Sonny said, turning to Vi, so who's Tanya's speed? I smacked my forehead onto the table in utter annoyance of this. Is this really my life now? Am I always doomed to girl talks for as long as I live? The answer of course was yes. Since I was a girl, I was doomed to it. I just had to get used to this sort of stuff. She rubbed her chin as she sat back before saying, well, if I had to make a guess, someone who's intelligent, reliable, and follows orders. So she has a thing for someone like Ordo. Lagos said as she sat back in her chair, seeming very self-assured in her determination. Oh, how I wanted to escape this. Turning my head, I looked out the window, wondering if there was any way to get away, wishing I just went with Ordo. Yes, that might also imply exactly what they're thinking, but at least I wouldn't have to hear about it. Sighing, I simply said, this is not really a conversation I will be answering any questions about. I think we hit a nerve, Sonny said before continuing, well, as options go, it's not the worst one. At least he's got some broad shoulders on him. The mention of shoulders reminded me of the Gargan incident with the Keldabi kiss and how they had blocked the view of our pursuer and how safe that it felt. I shook my head and said, I'm not talking about this, maybe we should talk about your relationship with Corky instead. Playing defensive was not working, time to go on the offense, and Sonny had managed to stay out of this conversation up till now. What? I don't have a relationship with Corky. Sonny said, seeming a bit shocked by the statement. Really could have fooled me? You two are always hanging out together even when you're not part of the larger group, and you're always coming to his aid when he needs help with his studies. Sonny seemed to fall into deep thought, as if trying to figure out if I was screwing with her or not. It didn't matter, as that seemed to have done the job. I would have a few moments of peace to enjoy what was left of my ice cream before we could leave. Mandalore, Sundari Palace. Bo-Katan cries. Well, isn't that a pleasant view? I said, looking out over the city of Sundari. I was leaning over a banister, still wearing the rather plain civilian garb that Satin had gotten for me. As much as I would love to wear my armor today, I could tell something was up. Things were changing, and how they were going to change, I didn't yet know, but I wasn't going to piss Satin off while she was in a more Mandalorian mindset. Okay, well maybe I would, but I would try not to make it about the Mandalorian stuff. Sisters being sisters is as far as I would go today. Yes, I quite love the view of the city at this time of day. It looks even more marvelous at night though, I admit, so full of life and peace. Satin said, standing next to me. She was leaning on the banister as well, though not as heavily. She was wearing a fancy gown, having just come from a meeting with the High Council. Anyways, Satin said, turning to face me, I think we are due for a talk, sister. We've been doing our own thing for the last 10 years or so, and we need to have a conversation about, well, the fact that your niece, or should we call her adopted daughter at this point, I saw that hug. Satin's face flushed a bit, confirming my thoughts on the matter that at the very least Satin considers Tanya as her own daughter, even if she was just her niece. The fact that she appears to be a political idealist who's willing to do whatever's necessary for her ideals. We can talk about that as well. Satin said, shaking her head. It was something I had not expected to happen, but yes, I guess we should talk about that as well. And maybe you can explain why you were on Gargan? The report from the Royal Guardi sent specifically mentioned that you were there before they arrived. I smiled and said, oh, that's easy. Tanya lied. Explain. Satin said with a raised eyebrow. She told me that you wanted me to check out Gargan and figured I had contacts that could get you that information that your royal guards couldn't. Satin shook her head at that before muttering, I'm going to have a very long talk with that girl. If she's been implying that she's passing on royal decrees, that is a capital offense even if she is a royal herself. Well, it was more like a favor from family, but you are probably going to need to do that just to be safe. I agreed before continuing, I'm not sure what she's been telling others. But I wouldn't really hold what she asked me to do against her. That speech she made, it was quite clear she detests the war aspect of Mandalorian culture but has no problem with some of the militaristic parts. Satin paused to consider this. I don't think I'll be too harsh on her, although I do wonder if she would have put her life at risk like that if I had not let you change her. But then again, if I had not let her train under you, she probably would not have had the skills to survive the situations she's been in on Coruscant and Gargan. For that I have to thank you. I may have made a few mistakes over the years, but I'm glad that I did not make a mistake on that. I reached out and held her shoulder with my hand, saying, are you all right? Do you have a fever? I put the back of my palm to her forehead to check her temperature, all while struggling to not grin. Temperature is normal. Are you lightheaded? Maybe we should sit down. Her deadpan stare was worth ruining the moment, and finally my expression cracked to a grin before breaking into a laugh only siblings messing with one another could achieve. While I laughed, Satin pouted. I pour my heart out to thank my beloved sister, and this is the thanks I get, repaid with the thought of being ill. What an ungrateful little sister. What would father say if he saw you like this? Satin put the back of her hand to her forehead and leaned back like how those actors in those holodramas that we had liked to watch would over-exaggerate despair, which got me cracking up even more. She smiled and laughed along with me for a minute before we eventually calmed down. When was the last time we laughed like this? Satin asked rhetorically. We both know when that was, when the clan wars started and you were sent to Coruscant. When the sister that I admired changed into someone unrecognizable. My answer wiped the smiles off both of our faces. I know that before we could even repair the rift between us, this long talk was inevitable. Now might be the last chance to bury our differences and be sisters again. Satin brought up her left hand to rest it on my own before she turned and said, there's a couple benches over here. This talk is long overdue and we should probably have a seat for it. Nodding, I followed her over to the benches where we sat. I took a moment to enjoy the excellent view of the city as we sat while Satin seemed to be figuring out how to start. It's been a while since we yelled politics at each other. Do we really want to settle things now and possibly ruin whatever is left of our relationship, or should we ignore our differences on politics for another few years? I sat back giving it some thought. This was a hard question after all. The last time we had a conversation about politics, I'd been banished from the house. If it wasn't for Tanya's interest in the old ways, I would probably still be banished from the house, living out on the frontier or Concordia. Then again, I had been more politically active in those days and may have given a speech that was rather unflattering about the new Mandalorians. I haven't done that in a while, so this conversation wouldn't be too terrible and maybe confronting it head on would be beneficial. The family that fights together, lives together after all. I leaned forward to rest my elbow on my knees before saying, you know, when you returned from Coruscant, I was happy. The sister I admired was still alive and had returned home. But when I met her, I didn't even recognize who she was anymore. Someone who was wearing my sister's face but was doing everything she could to erase what made us Mandalorians. I'd learned to cope with it, that the sister I knew was dead and gone, but I always hoped maybe I could get this stranger to at least not destroy the heritage that our ancestors and father left us. All of this was said while I looked out over the city. I tried to shift my thoughts and remember the good times I had with my sister before the war, before she changed, but those had been tinged for a long time. Is that why you reject it? Even though we both went through the clan wars and grew up in the civil war? We lost our family during the conflict, is that why you never once considered trying the new Mandalorian way? Satin placed her hand on my shoulder, which I promptly ignored. I stayed silent, not really sure how to go about saying this before finally settling on the most reasonable answer I could come up with. Because I wasn't brainwashed by Coruscant Iosuk, like the new Mandalorians did to you. They hit you with pieces the way when you were at your most vulnerable, just after father died. My sister who went to Coruscant was a Mandalorian much like Tanya is, the girl who came back was a new Mandalorian both literally and metaphorically. And though you fought for your peaceful Mandalore, I'm just going to be honest here, a lot of the new Mandalorians were no better than the traditionalists that used to run things, maybe even worse. They enforced their will on other clans and destroyed generations worth of history. Do you realize how wealthy our family really is compared to most Mandalorians? What does wealth have to do with this? She said, sounding confused. Shaking my head, I reached into my bag and pulled out my vambrace. Pressing a few buttons, I pulled up our family history on a holographic projector. Our family goes back 30 generations, every single one is marked down, passing down the information of who the Beskar came from and where. We have a computer core inside the old house that stores this information in case the armor is ever lost so that information itself is not lost. Most families don't have this sort of record keeping, some of them have little holographic cores like we have showing the information like this of where the armor came from. Those are the middle class. Mandalore doesn't have a big middle class. Giving up the Beskar for some people is giving up their family history. That might be possible for some people, if they have places that they can store it. But most can't, because that armor is what they need to be able to find work or open doors. Their clans don't make enough money in peaceful works to let the Beskar go unused, and in some places asking them to do so is almost insulting. But in order for their families to live and work in this beautiful city they had to give it up. That's the problem with a lot of new Mandalorians, they aren't aware of what exactly they're demanding of people. They tend to be from Kalevala, which, compared to Mandalore and every other system, has done well for the last 700 years and has managed to stay out of the conflict. Now to be fair, some of this success was because they were developing the new Mandalorian way and because our family saw the benefits of working on the economy even 700 years ago. But Kalevala had more to begin with, and having this wealth has blinded new Mandalorians to the realities of the average Mandalorian, many of whom live nomadic lifestyles and don't have technology to keep something like this working. I pointed to my vambrace hologram. So much effort is spent on survival and trying to secure access to the resources they know about that they can't afford the equipment needed to search for new resources or extract them in truly hostile areas. That's just one of the things I've learned after Dad died and I had to go out on my own and survive in the clan wars, and wealth is only a part of the reason that Beskar is important to the people. Satin seemed to be deep in thought as she looked up at the dome before muttering, protecting history, it always comes back to that, doesn't it? Finally she nodded before saying, I know what you just said is right. I mean, I may have been a little bit overzealous trying to get the new Mandalorian way started when I successfully got myself installed as the ruler of Mandalore. I blame being 17 at the time, too young and stupid to think about the long-term consequences of my actions. I just wanted the war to be over, all war in fact, and it looks like that was in vain. I wouldn't say that, I said, Tanya might be onto something, she seems to take the best of your ideas and more traditional ideas to find a combination that would be best for Mandalore. As an adopted mother, I think you did a good job raising her. Satin grabbed my free hand and squeezed, I had help. She said with a smile before continuing, anyways, I think you're wrong in the whole brainwashing thing, but I can see your points Tanya has made several times in fact. The new Mandalorian way is flawed, we looked down at all the fighting and deaths with a vision of a better world, but we didn't actually look at the pressures that led to the fighting. We didn't see the need, or the need for identity. Not actually understanding, just seeing what we wanted to see. I shrugged, not going to push the brainwashing bit too much, I thought before continuing. That about sums it up. The new Mandalorians are too busy trying to abandon traditions to ask why those traditions are there in the first place. That's what upsets most people. Tanya's little ideal experiment does a good job of finding the middle ground that is needed. I think the question is, can both sides come to an agreement on it? Satin looked off in the city before saying, we've already begun the process of ratifying a Mandalorian self-defense force, and the process of building a system to run this force is already underway. Most likely we'll be taking a few officers from the Royal Guard to run it. Wow. Is the sky falling too? That was really the only comment I could make on the matter. It was something I did not think was possible. Actually building up a military force, even one for self-defense, was something that was likely to make new Mandalorians scream their heads off. I think, given enough time, Tanya's idea can work. I kind of want to see the world that she'll create. Satin ignored what I said and continued on, but I do worry that there could be a bit of backlash from the new Mandalorians on the matter. I've been championing a form of pacifism that promises no war will ever happen. Tanya's version simply promises that we will start no war. I wonder if that transition will be alright or if it will start some sort of conflict. I shook my head saying, you're overthinking it. They don't want a war. If they start a conflict over you wanting to have the ability to defend ourselves, that just proves that they never really wanted to have no war, they just wanted to be the ones dictating the culture. They didn't want to be Mandalorian, they just wanted to be Coruscanti. She smiled at that, like you believe they wanted to brainwash me. I still think they did, I simply said, I just think Tanya has done a great job on unbrainwashing you. She chuckled at that, shaking her head before saying, this is why you're not allowed at any of the parties. Didn't want to be at any of them anyways. They're too stuffy, formal, and very Coruscanti. I'd rather go to any of the other parties that my friends in the nomadic clans would throw. Satin shook her head before finally saying, so you stole my armor, let's talk about that for a moment. To be fair, I stole my Mandalorian sister's armor who hasn't come back from Coruscant yet, I still miss her very much. Wonder if she'll ever come home. Satin elbowed my shoulder rather hard, but I simply said, while feigning more pain than it really was, it's like I can still feel the punches she used to give me. Satin did not look entertained, so I just continued, yet I stole your armor, it was wasting away in the castle that we call home gathering dust and your adopted daughter seemed to need it. And I think it was a perfect choice considering what I've learned in the past week or so. She rolled her eyes at me, I didn't think I had seen her do that in a decade. While that may be true, I thought you would like to know that I am having new armor forged. I immediately sat the ship up and looked at her. What did you just say? I said I'm having a set of armor forged to try and work on the idea of a defensive doctrine being right. The armor will have no weapons, but it will have lots and lots of defenses. This is a dream, it's too impossible for it to not be. I don't think I knew how to handle this at all, but the idea that my sister was finally coming home was shocking in itself. The idea that she was getting a new suit of armor to come with her, that I really had no way of handling. I thought you would like to know that I used parts of mother's and father's armor, since I could actually find them. For this new set it'll be in my colors of course, but that's the best I can do in the situation I'm in. I don't even know when I will debut this set, maybe when I'm sure that everyone is not going to call Tanya and the Silver Codex followers as terrorists. Someone's calling her a terrorist? I asked. My Prime Minister is a little bit thorny on the whole Silver Mandalorian issue. I'm sure he'll come around to it eventually, but it'll take time. However, that's not the important part of this conversation. She seemed conflicted about continuing, unsure of what to say it seemed. So finally I asked, what's the important part of this conversation? It's been 18 years since I've worn armor. I can defend myself well enough, I have a stun blaster on me at all times, but I don't think I'm as good in a fist fight as I once was. My jaw was firmly dropped as I realized what she was asking. Are you asking me to train you? Satin nodded before saying, yes, that's exactly what I'm asking. I don't plan to get into any fights, but if I'm going to be an example of a Mandalorian who is peaceful yet not seeking war, I need to be able to defend myself as effectively as everyone else, otherwise I'm no better than those who look on high at those below. Satin, I stopped myself unsure of what to say before finally just reaching out and grabbing her in a tight hug. Welcome back, sister. She let out an annoyed sigh before saying, I never left. Keep telling yourself that. As I squeezed her a bit tighter. I'm just making sure this was real, and not some sort of dream. Finally, I let go and said, I'm going to be busy with handling things on Gargan, but I'm pretty sure I can see about helping to train you back up to fighting form. What exactly did you sign up for, on Gargan anyways? I don't think I've had an explanation for that. I shrugged before saying, basically doing exactly what you want me to do for you. Tanya wanted me to help put together an organization to help keep the planet safe for people. Apparently the White Silver has plans for that world, I guess. I joked. She does. Satin said, sounding very unamused at the comment. Not like that, no. Considering that's 2 members of our family that have unseated a government and put themselves in charge at age of 16, kind of feeling left out here. I joked before continuing, she's trying to get the planet to minimize its criminal ways as a way to turn the planet into a test bed for some sort of cultural exchange thing. The planet's right on the main trade route running to Coruscant and the corporate sector, so I think the idea is simply to attract less pirates and scum and more CEOs and rich families to bring in lots of clean money instead of, well you know, money from crime. Satin paused and then said, hey, well that's a rather noble goal. I don't think it'll be very successful though, Gargan has been staunchly against any plans to peacefully unify the Mandalore sector for all of my reign. Probably because it's been under gear the whole time. I pointed out. True, I guess we'll see what happens. If she successfully brings Gargan into the fold, that would be a large step in convincing people that the Silver Mandalorians are not a major issue that people need to worry about. Let's hope that you're right on that. When do you want to start training, and how far in the desert am I going to have to go to find a place for us to train? Why not use your facilities on Concordia? Satin asked, which reminded me that she had actually got those facilities for me. Well, you wanted to keep this a secret, right? Best to do this on Mandalore. People will notice if you are leaving the planet often. I lied, I trusted Pri to some extent, but having the false Mandalore on his planet without guards was a step too far. I may not be willing to rise up and rebel now, but he probably would immediately if he could have some criminals capture Saturn. Saturn nodded before saying, I'll do some research, there's plenty of empty space on this planet that we can find that no one would notice. Mandalore, Sundari Palace Ballroom. Tanya cries. Diplomatic functions, no matter where in the galaxy you are, they are all the same. At least they felt like they were all the same, getting dolled up, being forced to wear makeup, and having lovely chats about any subjects other than politics. That was the reality I was in. I've come to understand it, I've come to even enjoy it, and sometimes I've even come to tolerate the dresses. I'm still not very fond of being forced to wear diplomatic dresses though. At least my hair was not at its normal length, which is usually halfway down my back, which means I didn't have to worry about all the bows that seem to come with and be apparent in this style of clothing. Anyways, I was inside the royal palace and we were holding some sort of political get-together mainly focused on my return home and eventual return to Coruscant. It seems like every other clan had at least visited me and said hi, how are you doing? And such. Really, they were all very inane conversations, so much so that I almost felt like the gathering was a waste of time. But I could not make that mistake. The reality of it was that this was a perfect opportunity to network with other powerful people and get a feeling for what people thought of the recent events. Maybe I would prefer to not know, but I should probably learn what they're thinking and ingratiate myself with clan heads as much as possible. They were the ones who had voted Saturn into office 16 years ago, ultimately the power Saturn wielded came from them. If they didn't feel like they were happy with the government, they might look elsewhere. That was something I preferred not to happen. My thoughts were interrupted as the latest politician stepped my way. It's obvious they were coming in my direction considering I had taken up residence in a corner of the hall that was rather empty. Saturn was currently chatting with a few other politicians, likely the ministers of various fields, and Korki was talking with Sony. They seemed to be deep in conversation. As for the person coming to meet me, it was an old friend in a way. Stepping in front of me, Pre Vizsla said, Princess Tanya, or would you prefer Representative Tanya? Either way, it's good to see you. Either is fine, I said with a smile as I gave a bit of a curtsy before saying, it's good to see you too. How are things on Concordia? He smiled and swished his glass a bit, whatever liquid inside seemed to catch his interest before saying, Concordia is fine, the Jedi I have told me that they've almost completed the survey of the planet and they have agreed that the endangered species that put the planet on the list are not there. I have to say you've done good work, we'll be off that list and be able to finally start getting trade into the planet. Just thought I'd come over here and thank you for that, the people of Concordia will be able to prosper a little bit more from now on. I shook my head and said, no thanks is necessary, I'm supposed to work for the people of the Mandalore sector. If I can find some way to make their lives better, I'm going to do it. He smiled at that and nodded before saying, good outlook then. I've also recently heard from Saturn that you were behind the initiative to get the Ithurians into our system to help rebuild the ecology on multiple worlds. I smiled and said, I wouldn't brag about that, I simply started the process. Most of the official paperwork has been filled out between Senator Merrick and the Ithurians. True, but you started the process. How you managed that surprises me considering the bad blood we have between them and us over some of the conflicts during the Mandalorian Wars. I simply smiled and said, politics is like military conflicts in a way, if you know your opponents you can find what you can use to get what you want out of them. The Ithurians have a deep connection to an idea of preserving life, they just dislike actions being taken that destroy life. Like how part of the Senate's money helped fund the ships that would later bombard Mandalore, it's little things like that you can use to get them to at least think of the idea of helping us. Intriguing solution, Pre Vizsla said before sipping from his cup, well then here's hoping that you continue to find little things like that for the betterment of Mandalore. The prospect of not only getting trade running through the sector again but green worlds will make people quite happy with the Duchess's reign, I think, and keep that white silver from trying to take over, I suppose. I know it was a bad idea to wonder if I should ask what he was talking about, though it seemed he was in the mood to talk anyways. Tanya, what are your thoughts on this whole white silver situation? How do you think it will be handled by the Republic if she continues to try and act as a vigilante within Mandalorian affairs? That lowered my eyebrow as I thought about it. It was a reasonable question after all. I know that Silver was at best a vigilante right now, and just because I had promised not to reappear did not mean people would believe it. But I had to at least pretend that I didn't know that information and think about this for a moment. If a political faction were to attempt to take control of politics in the Mandalorian sector with violence, the Republic for the most part would do what they always do, label it an internal affair and maybe drop a few blockade orders and embargoes. As long as that political faction isn't part of an external force, that is. I said with a shrug. External force. Pre looking at me with interest. I shrugged before explaining, the whole secession crisis going on right now could very well end up going badly for the Galactic Republic as a whole. The Republic seems to be on its way towards a civil war. I don't know what's going to happen, but I worry about the possibilities that we might be pulled into this war against our will. How are you worried that this white silver might pull us into the war? Pre asked. I simply continued, no, not necessarily her though. I wouldn't rule out the possibility, but the concerning matter is just how easily they were able to assemble their force and that Gare was able to raise a small army under everyone's noses. If they can do it, anyone can. Pre nodded in understanding my point before saying, well, worry not, Representative Cries, I'm sure the council can make sure everything will run smoothly. He looked off towards the other end of the hall and seemed to notice something before saying, anyways, I need to get going. It was nice talking to you, Representative Cries. It was nice talking to you too, Governor Vizsla. I said with a nod as he stepped away and started walking in the direction of whatever he'd seen. Sighing, I went to take a drink from my glass someone had handed me nearly an hour ago and I'd been nursing the entire time. It's some sort of fruity drink, no alcohol though, which was unfortunate but understandable. When someone said in a rather loud and boisterous voice, "Good evening, Princess Cries," I avoided spilling my drink on me as I nearly jumped at the loud call. Looking up I saw a young man, no older than 17 I theorized. He was tan-skinned and blonde. Well, those were minor things to note, the major thing was he was wearing a bright Mandalorian-style purple suit with very sharp corners and such. Also it looks like he was wearing cowboy boots, which was odd in the halls of the royal palace but not unheard of on Mandalore. Near some of the few good arable lands left, farmers built colossal structures to keep it from becoming toxic. The quality of his boots suggested he was one of their types. "Good evening, sir," I said, unsure of who this was. He simply bowed and said, "Balton Carrad, heir of Clan Carrad. It's an honor to meet you, Your Grace. My father was an avid supporter of the Duchess for many years and a friend to your mother." I blinked at him a couple times, unsure of where this was going, before he said, "Tanya Keldau. I know who my mother is. Yes, I'm just trying to understand why you are here," I said. "That's quite simple, madam. I've been working hard for the last few years to revitalize local farmland in my area. Due to these efforts, that is how 10% of all food consumed on this planet is produced on Mandalore, but I need more help with finances and support. Being that our families are so close with very ancient ties dating back to the Mandalorian Crusades, I come to you asking for your financial support." I wanted to say something, I'm not even sure what to say, because the moment my mouth opened he went down to one knee and pulled out a small box which he opened to reveal a regular ring. "I also came to ask for your hand in marriage." This was not what I was expecting at all, and I was very displeased to hear the audible gasps around us as people who had been having regular conversations happened to look over at the spectacle that this man was making this whole situation. I tried to get a word in edgewise, but he continued to talk. "You see, your mother and my father had made a deal that we would unite our clans more closely if she ever had children. While my father had already been married to Clan Nur by then by his father, thus the two of them agreed for their children to be married. I simply wish to continue the tradition of my family and see that you are well taken care of as a proper Mandalorian wife." How I wanted to ball up my fist and smash it into the eye of the boy in front of me. It's nothing personal, but you don't just surprise someone with a marriage proposal in a public event without notifying the other party about it, or at least give them time to build a bond first. The fact that he was a supporter of Saturn told me that that was probably a bad idea and could result in Saturn losing a powerful ally. If Saturn had told me that there is an arranged marriage with Clan Carrad and had arranged a meeting with him first, I wouldn't have batted an eye and probably accepted the engagement. I am pissed and annoyed that this inconsiderate Jajik didn't even give me the courtesy to tell me about it in private beforehand. "I'm sorry, Balton, but I'm afraid I don't even know you, and I would never marry someone without even knowing them." I hoped that would put an end to this. Instead he snapped the box closed, stood up, slid the box into an inner pocket before saying, of course, you wish to be courted, then that shall be what we will do. If you don't mind a trip to the southern hemisphere, I would love to show you around the farmland. Let you see the land you could help grow and make Mandalore a better place." Well, at least he wasn't proposing anymore. That was a step in the right direction. I'll try and let him down gently, I thought. Heck, all I needed to do was make sure that I didn't have a free schedule so that he wouldn't have the time to try this. Giving me the time to get off Mandalore and back to Coruscant. And the next time I go to a public event, I'll make sure Ordo was around so he could keep this guy from trying this. It was his job now after all. He'd probably be doing it now if I didn't give him the night off for having to sit through Lagos's girl talk. I don't know, I'll have to see about my schedule, I tried to say, looking desperately for a way to get out of this situation. I did not need this kind of conversation going about in the political scene. Being the center of attention for something like this was rather disturbing on many levels. "Okay then," the purple-suited boy said, "I'm open to having these discussions whenever you are, Miss Cries." He held out his hand in front of me. "May I take your hand though to seal this agreement?" Mandalore, Sundari Palace Ballroom, several minutes earlier. Vivictus Vizsla. "Hello, mother," I said as my mother pushed her way through the crowd to me. I had not seen her in a few years. She seemed more than willing to let me act as her secret agent for her family, but she had not even bothered to send a goodbye letter when I'd left nearly a year before. At least father had done that. "Vi. Good to see you, let's catch up, dear," she said, grabbing my arm and escorting me towards a quieter section of the hall by force. Her claw-like grip would not have let me go if I tried. I think if I really was in for a fight I might actually be able to win, at least I hope I would. It didn't take too long before we were in a very quiet section of the hall in a small alcove that had an open window that was laying in cool air. How was your time on Coruscant with the princess? She said, seeming annoyed. It's been fine, I said with a smile. Life's never been better. Good, good, and she trusts you, right? I bit my lip before saying yes, I think we've grown to trust each other quite a bit. That's good, that's very good. She tightened her hand on my wrist before saying, so if I were to ask you if you knew anything about her that could be leaked to the public, what would you say? Oh, the day had finally come, the day she planned to try and use me to unseat Tanya in some way, I guess. Well, joke's on her, I was done with this Osik before I was even forced into doing it. I would say I am a member of the Kry's household staff and I know how to keep her secrets. Mother shook her head before saying, really dear? That new Mandalorian slut? Did you see the photos of her on Harzwi fawning over that pink-haired Shebersian? That girl is not a Mandalorian, she's a Coruscanti with Mandalorian makeup. I don't know what hurts more at that moment, the fact that she couldn't tell her own daughter from Tanya or that she just called me a slut. Either way, I wanted to punch the stuck-up bitch that I loathe to call a mother. Instead I bit my tongue and said, Mother, I know you don't care for people outside the house, but Tanya is not like that, she's a good Mandalorian and my friend. Mother laughed at that and said, she's not your friend, she's a new Mandalorian who's using you because you look like her body double. Don't be taken in by a sweet face, whatever she's telling you about friendship or anything else is a lie to keep you from thinking about the fact that she's using you to take a blaster round for her if she ever gets in trouble. Like you're using me to spy on her. I said, annoyed. I'm not using you, dear, we are simply doing as a family must do to help the house. She said with an almost sickeningly sweet comment. And right now the family needs you to tell me everything you know about Tanya's sordid affairs. Good evening. Came the harsh voice of a man from behind us, causing us to turn to look in his direction. Standing there with a rather annoyed glower was Governor Pre Vizsla. He finished his drink before laying it on a table next to him. Miss Vizsla and Mrs. Vizsla, what have we got going on here? Mother finally let go of my arm before giving a professional courtesy to Governor Vizsla. I'm sorry, sir, simply have any conversation with my daughter, that is all. Yes, how did you get in here, Mrs. Vizsla? I don't believe you were invited. My daughter's in here. As her mother I simply told the guards that and they let me in. Sounds like some guards need to be reminded of their duty, he muttered, taking me by surprise. I would have assumed he was behind this when in fact it was just Mother being Mother. Miss Vizsla, I think it's time for you to go. We really do not need to have such meetings in a public location like this, do you understand? Of course, I'm sorry, my house leader. I will simply say goodbye to my daughter and be on my way. I had just about enough of this as I could take. I started walking through the crowd, pushing my way towards Tanya. I hear Mother call after me, but I needed to make something extremely clear to her, something that would put an end to any more attempts to get her to try and make me betray Tanya. Mother was so set on me being a stooge of the false Mandalore that she was going to let him bully her around, just so she could bully me around. I would not be the end of this chain. I am cutting it off now. Getting through the last of the crowd, I saw a rather strange sight as some boy in purple was talking to Tanya and she looked the most uncomfortable I think I'd ever seen her. Well, maybe this would help both of us out, I thought as I walked up to her and said, Hey Tanya, I need your help. Mandalore, Sundari Palace Ballroom. Tanya cries. He wanted my word that I would at least attempt to court him? Oh, that's not happening, and thankfully I saw my escape walking towards me. Vi pushed her way through the crowd, coming to stand by me and looking at the purple-colored farm boy before turning to me and saying, Hey Tanya. I need your help, do you mind? Looking for any excuse to get out of the situation, I said, I don't mind at all, Vi. Whatever help you need, I'm there for you. As I said that last bit, I noticed over her shoulder her mother pushing her way through the crowd. She seemed to be in a rush or something. I didn't even know we invited her, and I'm sure it was. Whatever thought I was going to have was literally obliterated as Vi grabbed me and pulled me into a kiss. It was official, this is the weirdest day of this life. On one hand I wanted to push her away as this would not do well for my reputation, not well at all. On the other hand, my treacherous hormones and brain chemistry was telling me that this felt nice, and the net benefit that this would most likely throw whatever plan the purple-suited farm boy had out the window. As the kiss broke, I got another glance past me and saw Vi's mother on the edges of ripping her hair out. By looks of it telling me everything I needed to know. This was merely teenage rebellion. Why is a kiss the answer to teenage rebellion? I didn't know. I would have to question her later. There is no way I was not going to do that now. Vi, on the other hand, looks a little bit happier but also a bit worried, most likely because what she just done could be considered sexual assault if I was in a bad mood. Frankly, I've been in a rather good mood by this whole thing, so I tried to smile and reassure her. And on the last note, Purple Boy seems completely gobsmacked by the whole series of events, which at least probably meant I wouldn't be getting many proposals in the future, which was probably the first of many to come. Sure, I probably just took a hit in some form of reputation, but it might have just saved me from the hassle of having to deal with more proposals, so it might be worth it at the end of the day. Chapter 25. 715 FNM, 23 BBY. Month 1. Sereno, Planetary Palace. Count Dooku. Building this rebellion is likely to be one of the most tedious tasks I have ever done in my life. Finding leadership amongst the various corporations that were not going to act without my assent was the main goal of this whole project. Unfortunately, most of those who rose to become leaders of multi-trillion credit companies did not get to where they are by being passive and following orders. While some of them do, most took more creative means to reach their position. By my calculations, the army the separatists are creating would far outstrip anything the Republic could create. Even with the Republic's access to the clones, the droid army would still overwhelm them by sheer numbers as well. If I truly wanted to take over the Republic, it would not be very hard to accomplish. The forces I would have under my command would be more than enough to take Coruscant in a month. Which of course meant the whole project needed to be conducted in a way that wouldn't reveal this overwhelming advantage to the Republic. In a sense, I needed to win with one hand behind my back, which should be easy enough. Much of the contract negotiation allowed the various planets and corporations to maintain their own armies as part of the CIS army. This would make it so that though we would have a larger force, internal goals would be the ones that these forces went after. No doubt the corporations would abuse the army for their own needs, seeding chaos here and there, while clearing the outer rim in the first year. Of course, it's part of the plan to undermine the CIS and divide our forces. On paper, the CIS were the stronger party. However, the internal divisions and infighting should ensure our forces are frequently defeated, and the more mercenary factions will undermine any unintended victories. I planned on ensuring that the blame was laid on the corporations and the aliens as the main reasons for why the CIS fell apart, after the war ended. This way I would appear to have been simply a leader of the enemy force who had been hamstrung by the machinations of his incompetent and corrupt underlings, a possibly unknowing puppet of the corporations. At least that was the story that I most likely would state when the war was over and I have my fist of the empire. Putting such leadership into positions of power is not a difficult task, as the corporations already have characters of ill repute leading them that reached their position by taking the initiative through underhanded means. Not much work was required to let them run free and cause trouble for the Republic. I could always declare them criminals and such as the war went on if they did anything too drastic to maintain my status. Of course there will be forces that go too far. It will inevitably happen with the type of leaders that will be put in charge. However, without my guiding hand, nor the support of local authorities, rogue commanders would be unable to muster the forces for any major pushes into the Republic. And the fact of the matter is, the main goal of the CIS's independence, not conquest, meant that most local commanders would be more interested in maintaining the independence of their worlds than leading foreign invasions. This natural alignment of interests presented a small problem to my plans. In order for the coming war to ramp up, conflict, battles, invasions, plunder, and all these events would need to occur between the forces of the CIS and the Republic. This is easily solved thanks to the simple fact that some planets had populations that would choose independence over the Republic and request aid from the CIS. The CIS was prepared to offer systems with independent inclinations new leadership and aid favorable elements within any systems with their independence. If their people resisted the new masters, then their worlds would devolve into a war zone, which would be in the Republic's interest to prevent, interfere, or reclaim. These conflicts would blood the Republic, and the repeated battles would be the cruel but necessary harsh instruction in warfare needed to build an empire. The Republic was a corrupted, de-evolved state, crying out for new leadership. With the right push from an external foe, like the CIS, to clear out the distance and waste, and the introduction of my new Jedi Order, it could be an empire anew. Afterwards, I would blood my new Jedi Order on the remains of the CIS and dispense with the charade. It is a simple plan, though there were issues I had a few problems with. I would deal with them as time went on. Since large sectors of my space were once controlled by the ancient Sith, my master, Darth Sidious, was interested in having the CIS do a little exploration. Since the Republic, by law, could not do that, at least not yet, if I managed to find a few relics and if any of those relics could come in handy for the war, I was allowed to use them. Can't make the war too easy for the Republic, as well as a way to weed out the weak. It all served as the perfect fodder for the Jedi to deal with. They would be misled to believe that the Sith were only present on the CIS side of the conflict. It would be sad to see many of my old friends perish in the coming conflict, but if the Jedi Order is so easily misled, there really was no reason to save the institution. The Order had outlived its usefulness, stagnant in their single-minded adherence in only the light side of the Force. There needed to be a reset. If my fist of empire had to be that reset, then so be it. Standing up from my desk, I looked at the walls of my home office. Richly decorated with years of work, arranging assets and determining threats throughout the entire operation. And soon, very soon, everything would become clear. The Jedi Order would show itself to be the fools they have become and the war would begin. I believe it would be within the year, though it could be longer. No doubt the recent conflicts on Antar 4 and Anshan, where separatists' uprisings had forced a bit of a riot between Republic forces on the worlds, would be a major talking point for the next year in the Senate. Once their talks are over, there would be an attempt to vote on if they should create a military or not. No doubt tensions would be inflamed further if someone were to contact a bounty hunter or two to take out anti-war leaders. Even a failed assassination or two would work. This war was already well and truly in motion, it's only a matter of time until the pressure reached its breaking point. Cracking my neck, I turned to look out the window behind my desk, to get a view of the world. Possibly the last few moments of peace Sereno would have before the conflict finally began. However, I was interrupted with a knock on my door before it was opened. "My Count, Barris Soto is here to see you." Standing in the doorway was my servant, Seti Renkind, an old hand of my family, not as old as me of course, but he served my brother and was relatively loyal. "Excellent," I said, "send her in, also bring in a glass of the best wine we have in the house. She's a guest of interest and should be greeted with pomp and circumstance." He nodded and a few moments later Barris Soto entered the room. She is an Arcanian, a geneticist by trade, and some would call her mad scientist, though considering their entire species were known for being mad scientists it was hard not to be. "Count Dooku, a pleasure to meet you," she said, giving a bit of a bow showing all the due respect that was expected of my station. "Miss Soto, good to see you as well. Please take a seat," offering a chair that was sitting across from my desk. "Thank you, my Count," she said as she walked over and sat down across from me. Her three-handed fingers went into her pockets to pull out several data pads and other equipment that no doubt had the information I had hired her for. A couple months ago, Senator Merrick had sent along information on a particular interest of mine, specifically the list of planets that a certain Mandalorian representative will be visiting on her tour. She is obviously a girl that is strong with the Force yet did not have any training. As far as I was concerned there was no other answer for why she had seen through my illusions, but there was always a chance that she wasn't, and I knew exactly why he had sent that information along. Operations to destabilize the sector were already in motion, and removing her from the game, since she seemed to be poised to take his position, was at the top of his goals. Not mine though, killing her would do me no good, it would be a waste of a potential resource that I would like to have after the war was over. Which is where this geneticist comes in. She is an expert of genetics of various species across the galaxy and reliable at keeping secrets. I even considered possibly using her world for the clone project at one point, though I abandoned that rather quickly. Arcania is too much of a powder keg on the good days and any secret would have been broken too quickly. Smiling at the white-skinned woman, I asked, "So then I assume the operation I sent you on was successful? Did you get a sample?" Miss Soto nodded before saying, "I have the sample. It was a hell of a thing, let me tell you, but I was eventually able to pull it off, even if I ended up having to run from those barbarians for nearly a week until they gave up." I smiled for who knows how long, as she complained about the Mandalorians. It is understandable that she would have issues with them considering their sector had been neighbors for the dawn of time. It took so long that Seti was able to serve our wine, and I already finished half of my glass before Miss Soto whined down her tirade to sample the wine to soothe her no doubt parched throat. "While that's unfortunate, you survived, so I assume you have some of the information I wanted, correct?" "Yes, my lord, I did the checks you wanted me to do and you were correct. She has a high midichlorian count." She handed over the tablet and I looked at it with interest. Legally speaking, the only ones allowed to have information on determining people's midichlorian count were the Jedi. Illegally speaking, the Arcanians were known to keep secrets, and if I wanted a job done that only the Jedi are capable of, what with the restriction on technology for identifying midichlorians, you ask an Arcanian. It seems that is correct. This little program appeared to have several different ways of cataloging midichlorians, and it is definitely showing that the girl is strong in the Force. If I had to estimate her power, she is as powerful as Qui-Gon Jinn. It is an incredible accomplishment, considering her age and lack of training. At this particular point I would say even without receiving training, over the next 3 years her powers would not diminish and likely would not for the next 10 years. This means I have plenty of time to prosecute the war and still pick her up as a possible apprentice once the conflict is over. Miss Soto was looking over a tablet in her hands as she said, "I must say though, she is an interesting genetic sample even for a crossbreed. She seems to have a very stable sample." That got my attention. Raising my eyebrow I said, "Crossbreed? Aren't all humans the same breed?" Barris shook her head before saying, "Not exactly," before pressing a few buttons and showing a whole graphic projection of what I guess was Tanya's DNA, highlighting several points. Miss Soto went on to say, "These points here are standard Mandalorian phenotypes: hair color at birth, eye color, facial structure, everything that was to be expected. She does have some gene points that are not Mandalorian, not even from the sector. For that reason I frown. Strange, though, not any major concerns." I began, "What sector are those points more closely related to?" Playing with the pad in front of her, she clicked through a few points before bringing up another DNA strand and saying, "These DNA points mostly match humans of the world of Stygian." I sat back in my seat on that one, that particular planet was well located in the mid-southern rim well away from Mandalore. Not an impossible journey but definitely not somewhere you would expect Mandalorian DNA to come from. Speaking those thoughts out loud I asked, could this DNA have come from several generations back? I know there was a bit of a recalling of dysphoria 1,000 years ago. Miss Soto shook her head. Impossible, there is too much DNA for it to have been anything other than the father or mother. Which usually, meaning one generation separation between this introduction of this DNA. Even with how many Mandalorian DNA types there is out there, the planets they live on have an affect, genetic will favor certain variants of human for the conditions of the world they live on, and some of this is definitely due to the grasslands of Stygian and not to a world that's been on its way to a desert planet for the last 1,000 years. While an oddity, it is still something that's not necessarily to worry about. I finally said. I haven't given it a few more thoughts. It didn't really matter to me who their father or mother was in the long term. Of those things I was more interested in is the girl herself and her potential as an apprentice. You do good work, Miss Soto, and I will be more than happy to continue to do business with you in the future. I said, standing and giving her my hand. She stood up and took my hand, saying, always a pleasure, Count Dooku. Also, if you do need the girl cloned, I'm willing to offer a discount on my prices. Her DNA is a bit of an interesting thing here and I wouldn't mind playing around with what I acquired. I scoffed at that before saying, as entertaining as that notion is, everyone knows that you cannot clone someone with high Midichlorian counts. The Force abhors duplicates. That's what Flash cloners and the Jedi say. Miss Soto said, waving that off with her free hand. They're just trying to cover up their failures and prevent the cloning of a Jedi army. There's some interesting research out there that implies that if you raise a clone at almost a human life scale 10 years at least to reach the age of 20, that enough deviations will be created between the clone and the original that the Force doesn't actually affect them and cause them to go insane with clone madness. Taking my hand back from the shake, I pondered her idea. It is an interesting notion she presented, but the risk of insanity seems a bit too much for my taste. Though, it is worth noting that anything could happen in the coming wars and my future apprentice may not survive it. If the original was destroyed, well then there was nothing to drive the clones insane, was there? Nodding my head, I simply said, keep the samples in storage. Perhaps in a few years I will have a need for them and we can negotiate a potential deal later. Coruscant, Mandalorian Tower. Tanya Kears. The trip from Mandalore back to Coruscant only took a week or two this time. The speedy journey was thanks to Aunt Saturn since she allowed me to use the space yacht Coronet again. I was always quite impressed with the vessel, its internals, and the way it worked. It was called a star yacht, but in reality it's probably closer to a classification of ship that was more at home with what the Titanic had been, that being a cruise liner. A fast-moving vessel that could travel the galaxy and bring people from one place to another along with supplies and storage with comfort and amenities for the rich and not so much for those not willing to pay. I always found it a bit of a surprise that on some of the lower levels, under several levels of rather mundane activities that most folks would lean towards, was a whole section devoted to gambling. It reminded me quite a bit of pachinko machines and other Las Vegas games of chance. Whoever had created that particular section had obviously built it to take the people coming in and out of the sector for everything they were worth, although I still wondered why it had been constructed at all. Mandalorians on the whole weren't exactly suckers for gambling. Oh sure, there were some who had it bad, throwing away rationality and everything else for their addiction. Yet this was uncommon. Ironically, the deeply rooted spiritual beliefs of the average Mandalorian did much to discourage the vice. The strong vein of intellectualism in the sector also deserved some of the credit for disowning others. Overall, it seemed odd that we would have something like this aboard what could best describe the face of Mandalore, as this ship traveled the trade lanes between Mandalore and Coruscant often enough. But then again, perhaps I was misjudging the Mandalorians' ability to take advantage of others' issues for their own benefit. If a rich benefactor lost 1 million credits playing games on the ship while traveling to Mandalore, well, that wasn't exactly Mandalore's fault since they had done it in what could be best described as international space. Really, this made the prospect of making Gargan an actual casino resort more theoretically possible than I had originally thought of when I had discovered this section of the ship on my first voyage. Either way, the trip had been rather uneventful and we arrived at Coruscant with minimal attention. Of course, there will always be something going on as more issues develop in the Senate between the systems leaving to form their rival government and the current government. Technically, this was not my concern, it was the senator's job, but I still kept an eye on it. After all, who knows when it might become my concern. Prince Merrick could be recalled to Mandalore to explain his thoughts on what was happening at any moment. And if he was recalled, that would then leave me in charge of the official stance of Mandalore, which, as far as I could tell, was that we wanted no part of any war and that Mandalore would vote against any war. Arming ourselves was also on the agenda though, I believe. But that topic was something I did not need to worry about. I guess my operations on Gargan did accidentally create a bit of an armed force that could be called upon in an emergency. Only time would tell how that would go, though at the moment Gargan Rangers seemed to be minor additives to the Mandalore Sector Self-Defense Force or MSSDF that Saturn is creating. Besides those distant concerns, life is rather easy. After a few meetings with the Ithorian, they were finally planning to send one of their ships to the Mandalore sector to begin regrowing efforts on two worlds that had been devastated. Both worlds had been ruined during the most recent conflict in history, the Excision. Fortunately, those worlds were both worthless. One was a planet no one cared about, and the other planet was only officially cared about, because it was a former shipyard world. The shipyard world that had served all of the Mandalorian sector was devastated by a bombardment that left the planet covered in swampy ground. Officially, there was no planetary government or larger authority, only scavenger groups of clans that managed to make a living off the ruins. It could even be considered a frontier world under the right circumstances. Though to my understanding, even frontier worlds had some form of government, even if it was just a formalized council of clans. No doubt I would have to meet with some leadership representatives from that world in the future to discuss how we would go about restoring their world's biosphere to a healthier, functional state. The swamp world may appear functional, but it was literally just massive flies and mud with reeds. Across the entire planet, that biome wasn't a product of a functioning biosphere, that was a fragile omnisphere. The world's fragility was widely understood and caused much concern, and these fears could easily be realized by taking out one of the few components that worked. Burn the reeds, and the planet dies. Kill the flies, the planet dies. A functional biosphere requires redundancies and other species as much as you needed the founder species. It'll be interesting to see what the result was with the planet once the Ithorians were done with it. As for the troublemakers in my unit, Vi and Tabby, I had authorized the captain to push some additional workout sessions on the pair. Granted, some of these lessons were because of the recent kissing incident. The events in the ballroom were impossible to keep quiet, and well, the tabloids had been inspired. One interesting and positive side effect I had noticed was that the kissing incident had completely obliterated the story of White Silver from the news. Vi had talked briefly after that, and as much as I understood that her and mother didn't get along, I made it clear that any behaviors while not under strict orders from me would be met with a response on the level of a magazine smacking her for it as a disobedient employee she was. Fact of the matter was that while Vi was not a member of the Royal Guard, she was a component to Tabby's issues. Both of them needed to work off a lot of energy so that they didn't cause me more problems. So, that's where the captain came in. Over the last few weeks he had been working them to the bone and trying to instill in them enough fear so that they gave some forethought before they acted, and more importantly would never, ever do anything that would give me cause for a headache again. How well did the captain succeed? Only time would tell. At the very least, the pair were too tired to get up into any trouble. Although they had tried, when my 17th birthday came up, there had been a suggestion that we go to the club and have a bit of a party. After all, I was only a year away from the drinking age of the Republic. I had, of course, attempted to sidestep the topic at first, but only ended up agreeing only if we made sure that no mistakes happened this time. And I do say it had been a rather simple but fun experience, the guards that had their wagon out front making sure nothing terrible would happen and could easily drive us back to the tower instead of us having to go looking for our car after we were done partying. Vi and Tabby were not overly drunk, instead they had shown more moderation, which could be a sign that they'd learned their lesson from the last time. My expectations for the pair that night had been quite low. At the last party we attended, I was forced to assign remedial training for each individual infraction. So, the remedial training for every screw-up they had been in so far seemed to be finally working. This is why I prefer to work with an employee on an improvement plan instead of just firing them. After all, if I had just cut that employee that had pushed me in front of a train, I probably would have been dead a few months earlier. That was an unusually morbid thought, so I distracted myself with Vi's latest fashion obsession. I typically did my best to ignore fashion, so Vi's attempts to get me to live a little, was by buying me clothing that normally I would never wear, often showing a lot more leg or torso than I was known to do. At the mention of the club, I found that all my suitable wardrobe was clothes Vi had suggested at one point or another. Sensing protest was not going to work, I picked the most conversative dress I knew Vi would approve of and focused on the party. So far our conversations had been about rather mundane topics. The new season of Silver Rider had been proposed as a new movie. The movie set location had apparently been forced to move planets several times due to various controversies. As a result, a few of the minor actors had gotten into some tabloid drama of their own, which I sympathized with. It was nice to speculate about other non-planet shattering events, simply enjoying the company and celebrating my birthday. Someone had even managed to get a chocolate cake, which we had enjoyed quite dearly, and near the end, Vi and Tabby invited Ordo and I both to dance on the floor with them, and it just sort of happened. Granted, neither one of us were very good at the whole individual dancing thing, but we both apparently knew a waltz that had been imported by the new Mandalorians. Armed with that shared knowledge of the waltz, Ordo and I were able to at least appear functional on the dance floor, even if most displaying more modern styles of dance. I enjoyed the waltz too, although, I will note my damn hormones keep acting up. Apparently I've been keyed to enjoy being close to someone who appears physically stronger than me, that pesky sensation of feeling safe and content had reared its ugly head. Either way, though, we had a good time and my 17th birthday party was a resounding success. Out of the 3 I had, that probably was the best I'd had in all my lives. My first one involved too much studying for school. The second one had been in the trenches and mud of Russie land. So this life didn't have very strong competition for the title. But that didn't matter, what mattered was that there had been no explosion of information online the day after. The party had not resulted in another media storm and no news was good news. The fading scrutiny meant I could focus on building support with the various political parties, get approval for terraforming of Mandalorian worlds, and other projects for the improvement of Mandalore. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Tanya cries. Another day, another trip to the Jedi Temple. My continued efforts to get the AgriCorp Council to sign off on Concordia's status change and remove its protected planet status, had borne fruit that I had not originally set out to pick. The initial plan for Concordia had been straightforward. Notify AgriCorp about the problem with the planet's protected status, namely, that it was not protecting anything and is in fact hurting the planet, and in doing so, start the slow bureaucratic process to update it. Concordia's protected status originally protected endangered native species, sometime in the distant past. Native species that were long since extinct in the biosphere collapse. Now the protected status only served to hurt free trade, especially imports of live plants and animals, preventing the free hand of the market from acting in the planet's recovery. The importation of plants and animals was necessary to replace those destroyed in the original destruction, when the Republic's forces had bombarded the world nearly 700 years before. The unexpected fruit, the one that I was currently nurturing, was a bit of an interesting situation. It would seem that the Jedi Order would use the AgriCorp as a sort of dumping ground for initiates who couldn't attract the attention of a master, or were not up for the idea of fighting. Those individuals would instead leave for worlds that would give them basic farm work. They lived their life producing food for the masses, as well as earning a bit of income for the Jedi Order, I'm sure. Oh, and it also seemed that they wanted to build miniature temples. The plans they submitted included accompanying communal and residential complexes, as well as additional agriculture districts. I sensed a bit of politics in the designs, but these temples being overly large or possibly a Jedi boondoggle on those worlds where they set these things up was not a big issue for me. What was interesting was that this was a possible source of manpower for the Mandalorian sector. The AgriCorp was interested in possibly setting up a temple for this group of pacifists or failed Jedi on Concord Dawn, Vorpia, or Concordia. Now this was an interesting prospect. The AgriCorp was made up of hundreds of individuals, maybe thousands who had experience with plant life throughout the galaxy, had knowledge of various healing techniques, and for all intents and purposes were meant to help planets that were falling behind economically and technology to give them a leg up. One of the few organizations that had real effects outside the Jedi Order's warrior classes. Allowing them to build a temple and start farming on one of our worlds could be beneficial in the long run, not only for deepening ties between the Republic and Mandalore, but continuing the process of getting Mandalorians and Jedi to no longer see each other as ancestral enemies. Granted, from my own knowledge most Mandalorians just saw Jedi as ancestral rivals to test their mettle against rather than enemies, but I was sure that this was a one-way street on that matter. Either way, this was a rare opportunity to improve relations. Improved relations meant that Mandalore was less likely to be bombarded by some Republic fleet in the next 20 to 40 years. The only real issues in making this come to be were twofold: 1. What world would be the best planet for such a temple? And 2. Would they accept such an institution? It was obvious why we might have problems getting such an institution created, being that the Jedi still had a stigma as child stealers in the Mandalore sector. The shift from Jedi Lord's tactics of allowing adults, to a dependency on bringing in children did not sit right with Mandalorians, who, of course, saw family as one of the most important elements of our culture. Knowing a few things about the Mandalorian sector, I had managed to move the conversation away from Concordia without raising any suspicion. Yes, Concordia was on the verge of becoming a planet that would be a vast improvement to the agricultural abilities of the sector. However, the main population of Concordia were Mandalorians who either have been banished from the surface of Mandalore after the end of the clan wars, or extreme traditionalists that even other Mandalorians gave the side eye to. Understandable, considering some of them believed that taking their helmet off in the presence of others no longer made you a Mandalorian. A strange practice, but if that's what they wish to believe then that's what they wish to believe. I had taken some interest in the idea of that whole subculture for a bit, trying to figure out exactly where it came from. My best guess was it was related to the original Mandalores. History implies that 4,000 years ago for some time Mandalorian leaders, like the Mandalore, would never take their helmet off after taking the title, a way to show continuity of them being just the continuation of the Mandalore from before. As if the spirit of the last Mandalore simply inhabited the helmet and would take over the body of the new Mandalore. A weird cultural practice in some forms, but I guess it has some degree of superstitious sense to people who are very traditional and nomadic. The issue, of course, was the potential possibility that this AgriCorp temple would find Mandalorians with force ability. If they did, well, they could cause problems. A riot, for example. The imagined Senate hearing and paperwork following that imaginary disaster was already giving me the start of a headache. So Concordia was firmly off the agenda as far as I was concerned. That left Concord Dawn and Vorpia. I will admit my knowledge of both was minimal at best, but I knew more about Concord Dawn than I know about Vorpia. Concord Dawn was a despotic governorship, often looked down upon by most of the sector for being corrupt. A world you didn't want to make first appearances with and let the foot in the door with the Jedi, if I were to be honest. The chaos and mayhem that could be observed every day, well, would simply speak ill of Mandalore to any Jedi working on the planet. The only redeeming factor for Concord Dawn was it was mainly populated by populations that had once been part of the true Mandalorians, who were not as known to hate the Jedi as much as the traditionalists. But there was no reason to push for Concord Dawn when Vorpia was actually the better option. Vorpia was the neighboring system to Concord Dawn. It shared many of the similar cultural practices, but had a smaller population, meaning there was less potential for trouble on the planet. Theoretically it was under the rule of Concord Dawn, though, the governor only deployed troops there sparingly. The most recent deployment was when pirates attacked, and the Royal Guard had to intervene to aid them. The recent conflict was another reason why the AgriCorp setting up shop there would be more useful for the planet, as it was recently devastated during the small war against pirates. In a sense, it was the perfect planet for this operation, even if its culture was a bit immature and undetermined to me. The people there wouldn't start problems with the Jedi, they were too spread out. I doubted they would even run into them that often, and they wouldn't mind the help in rebuilding their world. The planet was also a prime example of the nomadic lifestyle still being a major component of the Mandalorian way of life. Concord Dawn was an agri-world devoted to the production of grown food, Vorpia was for the raising of cattle and other popular livestock. It was, as far as records went back, a planet known to be flat. Not a lot of mountains and few oceans, just enough to keep the planet relatively green with large rolling steppes of grass. This actually was a problem in some areas, as there was a dust storm that apparently had been going for the last 100 years around the planet. It was primarily in the northern territories of the world, which had rendered that area unusable for any agricultural needs, similar to the Unified States Dust Bowl I read about in their history books from my second life. And while I don't know for sure if the United States in my first life had something similar, it isn't that far-fetched that being X would be too lazy to make changes before he copied the history prior to magic. I hadn't actually done this research myself, as most of the information about Vorpia was not even in the records kept here on Coruscant. My guard corps Castle happened to be from that world and was quite informative on the subject. He had told some interesting tales of how some clans on the planet simply drove their version of space cattle around the world, constantly circling it in 10 years, never having to actually interact with other clans because their own schedules would keep them on the entire other side of the world. For such distance between even the local populations amongst themselves, putting a Jedi temple there to basically keep some agricultural experts busy and help build up the local economy seemed rather simple. I'm sure I would have to work on negotiations with either whatever local governor they had or the protector of Concord Dawn, but that was a minor issue in the long term. Negotiations always take time, and if you put in the effort, things would work out. That being said, today's negotiations with the council had ended rather amicably with a general agreement that I would poke around to find out if the administration of Vorpia would be interested in such an arrangement. And with my general duties completed, I could now focus on one of the more interesting aspects of my trips to the Jedi Temple, a relaxing conversation with Master Yoda. It's still the most ridiculous title I think I'd ever heard of. Either way, I was sitting in the old rooftop garden that I had had several meetings with the Elder Jedi. I suspected he'd come along any moment now, considering he always seemed to find me whenever I entered the temple, but what we were talking about today was up in the air. We usually had just a simple conversation about the cultural implications of the Jedi and the Mandalorians in the galaxy at home. Of course, there was the possibility that Yoda would be interested in the goings-on of the Mandalorian sector. That would be understandable considering the chaos that had been unleashed by False Silver, but I'm sure it would only be a passing interest. He tended to not bring politics too heavily into our conversations and was more interested in the cultural implication of politics. I think I've done a lot to improve interrelationships between Mandalorians and Jedi, considering the view I was getting at the moment. It was near the evening of this particular day, and thus the sky was starting to turn orange with the onset of night. As I sat on the bench watching the sun slowly lower, I had a look over at one of the temple guards who kept an eye on non-Jedi in the temple and gave him a nod. Considering he was just willing to allow me to go to this particular bench without a Jedi directly escorting me, I think I've proven myself a loyal friend to the Jedi, which was useful, either that or they were just at least somewhat comfortable with me being around. Didn't have to say the Jedi Temple Guard was an impressive institution. Their masks would probably be the envy of many Mandalorians within the Royal Guard. And they were the first group I'd seen to wield lightsabers that were not just the single tube configuration. Granted, what they carried around is a double tube, but still it was interesting to learn that there were other designs for those laser swords other than just a tube to beat a person over with like it was a bat. Though that wasn't exactly fair. In my visits I had actually watched some of the younglings, as they called them, practice their blade work. Noting a lot of examples of style that reminded me of kendo and other homegrown styles from Japan. I even saw a few practitioners use styles that looked a bit more European in creation, though perhaps that was just a coincidence. A lightsaber is just a sword and there are only so many different ways to wield a sword. Sooner or later the practices will be very similar in one way or another and the best will move to the top. My thoughts were interrupted as I heard a familiar voice say, Tanya, good to see you. Turning I saw Anakin Skywalker walking towards me from inside the temple. He was smiling and looked to be in a good mood so I returned the favor. Smiling, I said, Padawan Skywalker, good to see you as well. It's been a good long time since we've talked. How have you been? Did anything interesting happen? He chuckled at that before saying, not as long as you think, we actually just returned from Mandalore a couple weeks ago, during that whole white-silver controversy. Oh, that's interesting. I had mentally noted that Aunt Satin mentioned that some Jedi had been in town during that whole conflict but I simply dropped that little factoid in the back of my mind. Figuring that the chances that it would be someone I knew were near zero. The fact that it was someone I knew was a bit interesting. Perhaps the Jedi were using me as some sort of tool to train themselves to deal with the Mandalorians. It would make some sense to foster a good relationship with a representative and make sure that one of your Jedi were skilled in dealing with the people of that sector. A rather intelligent operational scheme really, I had to commend them if I ever got the chance to do so. Smiling, I simply said, oh really? Well, how was your time in Mandalore? Besides that bit of chaos that we had to go through. Everything was fine, it's kind of a fun experience. The planet was not in the middle of the chaos, unlike most planets we travel to when things go a little bit sideways. And Obi-Wan seems to have a nice time talking to Satin again. Really, that was the most unemergency trip we've taken in a long time. Had the real White Silver not shown up, I'm sure things would have been different but cause she did it turned out to be more of a vacation. I chuckled a little bit at the humorous notion that my attempts to prevent a civil war had given a Jedi a vacation. Well, if the Mandalorian gods were real and like being X somewhere in existence, I'm sure they would be chuckling with me at the notion that a Mandalorian had granted their greatest adversary a vacation on their home world. Once that thought had ended though, I simply said, yes, a lucky thing that White Silver turned out to be a lot more stable than Gare. Stable doesn't seem to cover half of it. That's the kind of person that needs to be in leadership positions. In my mind they saw a problem, took control of the situation, and brought an end to the problem. Anakin said with a smile as he took a seat next to me. I don't understand why they have to villainize their actions the way they've been doing in the Mandalore sector. Smiling, I nodded before saying, although true I will note that White Silver worked out for the better in this situation, imagine what would have happened if White Silver had been just like Gare? That's why they need to villainize for White Silver's actions, to dissuade other people from doing the same thing. We got lucky, that's all there is to it. It could have easily gone bad and there could be a warlord trying to take over the sector as we speak. Anakin nodded. I'm not sure though if he understood what I was saying as he then said, okay, but if she's a strong leader in the sector and does good, why cast a possible villainous net in her direction when it could inspire people to be as good a leader as she is? Shaking my head I said, as I said, elements of what she do stands for may be good but, the idea that someone can, without proper representation of the people, gather a military force together to execute a decapitating action against a leadership they disagree with, is not something that any government will ever support simply because if you support it against your enemies will do the same against you. It's like in an honor duel, if you bring a blaster to a sword fight or just bring multiple people, that invites your enemies to do the same or escalate. A lesson I had learned the hard way unfortunately. Russi had definitely learned from my own attempts at ending the war as quickly as possible by attacking places of leadership and command structure during the conflict that engulfed the Eastern Front in the last years of the Great War. That was something that I would not want to repeat again, because it'll be a bloody affair. Thankfully, I think Anakin finally understood, nodding his head in a way that I could only hope meant that he got it. So the problem is that even though she's a good and strong leader, the fact that she went around or above the law to perpetrate this act makes her a problem for the Mandalorian government. Nodding I said, exactly, if White Silver had used more legal means of unseating Gare, I'm sure the whole situation would be different. Unfortunately, I doubt any legal means can hold up to an army of mercenaries and several dozens of ships pointing down at the planet. All Gare needed to do to ruin a protest to dethrone him is to send his army to gun down the protesters. Could White Silver have used some sort of legal means to unseat Gare? Anakin asked, finding the one chink in the armor of the conversation that I was hoping he wouldn't notice. I sighed before answering honestly, no, White Silver could not. Theoretically, the new Mandalorian government could not do anything against Gargan. While it may be in the sector, it's not actually a member of the sector. As in, the planet has not sworn fealty to the current ruling government and thus is merely an independent planet that is just inside the area of space called the Mandalore sector. So if it's taken over by some warlord, it's not really the sector's problem, even if the warlord had made it quite clear that they plan to ramp up tensions in the sector by invading neighboring planets who have sworn fealty to the ruling government. In short, the Mandalorian government could not take a move unless Gare actually stepped on a planet that was under our control. So basically those in charge of the Mandalorian government are being harsh on White Silver because she could do what they could not. I sighed while rubbing my forehead before saying, if you want to look at it that way, yes, with a bit of pain. The Mandalorian government followed the law, so they are obligated to punish those that break them. Diplomatically though, I think that won't happen in the future. There's been reports that the new leadership of Gargan are interested in deepening ties to the rest of the sector, and prosecuting a local hero is not best way to start a working relationship. I hope to bring that up within this conversation. Thankfully that was not necessary, as another familiar yet older and wiser voice spoke up. Politics is a deep and complicated game, young one. I think we'd all rather not play, and much pain is gained from even attempting. Looking up, I saw Master Yoda walking into the courtyard at a steady pace for an old man by the looks of it. With a smile he said, "Welcome back, Representative Kryze. Good to see you too, young Skywalker. Having fun conversations, I hope, and nothing too political." Smiley and I stood up and gave a bit of a curtsy, as I have been trained to do when greeting those of elderly status. Fun conversations are what we usually have, Master Yoda. However, getting a little political is inevitable nowadays, so hopefully we can get off the subject of modern-day politics. With that said, I retook my seat again. Nodding his approval, Master Yoda sat down in a bench across from us before saying, "Inescapable the politics of this world are, but we must endeavor to try to escape it. Life is much more than politics." Nodding my head at that statement, I was reminded of a question I had meant to ask him the next time I saw him. Might be good to avoid politics, but I do have something that might be of a political nature, though it might be of a cultural nature as well, depending on your point of view, that I wish to discuss with you. A question from you is usually interesting. Well then, tell me. After clearing my throat, I begin. While on tour in the Mandalorian sector, I came across a museum that had certain artifacts that I believe belonged to the Jedi Order several thousand years ago, mainly lightsabers and trinkets as it were. They were obviously taken as war booty by the clans from the Jedi of that era, and I'm wondering if there is some sort of law or something about returning such items that they are stepping on. The elder Jedi hummed whilst scratching at his chin in thought before saying, "Jedi trinkets not so much. 4,000 years ago, though interesting, these items would already be well beyond their usefulness. Lightsabers, as well as anyone who knew them, are long gone. Most lightsabers are burnt with their Jedi when they die and are returned to the Force. The fact that a few have survived this fate and now exist in some museum is nothing too terrible of a fate in the long term of things. We tend to focus on the here and now when it comes to relics like those. If those relics belong to Jedi from say 50 years ago, we have interest in recovering them and returning them to their owners in one way or another. However, as old as you are stating, I would tend to believe that no one would care as long as they are treated with respect, in this museum that is." Nodding my head, I said, "From what I saw, they were treated with much respect. Efforts appear to have been made to track down names of certain Jedi who may have wielded the weapons of the lightsabers. The trinkets tended to just be piled up as examples of Jedi equipment from that era, but I think that's more of an opinion of the use of trinkets than desk ornaments for what they are." Nodding his head, the Jedi Master said, "Then I see no problem with this museum keeping these items. Though perhaps, we will establish some sort of meeting between Jedi who are specialized in the libraries and research first. Perhaps they will have issues with it, or at least will be able to match some names to those lightsabers that have yet to have been found." Well, that was rather successful. I thought. Not only had I ensured that these items were not some great insult that might upset the Jedi that we have them in our possession, but I also secured a bit of a research agreement between Mandalore and the Jedi on finding out the owners of these weapons. Smiling, I said, "That's good to hear. One of the most important aspects of Mandalorian culture is history, understanding where it came from, and such, so being able to reunite an item with its history would be good for cultural as well as diplomatic reasons. Making friends is good for both Mandalore and the Jedi, I would think. I think even some of your most roguish characters believe that as well, considering what information has leaked out about White Silver." Quite impressed I was to hear they were able to unite an entire planet against the forces of corruption that would draw them into war. That was an odd turn in the conversation. I shrugged it off, as Anakin had asked similar questions already. They worked within the bounds of Mandalorian culture quite well as well, showing themselves to be a worthy warrior and someone who did not wish to cause war. It reminded me of a conversation I had not long ago, though I can't remember with whom. Wait, what? No. Quite an intriguing name the White Silver came up with for her opponent. False Silver, calling him quite clearly a false redemption in their culture to dispute them as a potential path to a safe and peace-filled future. A good term. Whoever came up with that is a master at understanding the culture of the Mandalorians, while also seeing themselves as part of that culture and how to use it to benefit other Mandalorians. If they didn't make themselves so apparent to be a force for good, I'd be worried that they were something more. I realized that someone else might have discovered my secret. I needed to be a lot more careful, if I ever pulled a stunt like that again. Hopefully, I would never have to do that. Coughing, I just managed to agree and say yes, they do seem to have a fine understanding of Mandalorian culture and hopefully they'll stay far away from politics in the future. Yoda didn't give me a look before nodding. Quite agree, I do. Terrible thing to work in, politics is. He gave me the friendliest smile before continuing, wonder, I do, if White Silver has already accomplished her agenda now after her efforts to unseat False Silver succeeded. Good guidance, strong friendship, I sense as well. Whoever's they speak to must be giving them good advice and mentorship, I think as well. Yep, Yoda knew. Or at least believed he knew, and was taking credit for pushing me in the right direction, at least that's what I think he was implying. The fact that I was not being arrested was a good sign. Yoda most likely agreed with what I had done, which was something. Having your operation retroactively sanctioned by a Jedi Master tended to mean you were in the right. At least according to my own research, working with the Jedi tended to work out better for Mandalorians, so I'm going to call this a win. Well, that did bring up a bit of a concern. Would they ask me to do anything else in the future? Coruscant, Senate Building. Bail Organa. Tonight was supposed to be a simple meeting, we had organized it as part of my new duties as the chairman of the Loyalist Committee. The Loyalist Party meant to try and keep the Republic together as this crisis developed. Really, this was just one of the many things I've been up to over the last half year, as this crisis seemed to grow heavier and heavier. There was no doubt in my mind we were heading towards something disastrous and very well could see a conflict develop at the rate it was going. To try and get ahead of this coming issue, I have been pushing for Alderaan to build up its relief services, allowing more refugees on our world, as well as the creation of some armaments for the protection of Alderaan, in case the conflicts come uninvited to our doorstep. Inside, I hoped there would be no war. War was a nasty business, our history proves that more than once, with whole houses being destroyed in them. But, realistically, the possibility that war would spring from these current conflicts was undeniable. So I was trying to gather as many of the Loyalist senators together to try and at least get them talking about the situation. Most senators believe that there could be peace between the two galactic powers. I would love to believe that as well, but history has taught me differently. If there were multiple powers in the galaxy, that was more than sufficient for a fight to develop. The Hutts being the exception, but that was only due to the fact that they weren't a proper galactic power, more a collection of cardinals that maintain peace in their own space and refuse to actually engage in diplomacy with the Republic. The Hutts could get away with this because their particular part of space was off the main trade lanes. Trade lanes do run through their space, but not the major ones, so interacting with them could be avoided and the galaxy just ignores their existence. The Confederacy was rapidly growing, as one of the more prominent senators and their allies, who collectively had represented a major trade lane, had been convinced to join the CIS. They had convinced the planetary governments, and were now in positions to cause issues in the future. Some of their colleagues were still in denial about the defection. Parts of the Republic would be cut off from each other, as well as a lot of resources that came from the outer rim to the mid and core also being cut if a major trade lane joined the Confederacy. Resource allocation, trade lanes, these issues were fertile ground for conflict. These alone would be troubling issues, if they were not being repeated all across the Republic. So many hotspots, and inevitably in some of these places, conflict would spring forth and from conflict would come to war. It's only a matter of when. It was my hope though that I could at the very least minimize the damage of the war. I have some diplomatic plans and a few goals that could be achieved, but it was better to be prepared for such a conflict than to pretend. Which was why I, the head of the pro-military faction, was hosting this get-together this evening. We were the host to many senators and representatives to try and find out the prospects for the Republic's future, in addition to observing what factions may be formed in the coming conflict. Not just the factions that would be leaving the Republic, of course. There would also be factions within the Republic that would see the conflict as an opportunity and would seek their own aims and outcomes. There is, of course, the Loyalists, whose aims were to bring about a peaceful resolution to this whole crisis, but were prepared to defend the Republic with force in the extreme if necessary. There were factions belonging to various border worlds and worlds that depend on those resources flowing as they should and any disruption would endanger their livelihood. Each of these border factions were calling for the creation of a military outright. However, none of these blocs were interested in self-defense, but in correcting past wrongs and highly dubious resource exploitation. Basically each wanted a private military for their conflict, to kick off a war, not prepare a defense against one. Thankfully most of those factions were minimal and weren't popular. My faction, the Loyalists, tended to actually have the more popular support. Naboo and their senator lead another significant faction, who represented those seeking a peaceful resolution, without the creation of a military. That had been several interesting conversations, to say the least. Padme seemed to believe that the military itself and its creation would cause the war, even if it was done with a purely defensive mandate. Instead, she had been campaigning against any idea of forming a military. On one hand, I wanted to disagree with her pacifistic stance as nothing more than idealistic naivete. While, on the other hand, her friend and current rhetorical opponents at today's meeting had made several key observations in the past, statements that explained the issue quite well and supported her logic. Observations, like if you have a military, someone's going to want to use it, especially for their own needs. In other words, I bought the whole speedometer, I am going to use the whole speedometer attitude commonly found on young and rich speeder enthusiasts before they get into a crash. I should know, I was once one of those young speeder enthusiasts before I met Briha. As much as I was in favor of the creation of some sort of defense force for the Republic, I had to concede the point. I had to admit whoever we put in charge of the military would have their own biases that could lead to more conflict. Frankly, though, I was holding these meetings as a way to keep the party together. The talks often went nowhere and I was still trying to come to some sort of resolution for the Republic. I had started to note a pattern where the attention and focus would end up circling Padme and Tanya's arguments. Padme represents the faction in favor of the no military buildup while Tanya represents a compromise position, in favor of sector military forces. It was a plausible option, in my own opinion, a Republic self-defense force, but often forgotten in the past Senate debates. I still preferred the creation of a larger and centralized Republic self-defense force, but I could see good ideas when they were presented in front of me. A lot of Tanya's arguments and solutions for the self-defense force defending individual sectors could be applied to the larger, scaled-up version of a centralized self-defense force. Letting Padme and Tanya's arguments continue to run their course was still to my benefit so that I could fine-tune my argument for a Republican military when I present them to the Senate when the time comes. Not to mention, it was generally entertaining to watch those two argue. The senator from one of the most peaceful planets in the Mid-Rim whose claim to fame was defeating an invading enemy army and capturing the enemy leadership at Blaster Point, having a theoretical conversation with a representative of one of the most warlike sector of planets in the Outer Rim, a green novice, who'd never seen combat. It was unfortunate that Padme was so firmly entrenched in her position, she would have been an ideal military strategist. So today's general direction of the conversation took an odd turn. The two were sitting at a long table flanked by various senators and representatives. All of those in attendance were listening to the conversation with interest. So Tanya, I recently heard an interesting story. That the Mandalorian sector has started to put together a self-defense force. Is there anything we should be worried about? Padme said it with such mirth that it was obvious that this was a joke. Only, Tanya didn't join in. She looked a little bit peeved at the joke. I assure you, there's nothing to worry about that particular recent development. The government of Mandalore is simply taking a realistic stance on our position in the galaxy right off the Hydian Way, between several Cis strongholds and the core of the Republic. It's better to have a secure position today than to feel sorry tomorrow, when the invasions begin. Tanya said matter of fact as she swirled a drink in the cup in front of her. True, but wasn't the demand for a self-defense force one of the tenets published by that vigilante, White Silver, that stopped an attempt to take over your sector just a few months ago? Tanya seemed unfazed by the question and said, yes, that is true. Just because a person is a vigilante does not mean they are wrong about certain ideas. I would never hesitate to steal an idea from an adversary. Building a self-defense force in this situation makes sense as it seems very likely that conflict is going to erupt within the next 3 to 2 years. Alright then, so do you agree with White Silver's statements on the matter of Mandalorians then? That caused me to lean in. It was an intriguing question to ask and I wonder where Padme was going with this line of questioning. The idea of building a self-defense force to protect the sector makes sense. Many of their ideas have made sense in the past, they are minor agents helping in the overall health of the sector. They are doing good in my opinion, so yes in a way I do agree with the general outline of their ideas. As long as it's in service to rebuilding Mandalore. Then, what are your thoughts on White Silver's statements about war and the title of Mandalore? Maybe I misunderstood it, but from my reading of the document, White Silver suggested that the people of Mandalore could give the ability to declare war over to an officially elected Mandalore, one that all the clans agree is the Mandalore, correct? Tanya nodded her head in agreement. Correct. White Silver also made it clear that she considers Duchess Satin as the true leader of Mandalore. I don't think that's much of a worry when it comes to war, considering Satin is a well-known supporter that pacifism is the correct path for Mandalore. Satin is also willing to admit that being able to defend ourselves is a legitimate use of violence as she herself had fought for the unification of our sector, just like you did for your people on Naboo. Padme nodded her agreement before saying, but what's to stop another Mandalorian from declaring themselves Mandalore and having an election that for all intents and purposes is a legitimate election? Then the power to declare war is now in someone else's hands, correct? Doesn't that mean that your Mandalorian self-defense force would have to follow the orders of this unknown person and go to war if they declare it? Tanya stopped for a moment before saying, while yes, White Silver did not in fact do anything to restrict the matters of war beyond declaring that only the Mandalore can declare it, besides implying that an official Mandalore has to be elected. Granted, I would assume that most of the clan leaders would continue to support Satin's leadership, since she has done a wonderful job rebuilding the sector in recent years, raising standard of living to that of a core world, with public education, universal healthcare, and scholarship programs. So I don't think this is as big of an issue when Duchess Satin has the support of the general public. Back to the topic of the title of Mandalore, the Mandalore can declare war at any time depending on who's in control of the government. What's to stop this self-defense force and whatever other military forces in the sector to be used in more than a defensive role? This silver codex that most of your people have fallen for depends on the good in the state actors in the government. Oof, now that's a good point. I mentally thought. It's a well-known fact that most governments in the galaxy are not immune to corruption in one form or another. If someone were to get into office and get themselves declared the official Mandalore, they could cause quite a bit of problems, not to mention, who declares the clan's votes good? What if 25% voted for one Mandalore, another 30% voted for another, while the rest voted on the other, and they all decided the candidates that they didn't vote for are not real Mandalorians unless they had all the votes they needed? As much as that stance might limit the possibility of war with someone like Duchess Satin in office, if something were to happen to her or someone were to refuse to acknowledge her as the Mandalore and hold their own election, well, they could start up their own Mandalorian civil war, wouldn't they? Tanya seems to be giving that a lot of thought. Perhaps Padme had raised a legitimate concern that she was actually thinking it through. After some time, she nodded before saying, these are legitimate concerns to be worried about, however restricting the ability to declare war more than already proposed in Silver Codex would probably infuriate Mandalorians more than actually solving the problem. It's an obvious fact that a military that could not be deployed without the command of an officer, or in this case the Mandalore, would be a slower apparatus. Sometimes you need a strong figure to control the force in question. If that power was to be relinquished to, say, the royal court, debating on what to do when we're being invaded would result in the invasion being successful, not to mention that it would weaken the pillars of Mandalorian culture. Our leader is who we stand by in a moment of conflict. Without that, our culture loses one of the 6 pillars that allows it to have existed for the last 5,000 years while being in constant conflict with our neighbors. Still, Padme said, the document relies too heavily on people being good state actors and not having their own goals behind it. It could result in a conflict if someone else was to take power. Tanya simply shrugged and said, there could be conflict tomorrow and Satin would still be in power. Your concerns are legitimate, I'll give you that, but the issue that seems to be forgotten here is that the culture being created by the proper use of that power can determine the future much more than simply putting down rules. If someone has the power to declare war and does not use it unless absolutely necessary, that creates a standard. Something that's expected of the next leader, and if the next one starts declaring wars willy-nilly, a lot of clans will simply look the other way and not follow. It does not matter if a person has the power to declare war, it matters how that power is used. If a person never declares war but ensures that the people underneath them have better lives than they would have had if they'd gone to war, then people are going to be more likely to vote for a person who will continue that prospect. The person who declares war and shows that the result of war is the destruction of Mandalore, as it has shown well and truly in the past, was only ever focused on declaring that war. Then people will learn their lesson and never declare such a warmonger a Mandalore again. Maybe in the future there'll be some ratification of a constitution to prevent a Mandalore from declaring war without the consent of the council, or maybe stipulations on how much resources could be moved towards a violent conflict without the council's approval, while requiring that approval to move to full war footing. I'm sure Duchess Satin has already considered ways to do that. Duchess Satin is quite up to the challenge of proving that a peaceful Mandalorian is possible, be that the system, the sector, or the person. She just has issues using the term itself. That seemed to end the debate as Padme let out a sigh before nodding, saying, all right, I will let this be for now. Though I do think I'm going to need to schedule some sort of trip out to Mandalore to meet your aunt for myself. Interested in seeing how a civilization rebuilt itself after a total collapse of trust in its hierarchy. Tanya poked with a smile. Padme simply shrugged, no, I'm interested in her opinions on all this going on with the secessionist. I'll tell you right now what her opinions are. Though I think you should meet her, I think you two would get along great, but her opinions are quite simple. The Republic is the dominant power in the galaxy. Being part of the Republic ensures that Mandalore will be able to return to a livable world again, and watching the Separatist and the Republic tear each other apart over a conflict as foolish as this is not in our best interests on Mandalore. If trade breaks down between the Outer Rim and the Core, it'll be worlds that are in the Mid-Rim or close to it that'll be suffering the most, as we will simply become a battleground for the Core and the Outer Rim to fight over. And if you become a battleground for this conflict? I asked, finally having heard quite a bit about this and wanting to get a point of view on what the Mandalorians would do if something like this were to happen. Tanya simply shrugged and said, whilst looking at me with a sense of profound understanding that I didn't often see in her, we won't let that happen, we'll simply not be a party to a war between the secessionist and the Core. Mandalore has seen enough conflict that it's better for us to not be involved at all at this point and work on bettering ourselves rather than to be drawn into another pointless war that would leave Mandalore more devastated and dead than it already is. I nodded, agreeing with the sentiment quite clearly before saying, and let us hope that this conflict never arises then, and cooler heads will finally prevail before things spin out of control. Coruscant, Regal Star CAF and Chocolate Shop. Tanya cries. Smiling, I gave a curtsy and said, Chancellor Palpatine, what an honor to meet you again. I was at the particular chocolate store where I'd run into him before. This time it had not been a planned operation, but I was not going to waste the opportunity to build relations with the most powerful man in the Republic as I attempted to increase my social status by talking with the Chancellor. The Chancellor in question turned with a smile on his face. A young representative cries, I think, correct? I nodded before saying, that is correct, Chancellor. Always such a delight to see such young faces in politics working to improve their sector. I've been hearing about Mandalore more often recently in the last few months, and I think I've heard about the whole Governor Vrock's affair years ago. I try not to show the twinge of pain at that statement. The whole Vrock's affair had been a black mark on Mandalore's more recent history. I think that being brought up in the discussion tended to mean we were creating a bit too much chaos out on the outer rim. Hopefully it will be forgotten in the ongoing secession crisis, at least that's what I hoped. Well, considering that level of problem, I better respond in the proper way. Smiling, I said, hopefully nothing as bad as that has been coming up about my little sector. Palpatine chuckled and put his hand on my shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, my young representative, nothing that terrible. Just idle conversations about how things are going with, the unfortunate business going on right now. These conversations will happen with many sectors. Yes, it's a very unfortunate business, this whole situation is. Hopefully there can be some sort of legal way to end this conflict without a war," I said. Technically speaking, getting in good with Palpatine right now was not the general thing I would do normally. By all laws in the Senate, his 2 terms as the Chancellor were going to be up in a few months. However, this secession crisis had resulted in the governments that were still here in suspending the election until after it was handled. This technically meant he is the Chancellor for the foreseeable future in this coming conflict. In my mind, that was not exactly the best move on the Senate's part, considering he had overseen the era preceding the secession buildup. It was kind of apparent to me that he's sort of at fault for it all, like that one US president before the American Civil War. I don't remember his name as I didn't care that much, but he had an opportunity to deal with the issues that were going to lead to that war and simply refused to do anything because he didn't want to deal with it. He wanted to prove that he could be the president to people who were a thorn in his side during the Mexican-American War, I believe. That being said, if he is still the Chancellor, he is going to be overseeing the conflict that is going to happen. And getting in good with the Chancellor in such a tumultuous time is a nice trump card to have in case of emergency, a good to have resource that could be used to swing things to my favor at an opportune time. Very unfortunate business, but I believe that democracy will see us through this era of troubles. Give it enough time and they will work out. I had to bite my tongue to say that it was a bold statement, considering he had fully accepted the dissolution of democracy to keep his job. But that was a minor thing since that was the Senate's decision, so I guess it's not really his fault in the matter. Yes, we can only hope. I did manage to say, nodding my agreement before Palpatine clapped his hands together and said, I have actually been working on a bit of an initiative to try and ease the tensions with the Outer Rim. A bit of an economic platform. I'm thinking of embracing help to improve the issues that the so-called separatists have been declaring a major problem. Several meetings I have also scheduled to try and talk with members of the other room that are on the fence of this whole situation. Would you, as a representative, like to join me on several of these meetings? I'm sure that the presence of an Outer Rim power such as Mandalore at such meetings would at least get people to come talk to me. A lot of these separatists won't even bother that much. A working dinner with the Chancellor, a chance to improve my standing in the government, and a chance to create some sort of friendship with the elder statesman? I would have to be a fool to turn this down. I said with a large bright smile, I would love to help you with such an attempt to bring peace to the galaxy. Chapter 26. 715 FNM, 23 BBY. Mouth 3. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. Tanya cries. Some people crack under pressure. Whether from persistent stress and responsibility, such people without intervention will work themselves to the point where they no longer have any ability to deal with their everyday life. This usually tended to be because they didn't pace themselves correctly, as they seemed to want to rush to an attempt at victory. Not realizing that they would only get more and more work from impressed superiors who saw their progress and wanted to reduce idle time and make the most out of their time. Getting a project done is not about getting it finished as quickly as possible. It's about accomplishing it within the allotted time. If you completed it too quickly, your boss might think that they weren't giving you enough work and will give you more to keep you busy. This process would continue until you can't keep up. This work ethic was something I employed quite often, though, as I had found in my last life, my estimates of what people could take before cracking were often overestimations. During my training of the 203rd, I had assumed that the men would crack within the period I've been allotted and that the whole project would fall apart. That had been an overestimation on my ability to break them. I often wondered if that was simply due to the hardiness of mages, or perhaps I had underestimated the determination of the 203rd and later my salamanders. Ultimately, it didn't matter if I had over or underestimated their perseverance, but it is something I think about now and again. Why would I not? They were some of the most loyal employees I think I've ever had. But that is besides the point. I had a lot of things on my plate at the moment, both as Tanya the representative and as White Silver, the owner of the Mondal Hypernautics. And over the last few months I have been working tirelessly to see the completion of many of these projects. My first project, the attempt to get Ithurians to help improve the Mandalore sector's ecological recovery, is going well. The Ithurians had officially sent one of their vessels along to start terraforming a planet or two that no one cared about. It would take 10 years for them to completely repair the planet's ecosystem, but having one of those terraforming ships around was perfectly fine, as that was as much as the Mandalorian government could afford anyways. The hope was that more money would slowly be generated as more worlds are repaired and start generating income that we could invest back to increase the rate of terraforming in a positive feedback loop. Senator Merrick had stopped working on that project, completely leaving it to me. I had reason to believe he had been reprimanded for implying that he was the sole lead on the project. I really had no issue with him claiming such, but I suppose you weren't really meant to do that to royalty. A bit of my mindset from my salaryman days must have allowed myself to be blind to his efforts to improve his prestige. He still has his job from what I can tell. He just wasn't going to be taking part in the project anymore, and I was basically in charge of the entire operation. Which I had been doing pretty much from the beginning. The meetings he was having with the Ithurians were simply to sign documents. Now that I have the power to sign those documents myself, he was no longer needed. While he had been reprimanded, he didn't seem to hold too much of a grudge. I think he seemed perfectly fine and charming about our meetings and made a few jokes about the whole affair. Anyways, he must be a good employee to realize he'd overstepped his bounds. Must be the reason Duchess Satin had put him in that position to begin with. Besides that, I have had a few meetings with Chancellor Palpatine and several other Outer Rim representatives and senators over the past few months as well. Most of these meetings had been general conversations on the issues that were trying to draw people out of the Galactic Republic and into the Separatists' government. For the most part, these meetings had gone nowhere, though they had been an excellent opportunity to network with these folks. I had primarily attempted to get in contact with representatives that were members of the Mandalore sector, those who would be between the Republic and the Separatist government who might feel a little bit threatened by both sides. I wasn't trying to create a tertiary alliance, but several of the representatives I've spoken to mentioned that they don't want to be involved in this conflict at all for a variety of reasons. A general idea of not getting dragged into the war and getting their planet invaded, something I could get behind completely. I just started down an interesting path of research on whether there was some way to withdraw from the Republic in a short-term time period while a conflict was ongoing. The answer is a surprising yes. You would think, due to the whole Separatists being a major problem, that the idea that you could withdraw from the Republic would be a major conflict point in their government. But there was a caveat to this thanks to the planet of Corellia. This particular planet had a neat little constitutional thing where if the Republic went to war, they could withdraw from the conflict completely and declare neutrality during this period. They would close off all routes within their systems and force any trade that would have had to go through it to stop and unload at the edges of their territory, be reloaded onto ships under their planet's control and then unloaded at the edge on the other side of their territory. As long as those materials were not military in nature. If one planet could get away with declaring a temporary neutrality and withdrawing from the Republic, could others? I probably would not go for a full withdrawal, but perhaps we could declare our systems neutral during this conflict and still maintain our votes in the Republic, which does sound a lot like having the benefits of being in the Republic, without actually helping them in a war. It's like being part of a group project and not contributing at all if war did indeed break out. And like in any group presentation, those not doing the work will get scorned by those that do and would actively try to avoid associating with them if it could be avoided. While I know that those suffering from the war aren't my responsibility, my main concern is the safety of the Mandalorian sector, as that is my job. I think losing goodwill with the rest of the Republic is worth the cost of not getting invaded and putting our rebuilding efforts by decades. It was a bit of a stretch, but I was thinking that this might be necessary if this conflict were to spin out of control, as it seemed to be well on its way to being. So I had sent a message along to Duchess Satin to discuss this idea of a neutrality league. I had a feeling she would have come up with the same idea once the war had started, but if we could get the groundwork going now, that would likely make the league stronger in the long term. Of course, if we were to create a new neutrality league, we would need to have a way to enforce that neutrality. Corellia, the planet I mentioned before, is a major shipbuilding center and has its own self-defense fleet rivaling that of many other core world fleets. It was worth considering that we would need to increase not only the self-defense force on land but perhaps improve the self-defense navy as well. Mandalore already has 2 separate self-defense forces already in space. The Mandalorian Patrol, an independent organization of nomadic space travelers who use ships that were often outdated and underpowered from some of the reports I'd seen. While the Mandalorian Royal Guard maintained a fleet of small yet more modern craft made by Mondal Motors. If either side, the Republic or the Separatists, attempted to push into the Mandalorian sector, we would need something bigger, stronger, and more up-to-date ships to defend ourselves. It was something I would have to look into, that was for sure. Though my duties did not exactly push me towards military ventures, at least not as Tanya, since that's white-silver role, and I might have a few interesting possibilities. Then again, I think X4 had been doing quite a fine job leading hypernautics in my stead for the last few months. I had started looking into it to see exactly what he'd been doing, and I was slightly impressed. X4 had managed to not only wring out all the corruption in the company that I was sure was there, he'd taken a full inventory on all of hypernautics assets on Gargan, and gotten the fighter production back online. We are now selling ships to the Hutts, which I wasn't exactly happy with, considering the Hutts were probably the worst government in the entire galaxy. There might be a few others, but they were the biggest at the very least. But the important bit is that we are actually gaining money. Unfortunately, we are getting money by selling what could be best described as knockoff Mandal Motors ships, often with bigger guns or weaker engines and sometimes not even including a shield just to avoid infringing copyrights. Frankly, the amount of ships that Hypernautics produces that were of their own make were minimal to none, as far as I could tell. And due to that, the company is a knockoff brand of Mandal Motors. And knockoff brands are never as good as the original, they just produce more at a cheaper rate. Which was why I had directed the new CEO of Mandal Hypernautics, Joel Toza, to look into possibly working out a deal with Mandal Motors to officially sell their licensed ships. As long as Mandal Hypernautics is producing second-rate versions of Mandal Motors ships, all they were doing was debasing Mandal Motors' reputation in Mandalorian ship design. However, if Mandal Hypernautics can officially make Mandal Motors ships as a subcontractor, not only would that give Hypernautics-made ships a degree of legitimacy in the eyes of the public, it would also give Mandal Hypernautics the experience it needed to create its own ships and fighters, which would be 10 times more profitable in the long run than just making cheap knockoffs of another company's product. The other major item of necessity was dealing with the contracts that Mandal Hypernautics had with several what could be best described as pirate organizations. The contracts involve salvaging ancient Mandalorian battlegrounds for equipment and Beskar salvage. These contracts were a little bit long-term and technically I could have cancelled them completely, yet I didn't. The fact they were bringing in Beskar, which is a material well worth its weight in the Mandalorian sector, made me reconsider this. Over the next 2 years it was believed they would recover large quantities of Beskar, which would replenish the lost amount taken when someone had absconded with half the Beskar that had already been collected before Gare's uprising or possibly had never existed except on paper. Considering the world was a rather bit of a crime capital, it was well within possibility that people were lying about exactly how much Beskar was coming in to skim money off the top. That being said, I had issued simple orders on dealing with these pirates, and that was they only got their money if their Beskar was approved by local armorers as authentic. And I also added that we would not be paying for armor at the same price as, say, hull plating. Beskar used in armor are usually ancestral property, very culturally significant to the families that might be interested in having the pieces of armor returned. Simple fact of the matter was, if I got my hands on a piece of Beskar armor that belonged to an important family and did not do my best to return it to them, it could cause a conflict. I incentivized the pirates to focus on pieces of equipment that would not have family ties, and if they did bring such items I would do the most I could possibly do to return the item to the family of whatever descendant or relative was left. I knew there was a very low possibility that such a return could be possible. Many of these battlefields that the pirates were apparently raiding for materials were dating back to the Neo-Crusaders era or older, but I would do the best I could. Finally, there were my attempts within Gargan to improve the economic situation for the better, which I think would not go as well. Gargan, of course, lay right off the Hydian Way, which was a prime real estate for trade. The problem was the upcoming separatist conflict was between the Outer Rim, at one end of the Hydian Way, and the core, on the other end of the Hydian Way. There would not be much trade along that route while the conflict is still ongoing. Surprisingly enough, they actually would probably be visited by armies moving along that road, which considering Gargan's position could be useful. Soldiers like to gamble after all, they don't have long to live, and a few days in paradise could do them good. That being said, I don't expect a large economic output to be coming from Gargan's military industry anytime soon. Even if I was successful in not only moving the economy towards a more legitimate direction as well as getting Gargan into the Mandalorian sector as an official member state, either would contribute to the defense of the sector. More income equals a bigger budget for defense spending. But if it did well, I better not mix up my apparently large stockpile of funds, or I guess it would be Gare's funds that I had inherited, which I used to buy some land. It's not like I could run to the planet and find wonderful spots for a hotel or anything like that. I trusted the man on the ground, Toza, to buy pieces of land that would have good vistas and to hire some local workers to clear and prepare it for construction of hotels and casinos. It might be objectively wrong to fleece soldiers who are possibly going to die of their money, but they weren't Mandalorian soldiers and they should be paid by their respective governments, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. As much as I disliked the waste of human resources, I needed to be realistic on a few things since my bread came from the Mandalorian sector. The only agenda I needed to concern myself with was the continuation of the Mandalorian sector as a free and peaceful state. If that meant I had to see that some soldiers were left paupers for a war that we were not a part of, then so be it. On the subject of Mandal Hypernautics itself, they do have a few original designs they developed themselves. One corvette-like vessel and another destroyer-like vessel are still in the drawing board phase. But one design has passed prototyping and has entered into very limited production, the Candraus assault tank. This monstrosity was both the most hideously armored vehicle I had ever seen and the most miraculous that something like is even possible. On the face of it, it was a hovering shielded bunker with dual mass drivers and a missile launcher. Perhaps my experiences were not the best. I do remember a hover tank called a Wraith that if it was struck, it would hover backwards whilst sliding like a skater on ice into friendly infantry, taking cover behind it and probably crushing them. Luckily inertia is a thing, so it is very likely that due to the weight of the Candraus, it will only be pushed back slightly before stabilizing itself. This behemoth had two barrels widely set apart, which is a terrible design idea as you would need two separate sights to see what each barrel is aiming when you would only need one if both barrels are right next to each other. Any military craft that relied on mass drivers likely does so as a deliberate choice, considering that most armored vehicles in this day and age relied on lasers and were about the size of a modern MBT from my first life. The main reason to use a mass driver is the variety of different ammunition that could be used, from bog-standard solid projectiles, energy shells that mimic the effects of a blaster cannon of similar yield, likely this galaxy's version of heat, burrowing bunker busters which is exactly what it sounds like, and even a heat-seeking shell to take out enemy aircraft if the vehicle has a high enough barrel elevation. The old man with a funny mustache would have been giddy to get his hands on such a monstrosity, as it was probably larger than the mouse or at least on a similar scale. It also needed less crew to operate as it required a minimum of 3, with the loader being replaced with an auto-loader. The tank is so large that everyone would see it a mile away, which for most vehicles would spell doom in the form of artillery and bombers. Not for this vehicle though, this vehicle turned out to be a solid brick of Beskar, literally as it has Beskar plating. I'm impressed that they put so much Beskar into this vehicle, considering how rare it is, but what really caught my attention was that the main objective was to be hit. From the research notes I have read about this vehicle is not only a solid brick of Beskar, it had a power generator strong enough to also power a shield and a cyber warfare suite that it could hack enemy armored vehicles in the area and direct those armor vehicles to fire on it instead of the much weaker and squishier infantry around it. I don't know why the tank couldn't just deactivate the enemy vehicle's weapon system instead of only forcing it to lock onto the tank itself. The designer of this vehicle had literally created a taunt system in order to draw enemies to attack it. It was so outrageous that I was quite impressed with how outrageous it was. And the interesting part was there were several models already lying about in various warehouses. A few were still in one piece and one that Zoom destroyed had been found and promptly scrapped since the entire thing is a burnt out husk of Beskar when it was recovered after the whole False Silver Rebellion, or whatever they were going to name it. Granted, from what I've been able to piece together, they had not gone ahead and made a Beskar tank yet, merely a Durasteel chassis with Beskar plating. However, the amount of interesting technologies in use are something to keep in mind. One thing I had noted, both from my recent conflict with Gare and research of conflicts in the past 50 years, was that there was not a wide use of armored vehicles in Mandalorian culture. A couple thousand years ago, there was something called the Basilisk War Droid that was used as battle mounts, but that was a long time ago. So looking at this monstrosity I was hit with several points of thought. If the main goal was for it to be a monster that drew the enemy's fire away from lighter vehicles, then where were the lighter vehicles doing other roles? This tank is likely designed to fit the role of a heavy tank, a heavily armed and armored mobile bunker, meant to destroy lighter vehicles as well as fortifications. This also meant that the drawbacks of heavy tanks from both of my past lives were also present here. Like, how are you going to get something this heavy into combat? Most light transports did not have the capabilities to lift that heavy piece of equipment into position, and it may be necessary to have a heavy freighter like a Gozanti to transport them anywhere, which are fairly big targets. What are the hidden costs in spare parts, fuel, and ammunition for this tank? Something that big needs a powerful engine and that usually guzzles a lot of fuel, and if they break down before they even fight because parts got worn down due to general use, then they are just a waste of money. I remember that in the Battle of Kursk, out of the 200 Panthers sent there 6 Panthers destroyed themselves getting there and 80 of them were in the repair shops due to non-combat damage. When I heard that, I had to wince in pain at all of that wasted manpower and resources spent on building tanks that have almost half a chance of breaking down getting to the fight because the Germans adopted it before they knew if it worked. So you can see my skepticism to the concept of heavy tanks, especially when with modern communications, bombers or artillery could be called in to take it out from a safe distance. This assault tank on one front is a blunt instrument that can crack any defensive position or blunt an enemy offensive, but on the logistics front calling it overpriced is a severe understatement. Let's start with its weapons. It uses a mass driver, i.e. a gun, so it needs to be supplied with its ammunition on top of all of the fuel and spare parts, and that takes up space on the logistics train that could be used for something else, as well as take up a lot of room in the tank. The risk of it running out of ammunition in a protracted engagement is another concern due to its limited ammo. A blaster cannon uses Tibana gas which can be stored in pressurized canisters, resulting in significantly more shots available when compared to mass driver cannons. Even if the mass driver uses electric propulsion and only the payloads are stored in the tank, you can cram in more gas than solid ammunition. Blaster cannons are also compatible with the infantry's Tibana gas, so the tank can refill their canisters at any military base/outpost with Tibana storage, not just in major bases. Finally, a blaster cannon may be more complex to make, but it also has less moving parts, so the weapon would likely remain viable even after prolonged use, much better than a mass driver cannon that may need regular maintenance after every battle to make sure it doesn't break mid-battle. The concussion missile battery felt very redundant to me. I knew that IFVs in my first life used missile systems like the TOW on the American Bradley, but the reason that tanks don't have them is because the main gun is a much more efficient and cheaper weapon that does the same job, cause a tank shell does not have expensive electronics inside it like a missile does. I do remember an old RTS game that had a tank that resembled the canned Rouse, with it having 2 cannons as well as secondary missile pods for attacking aircraft, so this is not a completely foreign concept to me. If the Kandraus can target air targets with its missiles, then I suppose it saves having to deploy a dedicated AA vehicle into the field. On the other hand, concussion missiles are very expensive from what I remember, and if the enemy didn't bring any aircraft to be shot down or just have them conduct operations away from the Kandraus, then the missiles are less than useless, as it'll be a waste of money to fire them at buildings when the mass drivers can do the same job but cheaper. I guess if they encounter another heavy tank, the extra firepower of the concussion missile would be a benefit. However, relying on the enemy to be dumb enough to get close enough to the giant tank is a very idiotic battle plan. There is also the requirement to have sensors that can detect enemy aircraft, lock on that aircraft, and guide the missile to its target. A sensor suit like that would also take up space inside the tank that could be cut down to save. While I can see uses for the missile battery, it is just unlikely for the concussion missile to be used that often to justify its cost. Putting the battery in a dedicated vehicle that is able to take full advantage of the concussion missiles is the best solution in my eyes. Maybe instead of firing missiles, the Kandraus can launch drones for better situational awareness instead of a battery of missiles. Moving on to its propulsion, hover tanks are well known to be very maneuverable and can move in all sorts of terrain, even over water, mud, and sand, which are usually problems for conventional vehicles. This is at the cost of having a weight limit on how heavy the final tank can be, being proportional on how powerful the hover engine is. The more powerful it is, the heavier the tank can be at the cost of being more expensive. The Kandraus is clad in Beskar, which is already a very dense metal, it being the size of a 2 to 3 story building, and then there's the added weight of a shield generator, the concussion missile battery, mass driver ammo, and taunt system adding even more weight. I shudder at what this thing's price tag is going to be if it entered production. I assume that since this is a hover tank, there is no need to maintain tracks and transmissions which were present in tanks in my past lives, which are usually the parts to break the most often. But the fact that the Kandraus needs a powerful hover engine to lift itself means that replacing it when it's damaged or doing general maintenance of more high-tech parts is going to be an extremely expensive and time-consuming procedure. I guess the benefit of having such a powerful hover engine is the fact that the tank can reach a top speed of 50 km per hour, which is a respectable speed for a tank that big and heavy. Mandalore might be in a somewhat similar position to the Germans and the Empire at the end of their war. There is no chance whatsoever that Mandalore can compete with the Republic or the Outer Rim in terms of raw production when both had thousands of planets to call upon, and the government doesn't have the funds to expand its military to compete with them when most of our funds were funneled to the terraforming and rebuilding projects. Thus quality might be the only option Mandalore has to not get overwhelmed by the weight of numbers from 2 galactic superpowers. However, an alternative may be present in the form of combined arms doctrine. Instead of relying on the brute force of heavy tank doctrine, we rely on all of the combat arms working in concert that requires a disproportionate amount of force to dislodge or defeat. This is what I would likely base Mandalore's war doctrine on. It makes use of our highly trained troops to outmaneuver any invader and either defeat them in detail or with overwhelming force that they don't have the chance to retaliate. This should ensure favorable engagements against a numerically superior force whilst minimizing casualties. With our relatively low population, we cannot afford to get into a war of attrition. It's just a general idea for now, but when I have the time I'll refine it to be actually usable. Thus, while I doubt the Kandraus will be the main battle tank of Mandalore with its price tag, it could still be a powerful asset when properly supported if we do get backed into a corner, as well as be the root of some better ideas. Instead of outright cancelling the project, which I probably should have done, I sent down orders to what design staff remained on the project to produce lighter versions of it. Did it need 2 cannons? No, make it 1 barrel then. Did it need to be so large? No, not really. So make it smaller so we can make the most out of the amount of Beskar that we do have. Did it need those missiles that fired up from the rear of the turret? Not really, but I would admit an armored vehicle with concussion missiles to support troops in the field is not exactly a bad idea, so maybe put it in a dedicated vehicle that could make full use of its missile armament. For now, the Kandraus as it is right now is too expensive for widespread use. However, having a few in reserve could be the right tool when a sledgehammer is required to break an enemy position. So I have X4 the designers of the Kandraus to trim down the tank as well as do whatever they can to make it cheaper to build, maintain, and supply while still fulfilling its role as a heavy tank. But I also told them that I would like to have an even smaller version of it for general use as a main battle tank, capable of doing a wide range of roles instead of specializing as a breakthrough vehicle. Other than a cheaper tank, I also wanted a missile artillery vehicle if possible. Those could be rather effective in launching a volley before using their speed to escape counter-battery fire. If those missiles could target aircraft, then they can double as AA protection. They would be just as profitable over the long term since artillery are always in need as the king of battle. Finally, I wanted an infantry fighting vehicle to transport mechanized infantry that would support the MBTs in open battle as well as move them quickly on a strategic level. The Kandraus is a sledgehammer in the form of a tank, and having a sledgehammer in my toolbox to hammer a very big nail is nice to have. However, not every problem can be solved with a sledgehammer. It's likely that the Kandraus would never be produced in large numbers as it is, but we'll see if it's viable after the designer trimmed it down a bit. Or I guess if the Hutts wanted them they would probably make a nice and easy profit for the company. The Beskar armor might need to be replaced with Durasteel for obvious reasons. With the need for armed neutrality possibly coming up, I'm sure the Republic would have their own tank production. With big names like Quat Drive Yards and its subsidiaries are more than capable of making their own vehicles. I also know the Separatists would also have their own vehicle production from Batoid. I have seen some war footage from the Nebo crisis and had seen their strangely tall hover tanks. If any conflict were to brew between this neutral state and the war participants, having our own armored vehicles that could counter theirs would be instrumental in preventing us from getting run over by their tanks. Besides those points of interest, I left everything else to X4 to run. I trusted him to do a good job and have increased his funding on several of his own projects that I was not particularly keen on keeping an eye on. I already knew that whatever it was, it would probably produce some wealth for the company and white silver in a way. Leaning back in my chair I turned to look out my window at the Coruscant city skyline, or I guess you could just call it the skyline at this point. Maintaining all these separate little projects were complicated but doable. Although, my most recent projects had apparently seen some unintended side quests. Breshik was scheduled for terraforming and I had attempted to reach out to the population's governor only to find that no one really ran the place. So there was really no one to say no to. And so I thought that the situation was over and I need not worry about it. So I had moved on to directing the Royal Mandalore Museum to start assembling teams of employees to search old battlefields for equipment and armor left behind as well as any relics so we could start archiving our history properly. This is where things went sideways as one of my employees, who had recently come under my control, had requested a meeting and said there was a concern about the relics and equipment on Breshik. I thought it was cleared of such items long ago, but I may be wrong. It seems. The possibility that the terraforming project might interfere with the collecting project was annoying to me, but I knew that I needed to hear this employee out. I had had one of my lancers pick them up and they were due to arrive from the Mandalore sector sometime today. He should already be here and on his way up the tower for all I know. Whatever was happening on Breshik, I needed to have that settled quickly and find out what exactly was the concern. My thoughts were interrupted as X4's voice came over the intercom and said, "Mistress Tanya, Azol Bresh from Breshik has arrived and wishes to speak with you." Ah, timing. I thought before saying, "Let him in." X4. I didn't have to wait long as a moment later the doors to my office opened. Stepping in is a Mandalorian in full orange armor. Rather surprising, but if they wanted to declare themselves as having a lust for life and freedom, that was up to them. I even respected that to a bit as it charmed my libertarian heart. Standing up I greeted, "Mr. Bresh, good to see you. I hope your flight here was not too troublesome." I smiled as the orange-armored male nodded before saying, "The flight was quite nice, Representative Kryze." Formal, I noted as he stepped forward, asking, "Do you enforce a helmet on or off policy while on Coruscant?" Well, that's a question I did not expect to hear before saying, "I don't enforce either. Though most people do prefer to see a person's face when they're communicating with our own." He nodded before reaching up and pulling his orange helmet off, revealing a gentleman with dark hair and a darker complexion. "Then I will endeavor to do as the Coruscanti do for today." Chuckling, I indicated the seat in front of me and said, "Well then, let us get down to business, shall we? What seems to be the problem that requires a face-to-face meeting?" He nodded his head and moved to take the seat across from me. As he took that seat I got a good view of the rest of his armor, and besides being a Mandalorian who preferred the color orange, there were some other oddities, lots of little gadgets and doodads that seemed to be designed for crafting and mechanical work hanging off various areas. Though I noticed with some pride that someone had taken his blaster pistol before he got in here, as his holster was empty. Granted, I knew he was probably carrying 10 different weapons hidden in his armor somewhere, but we needed to put on the show of being civilized at the very least. My homeworld is what brought me here. I've recently heard about plans to terraform it back to something pre-swamp, and though I agree that needs to be done, I feel that my homeworld has been forgotten for the relics that it contains. When I heard that there was also a project to start finding those relics, well, I knew that I needed to speak with whoever was in charge. I nodded. I was vaguely familiar with that world's history. Before the scouring 700 years ago or so, Breshik had rivaled Mandalore and many of the other Mandalorian homeworlds of the sector and had a capital shipbuilding industry that put everything that has existed together now to shame. But during the conflict, the polar ice caps of the planet had been blasted to bits and promptly melted, raising the temperature to the point that they did not return, and the melted permafrost flooding most of the land under a foot or two of water. Add in that there was actually no one there to clean up the bodies, and most of the buildings had been destroyed and turned to rubble. There was a reason that Breshik was considered a swamp world. Nature had started to take it over, but most of the ecology had been destroyed during the fighting, so very few plant life types were left, besides things that could grow in shallow water. There's that, and I heard rumors that the local zoo had not been destroyed during that period and released what could best be described as large freshwater alligators and crocodiles into that environment. The planet was not friendly to human life at this point. Taking those thoughts into note, I said, "Well, I don't really know what there is to say about your home world. Everything I've heard is that any and all relics are well and truly destroyed in the bombardment of the world or scavenged by the local clans at this point." Bresh nodded instead. Understandable, our history has mostly been forgotten due to the events of the Scouring, but rumors that it has all been destroyed are a bit overstated to some points. Under about 30 feet of water in the southern hemisphere lies the Breshik Museum of Space Maritime Designs, a facility containing every Mandalore design ever created for war on that planet. As far as anyone knows, the archives were not destroyed during the conflict, and though it is deep underwater in somewhat dangerous areas considering the wildlife, it is still accessible to those willing to risk it. What do you mean still accessible? If it's underwater, shouldn't the records that you are talking about be destroyed by simple corrosion or shorting out due to being underwater? Ah, very true. Under 30 feet of water most items not prepared for such conditions are liable to be destroyed, but here's the thing, this museum was 10 feet underwater before the conflict. It was designed so that its contents would be well protected in case of a bombardment and be preserved in the event the museum is submerged. I leaned forward at that. A repository of knowledge secretly lost but still there? Who knows what could be there? I asked. If this facility is designed for the conditions it is now in, how do you know it is still functional? I would have assumed a bombardment would have targeted it at some point. Smiling, the young man said, it's still functional because I've been there. After I repaired one of the many older ships that survived on the surface of that planet, I used it to dive down to the center and attempted to gain access. Unfortunately, in order to gain access you need a special kind of connection port, one that my ship did not have. And the only other way would be to cut away in, and unless this was done correctly, you'd risk flooding the facility and destroying it, something I was not willing to do at the time. I was however willing to travel all the way around this facility in the ship I'd created and confirmed that yes, the facility is still intact. In fact, I think their lights were still on inside in a few areas. If I had to guess, the facility was created with an energy reactor that could produce enough energy to keep it running for a couple hundred years, and whoever was in it probably set everything to low power mode before escaping. Okay, so we got ourselves a bit of a treasured resource hidden on the planet. Ship designs weren't exactly needed, especially designs from 7 centuries ago, but what other items could there be on that planet besides this museum? That was an intriguing question to me. Ancient secrets lost to history just waiting for rediscovery was a tantalizing prospect no matter the context. Clasping my hands in front of my face I asked, I have 2 questions then. Are there any other relics like this museum in Breshik? And this is the most important one, is there anything else in that facility that could be useful to Mandalore? Zol Bresh smiled before saying, there are whole ships still in their dry docks with some dating back to the ancient Mandalorian wars, and most are in a rather preserved state. The water has corroded some hulls, but some hulls I have noted are made from Beskar and have not corroded at all. As for what else could be in that museum, rumors tell that it also had records for every ship ever lost that had been created on that world and their location or general location of loss. A literal treasure trove of information. I said, rubbing my chin. The possibility of lost ships being returned to service could definitely help out with the lack of ships that the self-defense force would be running into. Granted, these hulls would probably be ancient, but a ship's a ship. At best we could put them in dry dock over in Kalevala and see if they couldn't be upgraded to modern standards. At worst they could be salvaged and the materials be used in the construction of new ships or other items if some of these ships dated back to the Neo-Crusader era. That was still a lot of Beskar to salvage, considering I'd seen some indications that whole hulls were made solely from Beskar back then. That practice was, well, frankly abandoned by this point for obvious reasons. Having some fighters and tanks clad in Beskar is a tall order, but still doable since they were still insanely expensive now and no one really liked to send Beskar outside the sector anyway. I gave this subject a few more thoughts before I said, you have convinced me. This is worth investigating. Taking out a pad from my desk I quickly wrote out a note and then keyed it with my fingerprint, locking it so only the recipient of the note would receive it. Handing it over I said, if you don't mind getting back on a ship and heading straight from Mandalore right away, I could arrange a meeting with my brother who has a larger income for this particular project and the time to oversee it. Nodding his head he said, I have all the time in the world to help my home world, as much as it's a disaster, the chance to get it a little bit more recognition in the history of Mandalore is well worth it. I smiled and reached across the desk to shake his hand, saying, that's the goal of this project, go and secure your planet's history for Mandalore. He nodded and stood up and said, thank you, Representative Kryze. Before leaving as I leaned back in my seat relaxed. If this project was successful, it would be a potentially massive windfall for the Mandalorian Historical Society. Not only would it have shown that records could be saved and shared for the benefit of the Mandalore sector, but if those ships were real, it would encourage other people to start digging through their own records, see if they have any information about lost vessels, armor, or other equipment it could be useful for Mandalore's protection. I would not be surprised if as these records started to be shared, puzzle pieces would be put together about fates of certain vessels that have been lost for generations, as well as other stories that were never fully completed. And I can only hope that it would be good stories that came out of this and not start any blood feuds that have been forgotten. Leaning back, at peace with myself, I reached over and grabbed the strange box the Ordos had gifted me and tossed it in the air a couple times. I know I should probably be a little bit careful with these relics, I may have to return them to the Jedi someday, but well, this thing seems sturdy enough and doing this helped me improve my hand-eye coordination a bit. Whole galaxy may be on the end of a war, but things seem to be going my way for once. Gargan, Mandal Hypernautics Office. Bo-Katan cries. I had to say this was the sweetest job I'd ever got myself. Granted I'd only ever had 3 jobs, bounty hunting for a short time, mercenary work guarding supply convoys, and tutoring Tanya, but still of the 3 this was the best paying and easiest one ever to take up. Training the local garrison into something that could actually fight was a simple job, most of them already had a good head on their shoulders and years of experience for the most part. There were a few who were outliers, either new Mandalorians or people who apparently were living in the Mandalorian sector but weren't part of any of the Mandalorian clans, but they either learned to sink or swim. And most of them seemed to learn to swim, the new Mandalorians quickly taking on their old culture from the Mandalorians around them and the not-so-Mandalorians picking it up as well. Quickly learning the language is a key tenet of this new ranger outfit. Tanya basically left me to do all the work on figuring out how to make this group of individuals work as a police force, which was tough enough considering this planet was not exactly known for having a population that wanted a police force, but I soldiered on and figured it out. Thankfully, Tanya's little silver book worked well in designing the curriculum, especially for those on the not-so-Mandalorian side of things. The 6 tenets of course worked well in trying to build a culture of what this unit should be. With enough training I think that they would be able to go one-to-one with the Mafia Mandus, if that was needed. Thankfully they're only enforcers and were not interested in starting a fight. They seem to be keen on this organization existing to try and improve the outlook of their planet's future as well as do their work for them in keeping the peace. No one suspected that in the next 3 or 4 months I would have the Rangers trained up to a point that I was not needed to even run this organization and would just be able to sit back and relax for this job. Of course, I now have 2 jobs, this job which required much of my attention and a job that required me to make trips to Mandalore. Who would have ever seen me being able to train my sister back up to combat status as an actual thing that would happen? Not me, I don't think anyone would have. Granted no one knew about these meetings and our little spars, but it was nice to have my sister back again. She refused to touch any violent weapons, but unarmed combat was an important part of Mandalorian culture and it wasn't like she wasn't carrying around a blaster pistol specifically designed for stun mode. She may prefer non-lethal methods, but she still was learning to fight, which was better than what she had been doing in my mind. And I probably would be scheduling more trips to Mandalore soon. We finally found Zoom after a while. He had apparently been keeping a low profile for the last few months by hiding in his tropical island safe house in Cherave, just so he didn't get in any trouble. Well, now that he was found, he's been building Satin her new set of armor. Once that was finished, more training would be needed, meaning I would need to make more appearances. Oh, also, the other crazy things X4 put me up to, that droid had a few screws loose, I think. One morning, the orders coming down from him made sense. There was a possibility of a galactic war about to spring into existence, and he was interested in improving production of fighters and redesigning that huge tank Gare was planning on using to something more efficient and affordable. Technically that was not my issue, that was Toza's issue, but he complained enough that I heard about it, since we work together quite often. He was having to work to get production back up to pre-fall silver levels while also attempting to build a stockpile of weapons and armor for the Rangers in case something happened here. It's reasonable considering this planet was right in the direct path of both potential participants in this army. But that wasn't too crazy, no. The crazy part was the other stuff X4 got up to. Such as the current project to improve Mandal Hypernautics' image and Gargan's image through hiring of talented young individuals, to be company spokespeople, or as he had informed me, idols. What the hell an idol was? I didn't know before yesterday. But now I did, and I hated every single moment of my existence because of it. Mainly because he had given that job to me to do. The pay raise was rather nice, but having to go through dozens of hopefuls to find people who could sing, dance, and generally be entertaining was not something I know what to do with. I wasn't exactly musically talented. I had fought most of my life, sure, I knew a few songs from the old days when we would sit around campfires in Kalevala. That did not make me musically talented though. If the job didn't pay so well I probably would have refused it, but as it was I just had to go with my gut and hope I found what we were looking for. So far no, it was absolutely shit. I might put up a few posters offering a position as a spokesperson enlisting the requirements as musically talented and a few other things that I thought were necessary for a person to represent not only Mandal Hypernautics but Gargan. And I had to deal with 3 takers so far. The first had been an absolute disaster. The first man could not sing to save his life, and I would not be surprised if it could likely kill someone. In fact, I'm pretty sure my aide had lost the ability to hear for a couple hours after listening to the guy. The only reason I still had my hearing was I had kept my helmet on so I could keep my thoughts to myself during the whole thing, and it simply turned him off at the start. The second hadn't actually read the part about musically talented and assumed all he would have to do is talk about the products I've been escorted off the property. And the third had been an assassination attempt. One of Gare's black mercoons that apparently have not been picked up by the local enforcers or my rangers yet and have just been hiding and waiting for an opportunity to strike. My aide Solitro, a former black mercenary herself, had quickly dispatched the bastard at the cost of the audition table which she used to slam the assassins back into. Granted, I had my vambrace ready to put a hole the idiot, but my aide, who was standing nearby, got to him first. 3 swings, 3 strikes. I should probably give up on this, but well, a job's a job. A knock came from my door and I looked up before saying, "Come in." Well, there wasn't much for anyone that came into my office. It was not large per se but still pretty barren. A simple desk, a few pads that I needed, and for the most part a nice comfy chair. I should probably look into decorating it or something, but it wasn't really a priority. As the door opened, the aide that I mentioned before entered the room. Besides that, she actually used to be a Black Iron mercenary as well, but before that she was a former independent mercenary before Black Iron initiated a recruitment drive to fulfill Gare's manpower requirement for his army. She's a member of the lower rungs of the organization and not a direct thrall of the former CEO. She's a good fighter though and seemed rather reliable, so I made her my secretary for the foreseeable future. And thanks to that whole thing of the assassination attempt on my life, she now had a bonus to her income. Probably should give her a little bit more actually, since she had been looking after the Rangers while I traveled off-world to help my sister. Soletro was wearing these standard coloration for the Rangers, a mix of silver and brown. Also she did wear red highlighting on her helmets that had existed before taking up a position in the Rangers. And considering she was still wearing her helmet, it's quite obvious that she learned her lesson and prepared herself to mute them in case of another terrible music act. Miss Katon, a trio has arrived to attempt to take the position as the company's spokesperson. Should I just tell them to leave? A trio? I asked. I haven't considered the possibility of a group showing up, but hey, I'd already had 3 failures, why not have 3 failures at once? Out loud I said, no, let them in. I will give them a chance to either sink or swim. She nodded and stepped in, waving to whoever was outside to come in. A moment later a woman in her mid-20s, I would guess, in a silver and black set of armor stepped in. Followed by 2 girls, both 14 or 15, I would estimate just by their size. One was wearing green and black armor, the other in pink and black. The armor looked old and beat up, which would make it obvious that they were from the nomadic clans, as the style was of Super Commando variant, but parts of it were bulky, possibly dating back to the Shock Trooper era armor design that had been popular about 2,000 years ago, I think. I wasn't much of a history geek compared to Tanya, but I had been somewhat interested in how armor developed at one point. Every Mandu kid dreamed of customizing their own armor, and looking at cool armor from back then for inspiration is the usual way to go about it. Good afternoon and welcome to Mandalore Hypernautics. I believe you 3 are interested in the role of being our company's spokespeople. The silver and black one nodded before saying, yes, I am Miri Chower and these are my sisters, Kovi and Chimso. We heard that they were looking for someone who could sing, and well, one of the few skills we've acquired over years is singing, so we thought we could try. Well, that wasn't much of an answer, but it was good enough, I figured. Indicating with my hand that they could continue, I said, well, show me what you got. Nodding her head, she cleared her throat and said, this is a tune that's been passed down in my family for generations, dating back to, reportedly, the Neo-Crusader era. She's going to be taking a moment to get her center. In the meantime, the 2 younger sisters of the trio began banging on their own chest armor with their fists, laying down a slow melodic beat. The 2 younger sisters begin to singing first. A world alight with war. A world alight with war. Miri Chower started up then, as the Jedi fell upon us and we upon them. A world alight with war. As we held the galaxy by the throat. The pair continued. A million souls from uncounted worlds. The force of battle shifted the very ground they charged across. Every soul alight, every shout for blood. As the Jedi General looked on resolutely. Miri Chower sang. And the earth shook. And the armor cracked. Sang the pair as they continued pounding on their armor. And the armies of the galaxy knelt. Miri Chower came in again, Jedi and Mandalorian and Republican trooper. Bowed before a single strike. And the world alight with war shattered. Pair was back and the galaxy took breath. And the Crusaders beheld. A world shattered by war. Miri Chower was back. Ghosts of the galaxy. Pair came in. Of the greatest crusade. Miri Chower. Fought on as a shattered world. All 3 of them were singing at this point. Brothers in death. And the war was won. The grave of a million from countless worlds. On a world alight with war. Just the pair sing them out. The banging of their armor came to a slow close, as the song ended. Well, seeing as their faces were under a helmet, I couldn't tell if they were anxious or not, and in turn they couldn't tell what I was thinking. But I could say one thing, but 3 of them could sing, and that was better than the other attempts. Where only one of the other attempts actually tried to sing, but hey, progress was progress, and this had been quite a bit of progress in my mind. The real question was, had this been enough progress to hire them, which was actually a non-question. They could sing together, and put on a rather good spectacle with their use of armor. The songs they knew were old and very centered on the ancient wars, if that song was to go by. But I was sure I could probably find one of the many poets out there to write some lyrics that were less violent, having to do with Mandalorian lifestyles. Nodding my head, I finally decided that yeah, this could work. Reaching my hands up, I pulled my helmet off and put it on the edge of the table before smiling and saying, "You're hired." Whether they had been experiencing some sort of motion behind their helmets I didn't know, but the moment they heard they were hired they were in a group hug celebrating, which was a rather touching moment from the outside. Mandalore, Royal Palace. Zoom Miduk. Things are taking an awfully strange course since I had last been in Mandalore. Heck, last time I was in the Mandalore system I would have been afraid that I was going to be hunted down by the Duchess's goons for supplying weapons to a madman. And even after I cleaned that mess up thanks to Tanya's intervention, I'd still assume that I should probably avoid the system for a while. Just in case she was in a rightfully bad mood about me being involved with Tanya's little effort to unseat the CEO. So I decided to lay low in my favorite tropical island safe house on Cherave after an extended voyage across the sector, selling as much equipment out of my stock as possible. Simply so that if someone came knocking it would not look as if I was running new weapons and armor as heavily as I had been doing. I had totally expected to see a call from the Duchess waiting for me. And she had sent someone to let me know that she asked me to come to her palace, so there wasn't exactly much I could do. Sure, I could run, but that would just make me look guilty in case it was something other than her annoyance at me helping Tanya. As much as that girl thought you could hide this whole mess from the Duchess, even I doubted that. So I ended up going to the royal palace expecting to either be locked up or berated for helping Tanya. When Satin had ordered her guards outside of the room I knew I was not being locked up, so I had braced for the inevitable lecture. That I had not received. I have to thank you for helping Tanya with the whole issue. Which was a step in the right direction, that I'm not going to jail. The next part though, had been something that was a bit more threatening. She asked me to make her a new set of armor, a surprising task considering the fact she's been melting down more armor and I think the Republic ever got a chance to do so. But I wasn't going to say no to this demand. She had me dead to rights, and she said she had admired the craftsmanship on Tanya's new green armor, the green armor of course being the set I had made for her from Satin's armor, which told me exactly what the situation was. Make her a new set of armor or I would be arrested for being involved in stealing her old set. I could see the threat, so here I was deep in the royal palace's forge, banging together Beskar and Mandalorian iron, to forge a new set of armor for someone who I had given up any idea that they would ever ask for this again. Though it was nice to actually be doing a job for House Cries again, as I thought Tanya would be my last chance at that. I wondered if Tanya's enthusiasm for armor has spread to the rest of her family. Maybe I'd finally be able to take Adonai II's armor and forge it for his son too in the future. Sighing internally, I simply turned my attention back to work. Maybe I'd get another chance to build armor for the family, maybe I wouldn't, but I would do my best with this set of armor. I've been asked to make a set of armor for the Duchess to wear for political situations, not combat though. But just in case there is an assassination attempt or something, I'm not going to skimp on the defense features. That being said, I was going for a heavier style than what most Mandalorians would prefer. Most would prefer a simple plate arrangement so they could use a jetpack. Some like myself go for super thick plates that didn't exactly do well under jetpack situations and turned them into more like jump packs, as they couldn't maintain the thrust necessary to keep the user airborne because they were too heavy. The one in front of me was actually kind of a mid-range armor. It's a full plate but not a half-inch piece of armor as some of the heavy plates would go. It has a solid chest piece that went all the way down to cover most of the gut and was taking every bit of skill to shape it correctly since I needed to be as perfect as possible. Building solid plates of iron is easy. Building small plates that could be put on one of the vests is simple as well, it's just very tedious. Creating a plate of iron that would contour the right shape is a pain in the ass, as an error in shaping it needed to be pounded back into the right shape. I had to tweak the power of the pneumatic hammer a few times to get the right amount of power, but I relish the challenge. How's the work, Zoom? A voice from behind me. I barely heard it over the sound of iron being pounded into the right contour thanks to the very expensive electric power hammer. Thinking about it, I turned the hammer to its standby setting while I reinsert the armor piece to the magnetic forge to reheat it back to a state that it can be hammered into shape much more easily, before turning to face the Duchess. Pulling out a rag, I cleaned up my gloves and said, "The work goes well. I think I should have the sets of protective plates ready in a week or two. I'm pulling out all the stops and using every trick and technique that I know of in this project, but I think it'll be worth it." She smiled and nodded before asking, "How much skill exactly? You said you were going to go all out on this, but you didn't exactly describe some of the things you were planning to do. Remember, this armor is supposed to be in line with the new doctrine where armor is meant for self-defense, no weapons on it." I nodded and waved my hand before saying, I know. I've not gone senile yet. No weapons were included in the making of these armor. Though I do plan to include a little bit of a small shield that could be deployed from the torso. Just in case you get shot by an assassin with a Beskar bullet or something. Besides, I actually kind of relish the idea of working on a defensive-focused set like this, it adds an extra layer of challenge. Walking over to the helmet, I picked it up and showed it to her. "First off, we have this little neat thing." Reaching to the side of the helmet, I pressed a hidden latch and the front of the helmet opened up into 3 pieces that retracted to the sides and top of the helmet. Old tradition, very old tradition, said that Mandalorians used masks not helmets, so I thought I would go back to that, this allows you to easily take the mask off and have a conversation to see a person's face, or wear it like a normal helmet. I'm sure the designers of whatever garments that will go around this armor will love the idea. She nodded and said, that's splendid. Anything else I should know about? I nodded, putting the helmet down and pulling up a vambrace. Although you said no weapons, I did include this. I opened the vambrace and I showed that there was a compartment that could fit something small like a pistol. I heard from Bo that you tend to use a deactivator pistol. If you wanted, I could see about getting a deactivator and integrate it into this vambrace for stun mode vambrace. If you don't want it, well, you got a nice little pocket in your vambrace to store anything you want to hide in there. It also has an energy shield too for extra protection. Satin nodded, looking at it before saying, I didn't consider that, but I would prefer to stick closest to the unarmed armor doctrine as possible. I noted that before saying, what's old is new then? As I put the vambrace down on the table. Old is new? She asked, sounding curious. Right, always forget that armorer legends don't usually spread past armorers. Supposedly long before the Neo-Crusaders, back during the original Crusades, it was actually frowned upon to put weapons in your armor, and it was more normal for combat between Mandalorians to happen unarmed but in armor. So going back to an unarmed set of armor is returning to the roots of what is Mandalorian in a way. Hey, I wonder if Tanya knows about that? The Duchess asked absent-mindedly as she rubbed her chin. She was always asking questions about armor, when we were working on her set. I responded, matter-of-factly, before I realized that might be a sore point. If it was, she showed no visible emotions about it, which was probably the scariest thing in the entire room. Sounds like you unintentionally helped create her white-silver document then. Did I? I replied with a raised eyebrow. I've never actually looked at the darn thing even after I found out Tanya was responsible for it. Is there something in there I should have been paying attention to? Well, the document did speak about the importance of armors to the Mandalorian heritage and their use to the economy. All those reforms I've been having over the years are related to your work and our response to that document. Hey, good girl then, I said with a smile as I moved over to the armor before continuing the information on the armor. Back to the armor, another technique I've been working on, goes back to the Crusader era as well, to a point at least. Back then, each piece of armor was custom-made and often not made of beskar but pieces of bone, often from the mythosaur. Now all my thosaurs are dead and gone, so their bones are hard to get, but I was able to get a few pieces which I'm incorporating their ivory into this piece here will make up a shoulder collar armor. It'll be designed to basically hold a cape in place, and you can easily click this joint here. I pulled out what appeared to be a solid piece of beskar with bone smoothly integrated into it. A point under the right side of the collar caused the latch to let go and the piece to fall and open. Not only does it quickly detach the ceremonial pieces, but it also gets rid of the cape so that it doesn't distract you if you get into a fight. She nodded her head and asked, is that going to be a key point in the design philosophy? I smiled at that and said, yep, every piece of equipment that is there is simply to pretty it up. It can easily be removed by a click of your fingers, leaving you with only the important pieces of equipment that would save your life in an emergency. It may be meant for ceremonial purposes, but I want you to be able to fight if you need to. You know that's not a bad idea. Would you mind if I send a droid down here to film this process? That raised my eyebrow. I think I actually would. No armorer likes to have their secret techniques getting out there. I would be ostracized by the other armorers. She knew that but quickly came back with a response, what if you were allowed to edit the footage to keep your secret techniques? My eyebrow was still raised, but I said, alright, go on Duchess, what are you thinking? One of the ideas in the Silver Codex was a simple idea of creating our own media for Mandalore, and this is a prime example of what kind of media could be created. Showing some of the creation of non-violent armor made for not only self-defense but for ceremonial purposes. I don't know. This is something that I had to think it through. On one hand, I'd risk losing some clients who were not exactly friends to the new order that the new Mandalorians brought in. On the other hand, if the armor I created inspired more new Mandalorians to pick up the armor in some way or form, that could counteract the loss of some of the old clientele. Finally I nodded before saying, all right, I would be okay with this. But if we're going to go for that, maybe we should go bigger and bolder. Bigger. She sounds like she is interested. Right now I'm just using pieces of armor you handed me, which came from your parents and the mythosaur bone I was able to scrounge up. But if I was to be given a bit of a budget, I could get a few more glamorous items, such as those azure stones from the Drabon and maybe a few other rare materials from across the Mandalorian sector. Really go full ceremonial garb, but I'll add a quick release for a cape that would get it out of the way of a jetpack if you want to put one on for a quick escape. Satin seemed to think about it for a moment before nodding her agreement and saying, that could easily be arranged. I should also have my dressmaker make an appearance down here, after all she is going to be making the flight suit that would be worn with this equipment. Might as well let her have an input on it. I smiled at that and said, sounds like a plan to me. And started to turn back towards the forge before I heard her cough and say something else. By the way, what kind of suit of armor did you give Tanya? Which one? My old armor, Ah, so she actually hadn't seen it yet and was just pulling my leg earlier. Turning, I said, it's just a standard super commando style, she wanted it to be practical over being showy. Unfortunate, she said before continuing, any chance that you could create similar additions that you're planning for this set for Tanya's? If I'm going to have ceremonial armor, it would probably be best if she did as well. I think I could do that easily enough. I said, although I doubted Tanya would be thrilled with that as she seemed to enjoy the mobility. But we all serve the Duchess as well and maybe this would be a little bit of a punishment for the whole White-Silver rebellion. Mandalore, Royal Academy dorm. Corky cries. The galaxy changes, that was something I was having to get used to. Attending the Royal Academy was theoretically not a military pursuit. Self-defense was a major component of the course here but it was meant for more diplomacy between clans than actual military advancement in the society. That being said, I'd always known that many of the students here would go on to either get careers in the Royal Guard, the Mandalorian Guard, or that self-defense force would be useful and would be a stepping stone to further on their career. I had accepted that it was a thing that was going to happen no matter how many people welded themselves to the steps of the palace. Yes, we had abandoned our barbaric ways but we need to be able to bring justice and law down on those who did not. Things had changed recently though. The announcement of a self-defense force for the protection of Mandalore had riled up the student body quite a bit. I tried to stay out of the politics of it, which was a hard job considering I was related to the people making the policies. However, even I could see that this decision had made the Royal Academy a bit of a powder keg. The teenagers in favor of White-Silver's philosophy, of course, were all interested in joining the self-defense force and I heard many talking in the halls about how they would be signing up for that instead of the guards if they were allowed. The more pacifist-aligned new Mandalorians that had not gone around claiming support for White-Silver and were rather annoyed with the whole prospect that led to a couple scuffles, no real fights but it was more like debates amongst the teenagers about the future of Mandalore. I could understand that, even though I could raise a good point as to why the self-defense force was a bit of a bad idea. It did basically admit that White-Silver had a point and that the goals of pacifism could not be reached through the sole pacifism of one side. Considering for the last 20-odd years, some new Mandalorians have been building this idea that if you just give up needing to fight we would be better off as a civilization. It just kind of stings to see those who are either throwing themselves into the idea fully or had been a bit coerced into the idea. Thankfully, I had been noticing less debates in the last week so maybe this whole situation would pass and we could focus on our studies again. Summer break was coming up, which means we would have a month or two to go back home and be able to calm down about these sorts of situations. Hopefully it would at least stop the inevitable as people would go into their military adventurous careers after their time at the Royal Academy was up. Be it at the Guard or self-defense force. Personally, I didn't care about the whole military adventurism. I understood why we were looking into this whole situation now, the galaxy seemed to be getting a little bit less friendly all of a sudden. But that wouldn't make me change my opinions on where I was going when my time in the Royal Academy was up. The civil service is simple as I'd help with paperwork and other duties required of people that keep the government running. Maybe occasionally work as a small-time diplomat between clans here in the Mandalorian sector. Past that I hadn't really thought much about it. Sony, I wasn't really sure what she's going to be doing. Lagos had mentioned about possibly going into the guards, and Amos had been quite tight-lipped about what his interests were. I suspected he had an interest in joining the Royal Guard, he had always been more action-oriented. Letting out a deep and concerned sigh I walked the hallways and found my way to the shared co-ed room I had with my friends. Amos and Lagos were in the corner talking about something as they looked out the one window onto the desert that was Mandalore surface, and Sony was on her computer doing something. I wasn't a tech guy and the fact that she was wearing a pair of head glasses that allowed her to see the screen and no one else made guessing what she was up to nearly impossible. Hey there Corky. Sony called from the receipt, giving me a little wave without really focusing on me as she worked on her computer. Afternoon. I greeted back before taking a seat across from her. What's up with everybody today? The two at the window shrugged before saying, nothing much, we're just planning for summer vacation. I nodded at that before taking a seat next to Amos, saying, anything fun planned? They shrugged again before saying, maybe go to the mall? I don't know. Amos said. Amos said, there's not a lot to do nowadays. It feels like one of the terrible things about getting older, I guess you're not as entertained by stuff you used to be. That's your opinion. Sony said, not even looking up from her computer. I chuckled at that. I was about to continue the conversation when I heard a knock on the door. Is anyone expecting someone to come by? There was a resounding shake of heads all looking as confused as I so I got up and walked over to the door pressing a button to open it. Standing there in basically full orange Mandalorian armor was a man I did not recognize. Before I could ask who he was he gave a short bow before speaking. Good evening Mr. Kryze, I hope you're having a wonderful evening. I've come bearing a note from your sister. He held out a small pad and I took it. It was a design that would open upon it reading my fingerprints so I quickly got to reading it and was somewhat stumped and startled by what I read. Looking up I asked, so if I'm reading this correctly, Tanya sent you here to ask me to fund and oversee an operation to scavenge lost data and possibly ships in an underwater museum in Breshik. That's the general gist of it. These ships and data represent a piece of Mandalorian heritage that's likely to be irreparably damaged during the terraforming process. Probably in the next few years as the terraforming project begins on the planet. So there's only a short opportunity to recover it before it is lost for good. I don't know about this. I muttered. Poking around on a world that was ultimately considered a lost cause was not exactly something that I thought would work well for the whole Royal Museum concept, but then again Tanya had sent him along, so she must believe it's possible. Sonny from over my shoulder said, "So you're going to go to a planet that's flooded to search for lost relics of the past?" Turning, I saw that Sonny was smiling before saying, "Remember that thing we were saying where we don't actually have anything to do this summer? Getting involved in a little bit of archaeological adventure sounds like a swell time for a summer vacation." Looking at the others, Lagos shrugged before adding, "If you guys are going on an adventure to Breshik, I wouldn't mind going there. My family is supposed to be from there according to some of the oldest stories." Sonny said, "If we're collecting data, you do need a competent slicer, and I'm pretty competent if I do say so myself." Sorry guys, as much as that's an entertaining thought, there's no way it's just going to be the four of us. In order to get this operation going we would need to hire several hundred people, experts in their field. Yeah sure, Amos said, but that doesn't mean they won't need people to just lift and carry stuff. And a trip off Mandalore to probably the wettest world in the entire sector sounds a lot more interesting than going to the arcade again. He pointed out, and I had to agree. Fine, I turned to the man in orange armor and said, "I'll contact my aunt and attempt to get an operation together to go salvaging on the planet. Earliest we'll be able to leave is probably within 2 to 3 weeks anyways, because we'll have to get the right equipment and all that, and we'll be out of school by then." "That's fine, right?" The orange helmeted man nodded at his head before saying, "Perfectly fine. I am staying at a hotel in the lower sectors of the city." Zolbresh pulled out a card and handed it to me. "My name's Zolbresh, just contact me when things are starting to come together and you need my information." "Thank you," I replied, earning a resolute nod from him as he turned about and started to leave. Sighing, I turned about as the door slid shut with a soft sigh and wondered how underwater archaeology would even work, as this was basically what we would be doing. We would need a local guide at the very least. Chapter 27. 715 FNM, 23 BBY. Month 5. Breshik, excavation site. Corky cries. "Damn, this planet is terrible." I didn't say it out loud, of course. I was around people who lived here their entire lives and I don't want to offend them. I was just not used to the amount of humidity this planet has. Breshik had been, from what I understood, one of the most industrious worlds in the Mandalore sector. Once it was practically covered in shipyards, with materials brought in from all across the sector to build ships even from Mandalore. According to rumors, they were building bigger and bigger shipyards as the war went on. Right up until about 700 years ago, give or take. Back when Mandalore was trying to build its own little federation of planets to maintain peace along the Hydian Way. Of course it was their version of peace, as in a large fleet of Mandalorian ships showed up over a planet saying, "Yeah, you work for us now." Which tends to imply that there was a little bit more than just diplomacy going on at that time. Anyways, the Republic had come down hard on the Mandalore sector for that. This planet had been one of the Republic targets marked for destruction, or, well, its shipyard at least. They hit the planet's polar ice caps either with some sort of heat bomb, or just simply blasted it with turbo lasers, with the same end result of melting all of the ice down and causing the world to flood by 20 feet or so. There was still some land left at the end, but the landmass had shrunk quite a bit, and even at some of the lowest points it could be about a foot deep of water. Plant life that was previously going extinct had basically taken what's left of the landmass, and bugs ruled this newly transformed world for the most part. Another reason why I hate this planet, as I smacked another one of those mosquito-like creatures off my neck. I had to have several shots to even come to this world, as it was very likely that I might pick something up here from the mosquitoes. I really should have brought my helmet just so that I'd have less skin that could get bitten, but since the helmet isn't temperature controlled, it'll be very uncomfortable to say the least. Thankfully though, none of us have gotten sick so far. Due to the generous funding that the Royal Museum was getting, I've been able to hire a rather large survey group. 20 Mandalorians of various technical skills from Mandalore itself. They unfortunately have no skills related to underwater-related excavation or navigation, due to being from a desert planet. Which is why we hired local guides that do have those skills, or similar enough, to compensate apart from helping with local-related issues and navigation. Those guides were helpful in teaching us how to deal with swimming and diving, something we naturally weren't very skilled at. I didn't expect we would have to go on any serious dives. We had brought along an old Taroch type that we had found, which supposedly has a hatch that could, theoretically, couple with the one into this maritime museum. We just had to find it. Besides those individuals, there was also Zolbresh, the de facto leader of the expedition, since this is his home world and he knew where we were going. Me, being the actual leader of the expedition, the best I would do right now is to delegate. As for my friend group of Amos, Sony, and Lagos, since none of us have any water skills, which is becoming something of a problem we need to deal with. The locals are willing to teach us, what locals there were anyway, for a price. We arrived at what could be best described as a tiny fishing village that is made up of about 20 shacks on stilts called Adonai Pat or Enduring Seed, about 3 days ago. We were greeted by an old man who might have actually seen the tidal wave of water flooding down from the polar ice caps, sitting on a rocking chair as he smoked a pipe and playing some kind of string instrument. He was sitting in front of a wooden shack on stilts, part of a complex of about 20 wooden shacks, and he was the only person who seemed to actually live here. According to Zol, most people in this world lived more of a nomadic lifestyle, living on boats and moving from area to do fishing and such. Sounds like this village simply exists to be a point on the map for people to know where they can stay during the stormy seasons. With that being said, the Adonai Pat had become our base of operations since it was actually not too far away from the Maritime Museum that we were trying to gain access to in the first place. Not the greatest place, but we were making do with what we have. Oh, and I almost forgot, we also have Royal Guard Commander Ra and a couple other Royal Guards around. More simply for my protection rather than the expedition itself, since we were so far off the beaten path of the sector. Perks of being a prince, I guess. The actual operation to actually gain entrance into the place was not really going to be something my group were going to be involved in. It had been decided we would just supervise the entire thing. We would, of course, have to be granted entry as soon as possible as my position as both lead and financier, but the experts had decided that they should be the first ones in and I wasn't really against that. There were a few royal guards in their group anyway, so I knew they weren't going to try and pull anything funny. So, it was really just a vacation for me and my friend at least. We had gotten ourselves a boat, a local one. A rather large vehicle, it could seat 20 people comfortably, and we had set up with a couple fishing lines not too far from where they were diving. The boat has 2 large fan-like contraptions on the back as propulsion. Apparently this was done because this area has 2 particular problems that prevented them from using regular motors. One reason is that there is a lot of floating plant life that would and can jam up such motors, which would mean you would have to go overboard to fix it. Which left you with problem number 2, local creatures in the water that didn't like getting hurt or disturbed by the loud rotors that also like munching on the occasional local Mandalorian within munchin distance. Oh, this operation also have 2 other ships, a AIAT class which was serving as the main support vehicle where the divers were jumping in and out of the water, and another was hovering just above the water's surface with the aforementioned Taroch type, which was being loaded with supplies to be lowered directly to the museum. Some of which included their own power supply so they could get all the data off the trapped museum servers. I personally had yet to see the facility, but going by what I'd seen around this area so far, it must be rather massive. Anyway, back to our group sightseeing. Everywhere we had been so far has been plant life growing. Sure, there were a few, I guess we would call them, rivers, but in between those rivers were hordes of untamed wilderness. Trees and reeds are just growing right out of the water, and a few other small places. This kind of plant life had grown up right up to the edges of the town we were staying at. Here, a large bowl of water was formed that had been some sort of lake before the melting of the polar ice caps. I knew that if the plants could find some nutrient they would grow, indicating that the water is deep enough for plants not to grow on them. Or just as equally likely, they couldn't find purchase on the metal exterior of this doomsday bunker museum. Either way, the water here was relatively clear for a good half-mile in either direction from the center of the lake. Not a lot of plant life, oh there were a few islands of it, but nothing like what we've seen so far. From where our boat is docked, we could watch the efforts to dive the Taroch type ship underwater. But for the most part we were just enjoying this impromptu vacation. Sure, I was not a big fan of the giant mosquitoes or the humidity, but all things considered it wasn't too bad of a place for some relaxation for our summer. Amos and Lagos were over by the left side of the ship fishing off the side of the boat. We brought plenty of supplies, but having a little something extra never hurts. According to our guide, Miss Terry Cracky, the fish of this lake were particularly good, so might as well see if we can catch a few to make our supplies last a bit longer. They have a UV bug zapper that fries several mosquitoes a minute right next to them, so they don't have to deal with too many bugs. I was at the back of the ship with Sony. We were less exposed back here as the controls of the ship had a fine netting that people could see through hanging from a basic box frame. It wasn't a large area, but it was enough for the 2 of us, plus we were right by the radios, so Sony got access to the holonet to keep track of the goings-on in the universe, while I got access to the radio information being passed between the crew working on the museum. On the deck in between our 2 groups is Guard Captain Ra, who is talking to a couple of his royal guards. As well as Ms. Cracky, who was grumbling rather loudly about how Tom was going to get himself killed poking around that vault. Said grumbling was getting louder, causing me to look up from the radio to see her coming towards the back of the ship where the controls were. Hey Prince Mandu, mind moving over a bit? I need to use the radio, those idiots are going to piss off the local wildlife with how loud they're working over there. What? I asked, confused. Getting up from my seat to crack my back. Sony joined me, standing up and cracking her back, and I tried not to take note of her rather large assets in front of me. The planet was so ungodly hot and humid that trying to wear normal clothing is kind of a bad idea. Most of the crew instead are wearing various elements of Mandalorian equipment. The Royal Guard were wearing suits different from the fabric worn at home that would prevent them from overheating, while the crew over on the underwater operation were wearing hard suits meant for space operations. And then there was my group, who were basically just wearing the Royal Academy environmental armor. A nearly skin-tight undersuit that had some basic armor to save your life if you were ever shot at. For boys that was not much of an issue, for the girls, well, your eyes were drawn to places. Not so much of an issue with Crikey, she is a native of this planet and had clothing more environmentally designed. Granted, that just meant her clothing was a lot lighter and not as covered as ours, but she seemed perfectly fine with conditions. Wearing a pair of shorts and a crop top with a vest, the most notable feature was the belt around her waist covered in knives and a rather large slug thrower pistol. Along with the leather-like hat, that she probably skinned herself from the local wildlife, wore over her short hair. I said I need to use the radio. Those idiots are dropping junk all over the place and I can see the dust cloud from UpRi going to piss off the local wildlife, and when the local wildlife is pissed off, things start sinking. Reaching over, I picked up the radio and said, "Want me to call them? I'm the expedition lead. By funding the expedition, maybe they'll listen to me if I tell them to be careful." She grumbled something about me being an unintelligent foreigner in the local dialect of Mandue. Apparently she had assumed I wouldn't understand that, so I pretended not to before she finally said, "Fine, but tell them right away, because if one of those idiots wakes the local snapjaw population, we're all going to be dead." Nodding in understanding, I picked up the radio and said, "Hey, the local guide here is not happy with the amount of junk dropping over the side. I don't know what you got going on over there, but she's saying that if you don't knock it off you could piss off the local wildlife and they might, you know, come out of wherever they're hiding to take a bite. So please be a little bit more careful." There was a muffled voice, then someone came back and said, "We know, sir. Local tech has been yelling at us for the same thing for the last 5 minutes. We'll try to be a little more careful." Looking up, I saw Krika giving a nod of approval before turning to leave. Seemingly less annoyed now, I stopped her by asking, "Before you go, what is a snapjaw? Never heard about that in the debrief on the way down here." The sigh I heard come off of her could probably have caused a tidal wave with the power of annoyance. Of course he didn't inform the people he got about the snapjaws. Spent all his time on this planet playing with gizmos of the past and not enough time to realize that he was going to get eaten for his stupidity. I tell you, if I wasn't there for most of his misadventures he'd be dead by now. "Tom," I said, trying to confirm who she was talking about. "Yeah, him." Laying out a deep breath she said, "Snapjaws are descendants of the Mandu alligator. A creature that was brought here as part of a zoo thing during the Neo-Crusades. I think it was long before Mandalore was turned into the dust bowl it is today, from what I understand. They escaped 700 years ago and the environment did them good, as there are now several different variants of snapjaws. Like the humongous ones that could snap this ship in two with a bite of its mouth. Thankfully, those are located in more open water than this. The smaller ones that can move through the reeds of the planet's foot-deep ocean are much more common here, and their bite can crush through any environmental suit that isn't reinforced with Beskar plating. The particular group here is known as the mini-jaws." "Why are they called that?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Because they are only slightly bigger than a person, while the more common snapjaw is big enough to snap this boat in two. The bigger ones mostly live in the open ocean while mini-jaws live in the coast. While they may not be smart, it's believed that they do hunt in packs occasionally. Personally I've never seen them do so per se, just grouping together because they happen to be in the same area. Either way, if they start attacking they usually call out some sort of signal that tells others that there's food in the area. Which starts a swarm event, I guess." Sony asked as she tilted her head and thought. "Exactly, and a swarm event is what's going to kill us all. You do not want some 27 feet tall man-eating crocodiles to swarm the boat now, would ye? If one of those mini-jaws ever shows up, kill T, give it the chance to send out any signals or we know we're all going to kick it." "Well, that's comforting," I said. "Anything else we should know about these mini-jaws?" Krika shrugged before saying, "Not much else to say. They're just one of many dangers on this planet. Give it enough time, it'll probably push all of what's left of us here out of this world, and once that happens this planet's pretty much going to eat itself to oblivion." "How's it going to destroy itself?" I asked, not out of curiosity. "If we aren't killing them, they probably start preying on each other until there's nothing left. Maybe there'll be a few fish left, but that's probably going to be too few to be sustainable and will just slowly die out over time. That's why most of the survivors of the Great Flood just left. They realized that it was only a matter of time before it became too unlivable, and rather than just let their future descendants suffer, they just left, while they still had something to make a living elsewhere. The last estimate someone cared enough to keep track of is about 1,000 years or so, and they estimate that about 1,000 years ago," she said, taking a seat on the sideboard of the vessel. I hope those rumors I've heard about this terraforming business are real, cuz frankly, I think my generation might be the last to come off this world at the rate we're going. Oh yeah, that's happening. I said matter-of-factly, getting her to look up from where she was sitting. My sister's actually the one behind it all. Been working for over a year to get the Ithurians to agree to terraform several planets in the sector, and they finally did. That's actually why we're here now. There's concern that the vault might get damaged during the terraforming, so we're getting it now before then. Terraforming of Breshik should start in a few months from now. Hey, how about that? Maybe there's a chance for this planet after all. She said with a smile, seemingly happy at that prospect. You pacifists are useful after all. Guess those Death Watch guys are full of shit, like every other group in this sector. Death Watch? What a comedian. Those guys are already gone, they killed themselves out over 20 years ago. Nope, we had one of them show up here a few years back. Had a whole bunch of pamphlets for their organization and everything. I think old Quad still has one in his shack. She said, leaning back on the railing at the side of the ship, only to go tumbling into the water as a massive leathery hand came down on the railing next to her and tilted the ship to that direction. The fuck? Was the loudest voice of confusion which came from Amos at the other end of the ship, who had looked over just in time to see what happened. What happened to Crikey? I don't know, but what's going to happen to us is way more terrifying, as a large reptilian creature crawled out of the water onto the vessel. Standing on two legs with an extended snout for a face, it looks around with a look that said it was going to eat everything and everyone on board the vessel. I was a bit stunned by this turn of events, but thankfully I was not in danger. Well, technically I was in arm's reach of the creature, so yes, I was in danger, but the Royal Guard had my back. Captain Ra and the other 3 guards immediately rushed over and started attacking the creature with their force staves, trying to get it off the vessel. The creature backhanded one of the men off the ship, seemingly not caring the zapping it was getting. Krika said, "You need to kill that thing." I shouted to Captain Fen, "If you don't kill it, more will just come." That was an assumption that this was the snapjaw she was talking about. I figured it was probably the better and safer option to make that assumption than to be wrong and dead. The captain didn't even look in my direction, instead he switched his staff from stun mode to one that allowed him to fire shots into the creature while stabbing it. The rest of the guards also did the same before doing what they were previously doing, killing it. But I did not get to see the conclusion of that fight, as I heard Sonny scream from behind me. Turning, I saw why immediately, as another one of the beasts had crawled up the back of the ship and had wrapped its claw around her waist and was holding her, moving to bite down on her. I just acted at that point, grabbing the radio off the desk I had been sitting at. I threw it just right so that it went into its mouth the moment the creature opened it. In reflex, it bit down on the metal box and got itself stuck, its teeth jammed into the metal box, preventing it from going after Sonny. Now to get Sonny free from the thing. I quickly figured out how to do that as I tackled the creature, smacking it against the side beam that held the netting as the entire thing fell on top of us. It wasn't that heavy, but it did enough to basically trap the creature in the netting as it struggled, getting itself only more tightly stuck. Its attempt to get free required both hands, so it let go of Sonny. I grabbed her hand and did our best to pull ourselves out of the netting. Although one of its claws raked my back, the armor of the suit only sparing me from having some serious damage. With a push, I shoved her out of the netting and I was about to get through myself when it grabbed my ankle and started pulling me back. The ankle was not well armored and I think I felt the creature's claws cut somewhat into my flesh as it pulled me. As I was being pulled, I saw that there was something underneath the desk that the radio had been sitting on. Desperate for anything to get me out of this, I reached for the weapon and pulled it free of the tape that held it there. It looks like a blaster rifle, but something seemed off about the design and it had a large blade at one end. I didn't know what it was, all I knew was that it's a weapon and it's something I needed right now. Flipping myself out of my back, I aimed it towards the creature that was pulling me towards it, aiming at its upper arm, and unloaded the first shot. There was a charging sound before it fired, and when it did, the creature's upper arm ceased to exist. The monster roared in pain as the metal box was still stuck in its teeth and took its free hand to hold its shoulder, which was now bleeding profusely. I didn't bother sticking around to find out if it would pull us up together and attack me. Instead I aimed at its head next and just fired. The creature, now headless, sat there for a moment on its knees before toppling backwards over the side of the vessel with a resounding splash. It took the netting that had protected us from the mosquitoes with it, but at that moment I didn't care. I'm just glad we had survived. I took a moment to get a breath, somewhat in shock from the whole ordeal, before I felt a hand on my shoulder, seeing Sonny was back. "You okay?" she asked. "Never better," I said instinctively, taking a few more breaths and feeling rather exhilarated. I can feel my heart pumping at an accelerated rate. "Ankle doesn't look fine," she said, looking down at where I was obviously bleeding from a cut. "Yeah, that could have been better. I don't feel any pain, as I think I'm in a little bit of a shock. Mind helping me down to the main deck?" "Yeah, sure," she said, helping me up as I held tightly to the blaster in one hand. Carefully, we navigated down to the main deck, where I saw that one more of those creatures had attacked Amos and Lagos. Said creature was now lying on the deck dead, it appeared to have been strangled by Lagos, who wrapped the rope of the anchor around its neck before pushing the anchor overboard, causing it to crush the creature's throat. Although I guess it could be argued that there were two other possible ways it died from that, I wasn't exactly going to walk over there and find out. Right now, all I did was move to the center of the ship where the wounded were being cared for. Royal guards were helping their own guy who had been tossed by the first of these creatures. He seemed fine for the most part, a little bit dazed though. Another royal guard was holding his shoulder where he wasn't bitten, but it looked like the creature had let go before it could do some serious damage. Captain Fen moved over to me and quickly got out a medical kit and started sealing the wound on my ankle. "Where's the first one?" I asked. "Sunk back into the water after I shoved my staff in its mouth and shot a blast out the back of its head," Fen said matter-of-factly. "I don't think it's coming back. It might have brought more friends." Sonny pointed out, bringing a rather dark mood to the whole situation. "Where's Crikey?" Amos asked as he and Lagos walked over. "Fell overboard in the initial attack," I said, looking to where she'd fallen. "Damn, if she hasn't come up yet, it means there must have been one in the water waiting for her," Captain Fen said, shaking his head. "The monsters murdered her," Sonny said. And it was at this moment a head came tumbling through the air onto the deck. The snap-jaw head rolled a bit before ending up so that it was facing us with a wide-open smile. Then a second head landed next to the first. A moment later a knife-gripping hand stabbed into the floorboard, providing a solid anchor point to climb onto the side of the vessel, and then pulled the rest of the person on board. Completely soaked, covered in blood that I think was just in the water from the attack, Crikey had reappeared. "Woo, nothing like fighting a mini-jaw in one breath to get your heart pumping," she said with a wide smile on her face, likely from the adrenaline rush of surviving a near-death experience. As she sucked in huge gulps of air, SEH said, "I see everyone is alive, good job. Now you know why making too much of a racket isn't good for you." Crikey stretched and wrung her soaked clothes while surveying the ship. "Let's see, 4 snap jaws in total, right?" "Right," a royal guard said. "Good job. That's usually how much of a hunting party they will have. While I think we're safe for the time being, the blood is bound to attract more of them, so best be on your guard. We should definitely radio the other team and Tom to be more careful. If there's one team sulking around, there's probably more." She started towards the back of the ship before noticing the state of it. "Let me guess, the radio is destroyed in the fight? That's how these stories usually go, right?" "Kind of," Sonny said. "What do you mean kind of?" "Corky sort of used it to stop it from biting down on me." "Oh. Well then that's not really a kind of, isn't it? But the teeth aren't too bad on these things, so maybe it survived." "Where's the box?" "I use this to shoot its head with the box in its mouth," I said, holding up the strange blaster. "Hey, but old man Quad probably didn't even realize he had that on this vessel." "Well, that box is completely gone then. Guess we'll just do it the old-fashioned way and steer over there." "Sounds reasonable," I said, very tired, possibly from blood loss, but I tried to keep myself conscious. She looked over the bodies again and then said, "Wait, so the first one was killed off by you 4, right?" The royal guards nodded. She then looked over to the body near the front, which was pinned against the deck hole by the anchor rope. "And you two killed that one?" Amos and Lagos nodded. "So does that mean you killed that one all on your own?" she said, looking at me. I shrugged and said, "I guess." "Interesting," she said before walking over to the back of the ship, pulling out one of our knives. A moment later she came back and tossed me what appeared to be a claw that I had blasted free from the creature. "Congratulations, you're now a man and native of this world." "Why?" I said, looking at the bloody stump in my hands. "Old tradition, if you managed to kill one of these creatures in single combat, you're considered an adult warrior of Breshik. I know you pacifists aren't the warrior types, but if you ever do decide to become a man, you have full permission from this planet's population to put one of those claws on your armor as a signature that you killed one of these beasts." "Oh. Neat," I said, trying to ignore the put-down that she was giving pacifism. I was just glad to be alive at this point. Everyone had come through okay, and yet I was definitely planning to move the boat closer. Probably safety numbers was something to keep in mind in the future. Coruscant, Senatorial District. Tanya cries. The night sky of this city world was beautiful, sometimes though it was rather smoggy at the edges of my vision. I could not deny that from where I stood the bright city lights showed the progress of civilization. To not only conquer a planet but bend it to your will till it becomes a megacity that spans its entire surface is an impressive feat. I just wished that it wasn't built on a bed of corruption and actually built on capitalism. I am starting to see that more and more with every passing month. The Republic had stood for 1,000 years, and it looks like it would stay standing long after it has corrupted itself to uselessness. I was starting to see the point of the separatists after the little exploit that had just happened. 3 months ago, a senator by the name of Jeremiah Greyshade had been working on a bill to try and end this issue before it spun out of control into a civil war. The way he had done it was rather miraculous in its simplicity. He had authored the Financial Reform Act, a bill meant to clean up the amount of waste and corruption in the government in order to try and bring the separatists back to the Republic by showing it could change. I had met him once or twice and was a big supporter of this whole thing. It would have been a real chance at ending the civil war after all, and then someone had thrown him out his window. A 60-story drop had put an end to the Financial Reform Act that could have saved trillions of lives and an unimaginable amount of credits. You'd think that since someone had been murdered that the FRA would be pushed even harder. Apparently, senators were so weak-willed that they actually withdrew their support for the bill when they realized he'd been murdered. They would rather let the corruption continue than risk their own necks. I could understand somewhat. I wouldn't want to risk my life, but on the other hand I would just hire more security and turn my tower into a defensible bunker if that was what was going on. That situation was bad, but it couldn't get any worse. At least, I had thought that in the initial hours, then days passed and it did get worse. All hands pointed to the Senate Guard having committed the act, or members of it at least. Which meant for all intents and purposes, the Senate Guard were no better than the Roman Praetorian Guard. Anything that was a threat to their financial stability would be assassinated. Oh sure, they were claiming that it was a one-off, that this individual was insane, that he had been thrown out for corruption and all the other things an organization would say in this sort of situation. But no one believed them. Everyone was a bit concerned, obviously. Why else would the Financial Reform Act become dead in the water? Worse, the moment it became clear that reform was dead in the water, more systems began declaring their interest in separation from the Republic. So one of the keys that was going to be used to hold this whole system together had simply been used to break it apart even more. The Republic is probably doomed to this civil war, and I just have to hope that we got a United States civil war out of this and not a Roman civil war. With the appearance of a possible Praetorian Guard, I guess the Roman version of a civil war is more likely. It was so obvious that security was now lacking that I had seen several senators bringing their own guards around, just to be safe. Thankfully, I already had the Mandalorian Royal Guard to protect myself. But Senator Merrick apparently doesn't have the same arrangement as myself, and instead hired a few guards himself. Mandalorians from Concordia, from what I understood. I never actually have been able to talk to them, and my guards said that they weren't the talking type. They seem to be one of the more religious orders from Concordia and rather standoffish with talking with anyone other than the person employing them. The only thing distinct about them, besides them always wearing helmets, was they wore a mix of green and blue markings on their armor in various styles and patterns, and I had no idea what they meant. Something to research later, I suppose. Factionalism is spreading in the Senate too. There are generally three groups at this point. Those who wanted to separate from the Republic, those who were against those separatist, and my own faction who just wanted to not get involved with this mess. Thankfully at the moment my faction was the biggest one. There are a lot of reasons people didn't want war. Some felt that it was okay for the separatists to leave, others felt that it was a waste of money, but regardless of the reason they didn't want a war, and at the moment that seems like that we might be able to pull it off, or at least stave it off for another couple of years. Problem, of course, being even amongst my own faction that didn't want war, there are sub-factions that did want to spend money on a military in case war broke out. We're large enough that there were general debates right now and theorizing to go on for another year about the creation of an army of the Republic. The debates centered around a complete reversal of the reforms that led to the Galactic Republic 1,000 years ago. Specifically those that disbanded the army of the old Republic in favor of the current judicial forces of the Jedi, in the hopes that they would be able to handle the situation as they came. Well, it appeared that idea was coming to an end and things were progressing in a way that would require some kind of drastic event to change the course of history. I really hoped we would be able to prevent a war, but that always seems like a long shot anyway. This galaxy had been at relative peace for 1,000 years. Sure, there had been minor conflicts, but from all the data I've been able to acquire over the years they had been one-sided affairs, with the Republic coming out on top just because it had so many more ships lying around from the pre-Ruisan era as well as the judicial system. Or they had local garrisons that were able to support the efforts of the Republic ships. If this came down to a real war, the fact of the matter was, they had no real training on how to fight a war. Many simple tactics were well known, of course, but a lot of them seemed to be awfully closed ranges. Which makes sense, when you have a Jedi at the front of your formation. Speed is of the essence, as the Jedi can tank and overpower any crisis and can easily put an end to the situation. This strategy does not make sense when you are actually fighting a war. There are far more objectives to accomplish in a galactic scale conflict than they are Jedi. The numbers just don't fit. More likely, if the Jedi even took part in it, which I really hope they don't, the military would be made up of the common soldiers. Maybe waiting for months for a Jedi to show up, stalling to commence an attack while the enemy is advancing on them the entire time. Maybe their local general or commander, thinking they understand combat when they've not seen war in 1,000 years, waste their resources and human resources in obsolete tactics, like human wave attacks. That being said, I will note that if the Republic hired Mandalorian mercenaries as trainers, it would probably give the Mandalorian sector quite a bit additional funding. If I was a bit more enterprising I might even push for that, but as far as my Silver Codex work was concerned, I left that up to the individual to rely on the true Mandalorian Super Commando Codex. Super Commando Codex was a way of waging war while being honorable, the Silver Codex was about rebuilding the Mandalore sector. They are not incompatible, just that one of them would serve you more outside of the Mandalorian sector a lot better than inside it. That is also one of my general concerns. Both sides in this coming conflict would probably have no idea how to fight a war, and the only people who would consistently been fighting a war for, say the last 1,000 years, are the Mandalorians, on and off civil wars, conflicts against the Republic, conflicts against neighbors, conflicts against other clans, conflicts against pirates, and 1,000 years of constant conflicts. I have the distinct feeling that our sector would probably be a recruitment ground for soldiers even if they did not manage to draw us into the war directly. I would not be surprised to hear stories from Mandalorians about how they'd run into each other during the war on either side of it when I was over. How that event would go would probably depend on clan relations though. If they have good relations, they would probably take a break to drink together before having a play fight where neither one of them really died but they did as much as they could to show which is the better man do. Otherwise, well, I could see a few more clan conflicts being brewed from the conflict easily enough. Your uncle killed my uncle during the war. Now prepare to die. Or some other inane illogical bullshit. This whole conflict was going to make the whole galaxy a complicated mess, and I could just feel the inevitable reality of that statement growing with every month. I hoped that if we got lucky, a lot of the companies produced battle droids and could draft some sort of Munich Agreement or Geneva Convention, some sort of rules for war and limit the damage to just droids. If I had more power than I did right now, I'd probably be pushing for that, but I am just a simple representative. My job was to work out deals with other governments to improve the Mandalore sector, not to worry about the greater issues of the Republic. That's a senator's job. And so far he has done okay. After all, he must have shot down Count Dooku's offer when he tried to get us to join this whole conflict on the separatists' side. Maybe I should drop a note on his desk about the idea of creating some sort of war rules on his desk when I get the chance, let him run with that. Or I could run this to Senator Amidala or Organa, as they are much more inclined to minimize suffering. Additionally, I knew they aren't corrupt or engage in vices like Senator Merrick. Worst thing that could have come of it was nothing after all. For my part, I would simply worry about my attempts to improve the standing of Mandalore in the minds of various planets. And maybe continuing the burgeoning friendship with Chancellor Palpatine. Though friendship might be a bit of a stretch, it was kind of obvious to me he was using the position I had to try and get planets to stay within the Republic, even if they had trade relations with the separatist planets. And since that served my own goals of trying to create a middle neutral ground between the two sides, it might be possible to try and find some sort of peaceful resolution to it all. He is a shrewd politician, I'd give him that. He played the grandfatherly card well, but there was no mistaking a politician who knew what they were doing for anything other than a politician. After all, you don't see the downfall of the last sitting chancellor and get elected in the first round of voting without being somewhat competent at your job. But that's besides the point, the future was moving even closer to a war. Maybe Palpatine would be able to wring out the corruption before then, but my bet was that the powers of the Republic were too decentralized to allow that. Mostly for good reasons, but I imagine, but this coming conflict would only encourage the Republic to be more centralized. Taking a breath, I quelled my mind of these thoughts. Worrying about the coming conflict would do me no good other than giving me age marks on my face. Which I kind of need for diplomatic matters. Instead, I just focused on the here and now. The here being in an airspeeder heading to a local movie theater, or its equivalent here anyway. Now, I had been convinced by Vi to go with her to see the new Silver Rider movie. This was technically the third cinematic adventure of the Silver Rider, though he was up to 7 seasons, I think. Nearly 7 at least, so the film-television franchise was well and truly a hit. In a darker mood, I would have joked how most likely once the war begins the Silver Rider would probably be punching droids. Cinema was often a funhouse reflection of real events. In times of widespread war, the enemies in the conflict inevitably feature as consistent antagonists in culture and films. In this case, likely droids would be the convenient punching bags. But I kept that off to the side. This was meant to be a fun night so I could get my mind off the insanity of the universe and focus on simpler things, things that brought me a little bit of joy. Watching an action star beat the crap out of some bad guys while performing some stunts on a hovercycle is fun, watching him get the girl is fun, and the beef and cheesecake that I would probably be served during this film would be confusing but fun. I mean, I'm well aware that I've probably lived 30 years as a male and close to 70 years as a female before this life. And having experienced the chemical reactions that my body put me through on both times, I was someone who leaned in both directions at this point, but I attempted to not think about that. Sometimes it's better to just not poke at a confusing matter and just stay as far away as possible until it would resolve itself in time. Either way, this was a good way to get out of the Mandu Tower and simply have some brain-dead fun to take my mind off the impending galactic tsunami that is the coming galactic civil war. I've been doing that more often as of late since I had basically achieved most of my goals the first year and was just trying to relax for the rest of the year. With the potential possibility of a war coming up, I wanted to have some good memories of peace. I wanted my guards and my handmaiden to have those memories as well, so I've been going to more and more of these public outings. either in an official capacity as a representative or as an unofficial civilian capacity at times when we went to the clubs for some recreational dancing. Thankfully, there had not been any more incidents where my activities were exposed to the public at large. If that was because I had done a better job of keeping my Mandalorian royal guards informed and they were keeping the lid on these sorts of things better, or because I simply had just not done anything too outlandish, it was hard to say. I'm hoping it was just the latter. I need to keep an image as the peaceful princess after all. Maybe I even need to do some to restore that image. Either way, hard work and not causing trouble was the general process to slowly build up my reputation. My thoughts were interrupted as the car came to a stop. The door opened revealing the theater. Finally, we're here. Vi said as she stepped out of the car stretching her back. The theater was on the other side of the senatorial district from where we reside, which is understandable since it took nearly half an hour to get there. You can say that again. Toby said, stepping out after her. The shorter human cracked his back as he stood up. We wore nothing too outlandish, just ordinary clothing by the standards of today. We could pass for regular civilians and conceal our cosmopolitan status as elites with cushy government jobs and royal privilege. Vi was wearing several shades of blue on top of each other and a lot of leather in her clothing that she preferred. Leather pants, another corset-like thing that had a strap that ran up around her neck and a simple wrist-length sleeve shirt underneath the corset, and good boots. Toby thankfully was not as outlandish and tight as his garb is the same as other trips to the clubs, wearing simple fabric clothing. Main color being blue though. I noticed he had added a white and pink to some of his garments, and a pair of good boots. Ordo stepped out after Toby. He didn't comment about the conditions in the car, simply turned and offered a hand to me. Ordo was wearing simple Mandalorian-style pants and shirt with blue being the main color. Although I noticed there was a light hint of dark green on some of the shoulder pads with some of the areas that had stiffer fabric for protection, and a pair of stiff boots. Smiling, I said, "Thank you." As I took the hand as he pulled me out. I myself was not wearing anything too complicated, at least I felt it wasn't too complicated at this point. A pair of high boots over light green stockings with a below-the-knee skirt that ran up to my long-sleeve shirt both having a general green coloration and with little frills around the wrists and ends of the skirts with a dark green vest on my shoulders. We didn't advertise we were Mandalorian besides some obvious hints like the occasional iron heart designs and other ancient symbols. The vambraces though, had started to become a bit of a fad amongst the teens of the planet. I noticed several people here wearing vambraces already, using them for their easy-to-keep track of phone capability. We could pass for any other teenagers I believed. Running my hand through my recently applied golden hair to force it back behind my shoulders, I said, "So what is this movie about anyways?" The Silver Rider coming across another criminal organization funding their own army. That had been the general plot of the last two films. The television show had more variety, I'd noticed. From criminal organizations to corrupt governments he was always seeking justice for the oppressed. That was actually a tagline for season 3. Ordo shrugged before saying, "I don't know, I haven't actually kept up with the goings-on of the series. I think I heard something about a conspiracy to take over a sector so maybe it is another army plot." Toby let alone a moan of annoyance, "That's a bit overdone. You need to do something new. The TV series has got a lot more going for it than just the possibility of war spinning up once in a while." "That I agree with," I said, which was rare considering who I was agreeing with. I'm sure people would enjoy the occasional mystery subplot or that time he had to fight that lunatic, what was his name again, bad guy season 4. Peacemaker. Ordo offered before continuing, "The Mandalorian pacifist who will have peace even if he has to kill to get it. That was the weirdest subplot I think the show has ever had. How do you have a pacifist going around murdering people that graphically?" Vi said, rubbing her head as we slowly walked our way towards the front of the building. I had already given the cabbie the money for the trip so there was no need to stick around. I could have hitched a ride with the Mandalorian Royal Guard. They are most likely in a van around here somewhere keeping an eye on us, but I wanted to keep the illusion of us being just ordinary civilians for tonight. It helps set the atmosphere better in my mind if we did arrive in two different groups. But I'm sure the veteran guards are here, somewhere nearby, in case of an emergency like what happened months ago with the alley fight. Toby shrugged before saying, "Beats the hell out of me. I kind of think it was actually based on a true Mandalorian. In fact, I think there was one who called himself Peacemaker during the Mandalorian Civil War." "Wait, really?" I said, looking over at him with a questioning eyebrow. Toby gave a bit of a shrug before, "I don't know much, this was before my time, you'd have to ask Mock for more details as he was a journeyman protector before he transferred to the Royal Guards. He's also more of a supporter of the true Mandalorians than I ever was. I heard that there was one guy who was kind of a true Mandalorian who was also a journeyman protector. He went a little too far and went on a rampage for a few years, killing anyone who wasn't a pacifistic new Mandalorian. This was after the true Mandalorians got their asses kicked by Death Watch but before Death Watch leadership was destroyed. I vaguely remember reading about that." Ordo said, drawing my eyes back to him as we arrived at the console. Quickly, I ordered 4 tickets to the film as he continued his explanation. I think he ended up in jail on Ordo. Because he tracked a Death Watch member to our planet after Death Watch was destroyed and murdered him. What happened to him after that? I asked. At this point this has my attention. No idea, he was sentenced to jail and as far as I'm aware he's still there. He had a life sentence originally but his lawyers got him down to 20 years. It was due to the fact that it turned out the Death Watch member he murdered, though a upstanding member of Ordo's community, had actually been possibly one of the worst monsters of the Death Watch. I believe I heard something about him hunting down the families of true Mandalorians and killing them for sport as well as settling personal grudges. Hey, I said, well at least he's doing the right thing and staying in jail. Using the legal system for its proper purpose. Yeah, I guess that's not so bad, probably whenever he gets out he'll join bounty hunting I assume. Ordo said with a shrug as we arrived at the concession stand. I am still amazed at what products seem to be in existence in both my lives. Popcorn, it exists in this universe, where did they even find corn? I don't know but apparently they did. I actually found 2 different variants of popcorn. There is regular popcorn which is about what popcorn has been in my universe and then there is bangcorn which is popcorn that is the size of a small child's fist. The concession stand had fresh popcorn but there was also chocolate, caramel and many other variants of popcorn for service here. There were also several other kinds of drinks and meat snacks that were very close to the design of hot dogs, all very similar to movie theater fare. I wondered if that was just similar pressure resulting in similar items being created or if there was something deeper at it. There are roughly 25,000 years of galactic recorded history give or take, so I doubted that there was a possibility that this universe was somewhere in the far future of humanity. But I guess it wasn't impossible. It's not like I'd seen Earth or found any indication that Earth existed and most of the technology seemed to have been found at one point or another. I know a lot of that technology had been rediscovered so it was not impossible that there was something past the 25,000 years and even that 25,000 years had large blank spots. I could not throw out the possibility that there was something else going on in the universe but I would ignore it for now as it didn't matter. Besides, convergent evolution is a thing and this is more likely a result of that. I moved to the front of the concession queue with the others and ordered a personal popcorn, though it turned out that Ordo and I wanted the same type of chocolate popcorn. So I upgraded mine to a larger size so we could eat together and turned to go into the theater. This was a vacation from doing political things and I was going to enjoy it for what it was, damn it. That was how I was going to spend the night, enjoying a regular normal peaceful night at the theater. Coruscant, Hollow Theater Lobby. Tanya cries. Tabi was currently stifling a chuckle next to me as we left the theater and Vi was doing the same. The only one who seemed to not be laughing at the events that had just taken place was myself and Ordo. I was a bit amused, but mostly traumatized by the whole affair and Ordo seemed to be just in complete shock. To be fair I could see why. We had not expected what we had gotten in this movie and next time I think I'm going to read the reviews or at the very least the synopsis. Although I don't think there'll be a next time, they wouldn't pull that character plot again, right? To explain the consternation I was feeling would take an hour. Thankfully, as we piled into the cab Vi started the conversation quite clearly. So who knew the Silver Mandalorian had a thing for the Silver Rider? I sure didn't know that. Well I mean they have a shared color interest. Tabi said matter-of-factly. Maybe there was some sort of implication there the whole time. Although who would have seen her as a groupie to the Silver Rider and fangirl of his? Well at least he got to ride her. I tried to block that out of all the things I had expected to come from this night out, finding out that my image of White Silver's image could easily be stolen by movie producers to use however they felt was not one of them. And finding out that one of those things was practically softcore, did not help my mood. Ordo spoke up then saying, guys that was just a weird side plot. We don't need to worry about it. We should talk about the rest of the movie. I mean it's kind of interesting that they basically just stole the entire false silver coup from a couple months ago and just retold it with the Silver Rider as the hero. Thank you, Ordo. Thank you for trying to get them off this. I mentally thought. Tabi nodded his agreement, yeah that was pretty weird. Wonder if there's like a copyright lawyer that White Silver could get a hold of. After all, they basically just stole her life story and twisted it for their own ends. Not without revealing who I was. Currently my only access to lawyers would be through Gargan so I technically could attempt to try and get a lawsuit going. But they most likely would just claim that I was not the real White Silver unless I showed my face and even if I did, that would not really help me in this situation. Publicly, I would simply have to just ignore it for all time. Well, internally I would have to remain at my screaming level. Ordo shook his head, I mean didn't they twist it too much? I guess they just made up a lot of stuff for the things they don't know. Yeah sure they did. Tabi said, lightly punching Ordo's shoulder. Lucky bastard. I heard quietly. Which in all fairness he was, the Silver Rider had pretended to be a Mandalorian, wearing armor, and been White Silver's right-hand man during the Colosseum fight. which was a lot more spectacular than the actual thing in my opinion. But then again, fights are rarely that well choreographed. In other words, while the parts of the Silver Mandalorian have been played by some woman with a rather large bust who never taken their helmet off, which I thank whatever Mandalorian gods there are for that, as that helped continue the belief that the Silver Mandalorian came from Concordia. She even quoted a few of the religious things I'd heard from various Mandalorians who had interactions with them, including the all-famous Mandalorians never remove their helmets. Ordo's part was played by the Silver Rider himself, having stolen the armor of one of the Mandalorians he fought with earlier in the movie and joined up with her in attempting to end Gare's conspiracy. They separately came to the conclusion of who the false Silver was before meeting and working together on the planet. And yes, their version of the White Silver was a fangirl of the Silver Rider, and they did the deed at least once during the film. Before the Colosseum incident, in fact. As a film, it actually was not a bad thing, and I would have had a lot more fun if it wasn't about my alter ego. I felt like I was in a bit of a nightmare. I'd gone from someone stealing my identity to try and raise an army to take over the sector to someone stealing one of my identities to turn into a sidekick of the Silver Rider. Not that I mind that, but I'd rather be the one to hold my own with Silver Rider than as a Bond girl. I would just have to hope that this film was still embargoed by the new Mandalorian government as being too violent for general consumption. If it didn't, I hoped it didn't cause an issue that would cause me to make an appearance as White Silver to deal with it. Aunt Satin and Bo must never see that movie. Aunt Bo is just going to be insufferable, and I pray for Ordo's safety if they suspect that we had done something similar to our movie version on Gargan. Having to come back just to say, do not commit war crimes against a film crew would not exactly look great for the Mandalorian's image. Hopefully, tempers would win out and I would not have to think about this film ever again. So do you think he's keeping the armor for Season 8? Vi asked. Tabi nodded, saying, totally, why else would they go through the effort of designing such a unique set of armor? The set the Mandalorian wore at the real Colosseum in Gargan was rather plain compared to that over-designed artwork. It reminded me that this show tended to have a somewhat stable continuity between seasons at least, and the movies were not non-canon events. They were considered canon, which meant this big-booped version of White Silver now existed in that universe, and Silver Rider now had Mandalorian armor. And they also actually canonized that he also came from the Mandalorian sector. If you step back from the embarrassing situation as it was, this was actually good propaganda for the sector, and all I would just have to do is not think about certain parts of this movie in the future then. Coruscant, Senate Building. Wuluf Tarkin. Looking over the data pad in my hands, I had to chuckle at the ongoing conflicts. It was quite obvious that the separatist issue was not going to go away, and yet the Republic was acting as if negotiations would somehow come to some sort of peaceful conclusion. There's only one truth in the universe, and that's those with power dictated the future. If history taught me anything, it's something everyone would come to realize soon enough. Being a native from Ariadu, I had come to realize that much sooner. But I could forgive the core worlders for being foolish to some extent. They lived in a safe and secure bubble here in the core. They didn't have to deal with pirates. In fact, some pirates even came from the core worlds. They saw themselves so secure that they thought they could engage in thievery, murder, and other illicit acts out in the Outer Rim and easily have their connections back in the core get them off. Thankfully, I had slowly undone that damage over my military career in Outland Region's security. Of course, my anti-corruption purges hadn't changed the perception of the core worlders all too much. From the outside, some may even say I've harmed the core world's opinions of the Outer Rim peoples, but my demands were simple: you do your job, or you end up dead. Shaking my head, I stood up and stretched out. As much as it's interesting to think about my past military exploits, the future was far more important at this moment. There was a war coming, I could see it as plain as day. In fact, I actually had offers from Count Dooku to join the Separatist. It was amusing, and I could see why he would want my homeworld to join them, as Ariadu has one of the largest and professional fleets in the Outer Rim. And though I could see the point in some of his arguments, it wasn't enough. As governor of Ariadu, I would not take my people into a war that would be unwinnable. As much as I disliked the core worlds, I knew they would win eventually. Besides, my governorship of the planet would soon be over. I have done everything I can in my goals and to secure the planet's future. It's time for someone else to take the reins and for me to return to the military. This is why I was on Coruscant. I was paying to visit an old friend turned chancellor. Palpatine had, after all, pushed me to go into politics all those years ago and had been my supporter for the longest time. So I was assured that with his aid I could get myself a good position in the new army that was eventually going to be thrown together. I was one of many, I think, that were scrambling to try and secure a position in the inevitable conflict, but our friendship was old and I had a feeling it would help me. After all, the core worlders had led the government into this mess to begin with, and it would be down to us rim worlders, people like Palpatine and myself, to fix it. Stepping over to a window, I looked out onto the city's skyline and wondered how quickly the military will be put together. I know it took several years to put together the Outlanders when it was first created, and gaining legitimacy had taken even longer. I wouldn't be surprised that in the early days of whatever conflict spring forth that there would be competing armies, one that was created directly by the Republic, others completed by senators, and maybe even the Jedi trying to show that they were the true force to work with. It would be chaos for a good long while. But from this chaos would be born the strongest force, one that would keep this galactic republic stable into the future. My thoughts were interrupted as Palpatine's secretary came up and said, "Palpatine's meeting is ending in the next 5 minutes, but he said that you would be more than welcome to join the discussion proposing some economic reform of the Rim." "Really, now?" I said with interest. I hadn't heard about any economic reforms, but then again, being on the Rim, you didn't hear what the core worlders are claiming to be working on. It's better to focus on what was before you than what was out in the periphery of your interests after all. "Well then, I think I should join this meeting at least as a bystander. Thank you for telling me." The secretary bowed before walking away. I walked to the door. As I stepped up to the door, the sensor detected my presence and triggered the door to open. Looking around the office, it looked just as I remembered it. From statues around the center table where Palpatine was at his seat discussing something with 3 other politicians. I didn't recognize a single one of them, but I could tell they were from the northern sectors of the Outer Rim, based on their clothing and group of followers. The first one I believed to be a senator was obviously from Terrace. She was wearing a local style of Rimworld urban fashion. The other is a member of the Ithurians. They were officially close enough to the Outer Rim to be considered in any conversations in that region. They were pacifistic people, so they would want out of this coming conflict. The final member, and I think the one responsible for the recent financial windfall, was a Mandalorian girl. I believe many of the symbology she's wearing reminded me of some artwork I had seen in one history book or another. She is blonde and wearing a green dress, nothing too outlandish, but definitely done in a Northern Rim style. Most likely a new Mandalorian, another pacifist. What did catch my attention is her age. She was fairly young to be sitting in the center of the group. Of course, 3 pacifists would be working together to try and find some peaceful way to stay out of the conflict. A shame really. The ancestors of the new Mandalorians were once a powerful military force. They would have been a useful corps of infantry in the upcoming conflicts. "Governor Tarkin, welcome. It's been a long time, my friend," Palpatine said as he offered me a seat across from the 3. I nodded and said, "It has been too long as well, my good friend." As I moved to take the seat, "What's this about some economic reforms in the Rim?" Palpatine smiled and said, "A little side experiment to see if I could prevent the separatists from, well, separating from the Republic. So far it hasn't been very successful, but it has created a bit of an interesting third party in the whole affair. Guaranteeing planets will stay inside the Republic no matter what happens is at least a step in the right direction." "Oh? Well, that is true, but it's obvious that this is going to end in a war. It's one of the reasons I'm here actually. I'm coming to offer my services in the coming conflict." I wasn't one for milling about and went with the direct approach, though I knew what response I would get. "You are too concerned with this possibility of war, my good friend. We will figure this out, I think." That's what I expected, but this is also what he would have expected. Now I wondered if he scheduled my meeting to conflict with this on purpose. Palpatine wanted to see the reaction of these 3 to such a statement. Why did he want that? I don't know, but I was willing to play along with his games. The senator from Terrace shook her head in disgust at the whole thing. The Ithorian seemed unconcerned. The final one, the Mandalorian, on the other hand, looked amused. That was not what I was expecting, considering how prolific the pacification of their people supposedly had been. Was this what he was poking at to try and find out more about? The senator from Terrace spoke up first, voicing her disgust rather clearly. "Warhawks are coming out of the woodwork, aren't they? This is the problem with this whole idea of even creating a military. This rhetoric is going to start the war." "Oh, that isn't exactly fair," I countered. "I would say that the lack of a military is what's starting this war. If there had been a military around when Naples was invaded 10 years ago, such ideas about creating a rimward army to defend against pirates would not have taken hold. And now that there is no military, there's nothing to fear to keep those planets in line that would now wish to separate from the Republic." The Mandalorian scoffed at that before chuckling. "You think fear would keep the Outer Rim planets in line?" I raised my eyebrow before saying, "These planets are leaving under the assumption that there is nothing stopping them from leaving. They have no fear of the consequences. If there had been something to fear, they would have not considered it." The girl, I estimate to be around 17, shook her head and said, "I do acknowledge that there is some possibility for that to work in some cases, but I will point out that fear is a terrible tool that doesn't work as well as you might think. Fear begets anger, and anger starts rebellions. I wouldn't say that this separation crisis wouldn't have happened with a military around, but it definitely would have happened sooner or later, perhaps later as they take longer to build up forces and secrets." "Really now? You think that fear of the power of the Republic would not have worked?" She simply smiled before saying, "Didn't the Republic fear the Mandalorians during the Crusades of the Neo-Crusaders at one point? The territory the Mandalorian Empire controlled was possibly larger than the Republic was at that period of time. Yet the Republic was able to shake off its fear and keep on fighting. Fear does not determine the outcome. It's just a tool, but a double-bladed one. The fear of the Mandalorians only encouraged the Republic to fight harder, to find new reserves of manpower, and to build more ships. If the Republic had a national army, the fear of it would simply encourage the Separatists to build more ships and build a larger army. Eventually they would feel completely superior and confident in their rebellion from the oppressive Republic. And that would actually be worse, I believe, for the Republic than what we're currently heading for. I had expected a great few things today, but finding theological conversation on one of my prime thoughts of power and fear was not one of them, I thought grumpily. But I swallowed my annoyance. As much as I would hate to admit it, there was some logic in the conversation here, enough that I was interested to see where it was going. How would this rebellion be worse than the current conflict that's coming up? Aren't they the same thing? The girl shook her head before saying, "This is a civil war. Mandalore has been through several of those. In civil wars, political factions will choose sides and they'll stay put due to material conditions that drive the conflict. For the most part, rebellions are more complex, they are more of the ambitions of charismatic leaders and personal projects of great men of history. Factions might choose a side, but people will make up their mind. You could have planets completely in favor of the Republic, yet large contingents of their population may move out in favor of the Separatist, supporting them either through buying arms legally or illegally on planets that do support the Republic. Would not the fear of the Republic coming down on those planets would cause the population to step in line?" I asked. "They might, and only in a few cases, but they are more likely than not to won't give a damn. If someone has set their minds to hate what is over them, they won't see the destruction that's brought up on them as the fault of themselves. They'll see it as the fault of the person doing it to them. Making people afraid doesn't quash rebellions, it inspires them. The only thing that prevents rebellions is for a people to have their food and their pride. Take those away and, well, things started burning." "Intriguing theory," I said, putting my hand under my chin, and though I doubt her philosophy, it is interesting to see a new perspective to the same problem. I would think more about it when I had time. I ask, "What's your name?" I might talk to her again in the future if I could. It was an interesting conversation at the very least, even if I thought her ideas were not to my liking. "Tanya Kryze, representative of Mandalore," she said with a smile. "Nice to meet you, Miss Kryze," I said before Palpatine looked at his watch and said, "Oh, look at the time, I have hearings in 15 minutes. I will have to finish our discussion on the Rim situation with you three another time. I need to have a conversation with Governor Tarkin before running off to the Senate. Is that all right with you?" "Of course that is fine," the Ithorian said matter-of-factly before standing up from the chair. The other two soon followed and they gave their goodbyes before leaving me and Palpatine in the room alone. "Oh, that was a rather intriguing conversation, wasn't it?" Palpatine said with an amused smile. "Didn't think Mandalorians had any warriors left in them. But she seems to be a fine study of war, and their consequences." I looked over and said, "Why were you poking at her anyways? I thought you disliked the politicians who come to the Senate." "Oh, I do, I quite dislike some senators and how they got their position, but that representative is slightly different. At first I thought she was just another sycophant wanting to get close to the Chancellor in order to gain favor for her world. Now I see there's something more calculated in her maneuvers. What those calculations are, I'm yet to be sure of. Do you believe perhaps she will be of help fixing the problems of the core? After all, you've always said it would be those of the Rim to fix it, and she's from the Rim." "No, I don't believe she will be of use in our endeavors. She plays the game well and has her own goals. I believe she'll not hamper our efforts because her own goals are outside the core, most likely the prosperity of her sector from how she managed to get the Ithorians to help repair some of their damaged worlds. I will, however, keep an eye on her career with interest." He seemed to look off and in thought before, turning back to me and said, "So you wish to help the Republic building an army? I can't think of a finer man to help in that, and I gladly accept your service as soon as we get the military bill passed." "Excellent." I grin. Chapter 28. 715 FNM, 23 BBY. Month 7. Gargan, Silver Theater. White Silver, Tanya Kryze. Of all the things I expected to happen when I returned to Gargan, this was not even on the list. I'm not even going to pretend that it is. I returned to Gargan for the upcoming meeting with the Gargan clan heads to decide Gargan's future development. The meeting was tomorrow and the clan heads represented the major planetary stakeholders. Or rather, White Silver needed to be here to represent Mondal Hypernautics in this discussion, which would further the efforts to bring the planet into the Mandalorian sector and support Duchess Satin's rule. The trip to Gargan had not been hard to arrange. In fact, the hardest bit was finding time to put together a set of armor for Vi and Tabi. Zoom seemed to be the busiest Mandalorian armorer at the moment, but he managed to find some time to forge silver armor for Vi and Tabi after I asked him. The fact that I got permission from the Duchess as well bumped my request up the priority queue, as this is an above-board operation. Officially, I was on a round trip to talk to various planets within the sector to sound out their position regarding the upcoming vote on the Military Creation Act after I was done in Gargan. Once I'm done with the Mandalore sector, I would board the coronet and be on my way to Naboo, where I could have a private conversation with their current senator. The Mandalorian senator would be voting against the Military Creation Act, and our official position was to reject creating an army of the Republic. My purpose was simple: travel to Naboo and confirm the new Mandalorian government's planned vote with Senator Amidala. Unofficially, the trip advanced several of my side projects. First on my schedule is a visit back to the Mandalorian sector for this meeting with the Lords of Gargan. After that, I needed to make a few more visits to various planets and perform the bare minimum to pay lip service to the official purpose of my trip. I only needed to appear to check on the general opinion of the Mandalorian sector regarding the Military Creation Act, and then affirm the previously made decision with Naboo. Oh, and finally publish the second edition of the Silver Codex. No better place to release such a document where multiple independent sources can confirm my presence on Gargan. I hoped the contents of the second edition would help us prepare for the coming conflict, and more importantly, lower the expectations that White Silver would show up and intervene in the future. I expected the decision to vote against creating a Republic military to be fairly popular among Mandalorians, though the matter may attract some interest in the future. If there was a Republic military, there may have been some interest in doing mercenary work for them. But since we had created the Mandalorian Self-Defense Force, I suspected most Mandalorians would prefer to sign up for that instead. Hell, there were a few protests on a few planets when the official declaration of the Self-Defense Force was announced, but surprisingly the disturbances seemed to be unrelated to the anti-militarism of the new Mandalorians. I had somewhat assumed that the moment that had gone off that there would have been a lot of anti-military backlash from the new Mandalorians, an event possibly similar to whenever the government of Japan had considered altering Article 9. But then again, there wasn't an official loss of a war from a foreign power to enforce it, as the most recent clan war was among fellow Mandalorians, with Mandalorian pacifism still being a young philosophy. Really, the most significant conflict I had heard about had taken place on planets outside of the Mandalorian sector. But inside the sector, Tabi's homeworld of Hars, we had a bit of a small civil war going on from what I heard. Apparently, several clans had worked together to exclude the remaining clans, including Tabi's clan, from the new ranks and commissions of the Harswi SDF. Though, thankfully it sounded like it was being persecuted with weapons set to stun, and while both sides hated each other, it had not yet escalated beyond a level that would result in Royal Guard intervention. Thus, rather than an instinctive reaction of rejecting any form of militarism, it is merely various clans taking advantage of the formation of a defense force for their own benefit. I am sure Aunt Satin has sent teams over to defuse the various riots and put assembling the various SDFs back on track. There were also a few smaller incidents like it, but for the most part the planets are still figuring it out to either join the self-defense force or decide not to bother and focus on creating their own military structure independent of Mandalore. But I am focusing on my own problems that I can influence, since Aunt Satin is the one with the resources and the manpower to juggle running the sector and funding the SDFs on her own. I can only support her the best I could by making Gargan's integration to the sector go smoothly and provide more resources to Aunt Satin that she could use to improve the sector. Though I'm not really sure how accidentally creating an idol group is a part of that plan. Currently, I was sitting in a theater that had apparently been purchased by X4, apparently from the Mondal Hypernautics budget, while I was not paying attention. We were not at an official show either. No. This was a private showing to impress the boss, to demonstrate what they have been training. On the stage before me are 3 girls, one in green, black, and white with blonde hair, another in pink, black, and white with dark brown hair, and the last with a similar shade of pinkish blonde hair to Tabi in silver, black, and white. The trio went all out, performing ancient war songs updated for modern audiences with backup keyboard and guitar and a few other instrumental elements producing the music. The backup singers, pink and green, supplied a rhythmic dance by banging on their armor. They were wearing armor even though they had removed their helmets for the performance and were wearing what could be best described as short but poofy dresses. They still wore Mandalorian armor and boots, allowing them to use the metal within each to supply accompaniment noise that almost passed for drums. The main singer, the one going all out on the vocals, was wearing a similar costume to them. Her 2 companion backup singers are skilled and wore full armor, while the main singer appeared to quite enjoy being an idol, if I had to guess. She was showing a lot of cleavage. The 2 upper plates of her armor appear to have been removed specifically for aesthetic reasons. I stared out White Silver's featureless helmet of silver and Beskar as it hid my initial shock. Then the emotion slammed home as the shock sublimated straight into pure embarrassment and disbelief as I sat there petrified. The thought occurred to me that this was possibly even worse than Baltan Carad's marriage proposal. As the mortification that yes, this was really happening sets in, I took a deep breath as my rational mind kicked in. Taking strength in my mask, I mute my emotions and acted as if nothing was wrong. The perfect respectful audience. After what I've been through, an idol group isn't going to distract me, just imagine them as another asset in your arsenal. How were these specific costumes chosen? I do not know. Who was in charge of decisions on the wardrobe and cosmetics? A question I'd probably have to ask X4 when I got the chance. But either way, they were a mix of Mandalorian and idol culture, a combination which terrified me. That being said, their voices were desirable, The music sounded familiar yet also had the added twist of modern electronic instruments, a bit like rock of one form, maybe it was closer to heavy metal. There is a distinct sound to their music that is unique only to Mandalorian, the substitute to drum beats from their Mandalorian armor. Beskar armor provided a unique and altogether different characteristic than dedicated drums. In fact, if I had to make a guess, I have a feeling that their armor had been modified slightly for each girl. I had accidentally banged my vambraces together once or twice before. I knew what Beskar sounded like when it impacted with each other. Each one of the girls banged their Beskar garments together at least once and they had all been different tones, so I suspected that they had found someone to modify the armor with other elements for musical variation. Which if anything made me specifically kind of proud. In my own documents I had talked about the use of armor as a defensive tool and had gone into how we should be trying to export our culture as something other than a mad crusader trying to take over the world. And these girls proved that this was possible. They had turned their armor into musical instruments to accompany their singing. Could it still be used for self-defense? Probably. The most important thing was it showed that our armor could be more than just a weapon. I haven't sent it yet, but I think when I got the chance, I was going to send a message to Mondal Hypernautics as Tanya, the representative of Mandalore and not as White Silver. See if I couldn't get these girls to come to Coruscant, then invite them to do a bit of a show at one of the local theaters. As much as I was embarrassed that an idle comment of mine had driven X4 mad with inspiration enough to attempt to create an idol group, there is actual merit in the concept. I also confess to playing a little too much Idolmaster in my first life, which I bought in a fit of boredom during my mandatory paid vacation that I have come to enjoy on my breaks. Thus the chance to attempt the business management aspect of that game in the real world is strangely appealing. Honestly, after seeing their performance, I had a strong feeling they were going to be quite popular, at least in the Mandalorian sector. It may be necessary to create a subsidiary music company to take advantage of the currently empty niche of modern Mandalorian folk songs in mass media. A music company would also be a requirement to compose our own songs, as we can just remix old folk Mandalorian folk songs forever. While this is a surprise to be sure, it is a welcome one as X4 somehow managed to make this work. I am very tempted to leave creating the music company entirely in X4's hands. I remembered a few songs in my first life being composed with both traditional instruments used alongside modern instruments that musicians back then couldn't even dream of. While the centerpiece instruments are the drumbeats of the Beskar armor, modern synthesizers and electric guitars provide a powerful twist to the traditional folk songs that give the song new depth and energy that can only be provided by amplifiers and electric instruments. My thoughts were interrupted as the show came to an end and the girls paused on stage waiting for some sort of reaction. Immediately, I started to slow clap before eventually accelerating to a standing ovation, saying nothing but quite applauding profusely. Vi and the other royal guards joined in the applause as well. This seemed to be the right reaction. The girls relaxed into satisfaction, smiling and bowing before stepping off the stage to the left. A moment later Bo-Katan sat down next to me. She had shown us to the theater, but left prior to the show and hadn't actually had time to see it with us. So what did you think? I didn't really know what I was doing. Literally these were the first group of people who showed up who actually could sing, so I just sort of took them in. I nodded my head silently for a moment, before saying, I think they did great and we are lucky they decided to join us. This will do wonders for the idea of what a Mandalorian is really like in the broader galactic mindset. A warrior, yes, but not an uncultured barbarian. She chuckled at that before saying, I don't know anything about this whole idol business that you've cooked up, but they do a good rendition of Honor Bound. I don't mind helping them out. From what I've been able to dig up, Miri Chower, the lead singer, heads the clan of 4. Her mother died of a disease a few years ago. Miri took in 2 orphans, Kovi is the energetic one and Jimso is the quiet one. Their family died of the same disease and is taking care of her younger sister as well. I nodded my head at that story. Any propaganda minister would be salivating at this if they had the chance. A literal orphan taking care of other orphans, transforming into a musical idol and changing the opinion of their culture and people across the galaxy. It was too perfect. Hell, if I didn't want to exploit this myself I might actually hire a private investigator to scrutinize their background. Chances are, even if parts of the story were true and other parts were made up, they could be runaways for all I know. However, for now I would leave their history alone. Their life story served my interests and if there was any blowback, I could easily claim that I was simply a dupe for a good sob story while trying to do the right thing. An odd thought crossed my mind that could be useful in the future, as I was also a war orphan. There were a lot of us out there, I might be able to use it under the right situation to my advantage. Absent-mindedly, I asked, what about the 4th sister? Bo nodded her head as she ran her hand through her red hair. She's a couple years younger than the 2 girls that were on the stage. Unfortunately, she has a sickly constitution so she can't get up on the stage. But I've been giving them a little bit of a bonus to help take care of her medical bills. It sucks, I've talked to her and she said she's got some sort of lung condition that a Bacta bath can treat, but Bacta is not exactly cheap on this planet and there's not enough quantity to help. I paused for a moment to think, before turning into X4, who had been standing at the end of the row of seats, passed by. X4, look into getting cheaper bacta to import to Gargan. Of course, mistress, he said in affirmative. That being handled, I turned to Bo and asked, how goes the training of the rangers? I haven't heard much of what's been going on there. It's coming along nicely. It was tough the first few weeks, but now it's moving along fairly nicely. We've set up a couple outposts across the planet, now we basically hunt down any real criminals who break up the peace for the clans that run this city. We also hunt down nomad criminals too, they are rare but still cause problems. We had a situation about a month ago where the nomad clans had a serial killer or some shit, real fucked up stuff was going on. Had to track that bastard across the equatorial deserts, and let me tell you that was not fun. I assume it's been handled then. Yep, deader than a doornail. Nothing a couple dozen blaster bolts and several thermal detonators can't solve. Though weird shit was going on when we fought him. A couple of the rangers reported him using abilities that sound a bit like those used by Jedi, so we're not exactly sure what was going on. I raised an eyebrow, a Mandalorian nomad using force abilities? That doesn't sound right. Maybe there was some alternative explanation. I had assumed that you could only really master force abilities by becoming a member of either the Jedi or their obvious knockoffs, the Sith. Either way, both groups would have had to have learned those abilities naturally at some point, so it might be possible that those who have the ability to learn the Force could learn it on their own. Shaking my head and dismissing these thoughts, I said, well, all that matters is it's handled. Anything else I need to know about the clans I'll be meeting with tomorrow? Any words of wisdom? Unfortunately, don't expect much from me. I've been watching what's been going on the past year, and besides agreeing that they're okay with the Rangers and they've good with me, I don't expect or know much about playing with this idle idea. And lastly, the clans have basically been fighting with each other about territory. How bad are they fighting over territory? I asked, trying to get an idea of what I was dealing with. Not particularly great, not particularly bad. There's been a few rough-up incidents in the last few weeks. Otherwise it's mostly border disputes, you know, you stay on your side of the town, I'll stay on my side of town kind of deal, with minor clans getting kicked out or annihilated by the bigger clans if they don't agree to be vassals or subordinates to the major clans. Not great, but it could be worse. Anything else? Their government is up and running now. The nomads elected an official leader for all clans, who will represent the clan's interests for the nomads. The local criminal dynasties are going to do the same tomorrow to select the representative of the city. The plan is to let someone else as a third-party mediator type to go between the two sides. The mediator is not decided yet, it depends on who's going tomorrow and how things end up in the meeting. I already have a suspicion I knew who they were planning to pick as the mediator. Bo continued, interrupting my suspicions. Beyond that, a representative of Mandalore is coming in the day after. Really? I said, amused and interested. Yep. Someone coming over to meet with the triumvirate or whatever they are going to call this three-man government setup. Exactly how Gargan will be introduced into the legal system of the Mandalorian sector, administration, distribution of public goods, taxes, and all that kind of stuff. My mind was already leaping ahead to matters of security and resource distribution, dreading the inevitability of the task. How much resources will probably be needed to set up a self-defense force? The fact that there had been a miniature civil war going on in Harzwi, Tabi's home world, over the resources being allocated for a self-defense force was enough to give me a bit of a headache at the possibility that a similar scenario could happen here. Thankfully, if they went with the triumvirate idea, then it would be easy to have a force composed of half of Mandalorians from the city, half Mandalorians from the nomad clans, and call it a day. I would just have to hope that that would work as a short-term solution. In the long term, I would push for something a little less rushed. A more solid chain of command and meritocratic system. It will hopefully get them to stop seeing each other as nomadic Gargan and city Gargan and instead as just Gargan. Interplanetary rivalries and grudges are not good for the long-term security of Gargan. Oh, by the way, Joel wants to have a meeting with you later today. He said something about the prospect of building something beyond fighters and asked if you have any plans for hypernautics. That raised an eyebrow. As far as I was aware, Gargan did not have the ability to build anything but fighters. But I'll listen to whatever he has to say. The conversation would at least give me some hints as to what other things went on in the company when I was not paying attention. Nodding my approval, I said I better get ready to meet with him. As I stood up from my chair. You've done good work, Bo, keep it up, and I think Gargan will be gaining influence in the Mandalorian sector. Leaving, she chucked at that remark, that'll be the day, as she turned to leave. We probably could have said more to each other, but having to pretend to be the White Silver meant I couldn't exactly say goodbye to Auntie Bo, so this would have to do for now. Gargan, Mondal Hypernautics HQ. White Silver, Tanya cries. I looked at the designs again in confusion before letting out a breath. This is a capital ship. Jewel Toza was sitting across from me, and let out a sigh of his own, before answering yes, I found it in Gare's archives. Frowning in confusion, I said. Why does he have a capital ship in his archives? Gargan's shipyards don't even have the capacity to lay down capital ships, let alone something this big. I'll be honest with you, I have a feeling that Gare planned to invade Kalevala at some point so they could convert their orbital ring into a capital ship class shipyard. Better to have the plans ready so that they can start producing capital-sized ships immediately. Annoyed, I looked down at the Keldabi battleship as it was called. When was the last time a capital ship was even made in the Mandalorian sector? Thousands of years ago. The CEO said, with a shrug. Yes, I know that it's more than a little bit odd that we even have a design like this. You are not going to like the explanation. I took a seat in the chair across from him and said, go on, I'd rather know why we have this design rather than not. Toza pulled out something and slid it across the table towards me. I reached over to pick up the pad. Opening it, I saw another capital ship. A triangle design of sorts, though bigger than the one I had already seen. The previous design I examined was more boxy and not as triangular, but I saw some of the same design elements. The shared elements seemed to carry over importance on having an all-around ability to act both as a battleship and a light carrier, as well as a similar configuration for the bridge. The bridge looked too similar, in fact it looked almost exactly the same. Quad drive yards. Looking up, I asked the question that I feared the answer of most. Gare stole designs from quad drive yards and got their latest design for a capital ship, didn't he? I can't exactly confirm with Quad about the design's authenticity, for obvious reasons. But as far as I can tell, yes, that is exactly what Gare did. The madman had this plan for a new warship that he was planning to have built, once he had control of the sector. A capital ship like this that probably would have been capable of whatever Gare came up with. Well, I'll give him this, he was going to avoid the Quad copyrights if he had outright made this monstrosity. I said, looking at the easily recognizable Star Destroyer design that reminds me a lot of the old Mandalorian warship from the Mandalorian Wars. I should end this particular topic here. We couldn't make something like this even if we wanted to. A strange look crossed Toza's face. Here's the interesting thing though. We kind of do have the capability to make one of these. We would need to contract Kalevala Space Works to build it, but we could fund its construction if we are given the go-ahead from Mandalore. I tilted my helmet and looked at him in interest, waiting to hear how we were supposedly able to create a monstrosity like this Keldabi battleship. To be clear, I understand where you're coming from. We should not be building a capital ship, never mind a battleship. It would go against the Ruisan Reformation and draw the interest of the Republic. The presence of a new and mysteriously advanced warship would all of a sudden upset the political balance. It could become a pretext for war, with accusations of us aiding the separatists. That conflict is something I don't think we want to be involved in, at least I don't. However, this basic design could easily be stripped down of its bigger guns and converted into a bulk freighter. As you've no doubt seen, the CIS got away with something similar with their Lucrehulks, and they had even larger guns on theirs merchant vessels. Wouldn't be that hard to call it a ship meant for trade, removing most of the internal hulls and armor for more cargo space. I nodded as I listened to his explanation. Toza wasn't wrong, and it is a known fact that the bigger a craft is for transport capacity, the more economical it was. The square cube law held here as well. It's why so many cargo ships had just been going bigger and bigger on Earth before I died, and the same process had started in my second life as well. I thought all this and only said, that's a lot of internal space that could be created. Enough so that you could possibly even add squadrons of fighters as well. Fighters are not as restricted under the Ruisan Reformation, that's why the Trade Federation has hundreds of fighters in droid configurations aboard their ships. I'm starting to see what he was suggesting here, and I liked and disliked it at the same time. Officially, the Ruisan Reformation prohibited battleships, carriers, and transport vessels had much lighter restrictions. Building a carrier that could spend most of its life as a cargo ship and then be converted for carrier operations was not illegal. It actually went well with my initial draft of the Silver Codex, not focusing on the military needs but being prepared to fight when necessary. So what I'm getting is, you want to take this Keldabi battleship and have some designers create a cargo ship that could easily be reconfigured to a carrier version in an emergency. Yes, I'm not sure if it's a good one, but if you don't mind, I would like to give it a shot. We're probably not able to build it ourselves, but if we offer it to the government of Mandalore, maybe they'd be interested. I nodded. I of course had no idea if Saturn would even be interested in this idea, but it was worth a shot, and a carrier force was something that could be very useful if the war ever spilled out into our sector. Rename the Keldabi class to the current capital city, Sundari, and even with that we don't have the best chance of pulling this off. We need to make it as apparent as possible that this is meant to be a trade ship first and a combat vessel only in emergencies. Vorpia have just declared themselves independent and are willing to sell their food at more competitive prices than Concord Dawn. Having access to our own bulk freighter would help streamline the transport and reduce the need for multiple trips by medium freighters. That's our best chance of getting Mandalore to agree to allow the creation of a ship this large. In the event the separatists invade, we can convert it to a carrier in Gargan. I said with surety, and he seemed to smile at that. Will do, boss. One other thing. He pulled out another day top hat and slid it across the desk to me. Picking it up I saw something marked as the Crusader class. A quick skim of the schematics made apparent right away what I was looking at. An anti-fighter corvette meant for clearing the skies, something you could use to defend the already possible swarm of fighters. Nodding my head as I looked at this I asked, this is an interesting design that could work as an anti-fighter escort vessel for the Sundari, that's for sure. Toza nodded before saying, 3 are already under construction here and it is projected to be completed in 4 to 5 months. Since it is the size of a blockade runner, our docks are large enough for it. Gare was working on them as a way to keep the Royal Guard's Fang fighters from trying to bomb his army. I think you can see the usefulness of this if, say, the Trade Federation attempts to invade and unleashes their squadrons of droid fighters. I knew that and said, I'll offer this to the Duchess's government as well. I don't know if she'll give her approval, but even if she doesn't, see if you can get any other planets in the sector interested in this design. Having ships like this around could be useful in the future. Leaning back in my chair I said, anything else you want to show me? Perhaps some sort of cruiser or destroyer to fill in the midship role that is left by having a heavy ship like this and a light ship like that. He stopped for a moment before reaching into his bag and said, well, since you asked. Gare was very prepared from the records I've been going through. You're kidding, Gare has a design for a ship like that? I was only joking. Not exactly, but it does fulfill a similar role. He said before handing it over as I reached for it. I pulled up the pad and looked at it and was somewhat stumped for a moment. It was a dungeon ship, the Kill Tyrant class. While it is the same size as the Crusader, the ancient design seemed to be modified for the modern era. It looks like it had a little bit larger amount of armor than necessary, but the speed was about right to keep up with the Crusader and the Keldabi class. Part of me wondered why he would go for that ship in particular, but a quick skim of the schematic shows them to be equipped with several turbolasers which would complement the Crusader's lack of anti-ship weaponry. It would work well as a slightly more armored vessel equipped with turbolasers, allowing it to punch well above its weight, take hits like a champ due to its thick armor, and cover the Crusader's lack of anti-capital ship weapons. Mandalorian dungeon ships had been mainly used to transfer Jedi prisoners and other similarly dangerous things in the ancient days. However, Mondal Motors still produced some of them today, for cargo hauling since it was an old and reliable design. I had done a little bit of research on those historical periods and knew that most fleets of that era used a ship called a dreadnought class. They were vaguely based on the Mandalorian dungeon ship, though not as square. Oddly enough, about 40 years ago there apparently had been an attempt to make a dreadnought fleet that had gone wrong, resulting in the Katana Lost Fleet. That had been a rather humorous find considering my background, even if the loss of the fleet was a colossal waste of resources that caused the judicial force to be what it is today. As far as I could tell though, katana, being a recognizable Japanese word, was just a random coincidence of words. Shogun is a random coincidence of a word too. I wondered if I'd come across a samurai as a similar random coincidence, though I really hope not. Shaking my head I let out a sigh before saying, same plan as with the other class design then. Retool them into passenger liners but have an easy conversion into a defensive ship system. Maybe give modular interiors so that it can swap out their interiors to accommodate cargo as well as exterior cargo attachments for bulk cargo transportation, passengers, or generators for the turbo lasers. We should differentiate the Crusader and the Kill Tyrant from each other to prevent them from competing with each other, as well as renaming both of them to have a more peaceful name. We're not going to have the ability to build a massive fleet, but we can build a bunch of cargo carriers that could be converted into something that can punch back. Would be very useful in the event the Mandalore sector is invaded. Now that I think about it, we have a large freighter, a medium freighter, and a passenger liner. The only vessel type that hypernautics doesn't have a product for, in the civilian transport market, is a light freighter for smugglers and couriers. Maybe we could develop our own light freighter that can be converted to a combat craft to fill that niche. I remember a similar story from my first life in the American AC-130, a transport aircraft that is stuffed with the biggest weapons that the US could fit in it and turned into a ground attack aircraft with a howitzer, Gatling cannons, and auto cannons. By the way, how's the R&D section doing? I remember scheming about the Keldabi and the Crusader the last time I was here. Are they busy with another project? Toza sent a report on the R&D section's activity to my datapad before speaking. After stating your intention to redesign the Candraus into several different vehicles, the R&D division have divided themselves into teams named after animals to do just that. They are divided into the infantry transport team that named their vehicle the Fandral, the light tank team that named themselves the Mythosaur, and the rocket artillery team who named themselves the Shriek Hawks. So far all three projects are still in the design phase. Put those projects on hold. Redesigning the Crusader and Kill Tyrants so that we can start selling them is more important right now while we are still at peace. They can continue development of the vehicles afterwards. Send what they have right now and I'll add my thoughts on them when I have the time. Toza nodded before saying, I see, will that be all? Actually, since we have a bulk freighter in the Sundari, a medium freighter in the Crusader, and a multi-purpose vessel in the Kill Tyrant, why don't we have a light freighter option as well? Since we already have a superiority fighter in the Fang fighters, have a team design a light freighter that can be converted into a ground attack craft. We can't compete with the separatists in quantity on the ground, thus our only option is to use multipliers like this. A ship the size of a light freighter with a large central cargo bay can bring fairly powerful weapons with it, mass drivers, rotary blaster cannons, and more. One or two of these would be able to wreak havoc on the droid army from above and take out key targets like tanks and artillery. When it's protected by shields and other defensive countermeasures as well as our own fighters, it can continue to rain fire down for a long time. The large cargo bay would also benefit logistics as they can carry our potential vehicles inside of them. I waited until Toza finishes typing his reasoning on his desktop pad before saying, "Understood, Miss Silver. Do you require an office for the duration of your stay?" Which was kind of a good question. Cracking my neck, I got up and said, "I don't think I'll spend all day in here. I think I'll go explore Gargan for a bit to see about buying some land or something. My plans involve creating a casino resort here, after also having some land for myself that I could be built on would probably be a good idea. Though I would need to delegate this job to someone else due to how busy my schedule is with the Mandalorian representative coming in tomorrow. If I had not caused any trouble last year, I would pick her up before I step out, have her take part in this and drop some of the work on her. X4 should be able to steer her in the right direction at the very least and keep things afloat." Nodding my head, I said, "It was great to talk with you, Toza, but I must be going." As I walked towards the door. "Take care, ma'am," he said, somewhat confused but happy to have his seat by the sound of it. Gargan, Mondal Hypernautics HQ. Kroll of Clan Tut. Last year was rather interesting. First we had the failed attempt by Mondal Hypernautics to take over the planet. The new leader taking control of the company and showing herself to be more than apt to make our businesses more legitimate in the sector. At this moment, I was looking around the room at 4 other members of the council that would now run the city of Gargan. There was of course myself. Clan Tut primarily dealt in casinos in the northern side of the city. The Krogus clan, who dealt with casinos in the south side of the city. Last but not least, Clan Haas, who kept crime in the outer districts of the city to a minimum. These were the expected crime families, the 3 with the highest interest in turning this planet legitimate. There were of course others, and those that had not been brought under heel in the last year were no longer amongst our ranks as high-ranking clans. Kag and I had seen to that, muscling out all the lesser clans through the use of bounty hunters and mercenaries, something this planet was rife with after Gare's takeover. Independent criminals not part of our clans that could not be driven off-world were destroyed. I once had a favored bounty hunter team for that job. She was rather good at taking them down before they retired. Monsters who did not deserve to live, criminals had nicknamed her the Cape due to her rather flamboyant use of one to hide her weapon till she got close enough. But contracts dried up and she needed money to keep her 3 sisters fed, so she moved on and went straight. She now worked for Mondal Hypernautics as their spokesperson of all things. But that was a story for another time. The crime clans, as we have been called over the years, would be brought into compliance with this new order that was put in place so we could do legitimate business. If they didn't come into compliance, they needed to be removed, and most often they would flee to hut space where they would take up business amongst the slugs working for them in various ways. That could be a problem in the future, but with new security forces in the works as well as being part of the Mandalore sector, in reality we should be safe from the slugs pulling some ancient contract out of their ass to try and come to the planet. Besides us 3, there was the elected nomad leader of the Morrison clan who is serving as their official vote on the council. While he didn't have much leverage when it came to the triumvirate matters, since he is only 1 vote out of 3. When it comes to the council vote, he held only 1 vote out of 5 that could easily be outvoted by the others. At least if not for the last member, the wild card, White Silver. She was sitting at the other end of the table, and she even offered 1 Hypernautics offices for our meeting today, until we have our own council building built. It's actually fairly well decorated, most likely once belonging to Gare by the looks of it. Wood from Jaclia and other fine minerals here and there such as fire gems and sapphires from Drabon and Hirthking, as well as a good view of the city also. All 4 of us members of the Gargan community had taken our helmets off, but White Silver still had hers on and was obviously using a voice changer. Why does she do that? There were plenty of theories, ranging from a member of one of the religious cults on Concordia, to her being a legendary criminal in disguise. The last theory is only possible if White Silver hailed from Gargan herself, but she lacked the common mannerisms present on those native to Gargan, so I doubted it. Personally, I thought I had it figured out. She isn't from Gargan, so that only leaves a government or the ultra-wealthy backing her, given her fancy kit and shiny allies. In Mandalore, the capitalists are the government. So White Silver has some planet or other behind her. Probably she really was from Concordia. It smelled like a double bluff, and the only faction who would do it is probably Preece. I highly doubt the new Mandus were behind it, since they aren't likely to lift a finger even if they have a blaster pointed at their heads, honestly. In the grand scheme of things, White Silver's origins didn't matter. She didn't seem to want to rock the boat as well as being interested in keeping the peace and making money. White Silver is just another capitalist watchdog who just wanted to make everyone more profitable, which is great since we don't have to bother ourselves. Profit was something everyone in the room could get behind. Both her own grift on the side with that annoying droid and her transparent vices had done much to improve her trust among important groups on Gargan. Of course, there was the problem of what would actually be more profitable. Considering the coming conflict that was so apparent that the first thing Haas did as soon as they sat down, was bring attention to that. So how will this coming war between the Separatists and the Republic affect us? Anyone got any ideas? Cause as far as I'm aware the whole plan to get ourselves a legitimate business kind of depended on the rich and famous passing between the corporate sector and the core. But Morrison shrugged before saying as he scratched the back of his neck, lightly moving his darker hair, I think it would put things on hold at the very least. A war is not good for civilian business. And with how close we are to the main route that armies will be going up and down for however long this conflict goes, I have a feeling you guys won't be able to go totally legitimate. Great, so we just muscled out a bunch of clans in the hopes of wealth and now all we've done is create a situation that will most likely lead to those clans gathering Hutt support to come attack us down the line. I highly doubt that. The Silver Mandalorian said at the head of the table. It will most likely take years for any of those clans to get enough reputation with the Hutts to even attempt something like that. And though the civilian opportunities of the idea are closed to us, the military opportunities are still quite open. Oh? And how are we going to get in on these military opportunities then, Miss Faceless? Haas said, sounding very dismissive of Silver. Which is understandable since he spent a lot of his assets repairing his territory that got damaged during the Gare Rebellion. He needs the income to keep his territory afloat and his men paid or else it'll dissolve and get absorbed by the other clans. The girl merely leaned back and said, come now, it should be fairly obvious. The Mandalore sector will most likely take a neutral stance to whatever happens due to the new Mandalorian pacifist ideology but no doubt individual Mandalorians. Either private citizens or bounty hunters will see a chance to try and get a little bit of wealth off the fighting between the Republic and Separatists. Most likely there will be no organized efforts and we'll see various people offering their services acting as bounty hunters more than anything. However, there are paths to create mercenary companies or private military contractors here on Gargan. Oh great, we're going to try raising mercenaries again, that went so well for us last year. Haas said, I can see where he's coming from, as giving a faction a large military force can tip the balance of power too much into that faction's favor that they can just strong-arm the rest into submitting. Though for White Silver part she seemed unconcerned and reiterated what she said, I did not say Mondal Hypernautics will be raising these companies, I said Gargan will. Once we set up this triumvirate, we will have the ability to create mercenary companies here on this planet using similar tactics as the Sun Guard. Companies of troops that are rented out to whoever is willing to pay for them and we just advertise their services in the sector. This should prevent one faction from having the numbers to take over the entire unit and plot a coup on Gargan again. An interesting idea. I said from where I was sitting. But doesn't that kind of step on the Bounty Hunter Guild's niche? Silver shook her head quickly saying, the Bounty Hunters Guild likes to pretend they control all mercenaries, but the fact of the matter is the mercenaries they hand out are bounty hunters. We're talking about mercenary companies which would fall out of their control as it is a group of individuals working together to defend themselves. Instead of individuals, we can lend out entire squads that have already been trained to work as a team or in a combined arms unit with various members having different specializations depending on our clients' needs. Though I will say we should be careful of the Bounty Hunter Guild, from what I understand they are a little bit jealous of anyone even lightly muscling on their territory. But if the Sun Guard can get away with being a mercenary company for the last 1200 years, I think at this point we can get away with it, for how many years this current conflict will go on. I thought you were against war. Haas said, now he's just being an asshole. I am, but I don't want to see our people rushing off to join a war without a proper conversation from their families at the minimum. A mercenary company to deal with this situation will at least maintain a way for those families to get money if their loved ones are foolish enough to die in this conflict. That sounded a bit like a guild, but maybe just attempting to avoid the terminology of guild would keep the bounty hunters away. Kag voiced his concerns. Before I could ask anything else, Silver continued, there will be other opportunities to make money in this war without getting involved in the conflict itself. As you've already noted, we will be right along the lane to where most of those armies will probably pass through. No doubt whatever forces created for this war will need places of rest and pleasure. A soldier's life is not exactly an easy one and they're likely to take whatever respite they can get. We can prepare special zones of the city to specifically cater to and accommodate soldiers from both factions, one for the Republic and one for the Separatists. We maintain these areas as far away from each other as possible, use a handful of special forces to maintain an invisible curtain, and we could gain wealth from gambling, drinking, eating, and other pleasurable associations quite easily. A bit risky, but it shouldn't escalate to an invasion if both sides found out that we cater to both sides, since we would be part of the Mandalore sector and they would do their best to stay neutral. I thought to myself, but Silver wasn't done and seemed to be on a roll at this point. This wealth can be invested in the creation of amenities for civilian use after the war is over. There will always be some trade between either the outer rim to the Republic or the Republic to the other rim, and there will be a need for a stop-off point between the corporate sector and the core. All this conflict has done is merely postpone our initial plans. Now we have this unexpected opportunity to make a little wealth to build up towards our initial plan to turn Gargan into a resort world. It'll take some extra time, but it is not impossible. Haas finally seemed placated and Kag seemed more than happy with the ideas being presented. Morrison is the next one to bring a concern of his. That's good for the city clans, but what about us mountain folk? We're not exactly going to be making a lot of money off your urban degeneracy, so this would do us no good. Silver nodded before saying, it would initially not do you any good, yes. Soldiers will not be very interested in the majestic terrain of this world. Maybe a few will be interested in some sort of cultural exchange. They are going into war and we are renowned warriors. Some will comprehend the implications of our legacy and that will result in some of them wanting to learn something about Mandalore and its people, which you can use to make some money. However, I think what will be the real money maker for you is taking over security for the spice mines. War is going to be hard in this area and they're going to need medical supplies. If we create a medical-grade spice refinery on Gargan for our spice, well, I'm sure you can see why there would be lots of orders for that material. I said. Hiring our own enforcers for spice mine protection duty has always been a bit of an issue. Many of them were addicts, I have been forced to turn a blind eye to it a few times. But Nomad are infamous for their lack of interest with spice. At the very least it would cut down on the internal corruption and loss from addicts getting their fix. I admitted. Morrison shook his head before saying, I don't like it, no way it's sufficient to keep us financially stable. I was pretty sure he was lying, it was definitely enough employment for several clans. He continued, we'll do it, but I think we would need something more substantial than that. Nodding her head, Silver continued, Mandal Logistics is going to be opening an office on this planet next month. They'll need security details for protecting their supply ships in and out of the Mandalore sector, especially now given the coming conflict. I'll ensure the nomads of Gargan get first priority for open positions. I'm sure some nomads would do well as security or even as support services aboard the ships. I'm sure some would even find the trip enjoyable. Between the guaranteed spice security contracts and the favorable Mandal Logistics employment contracts, I hope you'll consider my plan. Morrison nodded before asking, why do I get the feeling that you have a little bit of a hand in Mandal Logistics? Not sure how else you could show favorites, and I ain't never heard anything about them opening an office here. My thoughts followed a similar track. This Mandal Logistics was clearly her puppet. Silver chuckled, letting go of her game right then and there, perhaps. What matters is that it's for the benefit of all Mandalorians. So they didn't just own a shipbuilding corporation. How many different corporations and businesses did White Silver have her hands on? I'll have to keep an eye on her. Morrison said, it sounds like we've got ourselves a plan. Everyone willing to shake on it to make this thing official. I nodded with the various leaders of the clans, and we all shook hands with Silver, asking as we all retook our seats. I've heard that there's a representative from Mandalore coming tomorrow. How are we dealing with this? I spoke up saying, as you already heard, we've elected a triumvirate with you, myself, and Morrison. We'll meet with this Mandalorian representative and see if we can't negotiate our way into the Mandalorian sector proper. Once that's accomplished, we can move on to more legitimate businesses. Just have to avoid pissing off the central government. Do you think we should be worried about mercenaries being on the Duchess's shit list of things we should not be doing? Silver shook her head, simply saying, I don't think so. The Duchess seems to have taken some interest in the Silver Codex. I've made it clear that if a mercenary conducts itself with honor as the true Mandalorians have proposed outside the sector, they should be fine. I grew distracted for a moment, parsing the boldly understated audacity of bragging privately to us about influencing sectoral government policy so easily. Generally giving the Mandalorian people a bad name outside our sector that we would need to take note of them. I could almost understand that from context, as I caught back up to the conversation. Makes sense. You bring us bad press, we go down on you. You bring us good press, we will ignore you. That's not a bad arrangement, and I think we can live with that. Kag commented. I hope we all can. I do wonder who they'll be sending for this meeting. I've heard that they have some people who have a real hate for anything that even smacks of militarism, and well, we're all wearing armor. Silver said. I chuckled at that instead. Well, only one of us manages to look good in armor. Flattery always worked, even when you know it was flattery. I can put together a video showing off our better side. We're hardy people living in an unsafe neighborhood of the galaxy. That should be enough to keep this representative happy. Good, good. I expect this to go smoothly. Silver said with a hint of a smile in her voice. I shivered. Gargan, Gargan City. Corky cries. I'll give Gargan some credit, there aren't any mosquitoes here, and for that I thank the stars. For the last 4 months I had been on Breshik coordinating the efforts to salvage the vulnerable, but still functional ruins from beneath the waterways of the planet. The planned terraforming was going to finish the process that decay had set in motion and destroy these sites in their entirety, so we recovered everything we could and salvaged the rest. We cleared everything out, even the interior walls and plumbing, which we sold to a local foundry to be melted down. It didn't take long to find out that the outer walls are Beskar too, and no one wanted to leave the Beskar there to waste. Even after 3 months of work, and Saturn lending the royal armorers, and judicious use of explosives and Beskar tools to help dismantle the Beskar walls, we were only halfway done with salvaging the Beskar walls of the museum. The amount of Beskar recovered in the first month alone is enough to pay for the expedition a couple of times over. It was not easy either. Occasionally fighting off giant lizards had been a stressful experience to say the least. The attacks became so fierce at one point I'd nearly asked for a set of armor. Luckily, the hard suit I had already equipped had turned out to be sufficient enough protection so long as I didn't get my head in their jaws, sparing me the shame. Even though it had been a hell of a time, I admit we'd come up with some pretty worthwhile items and finds, making it well worth the trouble. Zol managed to get access into the vault, retrieving information we struggled to get access to in the first month, and Sony helped download all the data once we got access. From it we have been able to find out quite a lot of interesting things. The most interesting discoveries surfaced from analyzing certain specialty designs and also from some of the receipts on the various equipment. Receipts on items such as engines and the quantities that had to be imported from Corellia. The most surprising discovery was that the ancient Mandalorians imported their engines from another sector, rather than building them locally. The receipts showed they had bought the engines wholesale from Corellia, then had them shipped to Mandalore to be installed in their warships. Only much later, would similar engines be constructed in Mandalore. In the archives we found designs of fighters and warships dating back to the Crusades. Concerningly, though, the record of shipyards were lost. And I do not mean destroyed when I say lost. The locations of the shipyards themselves were a mystery. Several shipyards were on Breshik's surface, containing ships partially completed and under construction when it had been flooded. The floods and destruction of the orbital elevators obscured the shipyard sites' locations on the planet. So, the shipyards weren't destroyed so much as buried under centuries, mud and water, which had led to an interesting debate about what should be done with any ships that might be discovered, especially if any might be functional. Most of the ships couldn't have survived. Starships aren't commonly designed for submergence in water, but some of the ships' manifests indicated they were made from Beskar. If the construction had been sufficiently advanced, that meant those ships were probably still sealed and intact. Their internal systems were probably rusted to dust by now, but they would still be there, if only it wasn't impossible to recover them. I, for one, was not a fan of the idea of hidden warships buried under the mud. However, the ships were so ancient that it did raise the possibility of converting them into historical museums. There was no way a ship that had served in the Mandalorian Navy 4,000 years ago would still be any good in this modern era, so creating museums out of them seemed the only option other than scrapping them. If they were so damaged that they could not be raised, well, there were a lot of Beskar on those ships that could help the economy a bit. Ultimately, the fate of those ships is not my responsibility. That responsibility would fall to the Royal Archives. They would be tasked with finding a solution. The shipyards themselves don't really have anything worth the effort to salvage that could have survived centuries underwater. So a cursory excavation to find any bits of Beskar before they get started on recovering the vessels. And that is just some of the small problems that had been dumped on my lap. When I helped open that vault, I admit when I first started examining their contents it felt like I opened a box full of Mandalore's evils. There were documents and reports of assembly yards hidden in various places throughout the Mandalorian sector. Not military production facilities, those are on Breshik, but peacetime overfill shipyards that have been constructed by Cherave in order to fill other planets' orders for ships. And for them to have something to fall back on if the planet ever came under siege. There were only a few of these facilities, but more than I would have expected. One of them was even located just outside the Mandalore system, but kept deep and secret. It seems that the only people who had known that they existed outside the Museum of Naval Design were the leaders in charge of the government of Cherave, and when Breshik had been flooded the leaders hadn't made it off the planet. Factor in that the fact that the first place that went offline once war broke out were those secret factories, as those populations were sent to the combat first. These facilities had basically been lost after the few Mandalorians that probably knew about their existence had died with the fall of the planet. There had been instances throughout the last 700 years where a small fleet had been created out of one of these facilities. Sony had pointed out an instance where several ships had just seemed to come into existence during Death Watch's assault during the Mandalorian Civil War. So it was very likely that these facilities had obviously fallen into the hands of local radical groups, or the planets had decided to just simply keep the existence of these facilities secret for themselves, due to the new Mandalorians' rise and our anti-military stands. This data would be sent to Saturn to deal with officially. We couldn't exactly do anything about the fact that several planets probably have secret shipyards. Maybe, in the spirit of getting ourselves a naval self-defense force to take care of the sector, could they be united with some of the other shipbuilding companies in the sector? At the very least, if they were on record and being used for civilian production, it would look a lot better than having these secret shipyards that could easily be used to create a secret fleet by any of these other planets. Heck, there have been rumors that perhaps the Mandalorian Patrol had some sort of secret shipyard for years because their ships weren't getting maintained at any of the bigger shipyards for some of their old Mandalorian cruisers from thousands of years ago. That isn't really something I need to think about right now. I've done my job, I've helped inform the decision makers of what we found, and now it's up to those in charge to figure out what to do. I was on my way back to Mandalore when I got a call from Aunt Satin to take a bit of a detour. The government of Gargan had officially announced that they want to officially become part of the Mandalorian sector proper. Most likely in order to gain access to the protection provided by the Self-Defense Force as well as access to trade with other planets in the Mandalore sector, according to the guard Captain Ra. Since I was already in the area, I had been assigned the opportunity to welcome them in and get them to sign the flimsy work that would officially allow them to join the sector, as well as tell them how much taxes they would be obligated to paying to have access to the whole Self-Defense Force as well as other trades and subsidies. There are probably better politicians that could do this job, but this was theoretically a simple mission, and this would help me get a better understanding of how to do diplomatic missions, if I ever needed to do it again. And it wasn't like I'd be alone. The Royal Guard Captain and his guards are coming along. As well as my group of friends, though they were mostly just going to be hanging out in the hotel we had rented. Me, I would be going up to Mandalore Hypernautics to talk to the leadership of this planet. I am a bit concerned as to the reason why we are having the meeting there, but since I knew that Gare is safely in prison, it couldn't be an attempt to take me hostage or anything like that. If it was, then the Royal Guards would be sufficient to counter any threats of that nature. Then again, I could see why they had chosen that facility. The Tower of Mandalore Hypernautics was near the center of the city, which has the best view and the cleanest streets. The area could almost pass for somewhere on Mandalore. Almost, if you look too far down the street you'd see signs for various casinos and other activities that were not something you'd see in Mandalore for sure. Well, that was not my concern either, as I exited the hover taxi and walked across the street with my guards. All I could wonder is what kind of leadership could make up the government of this planet. After all that I had seen and heard, this place wasn't exactly stable at the best of times. But then again, maybe they were hoping that being part of the new Mandalorian government in some way would stabilize the planet. It isn't an impossible thing. No, I didn't grow concerned as we came up to the gates of Mandalore Hypernautics and I saw the security around it. I had seen lots of Mandalorians in various shades of armor walk in the streets since coming here, but many of them wore white stripes on their armor or silver markings, and those few that had white handkerchiefs tied around their arm kind of made me realize that there might be something up. I listened in as Guard Captain Ra had a few words with the people at the gates before they nodded and let us through. Nothing too major was learned other than that this particular group is called the Gargan Rangers. Other than that, I learned nothing of major importance. Whatever questions I did have were interrupted as I heard someone say, well, look who's finally gotten off Mandalore. Nice to see ya again, kid." Confused, I turned to the familiar voice, seeing a Mandalorian female in a black bodysuit with grey and crimson plates, with some yellow markings. Tilting my head, I realized who I was looking at and said in a perplexed tone, "Aunt Bo? What are you doing here?" She laughed as she pulled off her helmet, revealing her face, confirming who she was before saying, "I work here, kid. Got myself a neat little desk job. Training up the Rangers so that they can actually help maintain law and order on this planet." "Really? I didn't know you knew how to maintain law and order," I said in a deadpan tone. Bo chuckled at that before saying, "No, I don't, but for what I understand all I need to do is train them to follow the laws that were passed by whatever government they finally decide to make, and have them able to fight anyone who decides to be a bit of a problem. Like that last guy who tried to take over." "Ah, so they have exchanged one dictator of a corporation for a collaboration effort then?" the Royal Guard Captain said with an amused tone as he heard that. Bo turned and said, "I recognize that voice. How are you doing, Cresthiad? I haven't seen you since you have carted Gare off to one of your prisons. How's that bastard doing, by the way?" With the helmet covering Captain Ra's face, you can't see his expression, but it looked like he is already used to the nickname. "Locked up in the deepest dungeons on Mandalore where the sun doesn't shine and the key's been thrown away. At least I hope it's been. I heard there might be some sort of trial in the next year or so to determine the exact extent of his crimes. But for now he's just being put out of sight and out of mind in a place that no one can break them free of. There's been some concern about his mercenaries attempting to break him out. Nah, the majority of them aren't interested, especially when we pay them now, but it's not impossible. There was a couple assassination attempts after we cleared out his influence, but it's nothing we couldn't handle. But I doubt they'll be able to break him out without significant resources and outside help. I think you'll handle the situation just fine." I finally managed to find the words to cut in. "Wait, both of you were involved in the false silver incident?" "I know you were involved, Captain, but how come I didn't hear anything about this, Aunt Bo?" She shrugged before saying, "Wasn't really important, besides it's a small-time job. I'm going to be off my contract in 3 months and I'll be doing something else. Unless something major happens between then and now that keeps me needing to work here." I let out a sigh before saying, "Okay, so you work here and you're in charge of the, I'm guessing, law enforcement training. Who exactly is in the government?" "Most I've heard is that they are elected officials, but no one's exactly said who these officials are." She motioned us to follow her before saying, "Well, one representative is elected from the nomad clans, one representative elected from the city clans, and a tiebreaker who represents Mandal Hypernautics. As for who those three are, I'm sure they'll introduce themselves to you when you meet them, they're just people who work here. You just have to handle the flimsy work, they'll sign it, and then you can be back on your way to Mandalore and do whatever it is new Mandalorians like you do. I caught a tone change when she said new Mandalorian, but I shrugged it off. I knew Aunt Bo didn't particularly like the new Mandalorians, so this isn't that big of a surprise. Shaking my head, I simply said, "Yeah, we better get on with this and get up the tower elevator." Bo nodded before saying, "Have fun with the meeting. Oh, and make sure to ask about tickets to the concert tonight. I'm sure the CEO will gladly give some tickets to you and your friends here." She said, "You can bring the other Crestheids too if you want." "Concert?" I said, confused. Bo has a moment of realization before saying, "Right, you weren't here when that was announced, so you don't know. Silver is going to create some sort of cultural renaissance thing and is supporting cultural works to help out with that. Be sure to check it out, I'm sure you'll enjoy it." Nodding my head, I noted that I might ask to take a look to see what this cultural thing they were talking about could be interesting at the very least. After Aunt Bo left, I made my way over to the elevator and took it to the floor I was told to go to by the ranger who was sitting inside there. I was only in the elevator for a few moments, but it was enough to get myself prepared for whatever I was going to see, or at least I thought so. But as the door opened, I realized I was really unprepared even at my best guess. Standing in the room were three individuals. The first is an older man, wearing Mandalorian armor that, while it is polished to a shine, looked a little bit small on him due to his weight and had various furs around joints of his armor that looked rather expensive. He has dark hair and is pale but otherwise rather normal looking. The second individual, another male, looked to be in his mid-40s. His armor was not as well put together, with noticeable dents and scrapes to indicate battle damage that spoke of recent use, unlike with the first, but it also looks like it has a flight suit underneath the armor that was designed to deal with the cold of the planet. Perhaps a necessity for a nomad, I figured, though it was hard to be sure. The third individual was the one that put me a little bit off my step, as it was White Silver herself. This was totally the White Silver sitting across from me. Her armor was the same style as the last time she appeared on the Holos. She now has a silver sword at her side. The plates on her legs looked a little bit more refined, as if they'd been enlarged for more defensive defense, and her flight suit, which had been rather regular grey in the footage I'd seen, had been replaced by something that was a bit more skin-tight. It reminded me a bit of the hard suits that Sonny and the other girls at the Royal Academy wore for training. Which, if that was what that was, that would mean that there was another layer of armor underneath her actual armor instead of just cloth protection of her skin. On one hand, it says that she is a bit worried about being shot even being this high in the tower. On the other hand, I had to wonder if there was something else going on, or if she just wore her armor all the time. I will admit, as she stood up and gave a bit of a bow, with the other two standing up to wave me over. The tightness of the uniform she was wearing made her eye-catching in a way that was somewhat distracting. Hopefully it was not the second, but I could not throw out the idea that White Silver was trying to get into power legitimately by, well, the old-fashioned way of marrying the prince of the current ruling house. It would technically get you in the legitimate way, and yet I wasn't a fan of that, even if I was a bit of fan of this hard suit she's wearing. Coughing and getting myself centered, I moved into the room and nodded to the two gentlemen before saying, "Good afternoon, sirs and madam. My name is Corky Cries, and I'm here on behalf of the new Mandalorian government to deliver the flimsy work for starting the process of bringing Gargan into the Mandalore sector together for greater defense." "Good, we're going to need it soon," the nomad-looking one said before continuing, "Mlyr Morrison of the Morrison clan. Glad to have you new Mandalorians finally taking the idea of mutual defense seriously, not just, oh, we have the Mandalorian Guard and the Judicials, they'll handle everything. The other Mandalorian chuckled before saying, "Girl Tut, of Clan Tut. We both know the judicial force in every sector hasn't handled things in years. The Republic's version of it is corrupt as all hell, and that corruption seeps through even into the sector's version, if you ask me. I've heard from several smuggler friends that if you pay enough money, the Guard will look the other way every time." "What?" I said, probably sounded more shocked than I was, but I had never heard of any corruption like what they were saying. Silver at the end of the table simply said, "Don't worry the young Corky with thoughts of possible corruption, Mr. Tut. He's doing the best he can in the position he has." Confirming she was still using that infamous voice changer that had been caught during her last performances. The voice changer altered her voice to be fairly deep yet still sound notably female. "Well, if they've got information about corruption in the Guard, we should actually know about this," I offered, pointing out the simple fact that we needed to know about corruption in the Guard for obvious reasons. White Silver simply shrugged before saying, "Of course, but they didn't say they knew anything, they just heard rumors. If you're worried about it, simply tell your Prime Minister. I'm sure he has some sort of internal investigation department that'll look into any reports of corruption. If they find any real corruption, they'll deal with it." I nodded in acknowledgement, as that is at least a reasonable point of view. Before taking a seat at the table, well, as I was saying, "I'm Corky Cries of Clan Cries, and I'm here to offer you this." I placed the flimsy work down before continuing, it's a very limited document for now, but I'm sure we will figure out the official acknowledgement of Gargan joining the sector in time. This will dictate several important conditions for Gargan to follow, such as the amount of taxes to send to Mandalore, open up trade lanes between the rest of the sector, and put down a potential need for the self-defense force, as well as how much money we would be willing to pay into the creation of such a unit for Gargan. Tut, the mob-aligned Mandu reached over and picked up the flimsy work and quickly started going through it, while the nomad-aligned Mandu simply nodded and said, "That doesn't sound so bad. What kind of taxes are we talking here though? We can't pay much at the moment cause we're still recovering from some bad times if you ask me." I shrugged before saying, "I think the initial tax number is 3%, the number will be renegotiated at a later date once it's better understood what all the problems on the planet and things that it can be supplied can do. I'm just the middleman on this, but I'm sure there's a whole room of economists back on Mandalore who will figure all that out." The nomad leader nodded before saying, "Fair enough, so long as the final tax amount isn't too outrageous I have no problem signing this. How's it looking for you, Tut?" he said, looking at the Mafia Mandu. Blake looked up before saying, "It's pretty terrible, but in order to get a legitimate business going you need to take a little bit of a hit." "And yes," he said, "it's like 3 to 3.25% I think, but either way I'm sure it'll be manipulated as the years go on and probably never go down." Silver at the end of the table scoffed before saying, "Give it time. Gargan has the potential to be one of the jewels of the Mandalore sector. If a jewel is not respected for what it is, then a jewel will be lost. I'm sure a reasonable tax will be levied at some point, and this is not unreasonable at the moment. Though I'm sure I'll have wonderful conversations with these economists when they finally come over to Gargan to take a look at what this place could actually be. I'm just the middleman in this," I simply said, feeling a bit of my depth as they bickered in front of me about the tax obligation as well as what should be taxed and what shouldn't that had been proposed. But I let out a chuckle at the thought that hit my head before saying, "A big fan of economic theory, aren't you? White Silver?" "Well, of course, as the saying goes, money is the lifeblood of the galaxy. Without a strong economy this sector cannot repair itself from the years of war it has gone through. To not be a fan would be a fool." I chuckled at that before saying, "Probably why my sister's a bit of a fan of you." "Really? Well, she's got a good head on her shoulders then. I have been hearing some good things about what she's been doing for the sector. It would make some sense if she was a fan of my work." Even with the voice changer, you can still hear the wry mirth in her tone. "Yeah," I said, leaning back in the chair while keeping an eye on this White Silver, trying to understand what her goals are in this whole thing. It was not exactly my priority, but since I was here I might as well learn as much as possible. "What's this I heard about you trying to create some sort of cultural renaissance?" Silver sounded amused at hearing that before saying, "One way to make sure that Gargan's economy is working is to become a cultural icon that people are interested in to attract customers. What better way to do that than through showing our non-warrior ways that are just as important to us as our warrior ways? Would you be interested in seeing some of what I've been working on?" "Might as well while I'm here," I said, "my friends and I wouldn't mind seeing whatever this thing is." "Excellent," she pressed a button on the table that was in front of her and said, "Viper, see if you can get a few tickets for tonight's concert for the Prince of Mandalore and his friends. I'm sure they will enjoy tonight's performance." "Will do, ma'am," a female voice said before the line shut off. I was about to ask another question when the nomad leader spoke up once he had schemed through the flimsy work and gave it to White Silver to read. "So what's the Duchess's opinion on the upcoming war?" That stopped me in my tracks and I said, "War? What war?" "Some Prince of Mandalore," came the amused chuckle from the Mafia-aligned Mandalorian. But the nomad shrugged before saying, "Cut him some slack, he's just a kid. He's probably enrolled in an academy in Mandalore, right? He's probably too busy studying to pay attention to galactic events. Have you heard about the whole flare-up between the Separatists and the Republic?" I nodded and said, "I think I've heard a couple things about it, but I haven't really given it much thought." "How did you know I was enrolled in an academy?" "Yeah, he's out of his depth," the Mafia Mandalorian said. The nomad shook his head before saying, "All right, I'll answer your second question first since it's the simpler of the two. I was looking for ways to keep my daughter busy and away from here so she doesn't go bounty hunting for the fun of it and maybe have her make a name for herself without getting her killed. The Royal Academy is an option, but I doubt I could afford it without selling my armor, and nomads aren't exactly known for their book smarts, so I looked elsewhere, but the information is still there. Now for your first question, you'll need a quick history lesson so that you understand what's going on. We're right next to the Hydian Way. Planets near the core are part of the Republic. Planets at the end of the Hydian Way are forming a separatist union that wants to be separated from the Republic. If you know your history, you know what happened when Mandalore tried to create its own republic out here in the Outer Rim." I nodded at that. After all, that was the reason the new Mandalorians existed. "The Republic will go to war and crush it," I said matter-of-factly. "Exactly, and we are right in between where their armies are going to be going by. So I was just wondering if the Duchess has any official plans for if one of the two forces decided to invade the Mandalore sector." I shook my head before saying, "I'm unaware of this. I've actually just got back from a mission in Breshik." I would guess the plan is to keep enforcing the self-defense force so we have something to defend ourselves with if something like that would ever happen. I'm not actually privy to what the Duchess' plans are, but I think the self-defense force would play a major part in it. The nomad shrugged before saying, not a bad plan, yet it's not a great plan either. But it's a plan nonetheless. Let's talk about something else then. As I've said before, I have a daughter and I don't want her in the line of fire, as it were, on Gargan for the next few years. Do you think you could help me get her to Mandalore proper? It should be much more secure than Gargan in the coming conflict. I think I can do that. In fact, my sister, Tanya, has complained about needing several more vase, that's her handmaiden's name. Anyway, my sister could definitely use another handmaiden or two. I could ask her to take your daughter on. Tanya's currently on Coruscant and the Republic capital is probably going to be the safest planet in the entire galaxy. The nomad said in thought before continuing, that's an intriguing alternative, but I can't make that decision for her. I'll leave it to her to decide if she wants to go be a handmaiden for your sister. But getting her off Gargan before war breaks out would put me at ease. Thank you, Corky cries. You're welcome. I said, smiling sincerely. My eyes caught onto White Silver and I noted that she had been moving rather stiffly for the last few moments, distracted and deep in thought. I briefly wondered why that was. Was White Silver surprised? There was a possibility that Silver had planned to offer some way out for the nomad's daughter, which would have put that clan firmly under her control. Had I accidentally stepped on one of the White Silver's operations to gain firmer control of the sector? Maybe, if it did, it sounded good to me. I didn't trust White Silver, even if I wasn't a pacifist. White Silver was clearly too powerful and there were too many unknowns about her. I needed to do what I could to help my fellow Mandalorians and similarly frustrate White Silver's other plots in the sector. My thoughts were interrupted as a female Mandalorian stepped into the room wearing armor nearly identical to White Silver's. In her hand was a folder of some kind and White Silver nodded to her. The new arrival quickly walked past the mafia leader and handed me the folder. Here you go, Mr. Cries. The unknown female said, in a tone identical to the one that White Silver is using. I merely raised an eyebrow and gave the identical voice changer device a questioning look. Accepting the folder in silence, I opened it up and quickly identified that these are tickets for some sort of showing, held tonight. As I looked up, I did my best not to watch the second Mandalorian's hips sway as she left the room in her rather tight hard suit. Part of me wanted to ask if they were twins, but the similar heights and builds were more likely a product of coincidence than the possibility of cloning. Still another part of me figured that with all their identifying markers hidden under the suit and armor, I really couldn't be sure of anything. White Silver was rather infamous for protecting their identity. Perhaps the flamboyant display from the two was a deliberate distraction. Coughing, I simply said, "Thank you for the generous gift, Miss Silver, I will be sure to enjoy this show." "Oh, you will? I've seen their performance and they are fairly competent," White Silver said before she continued, "Anyways, we'll get this flimsy work signed tomorrow so you can be back on your way. Enjoy your time on Gargan, young Prince of Mandalore. But do not enjoy it too much, there's areas of the city that are still somewhat huddified. So stay with your royal guards and they'll keep you safe." "Thanks for the recommendation," I said, wondering what exactly huddified meant, but I could take a guess from context. For now though, I would let the royal guards deal with any issues of that sort. I got up from my chair and said, "Thank you for your time, Miss Silver, Mr. Tut, and Mr. Morrison. I'll see you tomorrow." "Hope you do. Thanks again for the offer for my girl. I know she's got more bravery than sense, she would probably go running off to be a bounty hunter if I didn't find her a safe way to excel." Okay, I may have slightly misunderstood why he wanted me to get her off the planet. He was concerned for his daughter's safety and protecting her the only way he knew how. So I simply nodded and said, "I'll see about arranging transport of your daughter to Mandalore when I get confirmation, Mr. Morrison. The very least, if there is a conflict, I understand wanting to get your child out of the way of it. I'll probably have to file the paperwork for a passport and visa for her tomorrow, but it shouldn't be a problem." Once the farewells were finished, I headed back for the elevator. Once the door closed, I let out a deep breath, relieved at the conclusion of that intense performance. Guard Captain Ra patted me on the shoulder and said, "Good job there, kid. A little over your head, but you did all right for your first diplomatic meeting." "Thank you, Captain Ra," I said, happy to have him here. After all, if they had tried to take me hostage to try and get something out of Mandalore right there, I probably wouldn't have been able to lift a finger in protest. The only thing that probably kept that from happening was the captain of the Royal Guard right next to me the entire time. That being said, I do wonder what White Silver's goal was. Had she been trying to really tempt me, or was that just foolish thoughts brought on by a tight hard suit and teenage hormones? Either way, I'd probably be staying far away from her in the future as far as I possibly could. Nebo, Private Lake. Tanya cries. "Well, I have to admit this place is quite lovely," I said, almost downplaying my actual opinions. The fact of the matter was Naboo was the first entirely green planet I think I'd ever stepped on in this life. Mandalore is a desert, Kalevala is a desert, Ordo is a desert, Gargan is mountainous with some bit of green vistas which I'll admit is a step in the right direction, and Coruscant is a cityscape across the entire planet. Frankly, I'm surprised I can even see the color green with the lack of green I'd seen in this life, other than my dress. See, I told you'd enjoy it. Padme said as she sat next to me as we looked out across the lake in front of us. It was the start of the new year, which meant time to start dealing with the politics of the Galactic Republic, aka mustering our allies for the upcoming political drama of the year. Obviously the Senator of Naboo was trying to ingratiate herself to Mandalore, as we have some similar opinions on the matters of war. And her way to ingratiate Mandalore was to invite me to Naboo for a picnic, I guess, and a swim. I was currently wearing a swimsuit I picked up that was not as revealing as the one Vi got for me some time ago. It is still a two-piece but in green, though with a bit of extra fabric that made it look, as some would say, cute. In front of me is a beautiful blue lake that is unnaturally blue. It is surrounded with green grass and trees that look like some infomercial take on reality. Vi and Tabi were already enjoying the water, along with the other royal guard pretending to enjoy their time, I think. Mok was currently operating a grill we found when we arrived and was cooking up some local fare, though I noted he had several containers of Hidakleek, a Mandalorian spice that reminded me greatly of wasabi. Skida is the acting lifeguard as she sits atop a perch, while Ordak and Ordo are standing guard nearby, with the majority of the security being taken care of by Naboo's royal guards. Either way, here I was on a completely green and blue planet at the side of a lake enjoying the sun after spending a good 20 minutes swimming next to Padme, and she most likely was preparing to discuss the inevitable question, it's only a matter of time. My question of course would be, what would be our stance on the Military Creation Act, which was already slowly making its way through the Senate, slowly, probably for the best in my opinion. I would imagine her goal was simple: get our support for trying to counter the MCA. My goal is a little bit more complex, as I had no problem with preventing the military of the Republic. If I could prevent the military from forming, it was very likely we would not have a war for the next couple of years, and we could instead worry about building up our self-defense forces. But I could extend that thought to building up self-defense forces in other regions as well. Mandalore had more than enough skilled armorers to produce equipment for Naboo, and plenty of skilled trainers if they needed anyone to refresh them in military ways. Well, I doubted that. I've seen their local defense forces when I arrived, and besides not having much in the way of armor, they looked well trained. Keyword being looked, which puts up a good show, that's for sure. My thoughts were interrupted as Vi in her swimsuit jumped into the water, and Padme took that moment to ask the initial question. So the Military Creation Act has a date set for voting in about 4 months. The Republic will decide if they will have a military or not. I don't like talking about political matters when we should be relaxing, but I have to ask. What's Mandalore's stance on the Military Creation Act? Smiling, I said Duchess Satin's stance favors no military for the Republic. It took her a long enough time to approve of a military force for Mandalore, even in the sense of a self-defense force that is barred from leaving the sector. The idea of approving a military force above us is not on her plate when she doesn't want someone to start a war. Padme let out a sigh and said, "That's good. I've been trying to gather as many people together as possible to try and prevent this act from being passed, but there seems to be a large consistency of people who are in favor of it." I nodded and said, "It is to be expected. The idea that there will be another political entity in the galaxy that might have the ability to challenge the Republic will make anyone a little bit afraid, as they don't know what's going to happen. And when you're afraid, you tend to go for something familiar. A military has protected the old Republic for thousands of years, and it was only given up because it looked like they were now the masters of the galaxy. If the Republic is no longer the masters of the galaxy, they will request an army to re-cement their position at the top of the galaxy." Padme sighs and says, "I know that. It feels like ever since Naboo was invaded all those years ago, what I thought the Republic was and what it is now just didn't appear to be the same. Most likely because they never were." I simply said before continuing, "The Republic has had 1,000 years to groom its image to be the best hope for a democracy in the galaxy. But the fact of the matter is, as you've seen, it is a terrible system that has been created. I mean, they give corporations a vote in the Senate. Corporations are not going to have the best interests in mind for the public, only what's best for making profits for their owners. That's what corporations are built for. To ask more than that is ridiculous. And I'm sure that even before they got those seats in the Senate, they were buying senators left and right with bribes and favors." The senator from Naboo nodded her head before saying, "Maybe you're right, but I still have hope that the Republic will right itself in time. It might be able to." I said, "Although I'll believe that when the Mandalore diaspora gets a senator." After all, the whole premise that the corporations used to get their senator seat was based on a constituency outside of a sector, and no one's more outside of the sector than Mandalorians. Padme laughed and then noticed I wasn't, and said, "Wait, you're serious?" "Of course I'm serious. Mandalorians have served as the villains for the Republic for a good 4,000 years. Our past efforts to help the old Republic 1,000 years ago seem to have been brushed under the rug. It would seem to me that they are not enforcing their own rules on constituencies because they have a bias against Mandalore. A bias that is rather irrational, against an ancient Mandalore that no longer exists. If Mandalore was ever granted this secondary senator, that would show me that the Republican system could be saved. But at the moment the evidence points towards favoritism towards factions that the Republic prefers. And playing favorites in governments often does not go well in the long term. I've never thought of the Republic's opinion on that matter before, and it's a good point, she said, looking at the lake in deep thought. I internally smiled. I think I've just planted the seeds that would lead Mandalore to getting a second senator. Abuse of the system was terrible, but if everyone could abuse it, at least then it had some fairness. Getting Mandalore a second senator is the easy bid. Actually there's a possibility of getting a third, but it was more of a stretch. A third senator seat would require Mandalorian corporations to organize into a mega-corporation on the scale of the Trade Federation, and that was unlikely to happen. Though, I'll keep an eye on that particular possibility as well. That being said, I said, perhaps we'll see the coming conflict will either be resolved peacefully or start a war. Whatever happens, things will not be the same after it's over. But just on the off chance that things go absolutely wrong, do you think perhaps your self-defense force, what are they called again? Royal Naboo Security Forces, she said, sounding confused at where I was going. Yes, the Royal Security Force, that's the one. Don't you think they'd be interested in acquiring Mandalorian-grade armor for the defense of this Naboo? She shook her head instead. I don't think we require that. Are you sure? Naboo may end up on the front lines. Who knows what's possible, given your past with the Trade Federation. Having something for your guards that could save their lives is always useful in my opinion. That seemed to do the trick, as it usually did. Proposing armor as a weapon of war never worked with pacifists, but proposing it as well if something were to happen, don't you want something to protect your people? Padme slowly nodded her head before answering. Maybe, I'm not really familiar with what their official thoughts on the matter are, but I could have Captain Typho contact you. Isn't the Mandalorian style of armor rather expensive since every single piece has to be custom made by an armorer? I nodded as I said, Mandalorian armor is indeed artisanal, yes, but we've made improvements to streamline our processes so we can reduce the costs of our exports. The armorers have a collective operation which jointly fulfills work to produce armor for large contracts. If there's a huge contract, the armorers will probably be able to produce enough armor for whatever amount a planet needs. Padme nodded her head before saying, interesting, well, I'll see if the royal guards are interested in new armor, if it will put your mind at ease. She laid back and said, but let's not talk any more about politics or the coming war. Let's just enjoy the peace of today for a bit, okay? That's perfectly fine with me, I said, laying back enjoying the sun in the clean air of this world. Chapter 30, Silver Codex V2. The Silver Codex Volume 2. Yes, this is the real white silver, you can tell because I'm not going to come out of hiding to hunt myself down. Though I would ask that, if you are reading this, to keep in mind that there are fakes in existence and to use your brain to determine if this is real for yourself, to not just go with the flow as it were like those who thought the last volume was real. It's been a year since I've made my appearance in public, no doubt you have many questions. I will attempt to answer those questions, but first I have to write about what is going on in the galaxy. For Mandalore can only prosper if we have a realistic idea of what's going on outside our sector and what that will mean for the Mandalorian way of life. War is coming, it could be next year, could be the year after, it could be tomorrow. I don't know when this war will spring upon the galaxy exactly, but it is coming. Those in the Outer Rim have had it with those in the core, and even though we're in the Outer Rim on many maps, we are right in the middle of two warring factions. And I think we all know what happens when you stand in the middle of a bar fight. I have no doubt that our rightful leader, the Duchess, will attempt to enforce our neutrality in the coming conflict. This is the right choice. War is going to be terrible for the galaxy. We've already had enough wars recently. We need to rebuild, and this is a great opportunity for us to flourish, but we'll get to that in a moment. While we are trying to rebuild, there are factions that will try and draw us into the war. The Republic will most likely want to be able to use the Mandalore sector as a staging area to push into the Outer Rim. This is not in our interest as the other Rim separatists will consider us as enemy combatants. If that happens, we shall be forced to fight a war that few of us can claim any interest in. We cannot let the Republic position soldiers or war materials in the Mandalorian sector. The separatists are most likely to start funding groups to cause chaos within our own sector, perhaps they've already done so with the likes of Gare. To either overthrow the Duchess or to cause enough conflict that the Republic is brought in, making our sector a war zone either way. Neither situation is good for Mandalore, thus neither situation must come to pass. We must resist all attempts to draw us into the war and perhaps even resist violently against both sides should we be forced to do so. The Duchess has already allowed for the creation of a self-defense force on Mandalore. There are already dozens of similar organizations across all of the Mandalorian planets, from the Journeyman Protectors of Concord Dawn to the Rangers of Gargan. These organizations need to unite and standardize their operations so they can work with each other. In case one of the factions invades our systems trying and attempting to draw us into the war, we together face a time of crisis, one that we must turn away from for the good of our people. The Mandalorian patrol is important to this. Not only will we have unknown possibilities of invaders from the Republic or the Outer Rim, there is no doubt in my mind that criminal and private organizations will take advantage of the coming crisis. Dishonorable outlaws who will attempt to take the opportunity of the Republic being busy with war to set up stock on any planet they see as easy taking. This is why we should vote for our leaders to fund the Mandalorian patrol more than ever. We need to maintain sector security, but in order to do that we need to have a fleet capable of dealing with situations as fast as possible. We must demonstrate to the galaxy that we shall not be easy pickings. That we will live in peace if approached in peace but will resist and bite with an unmatched ferocity when threatened. A refutation of Gare. I won't bother spending my time going through every single insipid word of the false Silver's inane ramblings. I would rather focus my efforts on discussing the core of his ideology, the public-private partnership. A core principle of the Silver Codex is the separation of powers. Indeed, the powers that the Mandalore has are specific and not all-encompassing. The reasoning for this is twofold. Firstly, it is impractical for the Mandalore to exercise control over every aspect of Mandalorian society. It is ineffective, unnecessary, and shall only lead to a weaker Mandalore. The second reason is moral. The Mandalore should not have the right to control every aspect of the Mandalorian life. No one should. There is but one person who knows what is best for you, and that person is you. Any authority given away to private or public institutions, or cultural ones like clan heads, should be carefully considered to ensure that you are not being abused or needlessly restricted. The Mandalorian people do not need to be coddled or ordered about like droids. The incestuous joining of the public and private leads to inefficiency and monopoly on both parts. The private organizations will be propped up by the government beyond all reason, and laws that push out other private entities will arise. In this section I will speak about Gare's mistaken beliefs on how an economy should run, though I shall also take a shot at Tor Vizsla. I know it seems improper to attack the dead, but it seems that someone is still producing and updating a variant of his manifesto, the Death Watch Manifesto, and distributing it across the sector. Specifically his perfect society, his belief that warriors should rule and extort artisans, manufacturers, and laborers as if they were vassals and servants. This mindset is rife with problems, as its abuse as such could easily create a caste system. A situation where a person has no control over what role they shall play in our society and shall have it dictated to them by consequence of birth. Something that has been on its downward trend ever since Mandalore the Ultimate. The best warrior might be born of a craftsman and a painter, while the greatest artist might be the product of warriors. A perfect society isn't inevitable. What we would get are caste systems and people restricted from becoming proper Mandalorians in one way or another. If you take those of us who do not go on the field of battle and turn them into nothing but slaves to continue production for that battle, you have already enslaved every Mandalorian, and our society will crumble. Taking away the ability of a person to choose, if they were to, become a warrior or if they would remain a lowly laborer, as this document would put it, takes away a Mandalorian's economic freedom. And without economic freedom, we would not see people like Mandalore the Binder, or Mandalore the Hammerborn come to the positions they obtained. Binder would have remained a rug maker and Hammerborn would have remained a laborer in the perfect society that Tor Vizsla wanted, and yet this document that I have gained access to uses their names as if they're examples to be followed. Of course that's in the recruitment section, isn't it? If that doesn't show you that someone's been prettying up their manifesto for consumer consumption, nothing else will. General principles of war. I must first stress this truth again. War is a force that consumes lives and resources, and I do not condone imperious conquest or bloody crusade. Nevertheless, if we are to live in peace, we must remain masters of war. We shall carry our armor and our weapons proudly so that hostile powers know to speak with us softly and with respect. The Codex aims to supply principles, not rules, and by training, develop the habit of applying these principles logically, correctly, and rapidly to each situation that may arise. Conflict is natural and war is undesirable, thus we must seek to compete with the wider galaxy and bring an end to wars in a rapid and decisive manner to the best of our ability. War is more of an art than a science. Yet there have indeed been innumerable great minds put to the laborious task of understanding and conducting war in its most effective form possible. Yet war itself remains distinct. We shall never know what kinds of war awaits us and if the wisdom of the past might apply neatly to it. But there are aspects of war that we might know mastery of. Elements of conflict that once carefully controlled will lead us to victory. The fundamental principles of war shall inform all other principles. With these principles understood, a commander can then expand from that into a more focused set of principles that are suited to the conflict the commander finds themselves contending with. To simplify, the most important fundamental principles of conducting a war are thus. Aim. A single, unambiguous aim is the keystone of successful military operations. Selection and maintenance of the aim is regarded as the master principle of war. Logistics. Discover how we may gain a preponderance of forces and material advantages at a decisive point. Morale. To calculate morale factors. Morale is a positive state of mind derived from inspired political and military leadership, a shared sense of purpose and values, well-being, perceptions of worth and group cohesion. Coordination. Make the best use of the means at our disposal. This shall involve the judicious exploitation of manpower, materiel, and time in relation to the achievement of objectives while also understanding the requirement to change readily to meet new circumstances. This comprises agility, responsiveness, resilience, acuity, and adaptability. Reality, to never lack objectivity and clarity. The requirement to know the capabilities of your own force and the forces of your enemy, to never allow yourself to embrace a fantasy or accept within yourself something that is not true. This principle also calls for the absolute requirement for intelligence gathering and reconnaissance to reinforce reasonable assumptions of the greater battle space. Initiative, utilizing surprise, decisiveness, and aggressiveness to continuously strive to achieve and retain the initiative. To attack or threaten to attack any and all enemy forces we have the capacity to in order to paralyze the enemy's operational capacity. To continually maintain pressure on all aspects of the enemy forces that are within our capacity to strike with highly mobile forces that can effectively withdraw from hard targets that would be too costly to continue to pressure, while pressing forward against soft targets that offer tactical or strategic advantage. When striking, if you find Beskar, turn away, if you find flesh, press on. General principles of defense. Defense is the principle that is most vital to the continuation of any civilization and is the most important aspect of any armed force. Indeed, the preservation of our armed forces and our people is far more vital than the destruction of enemy forces in any situation. There are of course times when the destruction of the enemy forces is the most viable means to defend our own, though that is the exception and not the rule. The purpose of war is not to die honorably for our cause, it is to make the other side die for theirs. The first principle of defense is cover. This is the use of the environment to obscure our own forces so that enemy attacks are rendered ineffective. Since we are always open to attack, even when we ourselves are attacking, we must at every instant be on the should therefore, place our forces under cover as much as possible. The second principle of defense is armor. This is the use of manufactured or engineered defenses for our armed forces or civilian populations. As vital as the armor of our people is to a single Mandalorian, such armor also serves as protection for our forces in general, and thus we can extrapolate the use of similar defensive equipment for our people as a whole. The establishment and maintenance of city or planetary shields, fortifications, earthworks, orbital defense installations, armies, and navies should be considered the Beskar gam of the Mandalorian people. The third principle of defense is obfuscation. This is the effort to confound enemy intelligence or reconnaissance in an effort to render enemy attacks ineffective against our armed forces. The use of holograms, phantom fortifications, deployments, and decoy ships as well as the careful classification of our full military capacity is vital to the defense of Mandalore. The fourth principle of defense is reserves. This is the coordination and dispersion of all forces and assets not currently deployed to meet an objective. There is no such thing as a great final battle, and thus it is never reasonable to deploy every asset and soldier to a single objective. By maintaining a core of reserves we can meet any unexpected enemy attack wherever it might arise. It is only with reserve soldiers and assets left at our disposal after a battle is joined that we can turn the tide of said battle. The fifth principle of defense is depth. This is the principle that seeks to exploit the weakness of attack. All offensives have a tendency to lose momentum over time. As offensive forces push through even lightly defended areas, they shall stretch logistical capacity and will be forced to disperse the forces they have available over a larger space. It is under this principle that we should not be overly concerned about the extent of our front, nor should we demand that blood is spilt over any and all incursions into our territory. The principle of depth calls for the yielding of lightly defended areas to allow for later counterattack against dispersed enemy formations in such a way that shall allow the encirclement or withdrawal of the enemy forces, therefore confounding the enemy any real gain in the offensive they have undertaken. The sixth principle of defense is engagement. This is the principle of never remaining completely passive, but to attack the enemy even when they are attacking us while expending the minimum possible lives, munitions, or equipment. It is from these attacks that the greatest understanding of our enemy's disposition and condition can be understood. Should one of these continuous probing attacks prove to be effective, reserves can be deployed to turn it from a general engagement into a strategic offensive, drawing enemy forces and resources to this location at the expense of other fronts. General principles of offense. It is a fact that we must contend with that often the greatest means of defense is to destroy our enemy. Even so, we must be careful when contemplating the engagement of an offensive. Offensives are the most fragile elements of war and the most costly. To pursue a strategic offensive is to cast away the lives of many Mandalorians. To do so foolishly is treason. The first principle of offense is objective. Choose a reasonable objective for the offensive. Grand sweeping military actions that will achieve ultimate victory looks great on paper, but in reality pushing your army beyond its capabilities will only result in your forces being cut off and broken apart into smaller pieces until it is destroyed. Any objective you go after must not only be within your capability to achieve, but also be within your capability to secure its flanks in order to prevent that objective from being your last stand. The second principle of offense is surprise. Attack where the enemy does not expect. If you can make your enemies think you are attacking somewhere else, they will weaken other locations to strengthen that threatened zone. This will give you two advantages. Not only is the enemy possibly surprised at your unexpected attack at a more vulnerable location, giving you the advantage of initiative in this area, which can be worth its weight in manpower, but can leave your enemy in a disadvantageous position that will give you further opportunities to exploit. The third principle of offense is opportunity. When an offensive occurs, the force deployed will most likely be outside of direct communication with the command structure. Thus officers must make use of opportunities they identify that can aid the spirit of the operation rapidly without compromising the operational capacity of allied forces. Pursuing an opportunity beyond your capabilities will only create an opportunity for your enemy. The fourth principle of offense is detail. Detail is the logistics, tactics, and strategy of bringing a larger force against small enemy units in sequence rather than engaging the entire enemy force at once. Sending your army gallivanting off after a smaller force only opens yourself up to opportunities for the enemy. Caution is best when we do not have the manpower to spare. The fifth principle of offense is encirclement. Encirclement is the strategy of attacking an enemy force or fortification from multiple angles and the act of cutting off elements of enemy forces from their logistical network or communications grid. By the same token of finding opportunities that allow you to take land without being surrounded, if you find an opportunity to take land and surround the enemy, this creates a problem for the enemy. They will need to free their troops, which will draw forces to that area and make great opportunities in other positions in the line. Keeping an enemy unit that's been encircled locked in a position and pushing them further away from help may result in them simply surrendering and causing any further conflict to be unnecessary. The sixth principle of offense is deprivation. Deprivation is the strategic focus on removing from play particular assets or the ability to produce particular assets from the enemy. Raiding parties focused on destroying Tibana gas refineries are an example of the principle of deprivation on a strategic level. On a tactical level, preventing the enemy from getting resources to pursue war, such as food and other necessities, can weaken the enemy force over a prolonged period of time and could be accomplished by destruction of logistical capabilities. Granted, if we ever came to this phase, the enemy would have the theoretical high ground and able to deploy resources wherever they wanted, and as such our fighters are most likely going to be unable to get into the air. But there is a way around this. Mandalore has long been a producer of advanced missiles of various types. Arming groups with anti-air abilities or anti-orbital weapons could fill this niche and prevent logistics from running freely during a planetary campaign. Responsibility and command. To unify our defensive strategy, we must not merely fortify hardpoints and defend our worlds, we must have a mastery of our entire system. To do so, we must establish a command structure that can cohesively respond to any threats presented to our people. To do so, we must codify the law and by establishing a precedent for the powers and responsibilities of our highest positions of power. The Mandalore, Duchess Satin. As Commander-in-Chief of our collective armed forces, the Mandalore has a variety of powers and responsibilities that are more specifically related to the conduct of war. The Mandalore and the War Council they established shall control the following elements of war directly or by trusted proxy. Right to make war or peace or institute hostilities falling short of war. Deployment and use of armed forces outside of the Mandalorian sector. Maintenance of the Mandalorian Navy. Use of the armed forces within the Mandalorian sector to maintain the peace in support of the police or otherwise in support of civilian authorities. Control the organization and disposition of armed forces. Requisition of Mandalorian civilian ships in times of urgent national necessity. Commissioning of officers in all armed forces. Armed forces pay. Regulation of trade with enemy state actors. Mandalore's right in time of war, to appropriate the property of a neutral party which is within the sovereignty of Mandalore, where necessity requires with appropriate compensation. Powers in the event of a grave national emergency, including those to enter upon, take and destroy private property. Grand Commander of the Council. The Mandalore will appoint one member of the War Council to serve as the Grand Commander. This person shall execute the will of the Mandalore and will be responsible for conducting the campaign assigned to them by the Mandalore. This person is also solely responsible for bringing weaknesses or mistakes to the attention of the Mandalore. They must be a trusted confidant, a true servant of the people and of the Mandalore, a person of wisdom and conviction who shall not work to usurp the position of Mandalore. Prime Minister of Mandalore. The Prime Minister will be chosen not by the Mandalore but by every Mandalorian, even clanless Mandalorians. For they shall be the master of the civilian government. It is the Prime Minister who shall propose legislation and who shall manage the bureaucracy of the Mandalorian government. The Mandalore will of course have a veto on any and all activities of the Prime Minister but should make every effort to avoid using said veto unnecessarily. Void Doctrine. Space is the ultimate high ground, offering the greatest capacity to offer reconnaissance of forces on the ground as well as control the logistical throughput of any armed force. Control of space is absolutely vital for any military operation to be effective. Principally, control of space merely requires the deployment of warships with superior numbers and capabilities that of the enemy within a particular zone of operation. In practice this is far more complicated. Ships are expensive and fulfill particular roles and duties. Multi-role ships are even more expensive and might not be as effective in any given role as specialized craft. Indeed, when considering space, while the quality of officers and crewmen cannot be overstated as vital, it is the strength of our economy and industry that is most important. It is thus imperative that we examine the situation carefully and pursue reasonable goals that can be achieved with the limited resources we have at our disposal. The Mandalorian sector encompasses many worlds, some barely populated and some are not even Mandalorian. For a great many worlds the investment into a small fighter force and a support ship would be all that is required to keep the ever-present threat of piracy at bay. Such forces could also be folded into a larger fleet should the need arise. In terms of a core fleet, a force that can swiftly move from one part of our sector to another, we must be careful not to rely too much on colossal ships or expensive super weapons. The fleet must be adaptable and should primarily be made up of light cruisers with gunship and fighter support. Such a force is well outside of the economic capacity at the moment of writing this, but with careful investment we might soon see a modest fleet that is able to project enough strength to beat back criminal harassment. Such modesty might not serve Mandalore forever, and doctrines must change with the times, but for now anti-piracy should be the primary focus of our Void Doctrine. Ground Doctrine. In the worst-case scenario of a planetary invasion, the final line of defense will be the various PDFs, planetary defense forces, of a defending planet. This is a subject I am more familiar with than void combat, as troops on the ground are a necessity to hold and secure territory. You could have the biggest fleet in the galaxy, but if you don't have soldiers to fight on the ground to defeat enemies that managed to infiltrate your world, you are limited to the amount of tools available to you. If, say, an infiltration force managed to sneak into a populated and industrious planet, you can't just move your fleet in and bombard the planet to get rid of the infiltrators. For one, it isn't a guarantee you'd get all of them without wiping the planet clean of life, and second, it would do more harm than good to blast your own factories and populace just to get rid of a few enemy infiltrators. This does not mean that a fleet is useless, it means that both void and ground forces must work in tandem to cover all avenues of attack and cooperate for the defense of their planet. Back to focusing on the ground doctrine. It is a well-known fact that each planet is different, however this makes a standardized PDF a suboptimal and inefficient way to organize a PDF. A PDF organized and trained on Mandalore with infantry, vehicles, artillery, and aircraft working in sync as a combined arms unit on a wide and open desert can be an extremely versatile and capable force. However, in Jokalia's dense forests, vehicles and aircraft are much less effective as they will get blocked by dense trees and vegetation, and artillery can't provide bombardment effectively as their bolts hit the trees more often than the enemy army. On Gargan's mountains, mechanist infantry and vehicles might have a hard time traversing over the rocky terrain. The infantry at the very least could have access to jetpacks or air transport. Heavy vehicles and artillery don't have that capability, resulting in the Gargan PDF to rely more on their air power than their vehicles. Thus it is more beneficial for various PDFs of various planets to develop their own doctrine that can utilize their environment to their own advantage. I will leave the details to the respective PDF's doctrine organizers as they know what doctrine would fit with their own situation best. However, there are a few concepts that are universal to modern warfare that are fairly simple to understand. The first are the various roles inside a modern army: infantry, vehicles, aircraft, artillery, logistics crew, and engineers. Each has their own subtype and each subtype plays a role in a modern army. Infantry is the backbone of every army and the most versatile combat element in any army. They are the ones to hold ground, take territory, reconnaissances, and many more. There is a reason I am focusing on the company level, and that is due to the fact that it is well known to be a natural unit size of 150 personnel, and there is a reason for that. Most social sentients have a limit to the amount of other sentients that they can personally get to know and keep track of. That number is very rarely over 150. If you are in a company, chances are that you will get to know all of the other members of the company, your officers, and vice versa. Not just their names but also what skills they might have and their family background is kept track of because it can be considered important information that is worth remembering. In battle, the company commander can run up to anyone in his company, immediately recognize him, shout out his name, give him an order, and expect it to be followed. That soldier would look up, see his officer, immediately recognize him, recognize his voice, and think, oh, I've been given an order. I'll just carry it out. Above company level, formality is required with signed and written orders due to the fact that the troops might not recognize the person delivering the order and might not necessarily trust that person, which could mean the difference between success or failure in the middle of battle. The armorers handle all aspects of logistics needed to supply a combat sector, from supplying munitions to the combat divisions, maintaining the PDF's equipment, storing and transporting supplies to various bases, and even training for these non-combat personnel are handled by this group. The engineers handle all manner of military construction. Make no mistake, this is a very important role because their building experience can be put to use in times of peace as civil engineers. Being able to deliver vital public and military engineering services, partnering in peace and war to strengthen a planet's security, energize the economy, and reduce risks from disasters. Of course, the brigade is divided into engineering groups which specialize in construction, equipment company that manufacture parts for the army, vehicle company that manufacture spare vehicle parts, and finally the engineering company that are made up of combat engineers, who handle engineering jobs on the battlefield itself like repairing bridges, demolitions, mine clearing, creating forward bases or fortifications. I must reiterate again the need for clan formations to subordinate themselves to sector, system or planetary command structures. While a clan army might be formidable, it is only through coordinated action that we might seize victory in this modern age. Cultural doctrine. Conflict is not merely blasters and bombs, there are many soft factors at play. We must not only unify our internal image of the Mandalorians, but we must present a useful image of ourselves to the greater galaxy. Our civilian sector is just as vital to the defense of Mandalore as our great warrior clans. Every measure must be undertaken to see that the galaxy at large partakes in Mandalorian food, watch Mandalorian holovids, read Mandalorian novels, watch Mandalorian plays, and dons Mandalorian clothes. On this front, it is vital that the private sector develop contemporary media from a Mandalorian cultural perspective, but that such efforts are aided in grants and funding by the various worlds in our sector. While we should take great pains to export this media, it should first and foremost be to the taste of the Mandalorian. It is that distinctiveness that shall be a great draw from non-Mandalorians. A particular emphasis should be placed on producing entertainment for Mandalorian children and teenagers. Modernized tales of heroics and bravery with messages promoting teamwork and good Mandalorian morals. When the young of the galaxy partake in these stories designed for our own young, it shall plant the seed of common understanding in them that shall grow into respect and dignity for our culture and people. Our culture is unique across the galaxy, and that is a great source of strength. We should lean into our long history and from it take elements that will capture the imagination of the people of the galaxy. In our plays, novels, and holovids we should not shy away from controversy, from elements that shock and challenge the viewer. Indeed, we are competing with a corporate stranglehold on entertainment, and it is only authenticity that shall more effectively draw attention to ourselves on that front. We have an abundance of common heritage that lies in ruin across our sector, fortifications and clan holds filled with artifacts not seen in the galaxy for thousands of years. The refurbishment of these places so that outsiders may visit and behold our great achievements can bring vital credits to our sector. Many of you believe yourselves above the entertainment of non-Mandalorians, and it is indeed true that many of them will not appreciate what we are offering. But any who turn away from necessary work for the good of Mandalore can hardly be respected. Did Mandalore the Great not chastise the warriors who found themselves too good to fight in the rearguard? Too proud to act as a diversion? There are many roles in our common defense that may seem less honorable than others, but are no less vital when presented as a common strategy of the battles we must contend with. The White Silver's speech. I have no interest in leading a movement. I have an interest in creating a debate. One to see if we can make a stable middle ground between the old and the new, and as far as I could tell we're well on our way to meeting that middle ground, as people are finding things about the codex that they like and implementing them. And that is perfectly fine with me. What I am not fine with is pointless war. Let me be clear, my friends, those who have seen my conduct here will know that I am no novice to war. To conflict and strife. Indeed, this is to be expected of any respected Mandalorian. Mastery of battle is in our blood, and I do take pride in the ability I have cultivated, as should every respectable Mandalorian. But I know my heart thunders in sympathy for every scattered child of Mandalore, a burning hate that consumes every fiber of my being. I hate war. I hate the battle cry of men and women too young to know life before they fall nameless and alone. I hate the cold calculus of orbital bombardment. I hate the savage desperation of a charge and the bloody duty of a defensive line. I hate homes blasted to ruin. I hate industry turned to nothing but bombs and blasters. I hate the brilliance of programming twisted to produce insidious droids that do nothing but snuff out life. I hate battles across fields of grain, and I hate forests turned to ash. I hate cities turned to rubble and the abundant beauty of nature turned to mud and craters. I hate wars that rage across worlds, across systems, across the galaxy. Pointless war takes everything good and turns it into a wasteland. It fills our graves and deprives our children. It steals from us. Robs us of our best and brightest and leaves us friendless and alone. Isolated from the galaxy and residing on a desert world of our own making. The new Mandalorians turn away from all conflict, turn away from strength and our ancient customs in the hope of never seeing a war again. I understand them, truly I do. But I do not agree with them. No, I do not. I do not fear strength, the blaster, our armor, our heritage. I do not fear our ability to fight for what is right. No Mandalorian should. The right to unify Mandalore shall fall to the men and women who shall carry swords but know when to keep them sheathed. We are not animals. Rabid and wild and less than sapient. We are Mandalorian. Each and every one of us. We can reason and debate and turn away from battle until we have no other choice. It is only then, when we have demonstrated our patience and rationality, that we shall draw the sword and strike down our enemy with a ferocity that will shock and awe the galaxy. That is the way. An idle chapter. 715 FNM, 23 BBY, Month 1. Gargan. Gargan, outside a warehouse. Miri Chower. Click clack click clack. The repeated sounds of my heeled boots echoed down the alleyway as I moved through the rather dark streets. The backsides of many businesses run here on Gargan. Not exactly the safest place to be, but I went to where I was sent. And where I was sent is to a small warehouse in the back of one of the more or less reputable hives of scum and villainy on this planet. Very private affairs, only those with an invite were supposed to know about this place after all. A gentleman's club hidden in the facade of a warehouse. No ordinary criminal enterprise would need or bother with this level of subterfuge. Not unless they were doing something particularly illegal. Something even the mafia heads of this world were not in favor of. I approached the entrance in disguise. I could spot at least 3 guards, 2 in Mandalorian armor and the third in some armor of foreign make. Possibly Andorian, hard to say. I stepped inside the entrance, out of sight of them. Already I can hear them making several jokes at my expense, jokes about me being a hooker or a stripper hired for the boss man. I pretended not to hear them and rechecked my appearance in a mirror. I took my helmet off and stashed it inside the black cloak I was wearing over my armor. Now, all they could see was the cloak on my head, which I admit was a poor disguise, but I had an even less motivated audience. I had a large amount of makeup to try and appear as they expected. The best way to get into a place like this is to look like you belong. Charm, charisma, and a pretty face can get you anywhere. Smiling at my appearance in the mirror, I looked at my sandy pinkish blonde hair, the only part of me that could easily determine my planet of origin, Harzwi. I had not been there for a long time. During one of the civil conflicts after the clan wars, my family had been pushed out. As a result, I ended up taller than the average Harzwian, one of those weird things that happens with genetics. When your body's genes expect to be dealing with higher gravity but you miss out and grow up with standard gravity instead. It also meant I didn't get the benefits of denser muscles. It was hard work to keep looking good. In fact, I needed to do a little work now. Carefully, I pulled out some lipstick and applied it to an uneven spot. Letting out a sigh, I stashed the mirror and crossed the distance to the 3 guards. They were on average about my height and were looking particularly annoyed. "Hey Toots, what are you doing here?" the first guard in the Mandalorian-style armor said. Smiling, I said, "I think you've already discovered that the boss man put a call into my services." "Told you, Larry," the second guard in red super commando pattern armor called from where he was sitting on a nearby ledge. The first guard, Larry said, Yeah. "What's the passcode?" "Passcode," I said, acting dumb, shaking my head in confusion, my long hair catching in the breeze. "Yeah, the passcode. The one that he probably gave you before he ended the call." I shook my head and said, "He must have forgotten since I didn't get a passcode." "Well, according to the boss man's rules, unless we get a passcode and you can't get in." "Strange, can't you just call him and let him know his guest has arrived?" The guard named Larry shook his head saying, "Nope, boss man said no guests unless they have the passcode and not even to bother calling him." That's unfortunate." I purred, shaking my head as I reached for something out of view inside my cape to take the helmet off the side of my belt. "Well, I guess I should probably say, I was hoping there would be less casualties." As I said that, I pulled out my helmet and carefully placed it on top of my head. The black and silver markings surrounding my face mask were ancient Mandu symbols for luck on a job. They were distinctive and rather well known amongst the criminal type. "Oh fuck, it's the cape," called the third guard, already raising his rifle from his sitting position. He didn't get far though, as there was a solid blast of energy from somewhere to my left. I didn't need to look to know what was going on. I heard what I expected, the sound of the guard collapsing. Blaster wound right in the neck, a weak point on Mandalorian armor. "Shit!" Larry shouted while raising his gun, but I moved a little bit quicker than him. Taking hold of his hand, I broke his wrist in a swift motion. I snapped his elbow for a good measure before flipping him to the ground like a toy. The cape that had been hiding my armor fluttered out of my way, revealing the black and silver markings strewn across my super commando-style armor. Neat little thing I had picked up a few years before visiting my home world. I may not be able to live on Harzwi, but I would admit they knew fashion in an impressive way. Before Larry could get himself back up, I brought my booted foot down on his neck to clamp off his air, leaving only enough to give me the answers I needed. Fuck! Screamed the last guard, struggling with the key to get the door open. Obviously forgetting himself and trying to escape. The moment the door was open, though, a blast struck at the back of his neck. The last guard slumped to the ground. Raising my hand to my helmet, I said, "Good work, keep an eye on the front door and make sure no one comes in after us." "Roger that, sis," came the voice of Shamso, who was providing overwatch with her sniper rifle a few buildings down. Turning my head down to the last remaining goon, I said, "Your boss man's inside, correct?" Taking some pressure off my boots so he could get some air and talk. "Yeah." He coughed out before saying, "What is this about?" He already paid his dues to the Vrel. The Vrel have been removed from power in this territory, I'm afraid. I said matter-of-factly as I pulled out a pistol. The Tut are now in control, which means, what was the term that Scum Lord used? I said, looking off to the right where I knew Covey was already waiting. Scum Lord said, and I quote, "non-volunteer recruitment of working girls." Covey said with a chipper voice that she came out of the shadows. Her black and green armor has similar markings to myself. Well, she had limited pieces of armor, chest, helmets, shoulder pads, and boots. She was still too young and small to get anything more, so she had to rely on fiber armor, and she took advantage of it in her own way, as both her and her sister preferred combat skirts to cover their upper thighs and to deflect any glancing shots from causing major damage. Yes, a fancy word for slavery. The Tut have no interest in this market continuing, so you need to warn others that this will not be tolerated. He coughed, letting out a moan of pain before saying, "Why am I the one who has to deliver this message? Isn't the boss more important if he went around saying that? People would listen to him." Underneath my helmet I smiled as I said, "Your boss is already marked for death and you're just the lucky one of the 3 idiots on the front door. Now crawl away, Larry, otherwise a dislocated elbow and wrist would be the least of your problems." Turning to Kovi, I glanced at the shotgun I knew she had pulled off her back. "Always ready to cause some mayhem," I said with a cheer in my voice as I fastened the pistol back to my hip. "You know it, Miri. Bastards with operations like these are always the funnest to tear apart." I smiled at the comment. I may be a bad role model in the universe of role models, but it's always nice to see that we shared a common bond. Bringing down some of the worst organizations for profit was always a family bonding experience for my troop of girls. I reached to my other side and unhooked the heavy repeater rifle and said, "Well, this place isn't going to blow itself up. Let's go deal with these slavers the way they should be dealt with." Kovi giggled as I walked over to the front door, which was still unlocked and being held open by the corpse of the second guard. I kicked it open all the way, finding 2 more guards crouched and in position, waiting for me. The waiting guards unleashed a spray of blaster fire. I laughed at the harmless violence, my arms taking most of it in stride, tanking the damage without effect. I unleashed a spray violence of my own, their armor taking massive damage, rents and gaping holes appearing the slumped forms of the guards. Their armor was probably cheap knockoffs, made during the false silver fluster cluck, as my little sister would say. Their armor only took 2 or 3 hits before cracking, and once it's cracked, plasma tends to burn through, they fall over dead. As I moved further into the room, Kovi sneaked off to the left. Probably planning to ambush anyone trying to ambush me. It was generally our tactic. I went loud and proud to draw everyone's eyes to me, and while they were busy trying to kill me, my girls would kill them from behind. It's a simple tactic that's surprisingly effective. People either just looked down on 15-year-olds or were just too distracted by my stage presence to take note of the green and pink monster stalking them from the shadows. Some goon charged out of a second-floor room just above me and tried to aim his blaster down from above. Probably hoping to find some weak point in my armor. But of course it does not go well when you're right in front of a window with a sniper watching. There was a blast and then he tumbled down next to me. The body hit the floor with a loud crack. Many broken somethings. If he had survived the shot he wouldn't survive for long. And there was a blast of a shotgun. Kovi had found her target for the day. No counter blasts. Kovi pulled off the ambush and killed him. So far so good, a textbook operation. Moving forward towards the central building hidden within the warehouse, I saw that they had tried to jam the door shut from the inside. Honestly, it was a decent effort, it probably would have been successful on anyone else. Unfortunately for them, we came prepared. Reaching into my fanny pack, I pulled out an explosive and set it for about 10 seconds before running away to a nearby set of cargo containers for cover. The blast was deafening, but it was exactly as I expected. When I looked around, the door was gone and there was screaming from inside. Shaking my head, I walked through the door and leveled my heavy repeated blaster at the crowd and yelled, "Stop panicking! Get down on the ground!" The crowd immediately started dropping to the floor as they saw what I was holding. Big guns tend to do that. I took in the room with a glance. It looked like a private club or the auction room itself for their illicit gains. Either way, I stepped further into the room and announced, "Thanex of the Vrels, under order of the Tut, your life is forfeit, all property is to be seized. All those in bondage shall be freed. Anyone who wants to join Thanex in the death that awaits can stay. Feel free to stay for the main event when the Tut crime family gets here to clean this shit up." I'm given to understand that the Tut are unusually merciful and forgiving. No wait, that was white silver. The Tut are bastards. So if you want to live, start crawling towards the door one at a time, so I can make sure Thanex can't escape. There was a murmur and then they began crawling, showing their face to me as they moved past. Many of them were Gargan natives, so I did see a few faces that looked like they belong from other areas of the sector. After a while I heard a blast from the back of the room and I immediately leveled my gun in that direction, expecting someone to have gotten the dirt up to try and take me out. Instead I heard Kovi's voice on my helmet saying, "Someone tried to sneak out the back. Do the Tut want him alive or dead?" Raising my hands to my helmet I said, "They don't want him at all." "Got it." There was another blast and I turned back to the crowd saying, "And just like that our job's done. You may leave now." I brought the gun up to rest on my shoulder instead of intimidating them. Immediately, the remaining crowd started running past me. In a moment, it was just me, an empty room, and whatever trinkets they left behind. A fair bit of extra cash and valuables were strewn about. The moment Kovi came in I said, "Search the room for money and anything else you can find." "Will do, big sis," she said whilst getting to work. I took a seat at one of the tables, quickly pulling out a radio and tapping a few buttons to signal that the objective was done. Took about 15 minutes for Kovi to clean the place out, but she did a good job. Everything of value had been rolled up into a sack. Scanning the contents, I figured it would probably help us pay for another month or two of rent. The problem was it would only pay for a month or two. As that dark thought was starting to come to my mind, Shimso entered wearing her own black and pink Mandu armor very similar to Kovi. Although Kovi preferred to use a shotgun, Shimso was carrying a semi-auto sniper rifle. Next to her was the boss man himself, Girl Tut, leader of the crime family. He was looking over the place with interest as he said, "Good work, good work. I wanted to send someone over here to clear this place out yesterday, but I figured I'd use the best to do this job." Reaching up, I pulled off my helmet and put it on the table, saying, "The best will do any job as long as we're getting paid." He chuckled at that before taking a seat across from me. "I've heard that Brezigare really screwed you over with that whole revolt of his." To say I've been screwed over was an understatement. I had landed on Gargan to do some jobs for the local crime lords with my sisters a few months back. I expected to only be here for maybe 2 weeks, then my ship had been seized and impounded by Gare's little revolt, and before it was over apparently someone had stolen it and flown off with the ship. Its disappearance pissed me off to no end. Managed to track down a video camera of the docking bay where my ship had been impounded and saw some Mandalorian in blue and red armor breaking into it. Obviously one of mercenaries that rooted near the end of the conflict. Really, I wouldn't have that much of a problem of them stealing my ship if I didn't have so much medical equipment on board. I worked hard to make sure my 6 sisters' life was good, and some idiot just took away one of the things that made sure my little sister is going to make it to adulthood, but I'll track that bitch down some other day. Right now I needed the money to get my sister the medical aid she needed. Which is why when he brought up how much I've been screwed I said, "Yeah, any word on finding me a ship or maybe a couple more jobs so I could get the money? I need to get off this rock and get my sister somewhere better for her condition." He shook his head saying, "Afraid not, if anything jobs are about to start drying up." "What do you mean?" I asked, noting how Kovi and Shimso were still standing by the doorway into the club watching for anyone trying to enter, but no doubt listening to the conversation. "It's simple, the top families are muscling out all the little families. We're not going to let this rampant level of criminality continue. I'm going to try and go legit, and to go legit we need to get rid of all of this," he said, indicating the warehouse. "So there might be a bit of a boost in jobs right now, but it's probably going to dry up within a month, and when that happens, I'm screwed," I said matter-of-factly, shaking my head before asking, "There's got to be something you can do for me, girl. I can't not be making the money for my sister. If I don't, we're all going to be in a bad shape." Tut nodded his head before rubbing his neck. "I'm sorry, Miri. Fact of the matter is you're just a bounty hunter to the Tut. You're not one of us, you're just very good at your job and we like to use you, but just because we like to use you doesn't mean we're going to look out for you." I sighed, knowing that's always the truth. You weren't part of someone's clan, you weren't going to be cared for by anyone else's clan. That's kind of how I got in this situation to begin with. Shimso and Kovi were not of my clan, they weren't really my sisters, I adopted them. They were orphans like me and my little sister Sanini. I had a soft spot for people in the same situation as me. All 4 of us were a clan now, but that's just 4. We can only look out for each other, easy work like bounty hunting, moving from system to system, looking for minor criminals for a little payday, to keep our ship going and our lives on track. Without our ship, things were not going our way. Work was about to dry up here and we would normally move on, except now we were trapped. "Hey, maybe join the Silver Rangers," Tut suggested, "or Gargan's Rangers or whatever those silver copycats are calling themselves. I heard they pay well." I sighed and shook my head. I already checked out their rates. It might help if I moonlight as a bounty hunter still, but they are looking for full-time employment. That's not going to be good enough to keep all 4 of us going. Tut hummed back in his chair, sitting there, and said, "Exploit yourself. I might be able to suggest a few of the better places, you could probably make a little bit of money yourself." I shook my head at that. "Nope. Same as posing as a stripper or a courtesan, I am not those things. If you need money I think you'll be anything." He pointed out, and I had to make a sound of annoyance as he was not exactly wrong. I was not going to give up any chance to try and keep my family together. Getting up from his chair he said, "I wouldn't try larceny though. Nor any major unsanctioned crime jobs, really. Not under our new management. Besides trying out for that idol job or something, I don't really know what else you can do." "What the hell is an idol?" I asked, tilting my head, annoyed at the bad news. Like stopped and looked at me before shrugging, "Beats me. Apparently you need to know how to sing and dance or something, good choreography too. There's posters all over the place near Mondal Hypernautics owned property." "I don't know, check it out yourself. Maybe there's something there for you. Maybe there is. I said with a nod, thanks, girl. If you do find any more work you know how to find me. I'm stuck here for now. I said with a shrug. He nodded before saying, good luck Miri. Don't worry, things will turn around. Warriors like you always land on your feet. With that he turned and walked towards the door. Several of his goons followed him out the backstage areas, where most likely the hostages were being held. Probably completely confused by what had happened and worried out of their mind, but that really wasn't my concern. Standing up I waved to the girls and said, let's get going. And started walking. They quickly fell in behind me as we walked out of the warehouse. Are we heading back to the apartment? Kovi asked while holding Shamso's hand so they wouldn't lose each other in the large crowd as we entered on the main streets of Gorgon. Not yet. I said, turning towards Mandal Hypernautics Tower, got to check something out first. With that I led the way slowly and steadily through the busy streets, the darkness of the place blotting out most of the Sunday, forcing us to rely on the neon lights to understand what buildings were actually for. In time we made our way to Mandal Hypernautics and there it was. A poster, a strange little thing written in Mandue about how they were looking for singers to be an idol or spokesperson for the company. The description caught my interest, but what really raised my eyebrows were the printed pay estimations. The raid we had just been on, had given us enough money to last a few weeks, and that's usually how long it would take us to find another job of similar scale. The pay estimations for one person per month was about the same, 3 of us working together would be triple what we had just made. The money alone was really tempting. Look at this, girls. I said, how would you girls like to try a different profession for a while, one that might be a little bit more economical in the long run and less dangerous? Kovi looks annoyed as she said, no danger sounds boring. Come on, the thrill of a fight is 10 times better than no thrill at all. Shamso looked thoughtful before saying, actually I wouldn't mind trying something that's less dangerous. I always worry about you two going into the buildings that we're breaking into. What will I tell San any the time that you don't come back out? If we could do something safer that pays well, I think that'd be better for all of us. Ah, Kovi said, you don't need to worry about me. I'll always come back to you, Shamso. She said with a smile before saying, but I'll change my vote. Yeah, let's do this idol thing. Sounds like it could be cool, I guess. I raised an eyebrow at that, but not a problem really. Since they both said yes, holding the poster in my hand I turned towards the Mandal Hypernautics Tower. Well then we're going to have to do a little training to prepare for our audition, let's get ready to conquer this idol business.